Chapter 1. The Strange Primitive Tribe. Ouch! Yang Cheng awoke with a start, feeling an unbearable pain all over his body, as if it were falling apart. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, looking around at the dim and gloomy surroundings and considering the sunlight shining in from afar. It seemed he was in a cave. The cave was large, about the size of half a football field. Inside were many odds and ends, stones, wooden sticks, as well as animal skins and bones, etc. However, Yang Cheng couldn't afford to examine them closely. Realizing something was off, he struggled to get up, feeling his way along the cave walls, instinctively moving towards the only source of light. Having spent too long in the cave, the sunlight was becoming increasingly blinding. Yang Cheng had to raise his hand to shield his eyes. He painstakingly made his way to the mouth of the cave and quickly lowered his right hand to look outside, instantly freezing in shock. Before him was an open area surrounded by towering trees, endless as far as the eye could see, with unknown large weeds on the ground, high enough to cover an ankle. It was as if all the plants in the world had doubled in size. Where is this? Yang Cheng was a bit dazed, thinking in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Wait, wasn't I out in the wild exploring when I encountered an earthquake and fell off a cliff? Could this be below the cliff? Looking around, Yang Cheng noticed that apart from the cave walls, there was no other cliff, just trees everywhere. And this rock wall did not resemble the cliff he fell from. At that moment, he discovered something else shocking. Wait, were my original clothes? Yang Cheng looked down at his outfit. He was wearing a set of animal skin clothing, and his original climbing gear had vanished without a trace. Recalling the clean white bones he had seen in the cave and the towering trees and plants around him, Yang Cheng had a vague, unsettling feeling. Could it be that I've crossed over and ended up in? Before he could confirm his thoughts, a sudden voice came from ahead. Guru Guru, Jili Guru. Yang Cheng looked up. He saw a primitive person wearing animal skins, holding a sharpened wooden stick with long, messy hair running toward him. While running, he shouted something in an incomprehensible language. Instantly, Yang Cheng's heart sank to the bottom. Oh my God, I really have crossed over to a primitive society. Thud, thud, thud. The primitive person reached Yang Cheng and began to gesture and speak. Jaligula, Shiliwala, Gigi Gugu. Feeling somewhat hopeless, Yang Cheng's pupils suddenly contracted. Seeing the person up close, he finally realized what he was looking at. It was a girl with fiery red hair and fair, smooth skin. She was about 1.7 meters tall, not unattractive, with a somewhat rugged face but exuding a heroic spirit. One could even say she was quite striking. However, that was still somewhat normal. The strange part came next. This woman had golden yellow, slit-shaped pupils, and her open mouth revealed two sharp fangs. Moreover, she had two ears on her head that stood upright, resembling cat ears. No, tiger ears are shorter and rounder, while cat ears are longer and pointed. Yang Cheng took a closer look. The ears on this woman's head were indeed tiger ears. So in summary, this is a tiger-eared girl, Yang Cheng thought to himself. Just as he was thinking this, the girl, Yin Lin, waved her hand in front of Yang Cheng's eyes. Her tiger ears perked up, and she frowned, asking, "Why aren't you speaking? Which tribe did you escape from?" However, to Yang Cheng's ears, Yin Lin's words still sounded like Shiligwala, and he could not understand it all. With no other choice, Yang Cheng shrugged his shoulders, palms up. Seeing this, Yin Lin's frown deepened, and her ears twitched. "Forget it, just follow me. The shaman's orders are urgent. They want to take all the people from the tribe, and you should be one of them." After saying this, Yin Lin reached out and pulled Yang Cheng's arm, heading towards the open area below the cave. Yang Cheng did not resist. Firstly, even though they could not communicate, he sensed no malice from the tiger-eared girl. Secondly, he couldn't resist. Although the tiger-eared girl was shorter than Yang Cheng, her strength was extraordinary. Pulling him along felt like dragging a lightweight piece of wood. Hey, wait a minute. The cave was located halfway up the mountain, and the path down was very steep. Being dragged by the tiger-eared girl at such speed, and with Yang Cheng not wearing shoes, he worried that he might slip and fall. Hearing Yang Cheng shout and feeling the resistance in her hand, Yin Lin stopped and turned to look at the small man in front of her, frowning. "What are you doing? The shaman's orders are urgent." Unable to communicate with the tiger-eared girl, Yang Cheng pointed at the path below and began gesturing. "Slow down. The road is steep, dangerous." After gesturing, he saw that the tiger-eared girl seemed to understand, and she released his arm. Yang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Then he was about to gesture again, indicating that she should lead the way and he would follow from behind. But then he saw Yin Lin muttering something under her breath. Then she stepped forward and squatted down. Yang Cheng suddenly felt his perspective flip. He had been thrown over the tiger-eared girl's shoulder. After hoisting Yang Cheng on her shoulder, Yin Lin adjusted her grip and started walking, her speed doubling compared to when she was dragging him. The steep mountain wall seemed flat beneath her feet. Yang Cheng wanted to shout, but the strong wind generated by the speed rushed into his mouth, forcing him to close it temporarily. However, everything he saw along the way made Yang Cheng's eyes widen in disbelief. He saw peculiar humans heading in the same direction. Some had horns on their heads, others had wings on their backs, and some had tails behind them. Moreover, their hair colors were varied: fiery red, emerald green, sky blue, and brown. Oh my God, this isn't just a primitive society. Where have I really crossed over to? Yang Cheng's head felt a bit dazed, while he silently lamented. After about 2 minutes of running, Yin Lin slowed down, bringing Yang Cheng to a makeshift wooden platform that looked hastily built. More and more people began to gather around. The voices of the crowd grew louder. What are we going to do? Without the shaman, our tribe is finished. There's still hope. Chief Yin, who has taken the totem warriors to hunt the ferocious beasts. If they can obtain the blood of the beasts, perhaps we can prolong the shaman's life. It's too late. The shaman's condition is too dire. We can't wait for Chief Yin Hu to return. Otherwise, we wouldn't be gathering now to choose a new shaman. And even the shaman herself can't do anything. What use is the beast's blood? What should we do? When we were in the ancestral land, didn't we test it? No one has the shaman's talent. Alas, let's try once more. Perhaps this time someone will have it. Enough talk. The shaman is coming. The crowd and discussion stirred, all looking toward the wooden platform. Chapter 2. The Despairing Qing Tribe. The voices of the crowd gradually came to a halt. A wrinkled, old tribesman appeared, leaning on a thick bone cane, supported on the other side by an elder with long green hair as they walked up to the platform. It was evident that the old tribesman was in poor condition. Even though his face was dark-skinned, his pallor was very pronounced, lacking any hint of color. Walking was also unsteady, with the hand holding the bone cane trembling, relying almost entirely on a single breath, as if he would fall at any moment. Just climbing the 2 or 3 steps of the wooden platform, a distance of 5 or 6 meters, this old tribal man took 3 to 4 minutes to accomplish. During those 3 to 4 minutes, the crowd below was completely silent, intently watching the figure of the old tribal man. It seemed that each step he took was like a step on the hearts of everyone present. Seeing this, Yang Cheng, who originally intended to remind Yin Lin to put him down, opened his mouth but made no sound. Closing it again, he watched as the shaman, with a staggered and difficult gait, reached the wooden platform, paused to catch his breath, and then waved to the crowd. Shaman! 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 The crowd erupted into a clamor, with someone shouting loudly and others following suit, shouting fervently. The noise was so loud that it resembled a wave crashing down. Yin Lin joined in the shouting, and Yang Cheng couldn't understand how her not-so-tall frame could produce such a roaring sound. The commotion made Yang Cheng feel as if his ears were about to go deaf. The shaman gestured to calm the crowd. Seeing this, the crowd shouted a few more times before gradually quieting down. Ahem. Once the crowd fell silent, the shaman coughed twice and weakly asked the tribal person supporting him, "Is everyone here?" Yes, Mu Qing nodded. Then let's begin, the shaman said, "But your health." Mu Qing's face showed concern. The shaman waved his hand, saying, "I can still hold on. Let everyone get ready." Understood, Mu Qing responded, turning to gesture to the crowd below. The crowd seemed to understand what was about to happen, their expressions turning serious as they stood still, maintaining a motionless posture. Yin Lin was the same, which made Yang Cheng, who wanted to remind her put him down, close his mouth again. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He saw the shaman on the wooden platform, nodding as he noticed the crowd was ready. Then, he forcefully planted his thick bone cane into the ground. A ghostly blue light glowed from the base of the thick bone cane, spiraling up along the bone structure. In the process, the shaman's already pale face became even more ashen, and he appeared increasingly frail. What is this? Magic? Celestial arts? Witnessing this strange scene, Yang Cheng's mind was even more bewildered. He had initially thought he had crossed over to a primitive society, but later discovered that the humans here were somewhat unusual, with the existence of beast-eared girls. But now, Yang Cheng realized that there were actually elements of fantasy here. While Yang Cheng was in a daze, the entire bone cane was enveloped in the ghostly blue light, appearing incredibly mysterious. The shaman's face was deathly pale, trembling as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Yet, somehow finding strength, the shaman raised the glowing bone cane, shook it in the air, and finally swung it forward with force, shouting, "Go!" As his voice fell, something extraordinary happened. The ghostly blue light from the bone cane transformed into a glowing sphere that shot out from the top, drifting towards the crowd below. This ghostly blue sphere seemed to possess magical properties. Once shot out, it captivated everyone's attention. As the sphere floated towards each person, hope appeared in their eyes, wishing they could absorb the glowing sphere. However, the sphere showed no sign of stopping or being absorbed, leading to waves of sighs. As the sphere gradually floated towards the periphery, where only a few scattered individuals stood, someone finally couldn't hold back their despair and exclaimed, "It's over." Just like before, none of us have the talent to become a shaman. What should we do? Without a shaman, our tribe will perish. I don't want to become a refugee. Damn the Black Monkey tribe. If they hadn't ambushed us and severely injured the shaman, we could have bred another generation and possibly given birth to a child with the shaman's talent. Despair spread among the crowd below the wooden platform. On the platform, the faces of the shaman and Qing turned extremely pale. Though they had tested it before, they both had a vague feeling that no one would be able to inherit the shaman's legacy. However, when hope was truly shattered, they still couldn't face the reality. Watching the glowing sphere drift through the crowd without being absorbed, the shaman closed his eyes in pain and murmured, "Is the Earth Grandmother truly wanting our blue sparrow tribe to perish?" After murmuring this, the shaman opened his eyes again and said to Qing, who had a reluctant expression, still staring at the ghostly blue sphere, "Qing, listen to me. When Yin Hu and the others return, tell him to lead the tribe north. The North is the Vine tribe. They are not like the Black Monkey tribe. They are a kind tribe. Moreover, we still have more than 10 totem warriors, and they should take us in. Qing understood that the shaman was making arrangements for the future. However, he shook his head, sorrowfully saying, "But shaman, if we join the Vine tribe, our Blue Sparrow tribe will truly disappear. Did I know?" The shaman's voice grew weaker, but it's better than having all the tribesmen become refugees, starving to death, or being killed by ferocious beasts. At least by joining them, we can preserve a trace of the Blue Sparrow tribe's bloodline. By the way, Qing, remember to keep an eye on Yin Hu. After joining the Vine tribe, don't let him cause trouble. And try to protect the tribesmen. Even if there's only one mouthful of food, don't give up on any tribesman. I feel a bit tired. I want to sleep now. I feel the Earth Grandmother is calling me. The shaman's eyelids were heavy, and he thought about just closing them. At that moment, Qing suddenly shouted in his ear, "Shaman, wake up. Look, the glowing sphere has changed." Hearing this, the shaman struggled to open his heavy eyelids, gripping Qing's arm tightly, using all his strength to look in the direction Qing was pointing. He saw the ghostly blue sphere, as if it had found some prey, suddenly speeding up from its previously slow drift. It flew toward the edge of the crowd, and standing at that position was none other than the bewildered Yin Lin. Chapter 3: The Inheritance of the Witch turns out to be a foreigner? Is it Yin Lin? It's actually Yin Lin. How could it be her? No. She already took the test last time, right? Perhaps the Earth Grandmother has manifested? The crowd began to discuss. Regardless, everyone's gaze was filled with anticipation, watching the deep blue light sphere swiftly floating towards Yin Lin. It seemed as if it was about to enter her body in the next moment. Even Yin Lin, who was initially in a daze, reacted. As she looked at the approaching deep blue light sphere, her heart raced, and a look of expectation appeared on her face. Am I going to become a witch? I'm going to become a witch. However, right before everyone's eyes, the deep blue light sphere suddenly stopped in front of Yin Lin, as if realizing something was off, hesitating for a moment. Then it seemed to have discovered something, and the light burst forth, circling around and diving into Yang Cheng's body. Yang Cheng, watching the light sphere rush towards him and then suddenly stop, was also a bit confused. Unexpectedly, the light sphere circled around and entered his body. Suddenly, a powerful stabbing pain surged in his head, causing him to faint. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. The entire venue fell silent. After a while, a loud commotion erupted. What's going on? It's not Yin Lin. Who is he? I remember he was a refugee that Yin Lin brought back from the wild a few days ago. A refugee has actually become our witch? Never mind that. This is great. Our tribe has a new witch now. We won't be refugees anymore. Yes, with a new witch born. Our totem warriors can continue to emerge. Our Qing tribe won't perish. Great, great. Below the wooden platform, the crowd cheered and celebrated, dancing with excitement. Above the wooden platform, the witch and Mu Qing were equally thrilled. Witch, did you see that? Mu Qing was as excited as a child. Our Qing tribe is saved. We don't have to join other tribes. I saw it. The witch smiled with relief. The inheritance of the witch has been achieved, and there is hope for the tribe's future. Looking at the fainted Yang Cheng, the heavy stone in the witch's heart finally fell to the ground. At the same time, a wish was fulfilled. The grip on Mu Qing's arm loosened. The other hand, holding the bone staff, also fell down. Crack! The bone staff hit the ground, making a crisp sound. The excited Mu Qing noticed the unusualness in his arm, and hearing the sound of the bone staff, he quickly turned his head and saw the witch weakly falling down. Witch! Mu Qing hurriedly helped the witch sit up. It's okay, Mu Qing. The witch's face was flushed with a smile, a fleeting moment of vitality. My last wish is fulfilled. The witch has an heir now. It's time to end. I can feel the earth grandmother calling me. Witch! Mu Qing wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the witch waving his hand. Mu Qing, gather everyone around. I have something to say. Yes. Mu Qing responded and stood up, shouting to the crowd below. Everyone come over. The witch has something to say. Hearing this, the crowd below didn't dare delay and, under Mu Qing's guidance, climbed up to the wooden platform. Seeing the witch sitting on the ground, glowing with a fleeting vitality, one by one they realized something. The witch's condition was already poor, and just now he had forced himself to conduct the inheritance ceremony. What comes next is, suddenly, many people's eyes turned red, and they began to cry softly. The witch smiled. All right, everyone stop crying. The tribe has a new witch born. This is a joyous occasion. I still have a few things to pass on to you. As the witch's words fell, the crowd gradually quieted down. Listen to me, everyone. Although the new witch is already receiving the inheritance, I don't have time to teach him. He is very fragile. You must remember to protect him well. Seeing everyone nod seriously, the witch continued. Also, the knowledge of the witch is very powerful, passed down from the gods. You must listen to the new witch's words. Any of his decisions cannot be disobeyed. The crowd nodded again, expressing that they would respect the new witch just as they respected the witch. In fact, the witch was not worried about this. In the tribe, the witch's status was transcendent. No one dared to be disrespectful. The witch just wanted to give special instructions since he saw Yang Cheng was a refugee. He turned to Mu Qing and said, By the way, Mu Qing, remember to give the things I left behind to him. Mu Qing nodded seriously. Witch, don't worry. I will do as you say. Well, that's good. The witch nodded and waved his hand. All right, everyone disperse. Let me be alone for the last little while. Yes. Mu Qing led the crowd away, leaving the wooden platform for the witch alone. After everyone left, the witch picked up the bone staff beside him and struggled to support his body. He looked around, from the distant woods to the sunlight falling on half of the tribe's cave, and then looked down at the tribesmen gazing up at him. A few children from the tribe, seeing him looking over, waved at him. Seeing this, a smile inevitably appeared on the witch's face. Then, he looked carefully at the new witch and silently thought, From now on, the Qing tribe will be entrusted to you. Oh, wait. The witch's eyes widened. Just now, Yang Cheng was carried on Yin Lin's shoulder facing down, and the witch didn't clearly see his face. Now that Yang Cheng was laid on the ground, the witch saw his face clearly. How does he look like someone from that big tribe? The witch's eyes were filled with disbelief. Mu Qing, Mu Qing. The witch called out urgently. Hearing the urgent call, Mu Qing beside the wooden platform responded doubtfully. Witch, quickly bring Yin Lin over. The witch felt the strength supporting his body gradually fading and urged. I have something to ask her. Yes, although unaware of what the witch wanted. Qing didn't dare to delay looking at him like this. In less than 10 seconds, Qing brought Lin, slightly out of breath, quickly running up to the wooden platform. Witch, Lin is here. Lin, I ask you, where did you find the new witch? The witch asked anxiously. Hearing this question, both Lin and Qing looked puzzled. Lin replied, in a forest to the east. I found him while patrolling over there. The east, yes. That big tribe is to the east. The witch murmured, then seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked, Lin, where are the new witch's ears? Does he have a tail? Are his hands claws or his feet claws? The new witch's ears are very strange. They're not on his head, but on the sides. And they're ears I have never seen before. As for the others, Lin thought carefully and shook her head. He has neither a tail nor claws. Are you sure? The witch's eyes inexplicably became very bright, staring at Lin. Lin thought seriously and nodded, definitely not. Qing, listening to their conversation, was very puzzled and asked, Witch, why are you asking these? Ha 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 ha. The witch shook his head and laughed out loud. Qing, there is no time to explain. I'll just tell you one thing. With a new witch, our Qing tribe not only has survived, but will definitely become a big tribe. And Lin, haven't you always wanted to become a witch? As long as you stay by the new witch's side and serve him, you will definitely become the most powerful witch. The witch's voice grew fainter. As he spoke to the end, his eyes closed, the smile on his face remained, and finally, he slowly fell to the ground. Chapter 4. I became a shaman. Cheng felt as if he had been in the darkness for a very long time. Just when he was confused and helpless, a white space lit up from the depths of the darkness. This space was boundless, with rows of black, tadpole-like characters in front of him. Cheng approached and took a closer look at these tadpole characters. There weren't many of them, about 100 or so, but he didn't recognize any of them. He could tell they were pictographs. It seems that these tadpole characters have a pattern. Cheng examined them carefully and noticed that several of the tadpole characters were arranged similarly, while some could be combined with others. After thinking for a moment, Cheng reached out and tried to press down on one of the tadpole characters, then dragged it from its original position to a place where he thought it could fit in. Immediately, as this tadpole character landed, several adjacent tadpole characters lit up, changing from black to golden yellow. Sure enough, these tadpole characters could be moved and had a pattern. Cheng was overjoyed. A subconscious thought told him that if he could successfully arrange all 100 tadpole characters, he would be able to leave the white space. With that in mind, Cheng hurriedly began to arrange the tadpole characters one by one. The difficulty of the arrangement was not very high, roughly comparable to the addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division taught in elementary school on Earth, with a few more complex arithmetic tasks like combining and separating. In just 3 minutes, Cheng successfully arranged all the tadpole characters. Before him stood a brilliant golden wall. The dazzling light made Cheng step back a few paces. Just as he had taken a few steps back, the wall suddenly changed. The golden tadpole characters that made up the wall began to shake in sequence, as if undergoing a self-check. After the self-check was completed, boom, the golden wall suddenly exploded, transforming into streams of data that surged into Cheng's bewildered body. Cheng felt an indescribable energy surge within him. Before he could investigate further, the white space suddenly began to darken from afar, quickly engulfing him in darkness once more. In no time, Cheng found himself in darkness again, but this time it did not last long. A moment later, he heard voices beside him. Shaman, shaman. Cheng tried to slowly open his eyes. The shaman is awake. The girl's voice suddenly grew louder, exclaiming in delight. Soon, more noises followed. Suddenly, Cheng was surrounded by a crowd, all talking at once. The shaman is awake. Great! Did the shaman complete the inheritance? Everyone disperse. Don't surround here. Qing drove the crowd away, leaving only a few people behind. Shaman, are you all right? Qing turned and asked cautiously. Cheng still felt a bit dazed. Looking at the few people surrounding him, he recognized Lin among them. Her tiger ears twitched adorably, fluffy and very cute. Cheng couldn't help but reach out and touch Lin's ears. Lin was taken by surprise, then felt Cheng's warm hand stroking her ear. It felt so warm and comfortable. Yin Lin couldn't help but nuzzle against his hand. But the next moment, she realized what was happening and her face turned bright red. Shaman. Yin Lin glared, angrily calling out. However, her angry expression was not intimidating at all. It was like a little kitten with wide eyes, quite cute instead. Qing, watching Qing wake up and immediately start petting Yin Lin's head, looked puzzled. Shaman? You. Hearing Qing's confusion, Qing finally reacted. Realizing his situation, he sat up abruptly and blurted out, "Where am I? And who are you?" As soon as he spoke, Qing froze. He suddenly realized he was not speaking Mandarin, but the local tribal language. Hearing Qing speak, and seeing that he seemed fine, Qing breathed a sigh of relief. His worries eased. In fact, the shaman's inheritance was not easy to accept, because once one accepted the inheritance, they had to undergo the trials within it. In past inheritances, it was common for the inheritor to not only fail, but also end up mentally incapacitated, becoming useless. The probability of this happening was quite high. Therefore, generally, the designated inheritors were 4 to 5 people. After calming down, faced with Qing's question, Qing hurriedly replied, "This is the Qing tribe, and you have now become our shaman." He was not surprised by Qing's question. During Qing's unconsciousness, Qing had asked Yin Lin many questions and learned about Qing's situation from her. He was a fugitive and was rescued by Yin Lin while unconscious. So it was normal for him not to know where he was. "Wait, what did you say?" Qing interrupted Qing's words, not caring about his confusion over suddenly being able to speak the local language, and asked in surprise, "You just said I became your shaman?" "Yes. You just completed the inheritance and became our shaman," Qing said seriously. Then he knelt down on both knees, extended his arms straight, raised them above his head, and bowed, calling out shaman. All the people of the Qing tribe heard his call and similarly knelt down to worship, shouting in unison, "Shaman! Shaman! Shaman!" Their voices echoed through the distant mountains and forests, startling flocks of wild birds. Facing the scene of the Qing people, Qing's mouth twitched. "I just want to be quiet." After quite a while, Qing finally accepted the situation that had happened to him. He chuckled bitterly. "What is this? I crossed over to a primitive society, and now I've accepted an inheritance to become a shaman? Isn't a shaman in a primitive tribe just like a village chief? Good heavens, I've never even been a small supervisor in a company back on Earth. And now I have to manage this whole family." Qing counted the number of people present. Including himself, there were a total of 37 people. He had just heard Qing mention that the hunting team outside had about 15 or 16 members. So altogether, that made over 50 people, which was equivalent to 2 elementary school classes. Thinking of this, Qing suddenly felt a surge of pressure. At this moment, Qing walked over and asked Shaman, "What should we do now?" Qing thought for a moment. The previous shaman's body needed to wait for the hunting team to return to hold a ceremony for processing. At the moment, Qing really didn't know what to do. Looking at the sky, it was already noon, and this group of people hadn't eaten yet. So, Qing said, "Let everyone eat first." "Yes." Qing nodded and turned to the crowd, shouting, "Everyone take out your food and start eating." Chapter 5, What is he doing? As the command was communicated, the members of the Qing tribe immediately sprang into action. Some went back to the cave to fetch meat, while others took meat out from their animal skin bags. However, after taking the meat out, they did not start eating. Instead, they held the meat in their hands, raising it up. At first, Qing was a bit puzzled, but then he suddenly realized they were letting him choose. Qing, now the shaman of the Qing tribe, had the priority to choose anything. "I'll take this piece." Qing knew it wasn't the time to decline. Since he had become a shaman, he should enjoy his privileges without guilt. After all, this was a primitive society, not an equal society like on Earth. So, Qing looked around and picked a piece of meat from one of the tribe members. The person had 2 pieces of meat, took one for Qing, and smiled broadly, looking particularly happy. The other tribespeople, seeing this, could not hide their disappointment. Even Yin Lin, who was standing next to Qing, had her tiger ears drooped down. Yin Lin originally thought that since she was standing next to Qing, he would take her meat. Qing waved his hand and said, "Everyone start eating." Upon hearing this, the hungry crowd, who had been starving all morning. All held the meat and began to gnaw on it. This scene left Cheng a bit stunned. He reached out to stop Lin and asked, Lin, do you all always eat raw meat? Doesn't the tribe have fire? Lin frowned at the raw meat, clearly not fond of eating it either. Hearing Cheng's question, Lin shook her head and said, the tribe originally had fire, but when we fled from the ancestral land, we didn't bring many fire seeds. Produce. It rained a few days ago, and the remaining fire seeds were extinguished. However, shaman, you don't need to worry. Every time there is thunder, trees get struck by lightning, and we can bring back fire seeds in time. Listening to Lin's words and looking at the crowd frowning while gnawing on raw meat, Cheng thought for a moment and turned to Qing, saying, Qing, tell everyone to stop gnawing on raw meat. Wait for me to make a fire, so we can eat cooked meat. Shaman, you can make fire? Qing was taken aback. Then his eyes lit up and he exclaimed in surprise, Shaman, can you use shamanic magic now? His loud voice attracted the attention of others, who turned to look over. Learning that Cheng said he could make fire, everyone's eyes brightened, looking at him with immense excitement. Cheng shook his head and said, no, it's not shamanic magic. Not shamanic magic? Then how will you make fire, shaman? Qing asked in great surprise, and the others were equally puzzled. Cheng smiled and did not explain further. He turned to Lin and said, Lin, go find me 2 dry pieces of wood, the drier the better, and also get a bone knife. Upon hearing Cheng's words, Lin dropped what she was holding and quickly ran off to find the items he mentioned. The other tribespeople also didn't remain idle. Some followed Lin to look for dry wood, while others took out their bone knives from their waists and held them out for Cheng to choose. Cheng selected a bone knife that looked relatively sturdy and sharp. Then he had some people bring over several pieces of animal skin, cut off the remaining animal hair from the skins, and gathered a handful of dry grass from the ground. At this time, Lin and the others dragged back several dry pieces of wood. Cheng rummaged through them and was pleasantly surprised to find several dry pine wood pieces among them. Dry pine wood is the easiest material to start a fire by drilling. Because it is soft and has a high oil content, it easily ignites through friction. Cheng then looked for a sturdy round stick, sharpened one end with a bone knife, and used the bone knife to carve out a small hole in the trunk of the dry pine wood. He then carefully placed the animal hair, dry grass, and the wood shavings he had just cut into this hole. However, he did not press it down too hard. Instead, he left enough space for air to flow among the hair, grass, and shavings. After all, fire needs oxygen to burn, and Cheng understood this simple chemistry. Once he finished all this, he could start drilling for fire. The people present watched Cheng's strange actions, feeling confused and unsure of what he was doing. Moreover, since Cheng was the shaman, they did not dare to ask. At this moment, Cheng clapped his hands and said, Lin, press down on this side of the wood. Oh, Lin obediently shook her tiger ears and pressed down on one side of the dry pine wood. Someone else, press down on the other side. Tang said, Shaman, I'll do it. A girl's voice rang out, and a girl who was about half the size of Lin, roughly around 1.5 meters tall, stepped out from the crowd. She had a pretty face, and her skin was as smooth and fair as the beast-eared girls in the tribe. Her hair was brown, and although her ears were similar to Cheng's, she had a long horn growing from the center of her forehead. She also had a long tail that resembled a succubus tail Cheng had seen on Earth. However, overall, she looked quite cute. Is she a bullhorn girl? Cheng wondered for a moment and then noticed her short stature, feeling a bit concerned. Can she do it? Just as he was thinking this, the bullhorn girl had already walked over to the other side of the wood and pressed down on it. Instantly, the wood sank into the ground by almost half of its body. Oomph. The bullhorn girl became smug and threw a challenging glance at Lin across from her. Then she noticed Cheng looking at her with surprise. Suddenly, the bullhorn girl blushed and stammered, Shaman, my name is Qing. Seeing her like this, Lin felt a sense of crisis. Qing, like her, wanted to become a totem warrior. However, female tribe members who wish to become totem warriors generally first become priestesses, accompanying the shaman, and then awaken the totem power through the shaman to become totem warriors. Qing originally had a rivalry with her, and now she was actually trying to compete for the priestess position. Lin was quite displeased and pressed down on the dry pine wood a bit harder. On the other side, Qing, seeing this, pouted without thinking and pressed down hard again. Cheng saw this and quickly intervened, saying, "All right, stop pressing. If you press down any further, we won't be able to get fire." Hearing Cheng's words, Qing hurriedly released her grip, sticking out her tongue as if she had done something wrong, not daring to look up at Cheng. Cheng ignored her, watching the dry pine wood being secured. He knelt down, holding the stick, and aimed it at the carved wood pit, beginning to rotate the stick rapidly. The 30 or so members of the Qing tribe, holding meat, watched Cheng without blinking, not daring to breathe. Until now, they still did not know what Cheng was planning to do. Chapter 6. The first flame ignited by the tribe. Cheng exerted all his strength, frantically rotating a small round piece of wood in the small pit. As he turned, a lot of wood powder fell at the friction point between the two pieces of wood. As Cheng continued to rotate with more effort, the wood powder gradually turned black. However, while it's easy to talk about drilling wood to make fire, it's not simple to do. The wood powder had turned black for several minutes, yet there was still no sign of a flame igniting. The surrounding tribespeople watched Cheng's persistent drilling action, their initial confusion gradually turning into doubt. Can he really start a fire just by turning the wood like this? It has been a long time, and still no fire? Although the tribespeople did not express their doubts out of respect for Cheng's status as a shaman, he could clearly feel the atmosphere around him becoming anxious. After all, he was a shaman. Cheng was equally anxious inside. If he couldn't produce fire, whether he could lead the tribespeople in the future was another matter, but the boast he just made would become a social death. Thinking this, Cheng increased his effort and quickened his movements. As the friction speed increased, a slight wisp of smoke began to rise slowly. Seeing this, Cheng was overjoyed. He intensified his rotation again. The smoke grew thicker. Finally, a tiny spark appeared in the small pit. Cheng hurriedly put down the stick in his hand, bent down, and gently blew at the small pit. He dared not blow too hard, fearing he would extinguish the tiny spark. After blowing for a while and seeing the flame grow a bit, Cheng grabbed a handful of dry grass from the ground and placed it over the wood in the small pit, blowing up from the bottom. As the flame continued to burn, a thick smoke rose from the wood. Then, boom, a burst of orange-red flames suddenly flared up in front of everyone. Seeing the flames actually erupting from under Cheng's hands, the surrounding tribespeople first fell silent, then erupted into a wave of enthusiastic cheers. "Wow, it's really fire. Great. We can eat cooked meat now. Sorcery. This is definitely sorcery. Amazing shaman." The crowd cheered and celebrated, finally shouting in unison, "Shaman, shaman, shaman." Cheng did not immediately respond to the crowd's cheers. Watching the small flames rise, he hurriedly placed some small pieces of wood and twigs into the dry pine wood pit, waiting for the flame to grow larger. He then began to toss larger pieces of wood into the flames. Eventually, the tiny spark grew into a flame that was half a person high. At this point, Cheng stopped adding wood to the flames. Turning around, he waved his hand at the cheering tribespeople. They immediately quieted down, all eyes fixed on Cheng. Their tails wagged, ears perked up, and each face showed an expression of eagerness. "All right, everyone can eat now." Cheng waved his hand vigorously. "Oh." As soon as Cheng's words fell, the tribespeople erupted into cheers again, their gazes toward Cheng filled with fervor. After cheering for a while, Cheng arranged for Yuan and Qing, who had excited blushes on their faces, to start a few more bonfires. One bonfire was not enough for so many people to roast meat. As everyone got busy, Qing walked over, his eyes filled with enthusiasm and excitement, and said to Cheng, "Shaman, you are truly amazing. You just received the shaman's inheritance and already learned sorcery." Cheng smiled and said, "Qing, didn't I just tell you? This isn't sorcery." "Not sorcery?" Qing shook his head without hesitation. "If it's not sorcery, then what is it? I have never seen anyone create fire with their hands. This guy, why is he so stubborn?" Cheng felt a bit helpless in his heart and said, "This really isn't sorcery. It's called drilling wood to make fire, and anyone can learn it." "Anyone can learn?" At this moment, Yuan ran back and happened to hear this, her eyes brightening as she asked, "Can I learn too?" Yang Cheng smiled at Yin Lin and unconsciously placed his hand on her head, gently stroking her soft ears. Yin Lin immediately felt a warm, large hand on her head. So comfortable and warm, she wanted to lie down, roll on the ground, and then expose her belly. Yin Lin thought this in her heart, but felt that displaying it in front of everyone was too shameful. Instinctively, she wanted to push Yang Cheng's hand away. But then she caught a glimpse of Qing not far away, looking over with envy. So, Yin Lin let Yang Cheng continue to stroke her head and play with her ears, turning her face towards Qing, putting on a proud expression. Qing huffed angrily, refusing to look at Yin Lin's smug expression. Turning around, she touched the rhino horn on her forehead. It seemed like her rhino horn wasn't as soft as Yin Lin's ears. Would a shaman like it? Yang Cheng did not notice the little rivalry between Yin Lin and Qing. He nodded and said, "Anyone can learn. It just takes a little time to master the fire-making technique." Qing listened to Yang Cheng's firm tone and felt shaken. Really not sorcery? That makes sense. He hadn't passed on the shaman's items to the new shaman, so it naturally wouldn't be sorcery. How do you learn this? Yin Lin, hearing that everyone could learn, hurriedly asked. Yang Cheng pointed to the bonfire, where people were already roasting meat, and the delicious aroma wafted out. "Eat first, and I'll teach you after you finish eating." Trigret by Yang Cheng s reminder. Both Qing and Yin Lin smelled the aroma of roasted meat and couldn't help but have their stomachs growl. Yin Lin's face turned red as she ran straight to the roasting meat. Qing then handed over a bee skin bag to Yang Cheng, saying, "Shaman, this is something left by the previous shaman. He asked me to give it to you." Yang Cheng took it and opened the bee skin bag. Inside, there was a piece of animal skin, a bone knife, and several wooden tokens. Yang Cheng took out the piece of animal skin and let out a soft gasp. The animal skin recorded several lines of text, written in the tadpole script he had seen in that white space. Below the text, there were several drawings. Yang Cheng wanted to continue reading, but at that moment, Qing ran over, holding a piece of meat thicker than her arm. "Shaman, eat." Qing's eyes sparkled, her tail wagging, looking at Yang Cheng expectantly. Yang Cheng had no choice but to put the animal skin back in the bag, take the meat, and say, "Thank you." Then instinctively, he reached out to stroke Qing's head. She brightened up, quickly lowering her head to give Yang Cheng a more comfortable angle. However, halfway through, Yang Cheng realized and glanced at her hard rhino horn, hesitating for a moment. In the end, he still placed his hand on Qing's head. As Qing felt the comfortable and warm hand on her head, she felt disappointed. Sure enough, it seemed like the shaman didn't like her horn. But seeing Yin Lin not far away, pouting and looking angry while holding a piece of meat, Qing's mood lifted instantly. Chapter 7. The shaman's class has started. Yang Cheng was stroking Qing's head while looking at the roasted meat in his hands, feeling a bit puzzled. Honestly speaking, Qing's roasting skills were quite good. The charred bits were crispy, and the reddish-brown color was appealing. However, Yang Cheng thought to himself, without any seasoning, it probably wouldn't taste very good. He turned his gaze to the tribe members who were eating the meat. Once they finished roasting, they eagerly started to gnaw on it. Yang Cheng naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to ask them why they didn't add salt. Anyone with a bit of historical knowledge understands that salt is extremely precious. Not only in primitive societies, but even in feudal societies, salt was a crucial resource controlled by the state. Therefore, Yang Cheng speculated that salt was also very valuable in the Qing tribe. But salt is not just a seasoning for humans. It is also a necessity. Long-term absence of it can easily lead to illness. It seems that he would need to address the salt issue in the future. Yang Cheng mentally marked down the need for salt. Once he figured this out, he decided not to think about anything else and focused on eating the roasted meat in his hands. To be honest, although there were no condiments, the primitive roasted meat had a unique flavor, tender and crispy. After finishing the meat, Yang Cheng lay down for a while to digest. However, it wasn't too long before Qing came over, asking hopefully, "Shaman, about the fire thing." Seeing this, Yang Cheng simply stood up and said, "Qing, gather everyone. I will teach them how to make fire by drilling wood." "Yes." Qing responded excitedly and shouted to gather everyone. Upon hearing that Qing was going to teach shamanic skills, the crowd was thrilled and agitated. But many were also filled with doubt. Could they really learn shamanic skills? Once everyone was gathered, Cheng didn't waste time and had them find dry pine wood and other materials. He demonstrated the fire drilling technique again. Wow! After a few minutes, when the flames burst forth, although the crowd was somewhat prepared, seeing this miraculous scene again, they couldn't help but be astonished. Did everyone see that? Young Cheng asked. The crowd nodded and shook their heads, their eyes filled with confusion. Cheng realized he might have overestimated the intelligence of primitive people. He slapped his forehead and thought for a moment before saying, "Lin, you come here. I'll teach you first." "Me?" Lin pointed at herself, a bit worried. "Shaman, can I do it? If I say you can do it, then you can. Just do as I say." Cheng waved his hand. Despite Lin being nearly 1.7 meters tall, making her one of the tallest among the women in the tribe, compared to the 1.6 meter tall Qing, she seemed almost a head taller. However, when it came to learning shamanic skills, Lin was still timid and frightened, trembling slightly. With each step Cheng instructed, she was cautious, afraid to make any large movements. At first, Cheng wanted her to relax a bit, but after several reminders, Lin remained timid. So he decided to let her be. After 7 or 8 minutes of this, with dense smoke rising, a flame finally ignited. "The flame is here. I really made fire," Lin exclaimed excitedly, tugging on Cheng's arm and bouncing around. She looked like a child who had just scored 100 on a test, proudly showing off to her parents. Wow! The crowd was also in an uproar, truly not expecting that a flame would actually emerge from Lin's hands. Lin really made fire? Wow, that's amazing. Without a tradition, can we really learn shamanic skills? They couldn't help but discuss among themselves, their eyes shining with curiosity and admiration as they looked at Cheng. While everyone was excitedly cheering, Qing pouted, looking displeased, and ran over to grab Cheng's other arm, saying in a crisp voice, "Shaman, I also want to learn shamanic skills. Didn't I tell you? This isn't shamanic skill. It's called making fire by drilling wood, a practical skill," Cheng said helplessly. "Okay, shaman, whatever you say goes," Qing nodded, shaking Cheng's arm. "Hurry up and teach me. I want to learn." It was unclear whether Qing herself was strong or if all primitive tribe members had such strength. But as she shook his arm, Cheng actually felt a bit of pain. He quickly pulled his hand away and said, all right, I'll teach you." Afterward, Cheng guided Qing and demonstrated the fire drilling technique again. This time, with the experience of teaching Lin and Qing's competitive spirit, it took less than 3 minutes. With Qing's vigorous rubbing, another flame was kindled, causing the crowd to erupt in cheers once more. However, this time, they were more expectant. If Lin could succeed, then Qing could too, which wouldn't be a coincidence. Perhaps everyone could really learn the skill of making fire? Thinking of this, the crowd's eyes lit up as they looked expectantly at Cheng. The older ones, like Mu Qing, were more composed. The younger ones, however, raised their hands and cheered, demanding, "Shaman, we want to learn too." Among them were many beast-eared girls like Lin and Qing. It was no problem for them to raise their hands, but their simple clothing made of animal skins or leaves would shift as they raised their arms, revealing beautiful sights. Some even ran around excitedly, creating a scene that looked like jelly with springs. As a normal man, Cheng couldn't help but smirk at the heavenly scene before him. Love it, love it. However, after teaching Lin and Qing, Cheng felt a bit fatigued. There were still over 30 people in front of him, and he didn't know how long it would take to teach them all one by one. Cheng felt a headache coming on. Just then, he happened to notice Lin and Qing on either side, glaring at each other with all their might. Suddenly, he thought of a good idea. "Ahem, how about this? Lin, Qing, I have a task for you," Cheng said. "Shaman, what task? Shaman, tell us." They both asked eagerly. Cheng replied, "The task is simple. You two are responsible for teaching everyone how to make fire by drilling wood. Whoever teaches more will get an extra piece of meat to eat tonight." "Okay, shaman." The two's eyes lit up, and they answered in unison. But when they realized they had said the same thing, they exchanged glares. Soon after, they both began pulling people in to teach them the fire drilling skill. Watching the two of them energetically teaching, and the tribe members successfully igniting fire while cheering, Cheng nodded in satisfaction, unable to help but give himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. Chapter 8. The hunting team is back, looking at everyone who was excited and celebrating. Having all learned to create fire by friction, Yang Cheng waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone, put out the fires. It's too hot and too dangerous." It was already the afternoon, and the temperature was high, with over 30 bonfires burning. The air around the clearing had become scorching. The temperature had risen by more than 10 degrees, causing Yang Cheng to sweat profusely. Moreover, the surrounding area was ancient forest. If a fire broke out, not only would the entire forest ignite, but the more than 30 people would also face the fate of being burned alive. Hearing Yang Cheng's shout, Qing, who had just excitedly lit a pile of firewood, quickly reacted and shouted back, Yes, listen to the shaman. Put out the fire. It would be bad if we set the surrounding forest ablaze." The people of the Qing tribe were not foolish, and having lived in the ancient forest for so long, they had witnessed the terrifying sight of large areas of forest catching fire. Reminded by Yang Cheng and Qing, everyone's expressions changed, and they hurriedly tried to extinguish the fires. However, they soon realized the problem and shouted anxiously to Yang Cheng, "Shaman, it seems we don't have that much water." Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Cheng replied, "Use sand, use soil." "Use sand? Use soil?" The crowd was taken aback. In the past, the Qing tribe had only 1 or 2 bonfires at most, and because they had to protect the fire seed, they had never thought about extinguishing fires before. They only knew that water could put out fires. Could sand and soil also extinguish fires? The crowd was puzzled, but couldn't think too much about it. By this time, the wind had picked up, causing the flames to flicker. It was autumn, and the weather was dry. Even a small spark could start a big fire. So, the tribe members scooped up soil from the ground and threw it at the bonfires. The soil blocked the oxygen, and as it was piled on, the flames quickly diminished. The shaman's method really worked. It was amazing, so powerful, truly worthy of being the shaman. Everyone cheered, realizing that burying the fire with sand and soil could indeed extinguish it, and their enthusiasm surged. Each person dug up soil, and the dirt flew up to nearly 30 meters high. This surprised Yang Cheng, who was prepared but still astonished. Although it was evident from Yin and Qing that the tribespeople were different from ordinary humans on Earth, he did not expect that some of them could be so strong as to throw dirt up to 30 meters high. It should be noted that on Earth, a normal person could throw dirt only about 10 meters at most. However, seeing Yin and Qing, Yang Cheng's amazement turned to speechlessness. These 2 beast-eared girls were competing again. Just moments ago, during the fire-making contest, Qing had won, which had left Yin feeling unsatisfied. Now, the 2 were competing to see who could extinguish more bonfires. Yin and Qing faced the bonfires, digging up soil and throwing it toward the flames. Unlike the others, they were back-to-back to the bonfires, using a dog-paddling motion, their fingers curved, quickly digging up soil and tossing it toward the fires from between their legs. Not to mention, their efficiency was quite high. It was just that the scene was too novel, and it could easily harm the innocent. As they extinguished the last few bonfires, the other tribe members could no longer tolerate these 2 and retreated. At that moment, Yang Cheng suddenly thought of something. "Hey, Yin, wait." Yang Cheng ran forward to stop Yin from extinguishing the last bonfire. Yin stood up, her tiger ears drooping down. Looking aggrieved as she said, "Shaman, why are you stopping me? I was just 1 bonfire away from tying with Qing, and now I've lost again." It turned out that Qing had seen that her bonfire count was higher than Yin's and was boasting about it. Yang Qing chuckled and ruffled Yin's hair and her tiger ears. "All right, you're such a big kid. Stop messing around." Yang Cheng explained, "I'm leaving this bonfire because I want to move it into our cave. It's cold at night, and it's uncomfortable without a few bonfires. Although we can start a fire by friction, it's quite troublesome. Having a ready bonfire is better." Once Yin heard this, realizing that the shaman was considering everyone, she immediately felt less aggrieved. Her tiger ears perked up again. "Shaman, I understand now, so that's it." Yin nodded and volunteered, "Then shaman, I'll go move the bonfire into the cave now." Yang Cheng was very pleased with Yin's proactive attitude and nodded. "Yes, go ahead. But be careful not to ignite anything else in the cave." "Yes." Yin happily responded, pulled out a few burning logs from bonfire, and ran toward the cave. On the other side, seeing Yin being assigned work by Yang Cheng, Qing, unwilling to be outdone, also wanted to pull out logs from the bonfire. Shaman, I'll help too. Cheng stretched out his hand to stop her, shaking his head. No need, Yin Lin is enough. Upon hearing this, Qing instantly felt dejected, her raised tail drooping down. However, Cheng then changed his tone and said, I have another task for you. Take some people to find some dry firewood. The more the better, we needed to keep the fire going. Immediately, Qing's dejection vanished, and her eyes lit up as her tail perked back up, swaying happily. Yes, shaman, I'll go right away. Qing rushed off with some people to gather firewood. After they left, Cheng checked the bonfires again, and seeing that they were all extinguished, he felt relieved. Cheng then arranged for people to patrol the surrounding area. Walking around the clearing, he unknowingly found himself beside the old shaman's corpse. Looking at the old shaman's smiling face, Cheng couldn't help but feel a sense of silence. He stood silently for a while, unsure of what to think. The events of today were still not fully processed in his mind. First, he had traveled to a primitive society, then discovered it was not an ordinary primitive society, and then accepted the shaman's legacy, managing more than 50 original inhabitants. At this moment, Qing walked over and, seeing Cheng in silence, gently asked Shaman. Cheng shook his head, indicating that there was nothing wrong, and then asked, how do we handle the shaman's body? Qing replied, according to the previous method, we will wait for Yin Hu and the others from the hunting team to return, and then we'll burn the shaman's body together. Why not bury it? Cheng instinctively said, but halfway through he realized. This was a primitive society, and there were countless fierce beasts outside. If buried, the scent would easily attract wild beasts. Moreover, primitive humans often had to migrate for various reasons, making it hard to guard a corpse. All right, let us go with the original plan. Cheng nodded. Just as he finished speaking, someone patrolling the outskirts of the forest suddenly shouted, it's the hunting team. Yin Hu and the others are back. Chapter 9: The Birth of a New Shaman in the Tribe. The ecstatic hunting team. The condition of the hunting team was not very good. Everyone had injuries on them. However, the wounds had been treated in time, and there was no bleeding. This is a basic requirement for the hunting team and the most important point. If injured outside, treatment must be administered first to avoid leaving a bloody scent that could attract ferocious beasts back to the tribe. Standing at the front of the hunting team was Yin Hu. His stature was the tallest among the hunting team, almost over 2 meters long. He also had 2 strong arms like a Qilin. Just standing there gave a tremendous sense of pressure. Yin Hu had not spoken with the patrolling tribal warriors when Qing ran over. Despite Qing being older, his speed was not slow at all. Covering the distance of 500 to 600 meters, he easily surpassed the best sprint record on Earth. Cheng was left dumbfounded, lagging behind, unable to catch up. When Qing approached, he first counted the number of people in the hunting team. 1, 2, 3, 10, 1, 2, 3, 6. Qing first counted to 10 and then to 6. After gesturing, the number matched the count from when they set out. Immediately, Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Every time before the hunting team set out, he had to count the number of people first and then count again when the hunting team returned. At such times, Qing was most worried about the numbers not matching before and after counting. That would indicate losses within the hunting team. This would be a significant blow to the Qing tribe. It is known that those who could join the hunting team were all totem warriors. Their combat power was strong, and they were the main force against ferocious beasts. If the number of totem warriors suffered a significant loss, the destruction of the Qing tribe would be only a matter of time. After counting, Qing looked behind Yin Hu and the others. It was empty, without any ferocious beast corpses. Qing frowned and asked, Yin Hu, did you not hunt any ferocious beasts this time? A few days ago, when they set out, Yin Hu and the others said they would hunt some ferocious beasts to obtain their blood to prolong Shaman's life. But from the looks of it now, the hunting team seemed to have gained nothing at all. Yin Hu's face showed guilt as he shook his head and said no. We traveled north for 2 sunsets and found quite a few ferocious beasts, but they were all 8th and 9th tier beasts. Those were of no use for the shaman's injuries. So we did not engage. There was one instance where we found a 7th tier beast, but with our number of totem warriors, we couldn't overpower it. After a brief engagement, our horns and teeth were severely injured. If it weren't for the shaman giving us the shaman's bone token in advance, those two would have died there. At this point, Yin Hu hurriedly asked, "By the way, Qing, where is the shaman? How is the shaman doing?" Upon hearing this, the other members of the hunting team also showed signs of tension, their eyes fixed on Qing. Qing shook his head solemnly and said, "You came too late." When the sun was still in the middle of the sky, the shaman conducted the last inheritance and then returned to the Earth Mother. What? At this, the hunting team members were all stunned. Soon, expressions of disbelief and despair appeared on their faces. As totem warriors, they all knew that without the shaman, the tribe would lose its inheritance. Every tribe has its own totem, and warriors can mobilize the totem's power through their blood and energy. One of the shaman's roles is to impart the totem to the warriors and teach them how to wield the totem's power. Therefore, if a tribe loses its shaman, the totem cannot be passed down, and for every totem warrior that dies, there will be one less. Ultimately, the only outcome awaiting the tribe would be destruction. Yin Hu was taken aback, then quickly reacted. Immediately, the totem on his chest flickered as he struck a nearby giant tree, creating a 20-centimeter deep fist imprint. The giant tree shook violently, and leaves and branches fell down. Yin Hu's eyes turned red, and he scolded himself. "Damn it, it's all our fault for being useless." Not being prepared for the Black Monkey tribe's ambush, which resulted in the shaman getting severely injured. We didn't hunt any ferocious beasts, and we couldn't prolong the shaman's life. It's all our fault, all our fault. As Yin Hu spoke, he struck the giant tree several more times. The fist imprint became deeper, and the giant tree continued to tremble, creating a huge noise. "Enough. Be quiet, Yin Hu." A warrior slightly shorter than Yin Hu stepped out of the hunting team. The totem on his chest also flickered as he grabbed Yin Hu's arm, which was about to strike the tree again. "If you keep hitting, it won't help, and the noise might attract ferocious beasts." Song Shi, suppressing his grief, shouted, "Besides, the shaman is already gone. We should think about what to do next." "What can we do?" Yin Hu shouted back, "Without the shaman, the tribe is finished." "Ah, this is terrible, terrible. No, I can't swallow this anger. I want to return to the ancestral land and take revenge on the Black Monkey tribe." Saying this, Yin Hu forcefully shook off Song Shi and turned to leave. "I'll go too. Count me in. I also want to take revenge on the Black Monkey tribe." The other members of the hunting team, filled with grief, echoed Yin Hu's words. However, before they could set off, they noticed Qing blocking their path. "Qing, don't stop us." Yin Hu shouted, "The Black Monkey tribe. I will not rest until they are dead." In his grief, Yin Hu's voice was loud, his open mouth roaring like a tiger. Qing felt somewhat helpless towards Yin Hu's temperament and said, "Yin Hu, everyone, I haven't finished speaking. The shaman has indeed passed, but before leaving, someone received the shaman's inheritance. Our tribe now has a new shaman. The tribe has a new shaman." Upon hearing this, Yin Hu's eyes widened in surprise, stopping in his tracks. The other totem warriors also froze in place. Even Song Shi, who was about to stop Yin Hu, was left stunned. In the next moment, everyone erupted into a commotion. "What is going on? The tribe has a new shaman? No, didn't we test it back at the ancestral land? No one in the tribe possesses the shaman's talent? Qing, what exactly happened? Where did the new shaman come from?" Everyone spoke at once, surrounding Qing with questions. Poor Qing. His height was similar to Yin Lin's, and in the midst of a group of totem warriors, he felt like a newly hatched chick facing a flock of fierce eagles. He was momentarily overwhelmed and didn't know who to answer first. After much effort, he recounted the entire story. When Qing finished speaking, the 16 totem warriors excitedly danced with joy, while some embraced each other, crying. They appeared like children despite their adult appearances. "Great! Our tribe has a shaman. Our tribe will not perish. Earth Mother bless us." "Qing, where's the shaman? Hurry, take us to meet him." Song Shi, being the calmest, restrained his excitement and asked Qing. Qing nodded and was just about to say he would take them when he turned to see Cheng running over, panting. "There, that is the shaman. Qing point et Cheng." Upon hearing this, all 16 totem warriors turned their heads in unison, their eager gazes fixed on Cheng. Chapter 10. Yin Lin. Make a fire for your father. Cheng was a bit flustered. If he could go online, He would probably pull out his phone and post on a forum asking, "Urgent, surrounded by 16 muscular men. What should I do?" But Yang Cheng was now in a primitive society, and it was very likely not even a primitive society on Earth. There was no internet at all, and it was certain that he would never see it again in his lifetime. So, facing the hot gazes of the 16 muscular men, he could only rely on himself to solve the problem. He slowly extended his hand, revealing an awkward but polite smile, and tried to greet them. "Hey, hello." However, the 16 muscular men remained motionless, staring at Yang Cheng with intense gazes. Just as Yang Cheng was wondering whether he should take the next step, such as explaining his identity and saying he was their new shaman, Yin Hu suddenly stepped forward. Then the totem on his chest flickered for a moment. Yang Cheng suddenly felt a surge of heat within his body. Then, an invisible fine line of energy spontaneously appeared, subtly connecting the energy within him to the totem on Yin Hu's chest. In the next moment, the totem on Yin Hu's chest stopped flickering and shone brightly. The other totem warriors, seeing this, became excited and stepped forward, pulling aside the beast skins on their chests. One by one, they stirred the power of their totems. Immediately, Yang Cheng felt the energy within him burst forth, sending out fine lines that connected him with these warriors. The totems on the warrior's chest began to light up one after another. "It's a shaman. He is the shaman. Only a shaman can mobilize the power of totems on our bodies. It must be him. Great, great." The warriors were overjoyed. Yin Hu stepped forward, tears brimming in his eyes, and knelt before Yang Cheng. Yin Hu greets the shaman. Song Shi, filled with excitement, followed suit and bowed. Song Shi greets the shaman. Other totem warriors also imitated them and bowed together. Mai greets the shaman. Miao greets the shaman. Xiao greets the shaman. Hongya greets the shaman. Like the people of the tribe, the totem warriors had names that were either two or one. However, this was not what Yang Cheng was focused on. His attention was entirely on the totems on these warriors' chests. Of course, Yang Cheng was not interested in them in a romantic sense. All these totem warriors were male, and there were no females among them, which was not enough to pique the interest of a normal man. Yang Cheng's gaze was actually fixed on the totems on the chests of these totem warriors. All the totems were the same. They were all bird-shaped patterns, just with varying shades of color and different levels of detail in their manifestations. For example, the totem of Yin Hu at the front was the darkest red and had the most intricate details, with claws and wing outlines. Unlike the totems of the other warriors, which appeared somewhat rough, only vaguely resembling a bird without any discernible details. It seemed that totem warriors were also ranked. The deeper and clearer the color of the totem, the greater the strength of that totem warrior. From the totems of the warriors, it was clear that they all represented a bird, which might be related to the fact that my tribe is called the blue sparrow. Yang Cheng analyzed this in his mind and came to these conclusions. This was also a helpless move. Generally, such knowledge would be passed down from the previous shaman to the next. However, the shaman of the blue sparrow tribe had not spoken to Yang Cheng before passing away. Thus, Yang Cheng had to observe this knowledge himself. As for asking someone, like Mu Qing, Yang Cheng had just communicated with him. Mu Qing, lacking the talent to inherit the shaman's knowledge, knew very little about the shaman's lore despite being around the shaman for a long time, and he couldn't clarify the reasons behind it either. Oh, and there was that beast skin bag. Thinking of this, Yang Cheng recalled the beast skin bag Mu Qing had just given him, which contained the belongings of the previous shaman that he hadn't had the chance to look at yet. Perhaps he could find some shaman knowledge from it. Of course, handling the current situation was the most important thing. "You all can get up," Yang Cheng waved his hand. As the shaman was the leader of the tribe, everyone dared not disobey. Upon hearing Yang Cheng's words, the totem warriors all stood up. However, they still looked at Yang Cheng with fervent gazes. After getting them to stand, being stared at like this, along with just meeting them, Yang Cheng also didn't know what to say. He thought for a moment that sharing a meal was the best way to bridge the gap with strangers. Yang Cheng pondered for a while and asked, "You just came back. You must be hungry, right? Let's go back first, and I'll have someone bring you some meat to eat." The totem warriors had been out hunting for days to find a mid-level ferocious beast to extend the shaman's life. They hadn't eaten much food. Now, upon hearing Yang Cheng mention food, some of the totem warriors' stomachs began to growl. Among them, Yin-Hu's stomach was particularly loud. It was Yang Cheng's first time hearing a person's stomach make such loud noises akin to a pig, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look. Seeing Yang Cheng looking at him, Yin-Hu's big face turned red, and he stammered, "Shaman." "Aye." "All right." Yang Cheng waved his hand, smiled, and turned to Mu Qing, saying, "Mu Qing, hurry back and have Yin Lin and the others bring out more meat." This old fellow Mu Qing ran fast. He had just left Yang Cheng behind, and Yang Cheng still remembered that vividly. "Yes, shaman," Mu Qing replied and took off running. In just a few seconds, he disappeared in a flash. Meanwhile, Yang Cheng slowly led Yin-Hu to the open space. A large pile of meat chunks had already been stacked up in the open space. There were also several people from the Blue Sparrow tribe waiting there. Upon seeing the hunting team return intact, the tribespeople left behind in the Blue Sparrow tribe cheered in unison. After the cheers, Yang Cheng had Yin Lin lead the others to distribute the meat to the totem warriors. Each person received 3 pieces of meat to replenish their energy and blood. Plus, due to their usual consumption of totem power, the amount of food they needed was 3 times that of ordinary tribespeople. The totem warriors were clearly starving. Once they received the meat, they began to chew on it. Seeing the situation, Yang Cheng facepalmed, wondering why they were eating raw meat again. "Yin-Hu, stop. Wait until it's cooked before you eat," Yang Cheng intervened. "Cooked?" The people in the tribe were puzzled, having thought that there was no fire left. Upon hearing this, Yin-Hu and the others were greatly confused. Yang Cheng didn't explain, turning to Yin Lin and saying, "Yin Lin, quickly make a fire." "All right, shaman," Yin Lin, who had been eager to show off, quickly responded. She excitedly gathered dry pine wood, small sticks, and other dry grass for starting a fire. In the puzzled and confused gazes of Yin-Hu and the other totem warriors, Yin Lin placed these materials on the ground and began to drill the wood. In less than 3 minutes, Yin Lin skillfully got a fire going. Then she turned her head, her tiger ears perked up, and proudly said, "Father, you can eat cooked meat now." Chapter 11, What's Going On? Everyone can do witchcraft now? Watching the flames ignited by Yin Lin, Yin-Hu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He gaped, his face full of disbelief. The other hunters were equally dumbfounded, with some even rubbing their eyes, thinking they were seeing illusions. After a while of being stunned, Yin-Hu finally came to his senses and stammered, "Ah, girl, what's going on? Have you learned witchcraft?" This is what the shaman taught me," Yin Lin said proudly. "But he said it's not witchcraft, it's a life skill." "Life skill?" Yin-Hu mumbled, unable to grasp the meaning of those words. At this moment, Qing couldn't hold back any longer. She didn't want to see Yin Lin stealing the spotlight alone and stepped out from the crowd. She walked up to Tsangshi, hands on her hips, and declared, "Father, I can start a fire too." Tsangshi, still recovering from his shock, was once again taken aback by Qing's words. "What? Did I hear that right? You could do it too?" Qing was also a person of action and wasted no time. After gathering the materials, she squatted down and started drilling wood. She was quick, igniting a fire about 20 seconds faster than Yin Lin. Satisfied with her quicker time, she stood up, dusted off her hands, and flicked her demon-like tail, looking at Yin Lin with pride. Seeing this, Yin Lin's cheeks puffed up in anger, even more so than usual. However, Tsangshi didn't pay attention to the rivalry between his daughter and Yin Lin. He stared at the rising fire, his eyes wide and mouth agape, equally astonished as Yin-Hu. The other totem warriors were also shocked to see 2 fires lit in succession. They were so stunned they didn't know what to say. And upon hearing it was Yang Cheng who taught them, their gazes towards him were filled with shock and confusion. But before they could ask anything, many of the totem warriors' children, witnessing Yin Lin and Qing successfully starting fires, felt a competitive spirit arise. Just like children who scored 100 and wanted to show off to their parents. "Father, I could start a fire too. Father, I could do it. It's what the shaman just taught us." This group of children was full of enthusiasm, dragging wood over and squatting down, vigorously spinning the wood to create piles of fire. At this moment, the hunting team was even more shocked. By the end, they were numb. Watching 5 or 6 more fires spring up, they didn't know what to say. What on earth was happening? What had occurred? How could so many people learn witchcraft in just a few days since they went out? If it weren't for the familiar surroundings and faces, Yin-Hu and the others would have suspected they took a wrong turn and ended up in a larger tribe. After finally coming back to reality from their shock, Yinhu immediately asked Yang Cheng, shaman, "Did you teach Yinlin and the others this witchcraft of starting a fire?" "Haha, didn't Yinlin just tell you?" Yang Cheng replied with a smile. "This isn't witchcraft. It's a life skill, and not only Yinlin and her friends can do it, but everyone staying in the tribe has learned it." "What? Everyone in the tribe can do it?" Upon hearing Yang Cheng's words, Yinhu, Songshi, and the other totem warriors were dumbfounded, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow 5 or 6 cooked eggs whole. "That's right. Do you see the traces over there? That's the evidence of the clan members practicing starting fires. Recently extinguished." Yang Cheng pointed to a spot in the distance. Yinhu and the others followed Yang Cheng's pointing finger. In the distance, there were dozens of mounds of dirt, and the ground around them was uneven, as if someone had buried something there. Just then, Qing walked over, looking as if he still wanted to show off, and said, "If I weren't worried about starting too many fires and igniting the nearby forest, I would show you how to start a fire myself." Hearing this, Yinhu glanced at Qing, feeling speechless in his heart. This old guy is also here to show off? On the other side, Songshi had been listening to everyone's conversation and suddenly asked Yang Cheng, "Shaman, did you just say that this skill can be learned by anyone?" Upon hearing Songshi's inquiry, Yinhu and the other totem warriors once again turned their gazes towards Yang Cheng. No one understood better than they did what this life skill meant for the hunting team. It could be said that with this skill, the safety of the hunting team while going out would increase by almost double. In primitive times, regardless of the species, there was an inherent fear of fire. It was only after millions of years of evolution that humans learned to utilize and control fire, gradually eliminating their fear of it. However, even so, in the face of a raging forest fire or a volcanic eruption, there would still be an innate fear that made them keep their distance. This shows that even humans who have mastered fire still feel this way. Ferocious beasts would be even more terrified of fire. Now, when totem warriors went out hunting, their biggest fear was nighttime, because at night it was dark and devoid of light, representing the fear of the unknown. Light dispels darkness, and fire is the best choice. Carrying a fire source was difficult to preserve. In the past, shamans had special fire sticks to ignite flames. But those fire sticks were precious. And since the shaman was older, it was hard to make more, with only a few in total, which were simply not enough. If the hunting team could master this fire-starting technique, at least low-level ferocious beasts would not approach them while camping outdoors, greatly increasing their safety. "Yes, anyone can learn it. And you can certainly learn it too." Yang Cheng nodded. "That's great." Yinhu, Songshi, and the others cheered with excitement. Then they didn't even rush to eat the roasted meat, instead asking Yang Cheng to teach them how to start a fire by drilling wood. Seeing this, Yang Cheng waved his hand and assigned this task to Yinlin and Qing. Yinlin and Qing were delighted to teach others how to start fires. In no time, over 10 more fires sprang up in the open space. 16 more excited, thrilled, and happy kids, looking like little adults, joined in. Yang Cheng watched as Yinhu and the others danced around the fire, celebrating and shouting in joy, laughing in his heart. He waved his hand for Qing to take people to extinguish some of the fires. "It's dry and flammable. Be careful with the flames." After celebrating for a while and finishing the meal, noticing the sky darkening and the distant ferocious beasts growling softly, experienced Yinhu and the others immediately ordered everyone in the tribe to return to the cave and arrange for people to patrol outside the cave. The nights in primitive society were much scarier than during the day. Even with the tribe's fire, it could only drive away some low-level ferocious beasts. If high-level ferocious beasts became aggressive, unless it caused a forest fire, they wouldn't be scared off. But if a forest fire were to break out, the 50 people of the Qing tribe would also perish, burned by the flames, which would be less painful than being swallowed whole by a ferocious beast. Chapter 12. Choosing a shamanist for the shaman Yang Cheng was certain that he was no longer on Earth. He was now standing at the entrance of a cave illuminated by moonlight. Looking up at the sky, his mouth slightly agape, he noticed that, like Earth, this world also had a moon. However, unlike Earth, there were 2 moons in the sky, one large and one small. The large one was about the same size as the sun, while the small one was similar in size to the moon as seen from Earth. One was slightly yellow, and the other was somewhat white. One was positioned to the west-southwest, and the other to the east-northeast. In truth, Yangqing was not clear about the exact directions. Since crossing over, he still did not know which way was north and which was south. He could only estimate other directions based on where the sun set. But looking up at the large and small moons, he began to doubt things. Did this planet still have a magnetic field with north and south poles? Did the planet rotate from west to east? What if it rotated from north to south, or from northwest to southeast? How should direction be defined then? Unable to figure it out, Yangqing found himself thinking in circles. He simply gazed at the large yellow moon and the small white moon in a daze. Not far behind him in the cave, Yanhu and Songshi were watching his thin figure and discussing something. Yanhu said, "Songshi, I feel our new shaman is extraordinary. I just heard Qing say that before the previous shaman left. He told us to listen carefully to the new shaman and not to disobey him. He can lead our Qing tribe to become a great tribe." Songshi nodded and replied, "I don't know how the shaman figured that out, but I think he is probably right. Just the fact that he taught us the skill of making fire during the day shows that this new shaman is not ordinary. By the way, I heard Qing say that the new shaman might be a refugee from one of the great tribes. Can you tell which great tribe it is?" Yanhu shook his head. "I can't tell. The great tribes I know, like the Gutsao tribe and the Dahu tribe, none of their members look like the shaman. Look, the new shaman doesn't have ears like ours, nor does he have horns or a tail. His body is thin and small, not enough for a fierce beast to swallow whole. I can't imagine which tribe could have such a person. How could they withstand the fierce beasts in the wilderness?" Songshi replied, "Isn't that simple? Don't forget, our tribe has been unable to find a successor for the shaman, and as soon as the new shaman arrived, he accepted the inheritance. I think it's very likely that the great tribe the new shaman comes from is full of people who can inherit shamanic powers. Shamanism is much more powerful than our totems, so it's not a problem for the new shaman's great tribe to survive in the wilderness." Yanhu thought for a moment and said, "Songshi, you're right. However, I think we shouldn't discuss which great tribe the new shaman is from. If the new shaman wants to tell us, he will naturally do so. I think we should discuss something else." "Something else?" Songshi was taken aback, looking at Yanhu suspiciously. This guy usually was quite carefree. Would he really have something to discuss that he hadn't thought of? Yanhu said seriously, "It's about choosing a shamanist for the shaman. The reason our tribe has not had a shamanist before is that there hasn't been a suitable candidate. And now there happens to be one. Generally speaking, a shaman will have a shamanist by their side. The choice of a shamanist isn't simply about the shaman wanting a pretty girl for himself. It's not like that. The choice of a shamanist actually involves an issue of fair distribution of resources. In any era, resources are not distributed evenly. Not everyone gets the same share. Even in a peacefully developing Tianqiao, there's a national policy of letting some people become wealthy first, then allowing those people to help others become wealthy, ultimately achieving complete wealth. So, even in primitive society, before public ownership has been transformed into private ownership, resources will certainly be tilted for the tribe to develop. Most directly, in the Qing tribe, the shaman holds the highest status and manages the tribe, enjoying the most resources. Next are the totem warriors who are responsible for food acquisition and hunting, who enjoy fewer resources. Then come the women, who are responsible for gathering wild fruits, making animal skin clothing, shoes, and other miscellaneous items, receiving very little resource allocation. Finally, there are the elderly and children, who have little labor power and can only handle some trivial tasks, receiving the least resources. Totem warriors are generally selected from among strong males. They have abundant vitality and are more likely to become totem warriors. For women to become totem warriors, they must do so through becoming shamanesses. As mentioned earlier, the shaman holds the highest status in the tribe and enjoys the most resources. If a girl among the women shows potential to become a totem warrior, she can be made a shamaness, taking some resources from the shaman to supplement her vitality and train her to become a totem warrior. Upon hearing Yanhu's words, Songshi understood his meaning. Yes, it is time to choose a shamanist for the shaman. Songshi nodded and said, "Moreover, seeing how thin the shaman is, although we protect him, what if something happens? Finding a shamanist for the shaman in advance might allow the child born to inherit the shaman's talent, saving us from worrying later." Yanhu, what do you think about Qing? My child already has the talent of a totem warrior, and her strength is several times greater than that of boys her age. It would be perfect for her to become a shamaness. Upon hearing this, Yin Hu's eyes widened, and he protested, "No way. How can your child compare to my Lin? Look at that little one. She is a head shorter than my Anu. Where's the slightest hint of becoming a totem warrior? I say it should be Lin who becomes the shamaness. Your Lin is big, but her strength is not a match for my Qing. It should be Qing who becomes the shamaness. No, it must be Lin. Qing should be the one. Lin should be the one. All right, I think you just want to get beaten up. Let's see if I don't beat you to death. Hey, who's afraid of who? Let me tell you, you might not even be able to beat me." The two argued heatedly, and soon they started fighting. The people nearby were used to it and consciously made some space. Cheng, who was lost in thought while looking up at the moon, heard the commotion from behind and turned to ask, "Yin Hu, Songshi, what are you doing?" Upon hearing Cheng's inquiry, the two who were wrestling each other immediately let go and laughed. "It's nothing, shaman. We were just playing around." They did not mention that their fight was over choosing a shamaness for Cheng. After all, whether or not to choose a shamaness, and who to choose as the shamaness still depended on Cheng's wishes. If they decided on their own and upset him, and he chose no one, their fight would have been for nothing. Primitive people can be quite clever too. Chapter 13, Witchcraft and Witchbone Cards O. So that's how it is. Cheng was not puzzled. He had read the materials. The primitive society was not like today, with many entertainment activities. The people in primitive society, apart from engaging in shameful activities, mostly fought. When Yin Hu and Songshi started fighting, it seemed completely normal to Cheng, as long as no one got hurt or lost their life. "All right, it's getting late. You two stop making a fuss and go to sleep," Cheng advised before walking deeper into the cave. What he didn't notice was that after he left, Yin Hu and Songshi each called over Yin Lin and Qing, giving them a few instructions. It was unclear what they said, but it certainly made the two beast-eared girls blush. The cave that the Qing tribe found was quite large, about the size of half a football field, easily accommodating more than 50 people with plenty of space. Cheng walked for 2 minutes before reaching his dwelling. It was located at the bottom of the cave, surrounded by a wall made of stones that slightly obscured the view of others. About 20 to 30 meters away was the resting place of the totem warriors. As long as Cheng shouted, the totem warriors could arrive in 2 or 3 seconds, making it very safe. Moreover, there was a ventilation hole in the wall. The night breeze flowed in through the small opening, making the space quite cool. However, in winter, it would have to be blocked up. During the day, Cheng had specially had a bonfire set up at his location. When he arrived, there was a petite beast-eared girl sitting next to the fire, half asleep, tossing firewood into the flames. Cheng took a closer look. This beast-eared girl seemed to be around 13 or 14 years old on Earth. She had a pair of antlers like a cicadere, brown hair, and a youthful face that was very beautiful, comparable to first and second-tier stars on Earth. Strangely enough, in Cheng's impression, primitive people typically had rough, square, and dark appearances. However, today he noticed that the women in the tribe all had fair, smooth, and tender skin, looking very beautiful, with good figures as well. Anyone picked randomly and thrown onto Earth would be considered a top beauty. The men's skin was somewhat lacking, but they had tall, masculine figures filled with explosive strength that conformed to the golden ratio. The girl's face was flushed, probably from sitting by the fire for too long, and she appeared very drowsy, swaying dangerously close to falling into the flames. Cheng couldn't continue admiring her and stepped forward to pull her back. Startled, the girl woke up. Upon seeing Cheng holding her, her face turned red, and she shyly stammered, which, I. Cheng gently touched her antlers and smiled. "What is your name?" The antlers were not as hard as he imagined. They were soft and pliable. The deer-eared girl spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito, trembling. I am called Xia. Cheng confirmed. Xia quietly responded, nodding repeatedly. Seeing the shy state of the deer-eared girl, almost to the point of fainting, Cheng decided not to tease her further and released her antlers. "All right, Xia, you can go back now." Xia hesitated, pointing at the fire and softly saying, "But which? I can have firewood myself." You go back, Yang Cheng replied. Seeing that Yang Cheng said he would manage, Xia hesitated for a moment, nodded, and left. Watching Xia's figure fade away, Yang Cheng shook his head and took out the bee skin bag that Mu Qing had handed to him during the day. He sat down next to the bonfire and began to study it in the firelight. He hadn't looked closely during the day. Now, Yang Cheng carefully flipped through it. Inside the bee skin bag, besides a large piece of bee skin, there were several smaller pieces. The few wooden cards were actually not wooden cards, but bone cards engraved with patterns. Yang Cheng first took the bone cards out and examined them closely. There were 5 bone cards in total. 2 of them bore the same engraved pattern, while 1 was different. Yang Cheng flipped the card around, but couldn't understand what they were for. He could only feel that the energy within him could be stimulated. So, he set them aside for now and pulled out the large bee skin and a few smaller pieces to study them carefully. Strangely, these tadpole characters, when taken individually, Yang Cheng couldn't decipher, but when placed together, he somehow understood their meaning. Half an hour later, crackling sounds of burning would echoed. Yang Cheng set down the bee skin and casually tossed a piece of wood into the fire. With a thoughtful look in his eyes, he murmured, "So that's it. Witches, like totem warriors, also have different ranks." Based on the descriptions in the bee skin and his own understanding, the totem warriors were divided into junior, intermediate, and senior levels, while witches were divided into junior, intermediate, and senior as well. The highest combat power among the Qing tribe's totem warriors was Yin Hu, who was at the pinnacle of junior totem warriors and could become an intermediate totem warrior after further refining his vitality. The previous, which belonged to the low-grade witch category. However, she mastered 3 types of witchcraft, making her one of the best among low-grade witches. According to the bee skin, these 5 bone cards were indeed witch bone cards. Yang Cheng picked up the 5 witch bone cards and looked at them. Witch bone cards could be activated using vitality or witch power to unleash the witchcraft stored within. The production of witch bone cards required the use of witch patterns, which evolved from the witch script, the tadpole script Yang Cheng had seen before. Each type of witch pattern represented a kind of witchcraft. Typically, witchcraft could define the type of witch. For example, a poison which skilled in using poisons, a divination which you could predict fortunes, a healing which you treated injuries and illnesses, or a blessing which you enhanced strength and speed. However, these types were just for reference. For instance, the previous witch in the Qing tribe was best known for healing injuries and could be considered a healing witch. But she also had a witchcraft that shot small flames, which could categorize her as a battle witch. The 3 witchcrafts she left behind were one that could shoot flames, one for rapid healing, and another to refresh and energize, similar to an energy drink on Earth. Therefore, among the 5 bone cards left behind, 4 were for healing and flame spells, while the other was for energizing. It seemed the previous, which thought the energizing spell was too redundant, so she only made 1 card for it. Yang Cheng organized the witch bone cards and set them aside. These were secondary. The main focus was to increase the storage capacity of his witch power. The more storage he had, the more spells he could cast, and the greater their power. Surprisingly, the method for witches to cultivate was similar to what was described in some novels on Earth, entering a meditative state. Thinking of this, Yang Cheng felt a surge of excitement. This was extraordinary power, something never seen on Earth. Hurrying to follow the method described on the beast's skin, Yang Cheng crossed his legs, steadied himself on the ground, and prepared to enter a meditative state. However, at that moment, low voices of conversation emerged from the darkness, as if someone was approaching Yang Cheng's direction. Chapter 14, Witch, I want to sleep with you. As the figure approached, under the glow of the fire, Yang Cheng gradually made out the appearance of the newcomers. It was none other than Yin Lin and Cheng. The 2 were walking and quietly bickering. "What are you doing here?" Yin Lin asked, looking displeased. If you can come, why can't I?" Cheng replied, equally annoyed. "Hey you, it looks like you're trying to go against me, right? Be careful, or I'll hit you." Yin Lin threatened, waving her fist. Cheng refused to back down, lowering her head and saying, "Who's afraid of whom? If anyone ends up crying for my horn, don't go to the witch to complain." Yin Lin disdainfully glanced at Cheng's horn and said, "Humph, with that broken horn of yours, what use is it? The witch doesn't even like it." This sentence hit a sore spot for Cheng immediately. She jumped in anger and shouted, "Hey, you just have 2 cat ears. What's there to be proud of?" You clarify. Who sa cat? Yin Lin retorted angrily. Seeing that their argument was escalating towards a fight, Yang Cheng had to interrupt the spectacle, softly scolding. All right, you two. Stop arguing, keep it down, and don't disturb the tribe's rest. Yin Lin and Qing then realized that in their quarrel, they had unknowingly walked right up to Yang Cheng's fire. After being scolded by Yang Cheng, they became aware of how loud they had been and instantly lowered their heads like children who had made a mistake. Yin Lin's tiger ears drooped down, and Xing's demon-like tail did the same. However, they both had a little habit of occasionally sneaking glances at Yang Cheng, checking if he was really angry. Seeing them like this, Yang Cheng couldn't help but smile and asked, "All right, tell me, why are you two here?" Upon hearing this, Yin Lin's face inexplicably turned red, and she stammered, "The witch, my father said, to have me serve you, and to—" Her voice got softer and softer, and Yang Cheng couldn't catch the last few words. But before he could ask, Xing interjected, bluntly stating, "Which, my father said to let me sleep with you." What? This time, Yang Cheng was a bit surprised. He couldn't help but glance at Xing a few times. She looked a bit young. Could she handle it? Hearing Xing's straightforward declaration, Yin Lin also went all out, saying, "Which, my father said the same thing, to let me sleep with you." Hearing this, Yang Cheng's gaze shifted to Yin Lin. Yin Lin was all right with a graceful figure, just the right curves, standing at about 1.7 meters tall, taller than many girls he had seen back on Earth. She should be able to handle it. Oh, what am I thinking? I am the great witch, not a dirty old man. Besides, if we're going to do that, it can't be in a cave, right? At least, I should wait until I build a house and have some private space before doing anything. Although Yang Cheng had crossed over to a primitive society, his living habits were still those of a modern person. Cough, cough. Yang Cheng cleared his throat and said, "All right, you both go back and tell your fathers that I don't need you two to sleep with me." After being dismissed, Xing was reluctant, saying, "Which, no way. I want to become a witch, so I have to sleep with you." Saying this, she came over and hugged one of Yang Cheng's arms, shaking it. Seeing Xing shamelessly hugging Yang Cheng's arm, Yin Lin felt as if someone had stolen her favorite toy and ran over to hug his other arm. Yin Lin firmly declared, "Which, I'm not going back. If I do, my father will scold me. I want to sleep with you and become a witch." Looking at their determined attitudes, Yang Cheng realized he couldn't drive them away. Moreover, he thought about it. If he sent them away, Yin Hu and Songshi would probably scold them. "All right, you can stay here." Yang Cheng sighed and agreed. Yay! The two beast-eared girls cheered, and unexpectedly, they even high-fived each other. "Shoo, be quiet." Yang Cheng raised a finger. "If you make any more noise, I'll send you back." The two beast-eared girls immediately covered their mouths in unison and nodded to indicate they wouldn't make any more noise. Yang Cheng pointed to the corner on the other side of the fire and said, "All right, you can sleep over there." "There?" Yin Lin perked up her tiger ears and asked in confusion, "Which, shouldn't we sleep together?" Xing remained silent, just looking at Yang Cheng, her small head filled with confusion as well. "We're sleeping together, right? Look, you're on one side of the fire, and I'm on the other. We can lie down and close our eyes together. Isn't that sleeping together?" Yang Cheng Goentret. The two beast-eared girls were a bit confused. The witch seemed to have a point, but something felt off. But Yin Lin still wanted to say something. However, Yang Cheng's face turned serious. Interrupting her, "Are you not even going to listen to the witch's words? If you don't listen, I'll send you two back." Seeing Yang Cheng's serious expression, the two beast-eared girls didn't dare to say more and quickly ran to the other side of the fire, lying down obediently in a neat row, their big eyes sparkling. Yang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. "Good, you two sleep first. I have some things to do. I'll sleep later." Oh, afraid of being sent away by Yang Cheng, the two beast-eared girls didn't dare to voice any objections and obediently responded. Seeing this, Yang Cheng didn't say anything more and continued to study the tadpole script on the animal skin. After a while, watching Yang Cheng engrossed in his work, Yin Lin whispered, Xing, my father told me that sleeping with the witch shouldn't mean sleeping apart, right? Can we have little babies like this?" Xing didn't respond. "Xing?" Yin Lin turned to look, only to find Xing had her eyes closed, her mouth slightly open, and was softly snoring. This girl, how did she fall asleep so quickly? Yin Lin felt a headache coming on. Since Xing didn't respond, Lin could only keep her doubts to herself, turning her head to continue watching Yang Cheng's serious face illuminated by the firelight. Hee, the witch is actually pretty good looking. After watching for a while, Lin suddenly thought of something. Her face turned red, and she unconsciously let out a giggle. Realizing it, she quickly covered her mouth. Seeing that Yang Cheng didn't notice, she quietly sighed in relief. Then, blushing, she continued to look at Yang Cheng and unknowingly fell asleep. Chapter 15. The combination of witch scripts? Improved healing technique. Yang Cheng studied the witch scripts on the animal skin for a while longer, especially the section regarding the cultivation of witch power, which he memorized thoroughly. After putting down the animal skin, he looked over at the fire, where the two beast-eared girls were fast asleep. Yang Cheng then began his practice of witch power. During his first attempt, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He took a deep breath. Following the meditation method written on the animal skin, he focused and calmed his mind. Then, in just the blink of an eye, Yang Cheng's vision suddenly changed. The white space appeared before him once again. So soon, Yang Cheng was surprised. According to the animal skin, entering a meditative state should take at least several dozen minutes, if not longer. How did I enter it in the blink of an eye? Yang Cheng couldn't quite understand, but didn't dwell on it. After all, being able to quickly enter a meditative state was a good thing for him. Yang Cheng looked around. This white space was similar to the white space where he received the inheritance, except there was no wall made of black which scripts at the center. How should I cultivate now? Yang Cheng felt a bit puzzled. The animal skin recorded that to cultivate witch power, one must enter a meditative state. But it didn't explain how to cultivate once in that state. What is that? Yang Cheng wandered aimlessly in the white space for a while. His eyes moved, and he spotted a small black dot in the distance. He quickened his pace and ran towards the black dot in the white space. The body in the white space was weightless, and Yang Cheng easily reached the black dot. At this moment, he realized that the black dot was composed of 7 or 8 tadpole-shaped witch scripts. It was hard to see clearly from a distance. More witch scripts? Yang Cheng stopped and carefully examined the 7 or 8 tadpole-like witch scripts. He quickly discovered a pattern. Simple arithmetic addition. Yang Cheng used his finger to rearrange the witch scripts neatly. After aligning the witch scripts, they instantly transformed from black to golden yellow, then flashed twice and turned into a surge of witch power, flowing into Yang Cheng's body. Yang Cheng immediately felt that the witch power in his body had grown stronger. So this is the cultivation of witch power. Yang Cheng realized, his eyes shining. This is too easy, right? ISNT, it just doing problems? How could this stump a science student like me? Yang Cheng felt a bit excited and looked around again. He found another black dot and hurriedly ran towards it. In this way, he solved more than 20 arithmetic problems in succession. The witch power within Yang Cheng had almost doubled. Now, he looked around and no longer saw any witch scripts and inexplicably felt a sense of fullness. Yang Cheng thought for a moment and had some understanding. Cultivating witch scripts might be like eating. You can't become fat from one bite. You need to digest. Feeling a bit stuffed, Yang Cheng sat down and began to ponder another question. The definition of witch levels was somewhat vague on the animal skin. Now, in the Qing tribe, I am the only witch, and I don't even know which stage I am at as a primary witch, nor how a primary witch can advance to an intermediate witch. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. At least in the cultivation of witch power. No one in primitive society can compare to me. Yang Cheng had this confidence. The witch scripts he encountered earlier involved some quadratic equations from middle school. Since Yang Cheng had received higher education on Earth, he could easily solve them. If it were a person from primitive society trying to solve them, unless they were extraordinarily lucky, they would probably be stumped no matter how hard they tried. Since I can't absorb any more energy, I might as well practice witchcraft while in this meditative state. Yang Cheng thought and acted, using the witch power within him to condense the witch scripts for the healing technique. Whether in a meditative state or in reality, a witch can consume witch power to condense witch scripts. After condensing the first 7 witch scripts that make up the healing technique, his stuffed stomach felt a bit better and much more comfortable. When Yang Cheng condensed the 8th witch script and placed it with the first 7 scripts, the healing technique was instantly formed. The 8 witch scripts connected together transformed into a green witch power that seemed to have a natural fragrant aroma. Yang Cheng thought for a moment. There were no other targets to cast it on in the meditative space, so he had to throw this healing technique at himself. Then, Yang Cheng felt a warmth in his body, but didn't experience any other special sensations. Well, after all, he wasn't injured. Yang Cheng shook his head, once again mobilizing the witch power within him to condense the witch scripts for the healing technique. This time he planned to practice his speed. If he encountered a dangerous situation, being able to release the healing technique earlier would definitely have a greater effect. Yang Cheng condensed the witch scripts one by one. But when he got to the sixth witch script, he noticed something was off. The fourth and fifth witch scripts seemed like they could combine, and the sixth witch script. He seemed to have solved this problem before, and remembered it could be decomposed into 4 other witch scripts. Yang Cheng's eyes brightened. Could it be that the witch scripts that make up the witchcraft can be altered? Thinking of this, Yang Cheng took action. He first conducted the first experiment. He erased the 4th and 5th witch scripts, and then spent witch power to condense a new witch script. This new witch script was a combination of the 4th and 5th witch scripts. Then he summoned the 7th and 8th witch scripts. In this way, the healing technique, originally composed of 8 witch scripts, was reduced to 7 witch scripts. After completing all of this, Yang Cheng eagerly watched for changes in the witch scripts. The witch scripts remained still. It can't be, is there something wrong? Seeing this, Yang Cheng frowned slightly. But just then, the combined witch scripts suddenly stirred. The first witch script began to tremble, followed by the second, third, all the way to the 7th witch script shaking. They seemed to be self-checking. Boom! After 5 seconds of self-checking, the black witch scripts suddenly erupted with a green light, almost twice as bright as the previous green light. It worked. Yang Cheng was overjoyed and hurriedly threw this green light back into his body. In an instant, Yang Cheng felt as if he was bathed in warm sunlight. His body felt extremely comfortable and warm, and all fatigue and worries vanished. Indeed, the witch scripts that form witchcraft can be changed. Yang Cheng's eyes sparkled, excitedly talking to himself. From the feeling, the effect of this healing technique was at least 3 times greater than before. Chapter 16. Woken up by. With the change of the witch script, the witchcraft could also be altered. This was simply an astonishing discovery. For Yang Cheng, it was absolutely good news. He had originally been a bit dismissive of the fire spell and the energizing spell. Now it seemed that if the witch script of the fire spell was altered, what was once just a small flame could potentially become a giant fireball. And if the energizing spell was changed, perhaps it could invigorate the totem warriors, unleashing several times their usual strength. Yang Cheng's eyes brightened, and the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. However, he did not immediately conduct experiments on the fire spell and the energizing spell. Instead, he continued with the healing spell experiment. Just now, he had combined the 4th and 5th witch scripts. However, he also discovered that the 6th witch script could be decomposed into 4 other scripts. Thus, Yang Cheng once again condensed the healing spell's witch script, but this time he decomposed the 6th script. Now the healing spell, originally composed of 8 scripts, became one made up of 11 scripts. As before, after the witch script self-checked, it emitted a green glow. This time, the glow was somewhat dimmer compared to the previous 2 times. Yang Cheng used it on himself. The effect was similar to the original healing spell, but the consumption of magical power for condensing the witch script was very small. With this, Yang Cheng had an idea. He thought about it and listed out the witch scripts for the fire spell and the energizing spell. The fire spell had a total of 15 scripts, while the energizing spell had 13. Perhaps it was like this? The fewer the witch scripts that constituted a spell, the greater its power and the greater the consumption. Conversely, the more scripts that constituted a spell, the smaller its power and the smaller the consumption. The more Yang Cheng thought about it, the more he felt this conclusion might be correct. Thinking of this, Yang Cheng couldn't help but wonder if this pattern continued. If a spell was composed of only 1 or 2 or 3 witch scripts, wouldn't its power be earth-shattering? Yang Cheng felt a surge of excitement. Eagerly looking at the witch scripts he had condensed in front of him, he immediately wanted to alter the witch scripts for the fire spell and the energizing spell. However, he felt that his internal magical power had already been significantly depleted. After conducting several experiments and condensing the fire spell and the energizing spell, His internal magical power was no longer sufficient to support further research. Fortunately, magical power could slowly recover under normal conditions. So, Yang Cheng had no choice but to put a stop to it and wait until the next meditation session to conduct further experiments. As his thoughts shifted, the surrounding white space receded like a tide. Yang Cheng opened his eyes to find himself in a dark cave. The campfire had already extinguished. From a moonlight streaming in through the ventilation hole, he saw that two beast-eared girls were sleeping soundly beside the fire, their positions all askew, looking extremely adorable. Yang Cheng glanced at them a couple of times and soon felt drowsy, squinting his eyes and falling into a deep sleep. A dreamless night. While sleeping, Yang Cheng groggily felt something hard pressing against his chest, which was a bit uncomfortable. Instinctively, he tried to move it away with his hand, but when he reached out, he touched something soft. He then felt something warm and moist on his face. When Yang Cheng opened his eyes, he discovered that Yin Lin and Qing had somehow crawled into bed with him. The two beast-eared girls were lying on either side of him, constantly nuzzling into his arms. The hard object he had felt earlier was Qing's rhinoceros horn, and the soft thing was Yin Lin's tiger ear. Moreover, the tiger-eared girl was not sleeping quietly. She seemed to be dreaming about something delicious, stretching out her pink little tongue to lick Yang Cheng's face. Yang Cheng, being a young and vigorous man, found himself in a situation where two beautiful beast-eared girls were actively cuddling him early in the morning. In an instant, his little brother proudly stood up. This was quite uncomfortable. However, many of the tribe members had already woken up. There were sounds of activity all around the cave. No matter how thirsty Yang Cheng was, he couldn't just take advantage of the two beast-eared girls right there. He could only helplessly push the two of them. Once pushed awake, the two beast-eared girls were still a bit dazed. When they realized they were in Yang Cheng's arms, their little faces immediately turned a shade of red. Yin Lin wiped the drool from her mouth and lowered her head, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Qing, on the other hand, touched her horn and looked at the small hole poking through Yang Cheng's animal skin, cutely sticking out her tongue, realizing she had done something wrong. Yang Cheng sat up, placing his hands on his knees, trying to keep the two beast-eared girls from noticing anything unusual about him. What are you two doing? Didn't I tell you to sleep by the campfire? Yang Cheng asked sternly. We were sleeping over there, Yin Lin replied, lowering her head and nervously fidgeting with her fingers. But when the campfire went out, we felt cold, so we came over to cuddle with you to sleep. Qing nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's so warm and comfortable to sleep cuddling with you. I want to cuddle with you to sleep again in the future. Yang Cheng shot her a glare. Qing immediately quieted down. It turned out the two beast-eared girls came over to cuddle with him because they were cold. Yang Cheng suddenly realized, but was also surprised that he hadn't felt cold at all. Could it be because of the magical power within him? It was quite possible. At that moment, Mu Qing heard the commotion and walked over. Which it's time, Mu Qing greeted Yang Cheng with a bow. Yang Cheng nodded, understanding what it was about. All right, Mu Qing, have everyone gather outside. Yes, Mu Qing replied and called out to the others. Yang Cheng turned to Yin Lin and Qing, saying, let's go outside too. The two beast-eared girls obediently nodded, putting away their lively demeanor and becoming much quieter as they followed Yang Cheng outside. Once they exited the cave, the tribe members greeted Yang Cheng with bows, making way for him. As Yang Cheng walked, he noticed that everyone's expressions, like those of the two beast-eared girls, had turned solemn and serious. At the end of the path stood Yin Hu, Song Shi, and other totem warriors. Behind them was a small pile of firewood stacked up. The body of the previous, which lay quietly on top, his face still bearing a satisfied smile from before his death. Which? Yin Hu nodded as he saw Yang Cheng approach. Yang Cheng asked, is everyone here? Everyone is here. Then let's begin. Yes. With the order given, Song Shi lit a small stick and handed it to Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng took it and tossed it onto the pile of wood beneath the previous witch. The wind blew, and flames crackled to life. After he threw the stick, Yin Hu also lit a small stick and tossed it onto the pile. Then it was Song Shi's turn, followed by the other totem warriors, then Mu Qing, and finally the tribe members. Chapter 17. What? Is there poison in the water? This is the custom of the Qing tribe. Yang Cheng learned this from Mu Qing yesterday. After everyone threw their small wooden sticks, The firewood pile had already ignited a thick fire. However, because the morning breeze was gentle, and Yan, who had received Yang Cheng's instructions yesterday, he had the totem warriors clear the surrounding trees early in the morning, so there was no need to worry about the risk of a forest fire. As the flames burned and gradually extinguished, with a gust of cool wind blowing, the ashes mixed with the grass and with ashes scattered across the land. This was actually the wish of the previous shaman. He also longed to return to the embrace of Mother Earth. After bidding farewell to the previous shaman, everyone scattered and busied themselves with their own tasks. After all, farewells are temporary, and life must move forward. The elders watched over the children. The women repaired tools and animal skin clothing, and the totem warriors prepared to go hunting. Yan Hu approached Yang Cheng and said, "Shaman, we need to go hunting. The food and water in the tribe are not enough." Yang Cheng nodded, "Yes, go ahead." However, after he spoke, Yan Hu showed no intention of moving. Seeing this, Yang Cheng asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Yan Hu? Aren't you going?" Yan Hu shook his head and said, "Song Shi can take 9 totem warriors. I and some other totem warriors need to stay to protect the shaman." Yang Cheng frowned and asked, "How much food do we have left in the tribe?" Yan Hu replied, "There's enough for 2 days, but shaman, don't worry. Song Shi and the others will definitely be able to hunt more prey. Maintaining food for the tribe for 5 days is absolutely possible." Hearing that hunting could only sustain the tribe's food for a maximum of 5 days, Yang Cheng felt a headache coming on. How could this work? The weather is fine now, so they can go out hunting. What if bad weather occurs, like rain, snow, or hail? Or if unexpected situations arise, like the prey migrating? What if the totem warriors get injured or encounter high-level ferocious beasts? Just maintaining food for 5 days is too unreliable. Yang Cheng said, "Yan Hu, I don't need your protection. I am very safe in the tribe. You should go hunting with the other totem warriors. The tribe's food is the most important. With so many people in our tribe, if something happens, just having food for 5 days is absolutely insufficient. No, the safety of the shaman is the most important. Our Qing tribe cannot lose another shaman," Yan Hu firmly stated. Shaking his head, Yang Cheng was helpless and spoke to Yan Hu several more times, even using his identity as a shaman to command, but Yan Hu remained unmoved. Sigh. Yang Cheng sighed, never thinking that primitive people could be so stubborn. However, relying solely on hunting to maintain food supplies is not very reliable. He needed to think of other food sources. Speaking of which, he felt a bit parched, and, after being busy yesterday, he had only nibbled on a few fruits and hadn't drunk much water. So, Yang Cheng turned to the 2 tail-bearing girls and said, "Go get me some water." The eyes of the 2 beast-eared girls lit up. "Shaman, I'll go. Shaman, I'll go." The 2 discovered they had said the same thing and glared at each other before running off to fetch water, each in a huff. After a little while, the 2 beast-eared girls ran back to Yang Cheng, each holding a stone bowl, their eyes sparkling. "Shaman, drink water." "Shaman, we brought the water." To avoid favoritism, Yang Cheng had no choice but to take 1 stone bowl with each hand. However, when he looked inside, he frowned. The water in the 2 stone bowls was not clear. Instead, it was quite murky and contained coarse sand and gravel. "Is this the water from the tribe?" Yang Cheng asked. Yan Lin and Qing nodded, saying, "Yes, shaman, this is the water in our tribe. This water is not drinkable." Yang Cheng poured both bowls of water onto the ground. Yan Lin and Qing's mouths fell open as they looked at the water spilled on the ground with pained expressions. Why? Not only were Yan Lin and Qing confused, but even Yan Hu, who had been watching nearby, looked frustrated and puzzled. Yang Cheng explained, "There are toxins in the water, with many small bugs that can make people sick." "What? Is that true?" Yan Hu exclaimed loudly upon hearing this. Yan Lin and Qing's faces instantly turned pale, their big eyes glistening with tears. "Shaman, I didn't know there were bugs in the water," Yan Lin said in a panic. "If I had known there were bugs, I would never have given it to the shaman." Qing was equally flustered, seeing the 2 beast-eared girls so scared they were about to cry. Yang Cheng comforted them. "It's okay. I haven't drunk it yet." Yan Hu was also anxious. If the shaman had drunk the water with bugs and something happened, their Qing tribe would be finished. Fortunately, the shaman did not drink the water. Yan Hu relaxed and shot a fierce glare at Yan Lin and Qing, making them shrink back. But shaman, we all drink this water. How come nothing has happened? Yan, who suddenly thought of something and asked. That's because the number of bugs isn't enough. If it accumulates to a certain level, it will cause disease. At this point, Cheng asked, think about it. Don't you sometimes suddenly have diarrhea? Or someone suddenly falls ill? Or someone foams at the mouth? These are all symptoms caused by drinking raw water for years. Like mineral water and drinks on Earth. They are processed in factories, and even tap water is safe after boiling. But in primitive society, the wild raw water is unprocessed, containing bacteria, bug eggs, and some harmful minerals. Drinking raw water for years will definitely cause problems. After hearing Cheng's questions, the two beast-eared girls and Yan, whose expressions changed, thinking of some unfortunate things. Just then, a tribesman ran over, anxiously saying, Shaman, you must come and see. Xia suddenly fell to the ground and said her stomach hurts. Upon hearing this, Cheng no longer hesitated and followed the tribesman towards the cave. Yan Hu and the other two followed closely behind. Upon reaching the cave, they saw a group of tribesmen gathered together, each looking anxious and unsure of what to do. Everyone disperse, disperse. The shaman is here, yelled the tribesman leading the way. When everyone saw Cheng arrive, they quickly made way, allowing Cheng and the others to approach. They saw the petite Xia writhing on the ground in pain, holding her stomach with a stone bowl tipped over beside her. Cheng took one look and knew that Xia had drunk too much raw water. He hurriedly squatted down to observe Xia's condition closely. Other than her pale face and clutching her stomach in pain, she did not show other signs of illness. Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's okay, she just drank too much raw water, which caused her stomach pain. As long as she stops drinking raw water and rests for 2 days, she will be fine. Chapter 18. The water purification device is complete. Cheng wanted to cast a healing spell on Xia, but Xia wasn't injured. Casting a healing spell on her would only warm her body a little and wouldn't be of much use. After thinking it over, Cheng decided against it. He could only tenderly touch Xia's 2 deer horns and carefully wipe the sweat from her face. At this moment, the members of the Qing tribe were already discussing in confusion. Can drinking raw water make you sick? Is that really possible? The shaman said so. So it must be true. What should we do then? Are we not going to drink water? Cheng stood up and waved his hand, saying, Everyone, listen to me. The crowd immediately quieted down. Cheng repeated what he had just told Lin and the others. Upon hearing that there were small bugs in the water, everyone turned pale. When they heard that Cheng almost drank the bug-infested water, they were both panicked and relieved. Thankfully, the shaman knew there were bugs in the water and didn't drink it. While they might get sick, if the shaman got sick, the tribe would be finished. As for how the shaman knew there were bugs in the water, that question was obvious. The shaman had received a legacy and must have learned this knowledge from it. Shaman, if there are bugs in the water, what should we do about drinking water? At this time, Yan Hu suddenly asked. His question reminded everyone, and they all looked nervously at Cheng. Water is the cradle of life. Without drinking water, one could die of thirst. Cheng smiled and said, It's okay. As long as everyone filters the water first and then drinks boiled water to kill the small bugs inside, it will be fine. Filter? Boil? The members of the Qing tribe were puzzled by these two terms. Cheng did not explain, but directly said, Yan Hu, go cut a section of bamboo. About this big. Cheng pointed to a stump on the ground, which had a diameter of about 2 meters. Yesterday, Cheng had wandered around the tribe and found a bamboo forest growing to the west of the tribe. The bamboo there was not as large as on Earth, with each piece having a diameter of at least 5 meters, and some larger ones even reaching 3 meters in diameter. Yes, shaman. Except for matters concerning Cheng's life, Yan Hu obeyed Cheng's orders. After hearing Cheng's request, Yan Hu nodded, took a stone axe, and went out. Lin, take some people to collect some of the charcoal we grilled yesterday that didn't burn completely. Charcoal is the most important material for making a water purifier, as it can absorb most of the small particles and toxins in the water. Oh, Lin responded and took a few people out of the cave. Seeing that Lin was assigned a task, Qing eagerly approached and shook Cheng's arm. Shaman, what about me? I want to work too. There's work for you. Yang Cheng patted her head and said, "You take some people to collect sand and small stones, and remember to make sure they don't have any dirt on them." Qing nodded, a bit confused, and also gathered a few people before rushing off. She didn't want to fall behind Yanlin. "All right, you all go to work. And remember, don't drink raw water anymore. If you're thirsty, bear with it. And if you can't, eat some fruits," Yang Cheng told the remaining tribe members, assuring them that they would be able to drink water later. Although the tribe members didn't understand what Yang Cheng was planning to do, they had full confidence in him, and they all responded and went to work. Yang Cheng also had someone keep an eye on Xia before leaving the cave. Once outside, Yin Hu came back effortlessly, carrying a bamboo that was 2 meters in diameter and 7 or 8 meters long. He walked up to Yang Cheng and said, "Shaman, I brought the bamboo. Put down first." "All right." Yin Hu set the bamboo down on the ground. Bang! The bamboo hit the ground with a loud thud, causing the ground to sink a few centimeters. Seeing this scene made Yang Cheng's eyelids twitch. His view of the strength of the totem warriors progressed further. Yang Cheng had originally thought bamboo would be relatively light, but judging by how it had pressed down the ground a few centimeters, the bamboo in the primitive society was comparable to pine wood on Earth. At this time, Yanlin and Qing also ran over. They had both collected enough charcoal, sand, and small stones. After completing their orders, Yin Hu and the others turned their gaze to Yang Cheng, eagerly waiting for the next step. Yang Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Yin Hu, cut down these 3 sections." As he spoke, Yang Cheng pointed to the upper, middle, and lower sections of the bamboo. The diameters of these 3 sections increased from small to large. Yin Hu nodded, took a bone knife, and sharpened it on a stone, then quickly began to cut the bamboo. Although the sharpness of the bone knife was not comparable to iron tools, under Yin Hu's tireless rapid cutting, the 3 bamboo joints were easily cut off. Yang Cheng also had Yin Hu carve some small holes at the bottom of the 3 bamboo joints to allow water to leak. He then instructed Yin Lin to place the charcoal inside the bamboo joints and had Qing layer the sand and small stones on top of the charcoal. Then, he placed the 3 bamboo joints upright together. Due to the different diameters, the 3 bamboo joints fit snugly together. In this way, the simplest water purifier was completed. The top layer of small stones could compress the sand and charcoal below while filtering out larger debris from the water. The middle layer of fine sand was used to filter out smaller debris. The bottom layer of charcoal was used to absorb colored and flavored substances in the water, as well as a large amount of toxins. With the 3 bamboo joints, there were 3 layers of filtration. The impurities and toxins in raw water could definitely be filtered out by more than 90%. "All right, bring the bamboo bucket over," Yang Cheng said. Immediately, some tribe members brought over several bamboo buckets. Yang Cheng had Yin Hu tie the filtering bamboo with vines in midair, then placed an empty bamboo bucket underneath, and poured water from a bamboo bucket filled with water into the top layer. Meanwhile, Yin Lin and Qing were like curious babies, squatting beside the water purification device, touching here and there, shaking their tiger ears and wagging their demon tails. They looked extremely adorable, as the somewhat murky water, filled with debris, flowed through the 3 layers of filtration and into the bamboo bucket below. Through several small holes, it transformed into clear, clean water. Yin Lin's tiger ears stopped shaking, and Xing's tail also ceased wagging. The 2 beast-eared girls blinked their eyes wide in astonishment. And not just them. The members of the Qing tribe gathered around to watch were equally incredulous. Chapter 19, The Water Tastes So Good. "Water? Has the water become beautiful?" Yanlin exclaimed, pointing at the water in the bamboo bucket at the bottom. At that moment, the others were also awakened by Yanlin's shout, pointing and whispering excitedly about the filtered water. Looking at the clear water, Yin Hu's eyes sparkled, and without thinking, he took out a stone bowl and scooped some filtered water. Yang Cheng didn't have time to stop him before he saw Yin Hu take a sip. The moment the water touched his lips, his eyes widened in disbelief. This water was just too delicious. After so many years of drinking water in the wild, this was the first time he tasted water with a sweet flavor. Yin Hu gulped the water from the bowl. So sweet. He wiped his mouth vigorously, then stretched out the stone bowl, wanting to scoop another bowl from the bamboo bucket. But an arm reached out in front of him, blocking him. Yang Cheng found Yin Hu's impatience amusing, but also understood. After all, the filtered water had removed impurities and tasted much better than before. Yin Hu, although your body quality as a totem warrior is better than that of the tribespeople, drinking raw water is wrong. Too much of it can make you sick. Yang Cheng shook his head and advised. Hearing this, Yin Hu rare scratched his head, showing an embarrassed smile. Sorry, shaman. Yang Cheng waved his hand. All right, no need to apologize. Go and gather some firewood, set up the pot, and boil this bucket of water. Okay. Yin Hu responded immediately. He quickly found some wood, made a fire, then set up a stone pot and poured the water from the bamboo bucket into it. The others eagerly squatted nearby, waiting for the water to boil. Yin Lin asked, Shaman, what is hot water? How do you know when it's boiled? Boiling water was a first for the Qing tribe. Without turning his head, Yang Cheng patted her tiger ear and kept his eyes on the stone pot, saying, when the water in the stone pot starts to emit white smoke, that means it's boiled. White smoke. Everyone present looked into the stone pot. The water inside was still and ordinary, showing no signs of anything unusual. How could it emit white smoke? However, despite their doubts, they believed Yang Cheng's words. A shaman wouldn't lie. If the shaman said there would be white smoke, then there would definitely be white smoke. So, everyone quieted down again, swallowing to soothe their dry throats. Yang Cheng's mouth was also dry, and he felt anxious. The heat conduction of stone is far inferior to iron or copper pots on Earth. It had already been 5 minutes. If it were an iron or copper pot, it would have boiled and produced steam by now. But the water in the stone pot had only just started to produce small bubbles at the bottom, far from boiling. It seemed that pottery making needed to be added to the plan. Once the food issue was resolved and some hands were freed up, they would have to make ceramic products first. Finally, after another 5 minutes, a wisp of white smoke rose from the water. The sharp-eyed Qing immediately pointed at it and shouted, Shaman, shaman, the water is really smoking. The others exclaimed in surprise. It's true, it's really smoking. So this is what boiling is? Amazing. Whatever the shaman says will happen. Shaman, can we drink the water now? Yin Lin asked eagerly, her eyes shining. Yang Cheng nodded. That was exactly what Yin Lin was waiting for. As soon as Yang Cheng nodded, she scooped a bowl of water from the stone pot. Before Yang Cheng could remind her, Silly Hu Erin Yang opened her mouth and took a big gulp. In the next second, she was in trouble. Her face instantly turned bright red. The water in her mouth was spat out. Like a cute puppy, she stuck out her pink tongue and fanned her face with her hand. The other tribespeople gasped in shock at Yin Lin's reaction, stepping back several paces. Qing looked at Yin Lin, then at the steaming water in the stone pot, and asked in a trembling voice, Shaman, this water, it's not toxic, is it? Yang Cheng felt exhausted. He felt like a babysitter. This group of tribespeople was like children, needing him to guide them step by step. They understood nothing. Not even that hot water is hot. They foolishly scooped water and poured it into their mouths. And when they got burned, they said the water was toxic? Sigh. Take it slow. Yang Cheng took a deep breath. Try to stay patient. This water is not toxic. It's hot. Yang Cheng explained. Just like when we roast food. It's hot when we first eat it, but it cools down after a while. Yang Cheng's explanation enlightened the crowd. Since it was their first time drinking hot water, they were a bit at a loss. And now seeing Yin Lin's reaction, it seemed it was the heat that caused it. Then shaman, should we just sit here and wait for the water to cool? Xing's tail drooped, and her mood wasn't high. How long will that take? The others also shared her sentiment. Yang Cheng saw that everyone thought drinking water this way was troublesome. We don't have to wait. We can cool the water ourselves. Just like this, Yang Cheng said, scooping a small bowl of water from the stone pot and quickly blowing on it before bringing it to his mouth. Come on, Qing, open your mouth, Yang Cheng said. Qing was quite puzzled, not knowing why Yang Cheng wanted her to open her mouth. However, she opened it without thinking. As soon as Qing opened her mouth, Yang Cheng poured the water from the stone bowl into her mouth. Qing's eyes widened. However, the expected heat didn't arrive. Instead, it was a warm and comfortable feeling. This sensation entered her mouth, traveled down her throat, and finally reached her stomach. It felt wonderful. Tasty, right? Yang Cheng asked with a smile. Delicious. Qing nodded vigorously, her face flushed, wagging her tail like a little puppy just fed. If it's good, You can drink it yourself, just blow on it like I just did. Cheng laughed, handing her the stone bowl. Qing took the stone bowl, but felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Shaman, you're not going to feed me anymore? Hey, what are you thinking, little head? I need to drink water too. Cheng found a small bamboo tube to use as a communal scooping tool, scooping a bowl of water for himself and blowing on it. When Qing heard this, she felt even more disappointed, as if the warmth of the water that had just entered her stomach had diminished. However, turning her head, she saw Yin Lin still with her mouth wide open, her pink tongue sticking out, looking silly. Qing's heart was delighted, and her tail wagged back and forth like a charming demon. Chapter 20: The Enemies of the Blue Sparrow Tribe. Cheng blew on the water to cool it down, and then drank it all from the stone bowl. His stomach felt warm, and he smacked his lips twice. To be honest, the water in this primitive society was indeed a bit sweeter compared to the mineral water on Earth. All right, everyone, just follow my method. First, blow on the water to cool it down, and it won't be hot anymore, so you can drink it, Cheng said. Listening to him, everyone imitated him, first pouring the hot water into the stone bowl using bamboo tubes, and then slowly blowing on it. They waited for the sweet water to enter their mouths. The eyes of the crowd sparkled one after another. At first, they sipped cautiously, but later, disregarding the fact that the water was still a bit hot, they gulped it down. Immediately, satisfied and comfortable smiles appeared on their faces. The hot water is so delicious. After drinking it, I feel so comfortable all over, so warm. From now on, I want to drink hot water every day. Everyone praised it, feeling incredibly amazed. Who would have thought that ordinary cold water, after being filtered and boiled, could taste so good? This is magic, magic. It must be magic. They looked at Qing, who had just taken a sip of hot water and was jumping up and down, shouting. Cheng felt speechless. He didn't want to explain to this guy. He let everyone continue drinking the water and thought about the sick deer mother in the cave who still hadn't had any water. So, Cheng scooped another bowl of water and walked into the cave. Behind him, Yin Lin and Qing looked at Cheng's back, then at the hot water in their hands. After a moment's hesitation, they gave up their attachment to the hot water and followed Cheng. Yin, who saw that his daughter didn't hesitate and put down her bowl, following Cheng with satisfaction, taking a big gulp of hot water. However, he frowned at Qing, who was also following Cheng. But matters between the younger generation were not for him to interfere in. He could only silently encourage in his heart, "My daughter, you must work hard." Hu Ernyang and Qinyo Jiaonyang followed Cheng into the cave. Upon entering, they came to Xia's side. The shaman, who was taking care of Xia, quickly saluted when they saw Cheng. Cheng said, "You two go outside to drink water." The two tribeswomen nodded without objection. They were thirsty as well. Hearing there was water to drink, their eyes lit up, and they hurried outside. Cheng squatted down and helped the deer mother, Xia. "Sit up. Xia, drink some water." Xia's lips were not only pale and cracked, but her lovely deer antlers also lacked luster. Previously, she had upset her stomach from drinking cold water, and on top of that, Cheng had ordered that no cold water be given to her. So, she hadn't had a drop of water for several hours. In a daze, she sensed the stone bowl being brought to her lips. Instinctively, the deer mother took small sips of water, looking incredibly cute. Cheng gently touched her antlers, his eyes filled with tenderness. Xia's appearance reminded him of his sister. Cheng's sister was about the same age as the deer mother, around 13 or 14 years old. However, their temperaments were completely opposite. At that age on Earth, children were often rebellious. Cheng's sister frequently went against him, often causing trouble and not listening to him. He wondered if she would be worried and sad about his sudden disappearance. Yin Lin and Qing watched from the side as Cheng held Xia and carefully fed her water. They exchanged glances, both noticing a hint of caution in each other's eyes. At that moment, after drinking a few sips of hot water, Xia felt warmth in her stomach and became much more comfortable, no longer in a daze. She slowly opened her eyes and was surprised to find herself lying in the shaman's arms, who was still feeding her water. Instantly, Xia's face turned bright red as she abruptly pulled away from Cheng's embrace, retreating backward. If not for the wall behind her, she might have backed up even further. Moreover, Xia tightly crossed her arms in front of her chest and quietly said, "Shaman," to an uninformed observer. It might have seemed like there was something inappropriate going on, suggesting Yang Cheng was doing something to a minor. Yang Cheng, however, was somewhat surprised. Nevertheless, he could tell that Xia was not afraid or disgusted with him, but was simply acting according to her nature. He guessed that she must have experienced something in the past. Here, this is freshly boiled hot water. From now on, you will drink this and are not allowed to have cold water again, Yang Cheng said, placing the stone bowl on the ground for Xia to drink on her own. However, Xia still kept her arms crossed tightly in front of her, looking timid and scared. Yang Cheng shook his head, saying nothing more, and walked outside the cave with Yin Lin and Qing. Once their footsteps faded, Xia finally lowered her arms, leaned closer to the stone bowl, and like a little deer, bent down and curiously licked the water with her soft little tongue. It was much better than before. Drinking it felt warm and very comfortable. Xia's eyes sparkled, and she quickly took a few more sips, but suddenly thought, however, it seems I'm not as comfortable when I'm not being held by the shaman. For some reason, Xia felt a bit nostalgic for the feeling of being held by Yang Cheng just now. Leaving the cave, they walked along the mountain path, with Yang Cheng leading the way and Yin Lin and Qing glaring at each other behind him. At that moment, Yang Cheng suddenly asked Yin Lin, "Did Xia go through something before?" Upon hearing this, Yin Lin thought of something, losing interest in the staring contest with Qing. She said dejectedly, "Yes, shaman. Last time, when the Black Monkey tribe attacked our ancestral land, Xia's parents died while resisting the Black Monkey's assault. Before they died, they entrusted Xia to my father. So she survived. But ever since then, Xia has become like this." I see. It turned out that Xia had been traumatized by her parents' death, which had caused her to become the way she was now. Yang Cheng pondered silently. Damn Black Monkey tribe, always bullying our small tribes. Qing clenched her fists, filled with anger, and said firmly, "Shaman, I want to sleep with you. I want to become a powerful totem warrior and kill all the members of the Black Monkey tribe. Shaman, sleep with me." Yin Lin also shouted resolutely, unwilling to be outdone. "I also want to become a powerful totem warrior and bring our tribe back to our ancestral land." Yang Cheng felt a headache coming on. These two were at it again. "Ahem, we can discuss the totem warrior thing later." He coughed a few times and asked, "Is the Black Monkey tribe very strong?" This question seemed to have some magical power. The two beast-eared girls, who had just been filled with righteous indignation, suddenly saw their anger dissipate significantly, even feeling a bit discouraged on top of their unwillingness. "Yes, they are very strong. Their tribe has a lot of members," Yin Lin said with some dejection. "A lot? A lot? How many is that?" Yang Cheng asked. Yin Lin stammered, unsure how to answer, gesturing with her hands. "It's just a lot, that kind of thing." Seeing Yin Lin gesturing for quite a while without being able to say it, Yang Cheng slapped his forehead, realizing, of course, primitive people had not learned arithmetic, so they naturally couldn't express how many people there were. Chapter 21. The Imminent Water Source Problem. Well, another problem has come to light. The educational issue of the Qing tribe must also be put on the agenda. Yang Cheng thought for a moment, squatted down, and drew a circle in the ground with a stick, saying, "Like this, Yin Lin, this circle represents the number of people in our Qing tribe. You just need to say how many circles the Haihu tribe has compared to us." Sure enough, by visualizing the numbers, Yin Lin suddenly understood. She took the stick, squatted down, thought for a moment, and then drew one circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. She only stopped after drawing the 7th circle. Tilting her head and asking Qing, "Qing, it seems like this many? And there are even more than this." Qing shook her head, snatched the stick from Yin Lin's hand, and drew another half circle after the 7th circle. Now it's right," Qing nodded. 7.5 circles? The current population of the Qing tribe is 53 people. Based on 50 people, that's 57. 375. That is close to 400 people. Wow. Although this number might not even match the population of a village on Earth. In a primitive society, this is definitely a large tribe. No wonder Yin Lin and Qing looked so frustrated when they thought of the population of the Haihu tribe earlier. Sigh, why did I have to cross over and encounter this big trouble? Nearly 400 people in an era where bronze tools have not even been developed. It is indeed quite a hassle to deal with. Yang Cheng pondered deeply, his brows furrowing as he thought about how to resolve this big problem. On this side, the two beast-eared girls watched Yang Cheng's furrowed brows anxiously. Yen Lin cautiously said. Which? Are the enemies too many? Is it going to be difficult to deal with? Qing then patted her not-so-prominent little chest and said, Which, don't worry, if the Haihu tribe attacks, I will definitely be the first to carry you away. Hearing the two beast-eared girls, Yangcheng came back to his senses and couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, it's fine. Yangcheng shook his head and smiled. You two must not forget who I am. I am the witch. With me here, I will definitely lead our people to defeat the Haihu tribe and return to our ancestral land. Yangcheng was confident. A high-end talent from the 21st century. If he couldn't handle a primitive tribe of less than 400 people, he really shouldn't be mixing in. That would be a disgrace to the predecessors of time travel. Hey, I knew the witch would be confident. I believe the witch. If the witch says we will return to the ancestral land, then we will. Yangcheng's words received enthusiastic agreement from the two beast-eared girls, who nodded earnestly, looking extremely cute. This made Yangcheng unable to resist reaching out with both hands and rubbing their heads vigorously. Yen Lin showed a face of enjoyment. Which? That's annoying. Qing was somewhat unwilling for Yangcheng to mess up her hair. Ha ha ha. Seeing the different reactions of the two beast-eared girls, Yangcheng laughed heartily, feeling very good. However, just as Yangcheng laughed a couple of times, he heard Qing say, Then which, when will you sleep with me? I want to become a powerful totem warrior and help the witch fight back to the ancestral land. Witch, sleep with me first. I also want to become a powerful totem warrior and defeat the Haihu tribe. Yen Lin shouted. Ahem, let's talk about that later. Let's head back first, Yangcheng said, feeling a bit awkward, and quickly changed the subject. The three of them walked back to the open space and found that the water in the bamboo tube was already empty. Each tribe member drank with lingering desire, constantly licking their lips. Seeing Yangcheng return, Yenhu said, Witch, you're back? Yangcheng nodded, looking at the empty bamboo tube, and asked, Why aren't you drinking water anymore? You all saw what I did just now. After drinking hot water, according to what I showed you, there shouldn't be any problems. Yangcheng thought that everyone hadn't learned it yet. After all, drinking hot water was a first for the Qing tribe. Just like making fire by drilling wood, they only learned it after Yangcheng taught it several times. Yenhu shook his head, No, witch. It's not that we didn't drink it. It's because the tribe's water is very precious, and we don't drink it randomly. Oh, Yangcheng raised an eyebrow, realizing that he hadn't understood where the Qing tribe sourced their water. From Yenhu's words, it seemed that obtaining water was very difficult for the tribe right now. Where does our tribe get water from? Yangcheng asked curiously. By a small river over there, it's a bit far from us. Yenhu turned around and pointed in a direction, saying, But by the river, there are often fierce beasts that come to drink water, and only totem warriors dare to approach. Usually, our tribe's water is fetched by totem warriors. Is that so? Yangcheng frowned deeply. It seemed that the issue of food could be pushed back, while the issue of water needed to be prioritized. Water is the source of life. Without food, people can endure for 5 or 6 days, but without water, they can't last a day. First, Yangcheng thought about digging a well. But after walking around the tribe earlier, he found that digging a well was not that simple. The land around the well should be clean, but many places in the tribe were too dirty. Furthermore, although there were totem warriors, digging down was very easy, but maintaining a well was too difficult. Suitable stones needed to be chosen to make bricks for the well to stabilize the walls. Otherwise, if the well shook while drawing water, the soil on the walls would collapse into the well, causing it to cave in. Moreover, even if one pays close attention while drawing water, natural conditions must also be considered, such as encountering heavy rain or snow, etc. Of course, just because digging a well is not possible now due to conditions does not mean it won't be done once the tribe develops. Yenhu, Yangcheng said. Yes. Yenhu quickly replied. Take me to see, Yangcheng ordered. No way, Yenhu exclaimed, her expression changing drastically, and then she shook her head vigorously, saying seriously, Which, I can't take you to see. It's too dangerous outside the tribe. You are the pillar of our Qing tribe now, and we can't let you fall into danger. Yes. Which, there are many fierce beasts by the river. Mu Qing, who was nearby, also advised, Which you can't go out. Our Qing tribe just lost a witch. If you go too, what will happen if you get into danger? Which, please don't go, okay? Yin Lin and Qing pulled on Yang Cheng's arms from either side. The other members of the tribe also tried to dissuade him, but Yang Cheng had made up his mind. He couldn't be constrained by everyone in the tribe for the rest of his life, never stepping out of the tribe and into the wilderness. That wouldn't be protection. It would be imprisonment. Yang Cheng said seriously, "No, I must go take a look. Water is far more important than food. With water, we could do more things, like boiling hot water to drink every day to protect our tribe's health. So, if the drinking water issue isn't resolved, our Qing tribe will never be able to develop. Are you all willing to protect me at the cost of not developing the tribe? Do you want our Qing tribe to keep hiding here, not thinking about defeating the Haihu tribe and returning to our ancestral land?" Yanhu fell silent. Mu Qing fell silent. The members of the Qing tribe were all silent. Even Yin Lin and Qing let go of Yang Cheng's arms. Everyone was deep in thought. Yes, the witch is omnipotent. If he went to the riverside to take a look, he might be able to solve the water source problem. Then everyone would have more water to drink and more water to use. The tribe's members wouldn't get sick and could do more things. The totem warriors in the tribe would also get more rest. But is it worth it to put the witch in danger for this? Chapter 22. Unscientific Wilderness. Watching the crowd, slightly swayed by his words, Yang Cheng decisively intensified his tone and said, "Moreover, if the totem warriors of our tribe are out hunting and ferocious beasts attack our Qing tribe, can you guarantee my safety and the safety of my clansmen?" Yanhu, following Yang Cheng's words, suddenly turned pale. The totem warriors are the backbone of protecting the tribe. Without the totem warriors, if ferocious beasts attack the tribe, the shaman and the people staying in the tribe would have no chance of survival. Others also thought of this outcome, their faces turning pale. It was as if they could already see a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, witnessing the clansmen of the Qing tribe becoming a pile of bodies, devoured by the ferocious beasts. Therefore, we should be vigilant in times of peace and take the initiative to strike. Yang Cheng's tone softened as he said, "As long as I can go take a look, perhaps I can solve the water problem," allowing the clansmen to no longer worry about it. This struck a chord with Yanhu. If the water source issue is resolved, at least some totem warriors can be freed up, no longer wasting manpower on the water problem. This way, they can better protect the shaman. "All right, shaman, I promise you. I'll take you to sea." Yanhu nodded heavily but added, "However, shaman, when leaving the tribe, you must be careful and not stray too far from us." Yang Cheng had no objections and agreed. He wasn't reckless. After all, he had just started learning shamanism and had only improved his healing spell. He had yet to touch fire spells or invigorating spells and still needed time to meditate and learn. So having the protection of totem warriors ensured his safety. As soon as Yang Cheng was about to follow Yanhu out, the two beast-eared girls began to clamor. "Father, I want to go to..." "Shaman, take me with you. I can protect the shaman." Unlike his attitude towards Yang Cheng, Yanhu showed no kindness to the two beast-eared girls. "Go where?" Yanhu said fiercely, his tiger ears standing upright, and shouted, "You two stay in the tribe and don't cause trouble outside." When Yin Lin and Qing saw Yanhu's anger, they immediately deflated, lowering their heads and daring not to speak, only occasionally glancing at Yang Cheng with their cute big eyes, hoping he would intercede for them. Yang Cheng was unwilling to take the two beast-eared girls out. Although they were stronger than normal humans on Earth, belonging to the category of strong girls, they were not totem warriors and would be almost useless against the ferocious beasts of this world. "You two stay in the tribe. If we leave, the defense force of the tribe will be significantly reduced." Yang Cheng spoke. "You need to guard the tribe. I am entrusting this heavy task to you, and you cannot let me down." This statement was indeed effective. The two beast-eared girls, upon hearing that Yang Cheng entrusted such an important task of guarding the tribe to them, immediately stood up straight and said seriously, "Yes, shaman." Standing tall was one thing. However, in the primitive society, the animal skins they wore were loosely tied, causing glimpses of springtime to appear through the gaps in their clothing. The youthful Yang Cheng couldn't help but feel a bit hot in the nose. Well, it seems another item needs to be added to the tribe's development plan, finding hemp clothing. Otherwise, going down like this every day, even if Yang Cheng could endure it, his little brother would not be able to. Cough, cough. Yang Cheng coughed twice to disguise his awkwardness and said, "Yanhu, let us go." Yes, Yin responded, leaving 3 totem warriors to guard the tribe, leading the way in front while the other 2 totem warriors protected Yang Cheng in the middle. The direction Yang Cheng and the others set off in was precisely where the hunting team went to hunt. Yin was still cautious. Instead of heading straight to the riverbank to check the water source issue, he planned to first gather the hunting team that was out hunting. After all, the protection of 3 totem warriors was vastly different from that of more than 10 totem warriors. The primitive forest was vast. What Yang Cheng saw were towering trees over 20 meters high, with trees over 10 meters being quite rare. He also observed that there were various types of trees, but most were Davidia involucrata, white birch, and Pinus massoniana. This puzzled Yang Cheng a bit. Years of wilderness exploration experience told him that Davidia involucrata is a deciduous tree typically growing in moist evergreen broadleaf and deciduous mixed forests at altitudes around 1,500 meters. Commonly found in mid to low latitude areas. On Earth, it is mostly found in Hubei, Hunan, Sichuan, Guizhou, and other places. White birch is also a deciduous tree, growing on slopes or in forests at altitudes of 100 meters, highly adaptable and widely distributed, especially enjoying moist soil. In Earth's northern plains and Loess Plateau mountainous areas. It can also be seen. While it's not impossible for Davidia involucrata and white birch to grow together, it's not too surprising. However, Pinus massoniana is different. It is an evergreen tree, highly cold-resistant, usually growing at altitudes of 400 to 900 meters. Yet it typically grows in the greater Qing Mountains and Heilongjiang. It's difficult for it to coexist with the growth environments of Davidia involucrata and white birch. However, Yang Cheng carefully observed and confirmed that these 3 types of trees were indeed growing in the primitive forest, along with the thick bamboo used for filtering water. This was simply unscientific. But then Yang Cheng thought, based on last night's 2 moons, he was no longer on Earth. Analyzing with Earth's knowledge was futile. Ultimately, Yang Cheng shook his head, setting aside this strange phenomenon and focusing on solving the water and food source issues as the most important task. While Yang Cheng was lost in thought, Yinhu and the other 3 were tense, their spirits high, on alert for their surroundings. Any rustle of leaves made their hearts skip a beat. They couldn't help it. This wasn't like ordinary hunting. They were accompanied by a shaman. If anything were to happen to the shaman, they would have nowhere to regret. As Yang Cheng regained his composure, influenced by the 3 of them, he also perked up and cautiously walked forward. After walking like this for half an hour, the forest became increasingly dense, with tree trunks and branches nearly blocking out the sunlight. If it weren't for following Yinhu's purposeful advance, Yang Cheng would have thought they were lost. Stop! Yinhu suddenly crouched down and whispered fiercely. The 2 totem warriors beside him, without thinking, moved forward to pin Yang Cheng down, then bent down, holding their stone spears in a defensive stance. As Yinhu's voice fell, sounds of cracking twigs came from ahead. At that moment, Yang Cheng recalled a technique of shamanistic application and quickly sent out his mental perception. In his perception, a figure was rapidly approaching them. Yinhu, it's a person! Yang Cheng exclaimed. Yinhu, somewhat incredulous, turned to glance at Yang Cheng, but quickly turned back, aiming his stone spear forward. It was evident that Yinhu's chest totem was reddening, ready to attack at any moment. Chapter 23. Emergency situation. A totem warrior is injured. Crack, crack. The sound grew louder. 3 seconds later, a person dressed in animal skins appeared, hurriedly running toward them. Is it really a person? Yinhu's gaze sharpened, and he turned to look at Yang Cheng, seemingly surprised that Yang Cheng recognized it was a person. However, Yinhu didn't have time to ask this question. He realized that the person running over was none other than a member of their Qing tribe's hunting team. Meh, Yinhu shooted, waving up moi. As Mai was running, he was momentarily stunned when someone suddenly called out to him. Then he spotted Yinhu, and his face lit up with joy. Yinhu, what are you doing here? Mai asked, and then saw Yang Cheng hurriedly bowing, saying, Shaman, you're here too? Yinhu replied, the shaman asked me to bring him to see the water source. This is too dangerous. There are so many fierce beasts outside. Mifhoned. Before he could finish, Yinhu interrupted him, asking, all right, enough of that, Mai. Why aren't you with the other hunting teams? Why did you come out alone? All right. Mai's expression suddenly changed, anxious. Shaman, did you bring the shaman's bone talisman? I brought it. Young Cheng nodded. The previous shaman had left only a little behind, and it didn't matter to carry it. So when Yang Cheng got up, he just took it with him. Great. Mai exclaimed with delight. Shaman, hurry over with me. Miao is injured. Miao is injured? Yen hu was alarmed, obviously asking. Mai, what happened? Where are the others? Is anyone hurt? As the leader of the hunting team and the second in command of the Qing tribe, Yen Hu knew how important every totem warrior was to the Qing tribe. There were only 16 totem warriors left in the tribe. With such a small number, losing even one would be a devastating blow to the tribe. Shaman, Yen Hu, it's like this. We encountered an 8th grade fierce beast, the sharp-horned pig, and Miao's stomach got. I wanted to explain in detail and answer Yen Hu's questions. Enough, we can talk on the way. Let's hurry. But Yang Cheng waved his hand, saying, the longer we delay, the more dangerous it is for the injured. Yes, mais repeatedly. Due to the urgency of the situation, everyone was no longer concerned about hiding their tracks and were on high alert. Seeing that Yang Cheng was running slowly, Yen Hu lifted him onto his shoulder and quickly followed Mai. He cut through the obstructing trees with a stone knife and leaped over large stones of 4 or 5 meters. Yang Cheng, carried on Yen Hu's shoulder, felt as if the plants on both sides were falling back at a speed comparable to a motorcycle, leaving him dazzled. Is this the physical quality of a totem warrior? This is too formidable. Compared to ordinary people on Earth, their physical quality must be 5 or 6 times better. Yang Cheng murmured. No wonder Yin Lin and Xing Xian have been longing to become totem warriors. It turns out they are so powerful. It seems I need to get more totem warriors in the future. Meanwhile, Song Shi was leading the other totem warriors, surrounding the injured Miao. Beside them, a fire was burning, meant to deter lower-grade fierce beasts drawn by the scent of blood. Everyone's faces looked grim. No one expected that just 10 minutes ago, when Song Shi ordered everyone to spread out and search for traces of prey, an 8th-grade fierce beast, the sharp-horned pig, hidden in the woods, suddenly launched an attack on Miao. Fortunately, Miao reacted in time. After being gored by the pig's horn, he quickly rolled on the ground a few times, avoiding the pig's follow-up attack, which allowed the other totem warriors, hearing the commotion, to arrive in time. Now, that ambushing sharp-horned pig had become a corpse, quietly lying nearby. However, Miao's stomach had been sliced open by the pig's horn, with a palm-sized gash bleeding profusely, and one could faintly see his internal organs. Cough, coughed Song Shi. I'm afraid I can't hold on. Miao coughed a couple of times, speaking with great difficulty. He felt very weak, his voice was faint, and he sensed his life was slipping away, his body growing cold, and he couldn't gather the power of the totem. Shut up, Miao, Song Shi said, his eyes red. You will be fine. Mai's gone back to the tribe, and will be back soon, once he has the shaman's bone talisman. Healing your wounds will definitely not be a problem. Cough, cough. Miao coughed again, weakly saying, Song Shi, don't lie to me. I know my injuries. The healing technique of the shaman's bone talisman, I've seen it, can only heal wounds the length of a palm. But my injuries are too severe. I would need 4 or 5 pieces of the shaman's bone talisman to heal, but our tribe simply doesn't have that many. After saying this, Miao seemed to have exhausted a lot of strength and paused. Song Shi and the other totem warriors gritted their teeth, their eyes red, silently filled with sorrow. They knew what Miao was saying all too well. They just didn't want to give up on their brother. They didn't want to give up on their kin. Miao, stop talking. Just stabilize your wounds. Maybe the shaman has a way. Song Shi growled lowly. Cough, coughed Song Shi while I still have strength. Let me finish. Miao shook his head. After I'm gone, the one I worry about the most is Xia. Xia's father protected us while fleeing our ancestral land, telling me to take good care of her. I'm afraid I can't do that anymore. Song Shi, please be sure. Miao's voice became very soft, completely lacking the strength to continue speaking. Song Shi tightly grasped Miao's hand, his eyes red and sorrowful. Miao, don't worry, I will take good care of her. If it really comes to it, I will ask the shaman to take her as a shamaness. Miao smiled weakly, nodding with great difficulty. That is good. As he spoke, he seemed to lose all strength, slowly closing his eyes. Meow. The people present shouted loudly, grief-stricken and on the verge of tears. Just then, crack, crack. Several figures emerged from the woods. The grieving crowd turned to look, and at the front was Mai, who had gone to fetch the shaman's bone talisman. Instantly filled with joy. Mai, you're back? Where's the shaman's bone talisman? Hurry, bring it. One of the totem warriors, Red Tooth, urged. Mai shook his head, remaining silent, and instead stepped aside. The crowd looked and saw Yin, who, in Yang Cheng behind him, momentarily stunned. Shaman? Why are you here? Song Shi asked, taken aback. Then he realized, thinking that Mai had brought Yang Cheng over, and scolded Mai. Mai, how could you be so irresponsible? How could you bring the shaman out? What if something happens to the shaman? Look at this primitive man's head. How stubborn can he be? Life and death are at stake right in front of us. And he's still being so obstinate? Chapter 24. The initial use of healing magic. Shut up. Yang Cheng shouted. Step aside. Let me see how he is. Song Shi and the others stopped arguing and cleared a space, bringing the seriously injured Mao into view. Hongya was using a piece of animal skin to press on the wound. Even so, Yang Cheng could still see that Mao's abdomen had been cut open with a large gash. Blood was continuously flowing out, and the internal organs and intestines were almost visible. Yang Cheng frowned, feeling uncertain about whether the healing magic would work. But at this point, he could only treat a dead horse as if it were alive. A wound this big would probably be beyond the healing magic of the bone talisman. He could only pray that the healing magic he had improved last night would be effective. Mao saw Yang Cheng's figure and weakly exclaimed, Shaman, you've come. However, this moment of joy quickly faded as he realized that with his injuries, even the previous shaman wouldn't be able to help him. The new shaman had just become a shaman. It was impossible for him to save him. At this moment, Yinhu also approached Yang Cheng and, upon seeing Mao's injuries, his expression darkened. How could this happen? How could Mao be hurt like this? Yinhu turned to Song Shi and questioned, how did you lead the hunting team? How would you let Mao get hurt like this? Even if we used all the bone talismans, it wouldn't be enough to save him. Yinhu felt a deep sense of despair and immense sorrow. He could tell at a glance that Mao's condition was dire, just like everyone else. A wound this large couldn't be healed with just a few bone talismans left by the previous shaman. The hunting team would lose another totem warrior, and the Qing tribe would lose a source of protection. Song Shi remained silent in the face of Yinhu's questioning. The other totem warriors were also silent, creating an atmosphere of sadness and despair. However, at that moment, Yang Cheng began to move. He focused intently, using his fingers to draw in the air. As his fingers moved, mysterious black characters resembling tadpoles formed in front of him. This scene made the somber crowd widen their eyes and drop their jaws in astonishment. Mai rubbed his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, Yinhu Song Shi, am I seeing things? Is that shaman script? Can he really conjure shaman script now? Song Shi, equally incredulous, seemed to be talking to himself. No way. Didn't Mu Qing say that it takes 30 days to conjure shaman script? This new shaman has only been a shaman for a day. The other totem warriors murmured in disbelief. But just 3 seconds later, Yinhu's eyes widened even more as he suddenly said, Hey, Song Shi, is that healing magic? I saw the previous shaman use it, and it looked like this. Everyone followed his finger and saw that in the short span of their astonishment, Yang Cheng had already conjured 7 shaman scripts. After the 7 scripts formed, they quickly fused together, emitting a green light. Yang Cheng used his shaman power to hold the green light in his hands and shouted to the still shocked Hongya, What are you waiting for? Move the animal skin away. I'm going to treat Mao. Yes, shaman. Hongya was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted and hurriedly removed the animal skin. Healing magic. Yang Cheng suppressed his nausea, spread his hands, and pushed the green light onto Mao's wound. Then, something miraculous happened. The emerald green light enveloped the wound like spring rain, not only making everyone nearby feel refreshed, but also causing the wound to heal continuously. Did it work? The crowd was both shocked and delighted. 5 seconds later, as the green light gradually faded, they exclaimed, Is this shaman magic? It's truly amazing. Looking at the 1/3 healed wound, Yang Cheng was overjoyed. He felt that he had only lost a part of his shaman power after conjuring the healing magic. At this rate, he still had enough shaman power left for at least 4 more uses. 4 times would be enough. The main issue was that Mao's wound was too large and still open. If it were an ordinary wound, it would have fully healed under Yang Cheng's improved healing magic by now. As the green light of the healing magic disappeared, the others hurriedly leaned in to take a closer look. However, they saw that the wound had only healed by 1/3, with still 2 thumbs lengths left unhealed. Instantly, a wave of pessimism spread again. Did it fail? No, the wound is still so large. Healing just this much is not enough. A totem warrior's voice trailed off suddenly. Yang Cheng had once again conjured the healing magic script. How is this possible? The totem warriors were once again dumbfounded and shocked. Many pinched their faces, doubting whether they were dreaming. The shaman had used healing magic once, and was immediately using it a second time? Even the previous shaman, after decades of being a shaman, needed a rest for a while after using magic before he could use it again. And here was Yang Cheng, on his first day as a shaman, able to consecutively use healing magic a second time? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the second healing magic touched Mao's wound. And as the emerald light faded, only a pinky finger's length of the wound remained. The crowd smelled the refreshing scent emitted by the healing magic and realized what had happened. Yet, before they could speak, they saw Yang Cheng conjuring the shaman's script once more, casting a healing magic on Mao's wound. 5 seconds later, as the emerald light slowly faded, the blood from Mao's wound stopped flowing, and he slowly fell asleep under the warm healing magic. Songshi, who had become somewhat numb, cautiously approached Yang Cheng as he stopped his actions and asked, "Shaman, is it done?" Yang Cheng nodded. "It's done. Mao is fine now." Saying this, he stepped aside. Yinhu, Songshi, and the other totem warriors gathered around, using water from a leather bag to clean the blood from Mao's abdomen. A fresh, tender scar appeared at the wound site, which was just healed. "That's amazing. Is this shaman magic?" "My exclaimed indeed. A wound this big can heal?" "Yes, shaman, you are incredible. Now that the shaman can use magic, we won't have to worry about not having a place to heal after getting injured." "Shaman." Someone started to cheer, and the rest followed suit, shouting in unison, "Shaman! Shaman! Shaman!" The crowd shouted together, their eyes filled with fervor for Yang Cheng. Chapter 25. Arriving at the water source shaman. When did you learn witchcraft? Yinhu looked at Yang Cheng with fervor, his crimson eyes shimmering with light. "After getting the beast skin yesterday, I learned it after just a few glances." Yang Cheng replied disinterestedly. "Why? Is learning witchcraft very difficult?" Everyone. The crowd was speechless. Of course it is. If witchcraft were so easy to learn, would the Qing tribe have only found a successor for the shaman yesterday? Take Qing, for example. He was originally the most promising candidate to become a shaman. However, it took him 30 days to learn the first witch script. And even now he has no idea where the entrance to witchcraft is. That's why Qing told everyone that it takes 30 days to learn witch scripts. But speaking of which, the Yang Cheng in front of them is different from the shamans of the past in the Qing tribe. Yinhu and Songshi exchanged glances, recalling Qing's relay of the prophecy from the previous shaman. With Yang Cheng around, their Qing tribe would not only avoid extinction, but would also rise to become a great tribe. Could it be that what the shaman just displayed was the sign of this prophecy? Thinking of this, the two couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Seeing Yinhu and Songshi shaking after hearing his words, Yang Cheng felt quite frustrated. What is wrong with these two? Isn't it a good thing for the Qing tribe that he can perform witchcraft? Why are they trembling and scared? This shouldn't be the case. Yang Cheng shook his head, a bit confused by the primitive mindset. When the two of them take the spear and this horned pig back to the tribe. It has lost too much blood and will be fine after resting for a few days, Yang Cheng said. Yes, shaman. I nodded and then called over 2 totem warriors. The 2 used a few pieces of wood to make a simple frame to place the spear on. Another totem warrior then hoisted the horned pig onto his shoulder. After they left, the hunting team felt relieved and became vigilant again. Songshi said, "Shaman, we need to leave here quickly. The smell of blood from the spear wound will soon attract other ferocious beasts." Yang Cheng nodded, turning to Yinhu. "Yinhu, let us go. Take me to see the water source." "Shaman, Aren't we going back to the tribe? What do we need to go to the water source for? Song Shi asked in surprise. Yin Hu explained, it's like this, the water in our tribe is. Yin Hu told Song Shi and the others that the spring water was toxic and needed to be boiled. Upon hearing this, Song Shi and the others changed their expressions dramatically. Many of them thought of their relatives and tribesmen who had mysteriously fallen ill, complaining of stomach pain, and then died. It turned out it was all due to drinking the spring water. Moreover, everyone felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, the shaman knew that the spring water was undrinkable. Otherwise, if the shaman had drunk it and fallen ill, they would have been terrified. But shaman, there are many ferocious beasts near the water source. It's too dangerous for you to go. Song Shi insisted. The water source issue must be resolved. Right now, we rely on you totem warriors to fetch water. If something happens to the totem warriors, just like with the spear earlier, then what will we all drink? Yang Cheng Goentret. Song Shi was momentarily speechless. Considering the tribe's needs, what the shaman said made sense. Yang Cheng patted Song Shi's shoulder. All right, don't worry, I'll just take a look. If there's danger, I want to linger. Okay, shaman, we'll take you there. Song Shi gritted his teeth, but added, but shaman, if there's danger, I will take you away at the first moment. Let us go. Once the goal was set, everyone didn't linger any longer. They changed directions. On this journey, Yin Hu, Song Shi, and the other totem warriors, totaling 10 people, tightly surrounded Yang Cheng in middle, their expressions vigilant and full of alertness. This scene was not even comparable to a big star attending an event surrounded by bodyguards, let alone a national leader visiting abroad. Yang Cheng had no doubt that any ferocious beast that might pose a danger to him would be dealt with by these totem warriors. Looking at the 10 tall figures around him, Yang Cheng felt at ease. After walking for about half an hour, Yang Cheng gradually heard the sound of a river crashing against the rocks. We're here. Yin Hu waved his hand, signaling everyone to bend down and quiet their footsteps, then moved forward another 20 meters. The group hid behind some grass. Yin Hu pointed ahead and whispered to Yang Cheng, Shaman, up ahead is where we usually fetch water. Look, there are a few ferocious beasts over there. Yang Cheng followed his finger and looked ahead. Not far in front was a small river about 15 meters wide. Because they were still a distance away, he couldn't see clearly what was in the water, but indeed there were a few ferocious beasts drinking at the riverbank. These ferocious beasts were all quite distant from each other and were not of the same species. For instance, Yang Cheng saw one was the horned pig he had injured earlier. Another resembled a wolf, but was covered in dense spikes. Yet another was as large as an elephant, but without a long trunk, instead having curved horns like a sheep and a tongue nearly a meter long, drinking water like a frog. There was also one the size of a normal cat, but its claws were extremely sharp, longer than fingers. In other, more distant areas, there were bizarrely shaped ferocious beasts, but Yang Cheng's eyesight was insufficient to see their specific appearances. Yang Cheng thought for a moment and asked, with so many ferocious beasts by the river, how do you usually fetch water? Yin Hu replied, we just take a bamboo bucket to fetch water. As long as we don't make a lot of noise, these ferocious beasts won't attack us. Oh, is that so? Yang Cheng was quite surprised to hear this. But upon reflection, it wasn't too strange. In some primitive forests on Earth, similar situations exist. By water sources, whether they are enemies or prey, generally, animals do not attack each other. According to some expert studies, this may be due to animals fearing that fighting would pollute the water source. Shaman, wait here. I'll go fetch some water. Yin Hu noticed Yang Cheng's surprise and thought he didn't believe him. So he took out the bamboo bucket he had prepared and slowed his pace toward the river. Seeing this, Yang Cheng stopped pondering and held his breath, focusing on Yin Hu's situation. Even though Yin Hu said there was no danger, Yang Cheng was still prepared to let the totem warriors take action in case of any unexpected events. Chapter 26 announced good news. However, what Yang Cheng saw was indeed, as Yin Hu said. He saw Yin Hu carrying a bamboo bucket walking to the riverbank, and not far away. A ferocious beast raised its head and looked at Yin Hu warily. Upon realizing that Yin Hu was there to fetch water, the beast took a couple of steps sideways to make way and continued to drink water from a distance. Seeing this scene, Yang Cheng felt a bit dazed. If he didn't know he was in a primitive society, he would have thought he was living in a civilized society on Earth. The daze was only for a moment. Yang Cheng's gaze suddenly sharpened when he noticed that while Yin, who was scooping water, a strange fish, about half a meter long with 2 whiskers, jumped out of the water. Songshi, does this river have fish? Yang Cheng turned to ask. Fish? Songshi looked confused, not understanding what the shaman was talking about. Just then, another strange fish leaped out of the river, and Yang Cheng quickly pointed at it. That's the one. Following Yang Cheng's finger, Songshi's expression turned clear. He shook his head and said, Shaman, that's not called fish. It's called a double-whisker river beast, which is also a ferocious beast, but belongs to the lowest grade. A 9th grade ferocious beast. 9th grade ferocious beast? Yang Cheng was taken aback and directly asked, Can we eat this kind of ferocious beast? We haven't eaten it before. Songshi hesitated for a moment. But generally, ferocious beasts can be eaten except for those that are poisonous. The double-whisker river beast is not poisonous, so it should be edible. At this point, Songshi paused, understanding from Yang Cheng's question that he was interested in the double-whisker river beast. Songshi added, However, shaman, it will be very difficult for us to catch the double-whisker river beast as food. Why? Yang Cheng asked, not ashamed to inquire further. Because the double-whisker river beast lives in the river and moves very quickly, making it hard for us to catch, Songshi explained. Moreover, there are other river beasts in the water, like the sharp-toothed river beast, which is a 7th grade ferocious beast and very aggressive. With Songshi's description, Yang Cheng understood. The so-called sharp-toothed river beast was likely a crocodile-like ferocious beast that preyed on animals by the river or other fish in the water. Ha ha! Yang Cheng waved his hand and laughed. Since the double-whisker river beast can be eaten, then there is no problem. I can seriously tell you that the food problem in our tribe can be solved. What? The crowd murmured in low voices, shocked by Yang Cheng's words. If it weren't for being by the river, fearing it might provoke a ferocious beast, they would have wanted to surround Yang Cheng and ask him more details. But even so, everyone was trembling with excitement. After leaving the ancestral land, they had lost many tribesmen along the way. Everyone knew the current situation of the tribe. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. There were only a little over 10 totem warriors left, and without new strength joining. Once these totem warriors encountered accidents or grew old, the safety of the tribe would be completely unguaranteed. To awaken the totem power, they first needed to replenish their vitality. The simplest way to replenish vitality was to eat meat, the meat of other ferocious beasts. Therefore, when they heard Yang Cheng say that the food problem in the tribe could be solved, everyone was incredibly excited. Songshi's face turned red with excitement, and his voice trembled as he asked, Shaman, is what you said true? Can our tribe's food problem really be solved? Yang Cheng nodded solemnly. Of course it's true. And not only food, but the water source issue can also be resolved. Wow. The noise from the crowd erupted again. Not only the food problem, but also the water resource issue could be solved? Is this true? Did they hear it wrong? Everyone was a bit skeptical of their own ears. In their hearts, some found it hard to believe, but then thought, who was saying this? It was the shaman. How could the shaman's words be false? Songshi trembled with excitement, wanting to ask more. However, Yang Cheng waved his hand and said, All right, let's talk about these things when we get back. This is not a place for discussion. The totem warriors understood that there were too many ferocious beasts by the river. Generally speaking, there was a tacit understanding that ferocious beasts would not actively attack other creatures. However, if they made a big commotion, it was uncertain whether the ferocious beasts would react. They might get angry if disturbed while drinking water. At that moment, Yin, who returned with a bamboo bucket, looking at everyone trying to suppress their excitement, feeling a bit puzzled. Songshi, Hanya, what's wrong with you? Why are your hands trembling? Yinhu asked. It's like this, Yinhu the shaman just said. Hanya repeated what Yang Cheng had said earlier. After Yinhu heard it, his eyes widened in excitement as he turned to Yang Cheng to confirm. Shaman, is this true? Watching this guy getting so excited that he spilled half the water from the bucket, Yang Cheng shook his head with a smile and nodded. It's true. Great. Great. Confirming that it was true, Yinhu's face turned crimson, and he couldn't help but shout, Our Qing tribe. Just as he was about to finish, a large hand covered his mouth. It was Songshi who saw that this guy was about to shout out loud, and he quickly covered his mouth with a slap. All right, let's talk about it when we get back. Don't shout, or it will be bad if we attract a ferocious beast, Tang scolded. Yin Hu quickly realized and nodded repeatedly, covering his mouth with his own hand as soon as Tang let go. He was afraid that he would still shout out in excitement, seeing that they were so excited just because the food and water resources might be resolved. Cheng found it amusing, yet understandable. But this was just the beginning. Cheng would have more new things and technologies to bring out later. By then, these guys would be even more excited. All right, Cheng said. Let's not delay any further. Quickly, fetch a few more buckets of water and let us head back. Yes, thinking about how the food and water resources would soon be resolved, everyone couldn't wait. As soon as Cheng's order was given, they all grabbed their bamboo buckets and headed to the river. This made the nearby ferocious beast that was drinking water somewhat dissatisfied, and it let out a low growl. Just now, it had given them space as a gesture of goodwill, and now they were coming over again. Did they really think that the ferocious beast wouldn't retaliate? However, when the beast raised its head, it saw 6 or 7 bipedal creatures with red eyes, filled with excitement, and even looking a bit crazy. The ferocious beast couldn't help but feel a bit scared. After thinking for a moment, it decided to let it go. A good beast doesn't fight with humans. It silently moved a good dozen meters away, keeping its distance from these bipedal creatures. Chapter 27. Creating the original version of the water pipe. Fail to download this chapter. Chapter 28. The idea of making a net that's right. It's to catch the double-whisker river beast. Cheng nodded, noticing the confusion among the crowd, and added, it's just a new method of capture that requires a tool. Tool? The crowd was even more puzzled. The tool Cheng mentioned was none other than a net. A net is something made from ropes and threads to catch wild beasts or fish. On Earth, it is generally made from hemp fibers. However, in primitive society, Cheng had not seen any plants like hemp in the Qing tribe, but he had seen quite a few vines. When he returned, he would need to carefully search for strong and flexible vines to use as materials for making the net. When we get back, I'll explain in detail, but for now, you should dig the water diversion ditch. Cheng didn't explain everything to the crowd right away. He directly instructed everyone to get to work. First, primitive people lack imagination, and without a tangible object in front of them, it would be difficult to explain. Secondly, everyone had been outside for too long, and if they delayed any further, the tribe members would start to worry. Hearing Cheng's words, Yin Hu and the others stopped asking questions. Although they still had doubts about the food aspect, the water source issue was a concrete problem that needed solving. Immediately, under Cheng's guidance, some people expanded the depth and width of the dry creek to accommodate a bamboo pole. Others went to cut bamboo, and under Cheng's instructions, they hollowed out the center of the bamboo and sharpened one end to insert it into another section. They continued connecting them one by one. However, considering the time issue, Cheng first instructed them to stop cutting bamboo and focus on digging the ditch. The river was 500 to 600 meters from the tribe. A day's work wouldn't be enough to finish it. Cheng had only taught them how to do it to familiarize them with the task. The ditch wasn't just one. Under Cheng's command, they dug 2 additional ditches 50 meters from the dry creek, about 100 meters from the river. One ditch was 3 meters wide, upstream from the river, while the other was less than half a meter wide, connecting downstream to the river. Between these 2 ditches was a small pond that was 3 meters deep and over 20 square meters in area. Of course, during this time, everyone remained vigilant against ferocious beasts, preventing any sudden attacks due to the noise they were making. However, the beasts merely stretched their necks to glance at the few bipedal creatures and, seeing that they weren't disturbing their drinking, paid them no mind. Such a large project would take 2 to 3 hours with excavators on Earth. But the totem warriors had plenty of strength, digging away like human machines, shoveling dirt with their hands without feeling any pain. After more than an hour, they completed the task. Cheng couldn't help but feel that if he could bring the totem warriors back to Earth, he could easily become a well-known contractor just by taking on construction sites. After digging the large pit, Yin Hu wiped his sweat with his arm and curiously asked, "Shaman, what do you want us to dig this big pit for?" Cheng smiled and said, "You'll know when the pit fills with water in a few days. All right, let's stop here for today, and we'll continue tomorrow." Shaman, Why do we have to wait until tomorrow? It's still early. The sun is just overhead. And we're not tired. We can keep going. Yin said anxiously. The other totem warriors nodded, showing their eagerness. Having finally found a way to solve the water source issue, everyone wanted to put in extra effort to help the tribe. Cheng waved his hand. There's no need to rush right now. He dug the ditch, and without bamboo connected, it would be a waste. It's better to go back first, prepare the bamboo, and come back tomorrow to connect it. That will be faster, right? Besides, if everyone is busy here, who will go hunt for food for the tribe? Everyone realized this point. If they were all working here, who would hunt for food? Yin looked embarrassed and scratched his head. Shaman, I was too anxious and forgot about hunting. All right, you take some people to hunt, and I'll go back with Song Shi to make tools for capturing the Double Whisker River beast, Cheng said. Okay. Yin responded and led the other 5 totem warriors away to hunt. Song Shi, not wanting to delay, said to Cheng, Shaman, we should hurry back. There were 9 totem warriors earlier. Ensuring your safety was no problem. Now that 6 have left, only 3 totem warriors remain. We need to quickly take you back to the tribe. In fact, Cheng had asked before. The strength of the totem warriors in the Qing tribe was comparable to that of a 9th grade ferocious beast, and those like Yin and Song Shi, who had awakened totem powers, were equivalent to 7th grade ferocious beasts. Therefore, with 3 totem warriors protecting him, one of whom was Song Shi, Cheng wasn't too afraid of encountering a single low-level ferocious beast. Still, Cheng understood the situation. After all, he was the shaman of the Qing tribe, and he was very important to Song Shi and the others. The group walked back along the hillside. As they walked, Cheng solemnly reminded them, the path for connecting the bamboo must have a slope from here to the tribe. It should slope downward, and no bamboo behind should be higher than the bamboo in front. Otherwise, the water won't reach the tribe. Understood, shaman, Song Shi replied seriously, his face showing determination. Seeing that Song Shi took his words to heart, Cheng didn't say more. He felt reassured about Song Shi's work ethic. Less than half an hour later, just as Cheng arrived outside the tribe, he saw Yin and Qing climbing a tree, stretching their necks to look out. Upon seeing Cheng and the others return, Yin and Qing's anxious expressions instantly turned to joy, shouting, Shaman, the shaman is back. Their voices created a wave, causing the tribespeople of the Qing tribe to immediately put down their tasks and rush outside. Shaman, the shaman is back. It's great that the shaman has returned. Seeing the worry on everyone's faces transform into enthusiastic joy the moment they saw him. Cheng felt something touch his heart, as if a barrier had been broken. He felt a bit choked up and warm inside. Cheng opened his arms, and the first to run towards him were Yin and Qing, who dove into his embrace. Hiss! Cheng immediately inhaled sharply. Yin was fine. Her fluffy tiger ears were incredibly soft. But Qing's rhino horn pressed against his chest, and that really hurt. Noticing Cheng's reaction, Yin and Qing looked up at him with innocent eyes. What's wrong, shaman? Faced with the 2 innocent and adorable beast-eared girls, what could Cheng say? He could only pat Yin's tiger ears and Qing's horn, smiling. It's nothing. Chapter 29. Time for a tribal cleanup. Cheng's hand gently stroked Yin's ears, and she couldn't help but rub against his palm. It's good that nothing happened. Yin said, you don't know, just now I came back with an injured spear, and it scared us all to death. Scared to death? Cheng continued to tease the ears of the 2 beast-eared girls and their horns. Yeah, we all thought the hunting team encountered danger, and you were in trouble too. Wu, Qing said, showing a look of fear on her face. By the way, Wu, I heard the totem warrior who came back said that you used witchcraft to save the spear. Yeah. Wu, when did you learn witchcraft? But Cheng hadn't spoken yet. Song Shi, seeing that Wu wasn't annoyed by Qing's horns and was still stroking them, felt a bit happy and couldn't help but interject. Hey, that's not all. Wu also led us to solve the water source problem. Soon our tribe won't have to go to the river for water anymore. We can get water right in the tribe. Really? Wu, is what my father said true? Wu, you are amazing. You solved the water problem just by going out. Wu, how did you do it? Did you use witchcraft? These 2 beast-eared girls chattered away like machine guns, continuously asking Cheng questions without giving him a chance to answer. Yang Cheng felt a bit helpless, but didn't mind. He smiled as he watched the two of them. Their wide-eyed curiosity was indeed very cute. However, it was a bit of a mood killer. Qing, upon hearing Tsang Shi say the water source problem was solved, was overjoyed. He rushed over, pushing aside Yin Lin and Qing, and loudly asked, Wu, is what Tsang Shi said true? You can bring the water source into the tribe? Qing and the others couldn't believe it. Although they admired Yang Cheng deeply, they were seriously skeptical about bringing water into the tribe. Even if Yang Cheng could use witchcraft now, how powerful would that need to be to bring water over? Yang Cheng was enjoying the warmth of the two beast-eared girls when this interruption from Qing left him feeling somewhat displeased. However, looking at the fervent expression on Qing's face, Yang Cheng sighed. Do you think I would lie to you? Of course it's true. Yang Cheng had Tsang Shi explain the whole situation to everyone. After a while, the expressions on everyone's faces shifted from surprise and disbelief to deep enthusiasm. The looks they gave Yang Cheng were filled with admiration and respect. They had never thought about using bamboo to bring water. And Wu had solved such a significant problem for the tribe in just one day. Wu! Qing was excited and about to speak. Stop! Yang Cheng raised a hand, blocking Qing. No need for compliments. What we need to do now is quickly cut bamboo, dig ditches, and connect them to the river. Qing was momentarily speechless. The praise he wanted to say got stuck in his throat, and his face turned a bit red. But he had to listen to Yang Cheng, and he was right. The sooner they got the water in, the sooner everyone in the tribe could use it. Yes, Wu. Qing replied, and led some young men to cut bamboo. According to what Tsang Shi had said, they would need dozens or even hundreds of bamboo poles to bring the water from the small river into the tribe. After Qing led the group away, Yang Cheng let out a long sigh. After a day of receiving compliments, he was starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. Rather than spending time on idle chatter, it was better to get to work and bring the water to the tribe sooner. Yang Cheng had already decided that as soon as the water arrived, he would happily take a bath. It had been a day since he crossed over, and he hadn't bathed yet. He felt sticky and somewhat uncomfortable. By the way, when was the last time you all took a bath? Yang Cheng suddenly asked. Bathe? Yin Lin was taken aback, then thought for a moment and replied. It seems like it was 20 days ago. 20 days? Yang Cheng was shocked. No wonder he could smell an odor coming from them. He had thought it was their natural scent, but it turned out to be Wu. Wu. The two beast-eared girls instantly turned red, stomping their little feet in embarrassment. Cough, cough. Yang Cheng realized he had touched a sore spot with the beast-eared girls. He coughed a couple of times to cover up the awkwardness. It's nothing. Previously, there was no water and no conditions. Now that we will soon have water, we need to take care of personal hygiene. Personal hygiene? The two beast-eared girls were confused, feeling that Wu's words were profound. It was another term they didn't understand. Thinking quickly, Yang Cheng decided to first address the issue of personal hygiene in the tribe. In this era, there were no antibiotics or antiseptics. The healing spells he learned could only quickly heal wounds and had no effect on bacteria. If a bacterial infection led to an epidemic, it would truly be a disaster for the entire Qing tribe. The Qing tribe had a total of 53 people, including 16 totem warriors, 17 young men who had not yet become totem warriors, and 20 women, children, and the elderly. Now, excluding the totem warriors hunting outside and some young men who went with Qing to cut bamboo, there were about 30 people left in the tribe. Yang Cheng clapped his hands and called the 30 or so tribesmen in front of him. Facing their admiring and approving gazes, Yang Cheng said, Our tribe will soon have water. Don't you think we should plan to take a bath? Yes. Everyone responded in unison, especially Yin Lin and Qing, the two beast-eared girls. When Yang Cheng mentioned that they had an odor, they were even more eager to take a bath than the other tribesmen. Now, before we bathe, shouldn't we clean up the tribe? Do you want to wash yourselves clean and then smell the stench of the tribe? Yang Cheng fanned his nose and made a disgusted expression. Everyone, following Yang Cheng's words, imagined the scene and hurriedly agreed. Yes, we should clean up first. The tribe is too dirty. Yeah, the ground is full of stinky bones. And there are some troublemakers who poop and pee everywhere. All right, everyone, listen to my arrangements. Yang Cheng first had some tribesmen find branches to make brooms, using the uneven stones as dustpans. After all, cleaning up trash requires tools. It wouldn't do to have the tribesmen use their hands to clean up waste. After assigning those tasks, Cheng still had about 20 people left, including a few totem warriors who stayed behind in the Qing tribe. Watching everyone work energetically, the totem warriors, who naturally ate more than ordinary tribesmen, were unwilling to fall behind. Songshi asked Cheng, "Wu, what should we do?" Cheng already had a plan and said, "You all find some stones and thatch leaves. We will build some toilets and bathing areas." Chapter 30. The Toilet and New Regulations. What is a toilet? Songshi looked somewhat confused. It is a place specifically for defecating and urinating, Cheng explained. One reason our tribe smells so bad is that both adults and children do not use the designated places for these activities. Oh, I see, Songshi understood. He did not suggest just finding a random spot in the wild to relieve oneself. Primitive society is not like Earth. There are various fierce beasts lurking in the wild, and going outside the tribe to solve this problem can easily lead to danger. "Which you decide how to dig," he said. The two beast-eared girls had no issues with this. They were eager and impatient to ask. Having been at the Qing tribe for a day, Cheng had a good understanding of the terrain. Usually, the people of the Qing tribe sleep in caves, but their activities take place in the open area below the cave. Moreover, according to Cheng's plan, once the Qing tribe develops, they will definitely move out of the cave and build houses in the open area. Therefore, the locations for the toilets and shower rooms should not be in the middle of the open space, but rather at the edges where they won't affect daily life. "Let's put them in that corner over there." Cheng pointed to a corner on the right side of the open area and said, "Dig 2 toilets and 2 shower rooms there, and remember to keep them separate." Got it. Once Cheng's orders were given, everyone began to work seriously. In primitive society, humans are indeed strong. Moving large stone slabs was effortless. More than 20 tribe members, along with a few totem warriors, quickly completed the toilets under Cheng's direction. The 4 walls of the toilet were made of sturdy rocks. Underneath was a pit for waste, and the roof was covered with straw and leaves, giving it an ancient and rustic beauty. The shower room was similar. Initially, Cheng planned to create a bathing pool, but he realized it was unnecessary and that conditions did not allow for it. It is easy to bring water in, but hard to drain it out. So he just made it larger than the toilet, stacking rocks for the walls and covering them with straw and leaves. Then Cheng carved the characters for male and female on the walls of the toilets and shower rooms. He gathered everyone and pointed to the characters on the wall, saying, "This toilet is divided by gender. The one marked with is the men's toilet, and the one marked with is the women's toilet." At this point, Cheng paused, looked seriously at everyone, and instructed, "You must understand that you need to go to the toilet designated for your gender. No one is allowed to use the toilet that does not belong to their gender. If anyone causes a bad influence, I will punish them severely." After more than a day of interaction, Cheng discovered that the members of the Qing tribe did not completely lack a sense of ethics and shame like primitive people. They had developed a certain level of ethics, distinguishing right from wrong and understanding the differences between genders. Indeed, Songshi nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely follow the rules." Saying this, he turned around, glaring at everyone, and declared, "Listen to the witch. If anyone purposefully goes to the wrong place or tries to peek at others while bathing, I will definitely cut off one of their fingers." Songshi firmly stood with Cheng, and everyone felt a chill, repeatedly patting their chests in assurance. However, after displaying his authority, Songshi shyly scratched his head and said, "Witch, I have a question." "Songshi, go ahead," Cheng replied. "What do the characters you wrote on the wall mean? We can't understand." Songshi looked embarrassed. He could tell that what Cheng drew on the wall had meaning, but they simply could not understand it. "Alas, look at my memory." Cheng slapped his forehead, having forgotten that primitive people do not recognize characters. This character is representing the men's toilet and shower room, and this character is representing the women's toilet and shower room. Cheng explained briefly. The group understood, but showed some difficulty. Presumably, the 2 characters written by the witch were witch script, but they did not have the talent to become witches, could not inherit the witch's legacy, and wondered what to do if they could not understand witch script. If someone accidentally entered the wrong toilet or shower room because of this, wouldn't they be very unfortunate to lose a finger? Little did they know that the two characters Yang Cheng wrote were simply simplified Chinese characters, representing another language. Seeing the difficulty on everyone's faces, Yang Cheng thought for a moment and understood their concerns. So he found some vines, tied them to wooden sticks, and hung them next to the toilet doors. "How about this?" Yang Cheng said. "From now on, if there is one stick hanging, it is the men's area. If there are two sticks hanging, it is the women's area. This is good. Now I can tell the difference. Hee hee, this is simple. I'm not worried about getting confused anymore. The witch's method is excellent." Everyone cheered and enthusiastically praised Yang Cheng's solution. Yang Cheng raised his hand to quiet everyone down and said, "All right, since everyone can distinguish between the toilet and shower room now, you can each go to your designated places. However, you also need to recognize the two characters on the wall. You will use them often in the future." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but frown. They were fine with hunting and working, but recognizing characters was indeed a bit challenging for them. At this moment, Yanlin and Qing, one on each side, shook Yang Cheng's arm and pleaded, "Witch, can we not learn to read?" "No." Yang Cheng mercilessly shook off the arms of the two beast-eared girls and said solemnly, "Learning to read is a must. If our Qing tribe wants to develop and grow, we must learn to read and acquire knowledge. Culture is the ladder of progress in human society. It is precisely because of cultural limitations that primitive society took over 10,000 years to develop into a feudal society. Advanced class structures will inevitably overcome backward class structures." Yang Cheng did not intend to push the tribe straight into a feudal society, but they needed to work hard towards that direction. Only then would the tribe have stronger combat capabilities. At least to defeat the Haihu tribe would not be a problem. Moreover, the future Qing tribe would definitely not consist of just these people. Others from different tribes would join. At that time, mere control through interests and force would not be sufficient. More spiritual domination and assimilation would be required, which is the foundation of a tribe. Seeing Yang Cheng's resolute attitude, the two beast-eared girls suddenly drooped. Yanlin's tiger ears hung weakly, and Qing's demon-like tail also stopped wagging. The emotions of the tribe members were also affected by them, and they began to feel somewhat downcast. Chapter 31. The shaman's class is back in session. At this moment, Qing returned with the clan members who had gone out, dragging along several bamboo poles. Seeing everyone's state, Qing felt a bit puzzled and asked, "What's wrong with everyone?" Yanlin pouted and said, "The shaman said he wants to teach us to recognize shamanic script." "Shamanic script?" Qing furrowed his brows, turned to Yang Cheng, and said seriously, "Shaman, I don't think you should teach everyone shamanic script. It's precious and the most important thing for shamans. Moreover, if you teach it to everyone, they won't be able to learn anyway. Shamanic script is a kind of mysterious knowledge that is difficult to learn without the talent to become a shaman." Just like Qing, who had followed the previous shaman to learn shamanic script for a month and still hadn't even grasped the basics. The subsequent shamanic script was even more profound and elusive, and in the end, Qing had to give up. Therefore, upon hearing Yang Cheng's intention to teach shamanic script to everyone, Qing hurriedly advised against it, saying that not only would everyone not be able to learn it, but it would also be a waste of time. Realizing that Qing misunderstood him, Yang Cheng shook his head and smiled. "Qing, you're mistaken. I'm not going to teach everyone shamanic script. I'm going to teach a different kind of writing, one that everyone can learn." "Writing?" Qing was taken aback, and then his face revealed intense joy and disbelief. "Shaman, what did you just say? A different kind of writing? You can write other scripts?" "Yes. It's a kind of writing that everyone can learn," Yang Cheng emphasized. "That's great. Absolutely great." Qing was overjoyed, his eyes gradually shining with excitement as he looked at Yang Cheng with fervor. As an elder of a tribe who had followed the previous shaman for a long time, Qing had received far more secrets than others in the Qing tribe. He knew that in some large tribes, not only did many people know shamanic script, but they also had their own writing systems. Now that the shaman said he knew other scripts, based on the previous shaman's reactions and last words before his death, the shaman must have come from a large tribe. Therefore, he could start a fire without using shamanic magic, and even thought of using bamboo to bring water to the tribe. At that moment, Qing felt incredibly fortunate that choosing Yang Cheng to be the shaman of the Qing tribe was such a wise decision. Lin, seeing Qing's sudden excitement, was a bit puzzled. Qing, what's wrong? She asked. Her voice broke Qing's daydream of imagining the Qing tribe becoming the largest tribe in the wilderness, revered and admired by all the smaller tribes. Qing came to his senses, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and hurriedly said, "You all must learn. Every clan member has to learn writing." What? Why? Learning shamanic script is exhausting. I don't want to learn. Lin didn't have time to wonder about Qing's sudden determination. She just felt a headache at the thought of learning writing and started complaining. Fortunately, she shared the same thought with her rival and nodded in agreement, saying, "Yeah, learning shamanic script is so tiring. I don't have the talent to become a shaman. I'd rather be a totem warrior and go out to hunt and fight ferocious beasts." The other clan members didn't speak, but their faces showed the same thoughts. They would rather work or risk their lives against ferocious beasts than learn shamanic script. Can't learn it? What a waste of time. Besides, we have a shaman who knows shamanic script to protect the tribe. Seeing everyone's attitude, Qing was anxious. He wished he could grab a stick, tie everyone up, and give them a good thrashing. Do you know what you're doing? You're wasting an opportunity. Wasting our chance to make the Qing tribe a great tribe. Sigh. Qing was about to scold everyone awake when a hand patted his shoulder. Yang Cheng stepped out from behind Qing and smiled. "I think everyone has misunderstood. I'll say it again. I'm not teaching everyone shamanic script. I'm teaching a different kind of writing that is very easy to learn, something everyone can pick up quickly." Upon hearing Yang Cheng's words, curiosity stirred in everyone's hearts, though there were also some murmurs. A different kind of writing? Something we can learn quickly? Lin, bring me a small stick. Yang Cheng said. "Okay, shaman." Lin quickly brought a small stick. Yang Cheng looked around and found a patch of sand. He smoothed it out with the stick and then drew a pattern on it. He stood up and asked, "I wrote a character. Can you all guess what it means?" Everyone stared at the pattern Yang Cheng drew and started guessing. The character had a head and a tail, with the head being round and the tail being hook-shaped. And there were two small fan shapes in the middle. At first, everyone looked for a while, unsure how to guess, and each spoke their own ideas. Yang Cheng prompted. Everyone guessed based on the shape. Finally, someone had a clue. "Is it a bird?" Songshur guessed uncertainly. Yang Cheng didn't answer but smiled and asked the others, "What do you all think?" "It seems like what father said." "Shaman, I also guess this character is bird." Qing nodded. "Yeah, from the shape, it looks like a bird flying in the sky." "It seems that way." In the end, everyone reached a consensus that the character Yang Cheng drew in the sand represented a bird. "Shaman, please tell us, is it really bird?" Lin tugged at Yang Cheng's arm, shaking it. Yang Cheng smiled and nodded, saying, "That's right. Everyone guessed correctly. This character represents bird." "Wow, we guessed it right." Everyone cheered, filled with excitement, as if they had accomplished something great. "Come on, everyone, guess what this character is." Yang Cheng drew another pattern in the sand. This time, the pattern was simple, just 3 wavy lines. "Shaman, I know. This is water." As soon as Yang Cheng finished drawing, Qing jumped up and shouted excitedly, "That's right, Qing. You're amazing. You got it right." Yang Cheng nodded and praised her. Getting Yang Cheng's praise, Qing was extremely excited, her tail swaying like a playful demon. "Umph." Lin was not happy and urged, "Shaman, hurry up and draw the next one. I want to guess." "Okay, what do you think this one is?" "Mountain. This is a mountain." "Not bad. Lin, you're great." "How about this one?" "This is the sun, round with a dot in the middle." "Well, Qing, you're also not bad. Come on, let us continue to guess the next one." After giving a compliment, Yang Cheng took the stick and drew another pattern in the sand. Chapter 32. The timid, deer-eared girl. Time passed second by second. It had already been over half an hour. The cleared sandy ground was now filled with densely packed patterns, dozens of them. The crowd had lost their initial reluctance and disdain. Now, they were all excited and eagerly urging Yang Cheng to draw one pattern after another for them to guess. At this moment, Yang Cheng drew another pattern. It featured 3 sharp triangles on top, but at the bottom, there were 2 large forks. As soon as Yang Cheng finished and stepped aside, everyone leaned in to take a closer look, and there was a faint sense of competition among them. I know. Yin Lin glanced at the pattern on the ground and quickly raised her hand. This is a mountain. Yang Cheng smiled and shook his head, saying no. It's not a mountain. Not a mountain? But it looks just like a mountain. Yin Lin put her hand down, her tiger ears twitching, her cute little head filled with confusion. Fool! Cheng, who was beside her, cast a disdainful glance at Yin Lin and said, "The second guess was already said to be a mountain. Did you forget?" Then Cheng turned her head back to Yang Cheng, her face full of expectation, and said, "I know, this is a spear. These 3 sharp points represent the spearheads." That is not it either. Yang Cheng shook his head. Really? The situation flipped, and now it was Cheng who was confused. She frowned, biting her small hand. Meanwhile, Yin Lin was beside her, laughing unabashedly. "You said I was stupid, but I think you're the one who is stupid. How does this look like a spear? A spear only has 1 sharp end. How could it have 3? Oof. Don't laugh at me. You can't guess it either. Besides, my guess of spear is better than your guess of mountain. The mountain has already been guessed. TCH. At least I guessed spear. At least that word is somewhat similar to mountain." Yin Lin and Cheng were at it again, bickering. Yang Cheng found it amusing and ignored them, turning to the others and asking, "Has anyone guessed it?" Prompted by Yang Cheng. The crowd tried to come up with a few answers, but none were correct, and Yang Cheng denied them all. Mu Qing shook his head and smiled wryly. This pattern is too difficult. We can't guess it. Really can't guess? Yang Cheng asked, his eyes revealing a hint of disappointment. He had thought that after guessing dozens of characters, everyone's thinking would be broadened, but now it seemed. Just then, a weak voice suddenly came from the crowd, I think I might have guessed it. Yang Cheng looked over at the sound. In the crowd was a petite figure with a cute face and 2 antlers like a sick deer on her head. Her face was pale, lacking color, a result of years of poor diet. This beast-ear girl was none other than Xia. Xia had a gentle and timid personality. While everyone was guessing enthusiastically, she had remained silent, watching from the crowd. Yang Cheng hadn't even noticed her, thinking she was still lying in the cave. Xia raised her hand. But unlike Yin Lin and Cheng, who held their hands up high as if to prevent others from missing them, Xia only raised hers halfway, just above her head. When she saw everyone focusing on her because she spoke up, her pale face suddenly flushed red, like a startled deer, and she quickly lowered her hand, instinctively wanting to retreat to the back. However, her clan members were gathered around, blocking her behind, leaving her nowhere to escape, which seemed to make Xia even more anxious and frightened. "It's all right, Xia." Yang Cheng softened his voice, reassuring her. "Just tell me what this pattern means." As the witch of the tribe, Yang Cheng held a high status. He spoke softly to Xia, comforting her. Xia felt a warmth in her heart, and her panic lessened. Encouraged by Yang Cheng's gaze, Xia bit her lip and quietly said, I guess this pattern isn't 1 word but 2 words. Before she could finish, the people around her began to murmur in low voices upon hearing that it was 2 words. 2 words? That's impossible, right? The patterns the witch has drawn before were all 1 word. Yeah, they were all 1 word. How could it be 2 words? The voices of the others made the beast-eared girl, who had just gathered the courage to speak, feel uneasy, maybe I shouldn't say it. I might be wrong. As she said this, she started to step back into the crowd. However, Yang Cheng was somewhat excited. Someone's thinking had truly been broadened. Yang Cheng glanced at the murmuring crowd, and, wherever his gaze fell, the people quickly shut their mouths. Yang Cheng stepped forward, took Xia's delicate, thin hand, and encouraged her. "It's okay, Xia. You can continue. It doesn't matter if you're wrong. I'm here, and nobody will laugh at you." The witch's hand was really warm. When Yang Cheng suddenly held her hand, Xia felt her mind go blank. She wanted to struggle, but she couldn't bear to let go of Yang Cheng, and deep down, she had a vague thought. She wanted Yang Cheng to hold her hand like this forever, to feel the warmth coming from his palm. "Xia?" Yang Cheng asked again. I?" Xia came back to her senses, her face turning even redder, suddenly at a loss for what to do. Yang Cheng thought Xia was still scared and comforted her again. "It's all right, Xia. Just say it." "Okay." Xia nodded obediently, and then, facing the curious gazes of the crowd, including the envious and jealous looks from Yin Lin and Cheng at her hand held by Yang Cheng, she said slowly, "This word is fire pit." After saying this, Her face showed a mix of anxiety and a bit of expectation as she looked at Yang Cheng. Xia, you got it right. This pattern is fire pit. Yang Cheng smiled, raising Xia as arm high like she had won a grand prize. The crowd erupted in chatter. They hadn't expected Xia to actually get it right. Fire pit? How is it a fire pit? Qing didn't understand, her eyes wide. Haha, look at the 3 sharp points on top. Don't they look like flames? The 2 forks at the bottom look like burning wood. So when combined, isn't a fire pit? Yang Cheng explained. So that is how it is. The crowd realized, their expressions changing. Thinking again, this pattern representing 2 words was much more interesting than just guessing 1 word. So, the crowd clamored, asking Yang Cheng to draw more patterns for them to guess. Chapter 33. Mu Qing's worries looking at the excited and eager expressions of the tribe members. Yang Cheng felt extremely satisfied. Perfect. The effect was achieved. At first, Yang Cheng intended to teach the tribe members Chinese characters. However, seeing their confusion over the words male and female in the toilet, Yang Cheng thought for a moment and realized that teaching them characters directly wouldn't work. It had to be done step by step. He decided to guide them in recognizing characters, starting from pictographs. Pictographs evolved from picture writing and are one of the oldest forms of writing. Unlike phonetic scripts, pictographs are ideographic. Generally, pictographs are the earliest forms of writing, using lines or strokes to depict the physical characteristics of the objects they represent. Pictographs originated from picture writing and are the most primitive method of creating characters, where the pictorial aspect is diminished and the symbolic aspect is enhanced. The most direct example is Oracle bone script, which represents the Huaxia civilization in ancient times and is the purest form of pictographic writing. Therefore, when Yang Cheng presented the Oracle bone script, the members of the Qing tribe found it neither obscure nor difficult to understand, and they instantly became enthusiastic. All right, we'll stop here for today's lesson on characters. Teaching too much will confuse everyone, Yang Cheng said. Moreover, it's getting late, and everyone still needs to roast meat and deal with the bamboo. We can continue teaching every day in the future. Seeing that Yang Cheng did not intend to let them guess more characters, the crowd felt a bit disappointed. In primitive society, there was not much entertainment for primitive people. Unlike modern times, where there are smartphones, computers, and internet access for reading novels and watching short videos. However, they also felt that the shaman was right. Recognizing so many characters at once was beyond their capability. Besides, didn't the shaman say that they would be taught characters every day in the future? Therefore, the disappointment among the crowd was very brief, and they quickly got busy with their own tasks. As the crowd dispersed, Yang Cheng turned to Mu Qing and said, Mu Qing, don't erase the characters in the sand. Let the tribe members come and learn later. Halfway through his sentence, Yang Cheng thought for a moment and decided it would be better to find a stone slab to carve the characters onto. Okay, shaman, Mu Qing said excitedly. He was very dedicated to the tribe's heritage and was enthusiastic. Even without Yang Cheng's instructions, he would have carved the characters from the sand onto the stone slab. Yang Cheng nodded. Having dedicated employees made his role as the leader of the Qing tribe easier. Turning his gaze, he noticed Xia using her thin arms to carry firewood. Yang Cheng couldn't help but feel some compassion and said, By the way, Mu Qing, I want Xia to help you. In the future, make sure you both keep an eye on each other regarding the characters so that there are no mistakes. Mu Qing, who was excited, paused for a moment. He shifted his gaze from the characters in the sand to Yang Cheng, then to the frail Xia. After hesitating for a while, Mu Qing said, Shaman, I don't think Xia is suitable to be a shamaness. She is too weak. The final candidates should be Yinlin and Qing. They're strong and not only listen to your words, but also give birth to strong children, making them easy to raise. Mu Qing thought Yang Cheng intended to train Xia as a shamaness. From the perspective of primitive people, Xia indeed couldn't be a suitable candidate for childbirth. She was too small and too thin. After saying this, Mu Qing paused and pointed into the distance, saying, Shaman, look at how strong their bodies are. Even the boys of the same age can't match their strength. Mu Qing was referring to 2 beast-eared girls, each carrying a log as thick as a waist and running forward energetically, showing no signs of fatigue. However, as they charged through, the tribe members avoided them, feeling startled. Upon seeing this, Yang Qing thought Well, these two beast-eared girls are at it again. Listening to mooching, Yang Cheng felt a headache coming on. What does this have to do with anything? Shamaness? Childbirth? How old is Xia? She looks only 14 or 15. In modern terms, she is still a minor. However, Yang Cheng didn't he explain? It was better to let mooching misunderstand. Primitive people tend to have a single-minded approach. If benefits are to be fairly distributed, Yang Cheng wanted to tilt resources toward the vulnerable groups. He couldn't just say it. The resources of the tribe needed to be pooled together for redistribution. While that could be done, it would harm the tribe's development. Firstly, the tribe didn't have sufficient resources to support such actions. Secondly, the importance of each tribe member had already been established. Shamans were at the top, totem warriors next, followed by able-bodied laborers, and finally the vulnerable groups. Yang Cheng could only redistribute his share, which would be the most responsible approach for the tribe. No need to say more. Just listen to me, Yang Cheng said decisively. Yes, shaman. Seeing Yang Cheng's decision was final, mooching didn't dare to refute and complied. At this moment, Yin Hu returned with the hunting team. From afar, they could hear his excited shout. Shaman, we've caught 3 sharp-horned pigs. Not only do we have food for today, but we also have food for the next couple of days. Upon hearing this, the tribe members of the Qing tribe immediately cheered. Really? That's great. Yang Cheng excitedly fed back. The game caught by Yin Hu would be enough for the next couple of days, which meant they could use all their manpower to lay down the water pipes. The tribe would be able to access water a day earlier, making life more convenient. Watching Yang Cheng excitedly run towards the hunting team, mooching was filled with worry, thinking about how weak the children born to Xia, if she was made a shamaness, would be. Would they even inherit the shaman's talents? What if they died young? Mooching didn't want to witness the scene of the Qing tribe only selecting a shaman at the last moment again. While he was troubled, Yinlin approached, handing a piece of roasted meat to Mooching cheerfully, saying, Mooching, stop daydreaming and come eat some meat. Cheng, not to be outdone, also brought a piece of meat to Mooching, saying, Here, Mooching, you eat mine first. How can you two still be so cheerful? Don't you know? The shaman wants to choose Xia as the shamaness. Seeing the 2 beast-eared girls looking foolish and carefree, Mooching felt frustrated and thought to himself. However, since there was no order from Yang Cheng and nothing was confirmed yet, Mooching didn't dare to spread the news that Yang Cheng might choose Xia as a shamaness. He just accepted the roasted meat from the 2 girls, shook his head, and sighed, Oh, you too. Mooching sighed as he walked away, leaving the 2 bewildered beast-eared girls staring at each other, confused. Why was Mooching so strange? He had meat to eat, but wasn't he happy? Chapter 34. Choosing the vines for the net while eating roasted meat, everyone gathered around the campfire and enjoyed some time together before returning to the cave to sleep. Yang Cheng also took advantage of the night to practice witchcraft. This time in the meditation space, Yang Cheng discovered many witch symbols, but there were none that simplified or expanded upon the 3 types of witchcraft he had mastered. Therefore, in the end, Yang Cheng did not make any improvements to the witchcraft. After finishing his practice, he fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without incident. However, when Yang Cheng woke up, he felt a heavy weight on his body and thought he was being pressed down by a ghost. When he opened his eyes, he found 2 restless beast-eared girls sprawled on him, sound asleep. They were sleeping so deeply that even when he woke up, they remained oblivious. One was blowing small bubbles from her nose, while the other occasionally mumbled in her sleep as if talking about something. Yang Cheng, feeling helpless, decided to shake them awake. He initially wanted to question them about why they had disobeyed his earlier instruction not to disturb him at night, but when faced with their innocent and adorable big eyes, he ultimately conceded. Just as they got up, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Yang Cheng's heart tightened, thinking something must have happened outside, and he hurried out to check. He found Yin Hu and several members of the hunting team pointing at a pile of stones that had been built into a toilet and shower area, shouting loudly. Confused, Yang Cheng asked, What's going on with you all? Upon seeing Yang Cheng approach, Yin Hu and the others seemed to have found a savior. They pointed at the toilet and shower area, exclaiming, which, come look. A few stone structures suddenly appeared here, and they weren't here during the day yesterday. They weren't there during the day, but they were there last night. Yang Cheng felt both helpless and amused as he explained. I had the tribe members build this yesterday afternoon. You all came back late, and it just happened to be dark, so you didn't see it. Which, you had everyone build this? What is it for? Yin-Hu asked, momentarily stunned. Father, the witch said this is a toilet and shower area, used for us to relieve ourselves and bathe. Otherwise, our tribe would be too dirty and smelly. Father, take a whiff now. Doesn't it smell much better? After Yin Lin's reminder, Yin-Hu and the other totem warriors from the hunting team finally noticed the significant change in the tribe. Instantly, they transformed from their earlier panic to astonishment. It doesn't smell anymore. Yeah, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel the tribe looks much nicer. Hey, is it really not smelly? I still think there's a bit of smell. That's because you smell. Don't you remember? Yesterday you covered yourself in the droppings of the sharp-horned pig to mask your own smell in order to get close to it. The group quickly moved 2 meters away from that warrior, leaving him with an extremely red face. All right, everyone, let us get back to work. We need to deal with the water source issue quickly. Yang Cheng increasingly hoped for the arrival of water so everyone could wash up and address their hygiene problems. Okay. Upon hearing Yang Cheng's words, everyone shifted their focus away from the totem warrior and went to the open area of the tribe to grab the bamboo they had prepared yesterday. Since they had hunted 3 sharp-horned pigs yesterday, along with the one injured, the tribe now had 4 pigs. So they would have to worry about food for a few days. Therefore, except for the elderly and children, Yang Cheng mobilized the rest to work. Near the river, where fierce beasts were present, Yang Cheng had the totem warriors lay down water pipes. In safer areas closer to the tribe, he had Yin Lin and Qing, along with other young adults, lay the pipes, but he also left 3 totem warriors with them to guard against sudden appearances of fierce beasts. Yang Cheng did not allow the remaining elderly and children to rest either. This was a primitive society, not a modern one with a complete welfare system. Everyone essentially had to work hard for the development of the Qing tribe. Xia, come here. Yang Cheng called for Xia. She had been trying hard to help Yin Lin and Qing lay down the water pipes outside the tribe, but Yang Cheng had classified her among the elderly, children, and the weak. First, Xia was physically frail and had just recovered from an illness. Second, Yang Cheng noticed she was smarter than the other tribe members and could quickly understand his intentions. Which, Xia walked weakly in front of Yang Cheng, not knowing why he wanted her to stay in the tribe. Although this meant she wouldn't have to do as much heavy work. She felt guilty and sorry for everyone. Primitive people did not know how to conceal their emotions. Yang Cheng could see Xia's inner thoughts clearly. Xia, everyone is working outside, and you're here in the tribe. Don't you feel bad about it? Yang Cheng asked softly. Xia hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and quietly replied, Yes, witch. Hey, don't think like that. Yang Cheng tried to stroke her 2 deer horns. Seeing she didn't reject him, he confidently increased the pressure. The texture is really nice. It has small bumps, both smooth and rough. Yang Cheng said, The reason I kept you here is that I have something more important for you. More important? Xia raised her head, and for some reason, her face turned a bit red, making her even cuter. Yes, it's related to the tribe's food supply. Yang Cheng nodded and picked up the vines placed beside him, saying, What I need you to do is to take the tribe members who are staying in the tribe to find vines, various types of vines. Yesterday, when he went to the river, he encountered fierce beasts and saw the fish in the river. Yang Cheng quickly thought of the deadly weapon for capturing prey, nets. Nets could not only be used for fishing, but also for catching birds and making traps to capture fierce beasts. Just imagine, a few totem warriors luring fierce beasts into a trap made of nets, while the other hidden totem warriors exert their strength to trap the beasts. This would reduce casualties and prevent the beasts from escaping. However, finding the right vines for making nets was a significant challenge. Last night, after returning to the cave, Yang Cheng noticed that the tribe members used sturdy vines for their everyday needs. But they were either too straight and difficult to bend or too brittle and would easily break with a little force. The best vines for making nets should have strength, freshness, and be easy to knot. Vines, various types of vines? A big question mark appeared on Xia's little head. Can finding vines really solve the tribe's food problem? Yang Cheng noticed Xia's confusion, but did not explain, as it was hard to do so. He just stroked her 2 deer horns again and said, Don't worry. If I say it can solve the problem, than it can. Just take the tribe members and go find them. Chapter 35. The facility that was almost forgotten. Yang Cheng instructed, and Xia had nothing more to say. Moreover, the shaman held the greatest power in the tribe. Whatever they said was final. All right, shaman. Xia obediently nodded and then went over to the elderly and children to convey Yang Cheng's orders. After hearing the command, everyone was equally puzzled. They didn't understand why Yang Cheng wanted to find vines, but no one questioned it. In fact, seeing that the tribe's totem warriors and young adults were working, they also wanted to contribute to the tribe. Immediately, the elderly and children, led by Xia, began to search for various vines. Finding vines wasn't something that could be done in a short time. There was no task for Yang Cheng here, and he was indeed a bit uneasy about the primitive people laying the water pipes. So, Yang Cheng went nearby to see how everyone was doing with their work. Shaman, shaman, shaman. When the people saw Yang Cheng approaching, they stopped digging the trench and laying the pipes, greeting him enthusiastically. Yang Cheng nodded in response. However, as he walked a little further, he suddenly froze in place, a bit dumbfounded. Ahead, the soil was being thrown up, nearly 20 to 30 meters high, making a loud, rumbling noise, even more so than a small construction site on Earth. As Yang Cheng focused, he realized it was Yen Lin and Qing along with a group of totem warriors bending over, digging out the soil from underneath themselves, creating such a commotion. However, no matter how Yang Cheng looked at their actions, it seemed odd. Wasn't this just like dogs digging in the ground? Cough, cough. Yang Cheng cleared his throat a couple of times. The sound reached the ears of those digging. Yen Lin looked up and exclaimed in surprise, "Shaman, you're here?" The others also stopped their tasks and greeted Yang Cheng. Shaman. Yang Cheng nodded in response and pointed at the long trench they had dug, asking, "Are you digging like this without tools?" As he walked over, he had noticed that the tribe members were using their hands to dig in the ground, without any shovels or tools. Tools? Yen Lin and the others looked confused. "You mean a shovel?" Yang Cheng explained briefly and then drew a little in the dirt. Yen Lin and the others leaned in to take a look and suddenly realized, "Shaman, is this what you're talking about? This thing is not useful, it's too fragile. It breaks after a bit of use, and it's better to use our hands." That's true. Before copper and iron appeared, primitive tools were generally made of stone and wood. However, shaping stones into complex tools takes a lot of time and is quite difficult. Wood, on the other hand, is relatively brittle, especially since everyone in the Qing tribe has at least the strength of 2 humans from Earth. A little force can easily break wood. "Doesn't it hurt your hands?" Yang Cheng asked. "Not all. Digging a bit of soil is nothing for us." Qing replied naturally, then stretched her pair of delicate little hands in front of Yang Cheng. Aside from a bit of dirt under her nails, her hands showed no other injuries. This made Yang Cheng secretly amazed. He couldn't help but wonder what was going on in this world. Not only were there beast-eared girls, but they also looked quite good, and working didn't make their skin rough or damaged. Since digging with their hands didn't hurt the beast-eared girls, Yang Cheng didn't dwell on it further. "By the way, how is the water pipe installation going? How much longer will it take?" Yang Cheng asked again. As soon as this was mentioned, all the totem warriors became excited. "Shaman, it will be ready soon. I just want to check on Yin, Hu, and the others. And their progress is fast. We should be able to finish laying the pipes by the time the sun is overhead." The spear-wielding warrior happily said, "Yes, Shaman. As long as we put in a bit more effort here, once the sun is overhead and we place the bamboo, we can connect both ends and have water ready before sunset." Yen Lin excitedly added, "That's great." Yang Cheng clapped his hands, feeling a bit excited himself. "If we can get the water into the tribe before nightfall, I can finally take a bath tonight." He was tormented by the smell on his body. He hadn't changed his habits from before he crossed over, and after not bathing for 2 or 3 days, he felt unbearably itchy. "All right, you all put in the effort, and I'll wait for your good news." Don't worry, Shaman, we will work hard." Yang Cheng didn't say more and turned to go check on how Xia was doing with the collected vines. However, after walking a couple of steps and seeing everyone working hard on the water pipes, he suddenly remembered something and quickly turned back. "Oh no, I forgot about this. Once the tribe's water is connected, we need a water storage tank, or the water will be wasted. Spear and Hanya, you two stop digging for now and come with me. I have something to assign to you." Yang Cheng showed that. "Got it." Spear and Hong, you stopped digging and followed behind Yang Cheng. Yin Lin, curious, came along and said, Shaman, I'll help too. Just as she spoke, another voice chimed in. Shaman, I'll help too. Yin Lin turned to see Qing had also followed out of curiosity. The two exchanged a glare and then looked at Yang Cheng with the same eager expression. These two beast-eared girls. Yang Cheng helplessly said, All right, you both can come help. There was no rush in laying the pipes. The water storage tank was the most urgent matter. Yang Cheng led the four to the end of the pipeline, examined the area, and chose a relatively higher spot. You all dig a pit here, Yang Cheng instructed. Okay. Spear and Hongya were loyal and obedient. Whatever Yang Cheng said, they did. Hearing the instruction, they immediately squatted down and began digging. Yin Lin and Qing eagerly asked, Shaman, what do we do? Should we dig a pit too? No, you two go find some stones. Each one should be this big. Yang Cheng pointed to a wooden stump nearby with a diameter of 20 decimeters. All right, Shaman. Yin Lin and Qing seemed to have endless energy. Once they received the instruction, they happily ran off to find stones. Yang Cheng turned back, anxious. Hey, you need to dig that wide, that big. While he was talking to Yin Lin and Qing, Spear and Hong, he had already expanded the pit to 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. The purpose of the water storage tank was to store water for everyone to use after resting at night. During the day, the water flowing from the bamboo pipes could be completely used by the tribe members. Therefore, the water storage tank didn't need to be too big. 2 meters long and wide was enough, mainly needing to be deeper. Under Yang Cheng's guidance, Spear and Hong, you began digging the pit again. Chapter 36. The reservoir is completed. After digging for a while, Yang Cheng achieved the desired result. A square pit measuring 2 meters in length and width and 3 meters deep. At this moment, Yin Lin and Qing returned with a large pile of stones that were even taller than their heads. The four of them looked at the pit that Yang Cheng had requested, all somewhat puzzled. What is this pit for? Is it also a toilet? Qing asked innocently. This made Yang Cheng, who was slightly satisfied, immediately darken his expression, with black lines all over his forehead. Yang Cheng explained, This is a reservoir used to store water. Excess water can be directed here. The others seemed to understand, but were still unsure, and Qing asked, But which can soil hold water? Doesn't water just disappear when it touches soil? This curious child had so many questions. However, Yang Cheng didn't feel annoyed. The fact that Qing asked many questions showed she was thinking. If the tribe members had no thoughts of their own and were not curious about the world, Yang Cheng would only be leading a group of walking corpses. That way, the Qing tribe would never develop. Regular soil can't be used to store water because its gaps are too large and the water will seep down. So, we need to compact the soil at the bottom more tightly to hold water, Yang Cheng explained. The reason I asked you to bring stones is that they can help compact the reservoir's floor and prevent water loss. Oh, I see. After hearing Yang Cheng's explanation, everyone suddenly understood, feeling as if clouds had cleared to reveal the sky. All right, let's hurry up. Before the water pipes are connected, we need to finish the reservoir, or the unused water will be wasted, Yang Cheng commanded. Got it. The two totem warriors and the two beast-eared girls replied in unison. Then, under Yang Cheng's direction, they each jumped into the pit holding a large stone, first stomping down to compact the ground, then throwing the stones down and hammering them in with their fists. The strength of the totem warriors was extraordinary. In no time, the reservoir's floor was compacted tightly. Yin Lin and Qing, go find some stones again. But this time they need to be square and rectangular, as we will use them to build the walls of the reservoir, Yang Cheng instructed. The reservoir's floor alone wouldn't suffice. The walls also needed to be built with stones, or the soil would absorb the water, and the reservoir wouldn't hold any. Watching the two beast-eared girls compete to see who could find better stones, Yang Cheng felt quite satisfied and gave himself a thumbs up. Yin Lin and Qing were indeed very useful. If either of them worked alone, they could get the job done, but the results might not be as good, only reaching an 80 efficiency. However, when they were together, they would secretly compete, achieving outstanding results, and even reaching a 120 efficiency. In a short while, the stones were piled up, and then under Yang Cheng's guidance, the Spear and Hong quickly completed the reservoir. All right, everything is ready, just waiting for the east wind. Yang Cheng clapped his hands excited. Everything is ready. East wind? The others blinked in confusion at the words that popped out of Yang Cheng's mouth. Hanya and the spear exchanged glances, puzzled in their minds. What does the witch mean? Why can't we understand? Yin Lin and Qing, having been around Yang Cheng for a while, had gotten used to him occasionally saying things they didn't understand. Now, upon hearing him say this again, they looked at him with expectation and admiration, thinking, is this what a witch is? The things they say are different, all things we don't understand, so profound. We love it. At this moment, a tribesman rushed over at a speed that Yang Cheng's 2 fire wheels couldn't match, shouting loudly. Which, just now Yin Hu sent someone to say that their bamboo has been laid out, and they want to know if they can start connecting it. Yang Cheng thought for a moment and replied, let them start connecting it. But which? Our bamboo hasn't been completely laid out yet? The spear asked, confused. TSK. These primitives just don't understand flexibility. As long as the upper part is connected, it can start drawing water. The water being drawn isn't a flood. The downstream workload is minimal. Once the upper part is ready, the lower part will be completed as well. It's fine, they can connect it, and we can lay the bamboo afterward. There are only a few left. Yang Cheng waved his hand, instructing the tribesmen to return and inform Yin Hu. Then he led the 4 back outside the tribe to direct the tribesmen in laying the bamboo. Upon hearing that the totem warriors were ready, the tribesmen became even more motivated to work. After drinking some filtered hot water, they hurriedly got to work. Yang Cheng also had everyone chant a slogan. 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3. Not only did chanting the slogan prove useful, but it also motivated everyone to work together, making them feel less tired. By the river. Hurry up, keep up. Once we lay down these last few bamboo sticks, we can start connecting. Yin Hu and Tsang Shi, each carrying thick bamboo, ran through the woods, shouting for other totem warriors to put in more effort. After working all morning, even though the strength of the totem warriors was much greater than that of ordinary tribesmen, they still felt tired. After all, they were human, not machines. Hey, do you think Yin Hu and Tsang Shi's strength has increased again? Zhonghua, running behind them with bamboo, gasped and asked the large stone beside him. The large stone was also panting heavily, swallowed his saliva, and nodded. It seems they have become much stronger. It looks like they're about to break through to become intermediate totem warriors. Intermediate warriors, Zhonghua said enviously. They can fight against 6th-rank ferocious beasts. If our tribe has 2 more intermediate totem warriors, our chances of counterattacking our ancestral land will increase. However, the large stone wasn't as optimistic as Zhonghua. He shook his head and said, it's not that simple. Low-level warriors want to become intermediate warriors. Besides breaking through their totem power in life-and-death battles with ferocious beasts, they also need to supplement a lot of vitality regularly. After a pause, the large stone continued. But our tribe currently lacks enough food to help a low-level totem warrior break through to an intermediate totem warrior, let alone have both Yin Hu and Tsang Shi break through together. That's true. Zhonggua's eyes dimmed, suddenly remembering something. He hurriedly said, right? Didn't the witch say he could solve the food problem? Perhaps once the food issue is resolved, Yin Hu and Tsang Shi will be able to break through. Chapter 37. The tribe has water. Yang Cheng now has absolute credibility in the hearts of the people. Upon hearing this, the Shi's eyes lit up, right? With a shaman present. If the shaman says the food problem can be solved, then it can be solved. Once the food issue is resolved, the sentence was left unfinished. Hey, Changhua, Dashir, what are you talking about? Hurry up and keep up. Yin Hu urged. Coming. Changhua and Dashir responded and hurriedly caught up. At this moment, a tribesman ran up the slope from below, shouting to Yin Hu and the others. Yin Hu, the shaman said we can connect now. Great. The totem warriors exchanged glances. They had been busy all day, waiting for this moment. Immediately, the totem warriors put in extra effort to set up the last bamboo, then carefully walked to the riverbank. Under the watchful eyes of the fierce beasts, Yin Hu carefully dug open the last section of the dry creek and river. Splashing, the river poured into the creek, flowing into the green bamboo water pipes, producing a pleasant and light sound. Let's go back. Yin Hu, Tsang Shi, and the others saw that the river indeed flowed, as Yang Cheng had said, down the bamboo. They exchanged surprised glances and called out to each other, then turned to head back. This left several fierce beasts drinking by the river feeling quite puzzled. Why aren't these two-legged creatures fetching water today? If Yin Hu, Song Shi, and the others could understand the beast's thoughts, they would have excitedly shouted back. Not only do we not have to fetch water today, we won't have to fetch water in the future. Our Qing tribe can drink water right in the tribe. As the totem warriors quickly walked back, they checked whether the bamboo was connected properly. When they found that the bamboo water pipes were all connected, they returned to the tribe. Inside the tribe's people had already laid out the last few pieces of bamboo. Seeing Yin Hu and the others return, everyone began to ask in a flurry. Yin Hu, are the bamboo pipes all connected? Is there water coming? There are no problems, right? Yin Hu replied uniformly, don't worry. According to what the shaman taught us, we have opened the outlet, and the water is flowing smoothly into the bamboo water pipes. Father, where's the water? Why hasn't it come yet? Yin Lin eagerly asked. Her tiger ears perked up. Others shared her confusion. Since the outlet had been opened and water was supposed to be in the bamboo, why couldn't they see any water? Faced with this question, Yin Hu was also baffled and didn't know how to respond. Was there a problem on the way? But he and the totem warriors had checked all along the way. Everything was connected, and none of the bamboo was broken. Seeing Yin Hu's helpless expression, everyone began to panic. This was the first time everyone had worked together for so long on something, and they had made many preparations. If it didn't succeed, wouldn't all their efforts over the past few days be in vain? Yin Lin grew anxious and suddenly thought of Yang Cheng. She quickly turned and shook his arm. Shaman, what's going on? Sigh. Yang Cheng sighed and rubbed Yin Lin's tiger ears that had perked up due to her anxiety. The sensation was softer than usual, a bit perky, and very firm. When everyone saw the usually omnipotent shaman sighing, their hearts sank. Could it be that the plan to direct water into the tribe had really failed? Yin Hu gritted his teeth and said, Shaman, I'll take the totem warriors to check what happened. After saying this, more than 10 totem warriors stood up together, ready to follow Yin Hu. Hey, come back. Yang Cheng called out, then said, why are you all in such a hurry? I didn't say the problem couldn't be solved. The problem could be solved. As soon as Yang Cheng's words fell, Yin Lin jumped up in surprise and asked in confusion, Shaman, since you can solve the problem, why did you sigh just now? Others turned their gazes to Yang Cheng, sharing the same confusion as Yin Lin. Yang Cheng helplessly replied, I sighed because I was worried that everyone couldn't figure out such a simple thing. The speed of the water flowing is slower than the speed at which Yin Hu and the others ran back, so when they arrived, the water was still on the way, and of course, it hasn't come yet. I see. Everyone suddenly understood and then showed embarrassed expressions. Just then, splashing. The sound of flowing water came from the bamboo water pipe, breaking the awkwardness. A stream of clear water flowed out from the end of the bamboo water pipe, drawing a line of water that fell into the water storage pool Yang Cheng had dug. When everyone saw this scene, they first fell silent, then erupted into cheers. The water is here. Xing Gao raised his hands joyfully. Our tribe will have water from now on. We won't have to go to the river to fetch water anymore. That's great. Our tribe won't lack water anymore. We can finally take baths. Awesome, Shaman. The flow of water wasn't very strong, but it was incredibly uplifting. Seeing the water flowing from the end of the bamboo, everyone suddenly felt that even if they had been tired all day, it was worth it to endure a few more days of fatigue. This was not just any water. It was water drawn from 600 or 700 meters away. Although fierce beasts generally wouldn't attack when fetching water by the river, there were still beasts roaming along the way. Moreover, when only the totem warriors went to fetch water, they brought back very little water, and the path was steep. It often happened that they returned to the tribe with only half of the water they had filled. But now, the water flowed directly into the tribe. In the future, the tribe could fetch as much as they wanted, as long as they paid attention to the situation at the river connection every few days. All right, everyone line up to fetch water. After the excitement settled, Yang Cheng said. Everyone obediently complied, lining up one by one. In the distance, the elders and children of the tribe were already filtering the water and lighting the firewood, waiting for the water to be fetched and filtered so they could drink it directly. After observing for a while, Yang Cheng reminded everyone, oh, there's one more thing everyone needs to pay attention to. From now on, This water storage pool will be our tribe's public water supply. No one is allowed to dirty the water storage pool, and when fetching water from the pool, you must use designated bamboo buckets, not your own. Anyone who disobeys will be punished to fetch water from the river. Is that clear? Understood. Everyone replied in unison, clearly aware of how precious water was and that dirty water couldn't be consumed. Without Yang Cheng's specific instructions, they would also abide by this rule themselves. That's good. Yang Cheng nodded and then said to Mu Qing, Mu Qing, please have someone bring 2 bamboo buckets of water to the bathing area. I need to take a bath. He could no longer endure the itchy feeling on his body and was eager to wash up. Chapter 38, Which? We are here to help you bathe, yes. Which? Mu Qing nodded, showing no objections to Yang Cheng's instructions. It was only natural. Yang Cheng was the witch of the Qing tribe, and he was above everyone else. Asking someone to bring a few buckets of water to the bathing area was not unreasonable at all. After giving his orders, Yang Cheng did not linger in the tribe, but went to the cave to find a set of clean clothes. Speaking of which, it seemed that the people of the Qing tribe only had one set of clothes, all simple in style, made from the skins of fierce beasts hunted. Yang Cheng did not know that just after he left, the old man Mu Qing began to implement his schemes. Seeing Yang Cheng treating Xia as the witch, Mu Qing was very anxious. With Xia's frail body, how strong could the children born be? A witch needed to sleep with someone to have children, and it had to be someone strong like Yanlin and Qing. However, Mu Qing also noticed another issue. The witch seemed to have no such thoughts about Yanlin and Qing. Could it be that the witch did not like Yanlin and Qing, but preferred someone like Xia? That would he do? As an elder of the tribe, Mu Qing felt it was necessary and his responsibility to help the witch choose a witch maiden. Since the witch did not choose the strongest Yanlin and Qing, he should provide more options for careful selection. Perhaps there would be others that caught his eye. Thinking of this, Mu Qing began to quietly gather the eligible beast-eared girls in the tribe, not knowing what he said to them. Suddenly, these beast-eared girls turned red in the face, shyly nodded their heads. As the sun had not yet set, sunlight filtered through the leaves and thatch, making the bathing area very bright. Yang Cheng was already in the bathing area. He had chosen 2 well-dried animal skins from the cave, punched a few holes with a bone needle, found a few thin vines, and casually made a set of clothes. Then he came to the bathing area, waiting for Mu Qing to bring water. Swish! The animal skin hanging at the door of the bathing area was lifted. Mu Qing, you're here. Yang Cheng heard the voice and spoke, but halfway through, he stopped abruptly. It was not Mu Qing who entered, but Yanlin, holding a bamboo bucket in her hand. Yanlin, why are you here? Yang Cheng was taken aback for a moment, his expression suddenly darkening. Didn't Ti say that the bathing area is divided by gender? Why aren't you listening? Seeing Yang Cheng rarely lose his temper, especially at her, Yanlin felt wronged to death, which, it's not that I'm not listening. It's Mu Qing who sent me here. He suddenly said he had a stomach ache and asked me to bring water for the witch. Is that so? Yang Cheng did not believe it. The timing was too coincidental. He thought he was dealing with a 3-year-old child? Yes, it is. Yanlin nodded like a chick pecking at rice. And it's not just me. Qing and everyone else have come too. As soon as she finished speaking, the animal skin at the door was lifted again. Qing entered with a bucket of water, followed by a large group of beast-eared girls. At least more than 10 of them. They all looked different, with various appearances. There were cat-eared girls, fox-eared girls, rabbit-eared girls, horse-tailed girls, and sheep-horned girls. But they all had one characteristic. They were all very beautiful, with fair and delicate skin, and their shy gazes were directed at Yang Cheng. As soon as the beast-eared girls entered, they filled the already small bathing area to capacity. What are you all doing? Yang Cheng stuttered, feeling a bit dry in his throat and mouth. We are here to help the witch bathe. The group of beast-eared girls said in unison. The witch is the most important person in our Qing tribe. Someone must be here to watch while bathing, otherwise, what if something dangerous happens? Yanlin said seriously and with reason. What danger could there be while bathing, especially in the tribe? Yang Cheng asked, laughing and crying at the same time. Yanlin couldn't answer Yang Cheng's question and finally waved her hand. Anyway, there is danger, and we must help the witch bathe. After saying that, she and the group of beast-eared girls put down the water buckets and were about to get to work. Looking at the situation, It seemed they really intended to help Yang Cheng bathe, with no other intentions. Of course, there were no other intentions. Primitive people are quite simple. Mooching still used physical strength as a criterion, gathering the beast-eared girls together with the instruction to help Yang Cheng bathe. Whoever put in the effort and did a good job might catch Yang Cheng's eye. As mentioned before, primitive tribe clothing is not as complex as on Earth. The clothes worn by the beast-eared girls are not as structured as those of girls on Earth. A large group of beast-eared girls gathered closely, making a big commotion. In an instant, Yang Cheng saw many indescribable things. All right. Yang Cheng hurriedly pushed the beast-eared girls away. If this continued, he really couldn't take it anymore. Yang Cheng was a witch, not a totem warrior, and his physical quality was poor. He could not handle so many beast-eared girls at once. You all go out. I don't need you to help me bathe, and I've said before, the bathing area is divided by gender. Go to other bathing areas. Let us forget about this time, but I will not let it go next time, Yang Cheng said sternly, his face serious. He had absolute authority in the tribe. Seeing Yang Cheng unhappy, the beast-eared girls were immediately terrified. One by one, they scrambled out, not daring to stay in the bathing area any longer. A rabbit-eared girl almost tripped and fell. Outside, Mooching saw all the beast-eared girls rush out in a panic and felt very puzzled. What's going on? Does the witch not like any of them? What to do now? Are we really going to let Xia become the witch? Inside the bathing area, looking at the group of beast-eared girls scared away by him, Yang Cheng let out a sigh of relief. Just a little more, and he would have lost his dignity. That Mooching, once I have time, I'll make sure to deal with him properly. When the toilet gets dirty, I'll punish him and clean it for a month. Yang Cheng thought for a moment and realized that the beast-eared girls were all arranged by Mooching. He could understand Mooching's actions, suspecting that he was doing this for the sake of the tribe as continuation. But Yang Cheng could not tolerate it. After all, he was the witch of the Qing tribe, and it was not yet time for succession. They had just begun to develop, and the external enemies had not been resolved. It was not yet the time for reproduction. After that, nothing else happened. Yang Cheng took a good bath, feeling like he had scrubbed off 3 pounds of dirt from his body. He felt an indescribable sense of relaxation and refreshment. After changing into new clothes and returning to the cave, the sky had gradually darkened. Many people in the tribe were taking baths one after another. After being chased out by Yang Cheng, Yinlin and Qing went to take a bath. Now that they had finished bathing, the two looked even more radiant than usual, with fair and tender skin. This made Yang Cheng's eyes light up, but he still kept a stern face. The two beast-eared girls wanted to approach him upon seeing this, but they did not dare to come closer. In the end, they could only stay in a corner of the cave, wide-eyed and looking wronged, like pets that had displeased their master and were being punished. Chapter 39, which, please give me a massage, seeing the aggrieved and fearful looks on their faces. Yang Cheng couldn't help but laugh, and his slight anger disappeared. Forget it. He decided not to hold it against the two beast-eared girls anymore. After all, he was the witch of the Qing tribe. Just as Yang Cheng was about to wave them over, Xia quietly walked over, which, we found the vines you asked us to look for. Yang Cheng immediately forgot about the two beast-eared girls and happily said, You found them? Take me to see. Xia nodded obediently and led Yang Cheng to one side of the cave. Yinlin and Qing, seeing Yang Cheng smiling at Xia, felt as if something inside them had been overturned, making them feel even worse. However, the two beast-eared girls did not cry or make a fuss. Instead, they bit their lips and followed from a distance. Xia led Yang Cheng to one side of the cave, where, illuminated by the fire inside, they saw that it was already piled high with various types of vines, and some elders and children were still adding more. Upon seeing Yang Cheng arrive, they respectfully greeted him, which Yang Cheng waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to be so formal and could continue with what they were doing. He squatted down next to the vines to check which ones could be used for making nets. First, he discarded the ones that were too thin. This primitive world was different from Earth, and he was dealing with fierce beasts with great strength, so thin ones like fishing lines could be easily broken. Then, he also discarded the ones that were too thick, as they were hard to twist and heavy, making them inconvenient to carry. He needed vines that were of moderate thickness, high toughness, and easy to bend. After rummaging through them, Cheng finally chose 6 or 7 types of vines. However, he realized that while he could pull them, he didn't know which one had the best toughness. Cheng tugged at these vines, thinking they could all serve as structures for nets. But he still needed to pick the best one. Just then, he caught sight of Lin and Xing squatting not far away, drawing circles on the ground while occasionally glancing over with looks full of grievance and pleading. These two beast-eared girls. Cheng shook his head with amusement. "You two come over," he shouted to them. Hearing Cheng's call, the two beast-eared girls were first taken aback. Then disbelief spread across their faces as they cautiously pointed to themselves, asking, "Which are you calling us?" "Of course, who else could it be besides you two?" Cheng laughed and called out, "Hurry over, I have something to tell you." "Yes, which?" The two beast-eared girls showed expressions of pure joy and quickly ran over. However, when they reached Cheng, they slowed their pace and didn't come any closer, instead bowing their heads and apologizing, "Which we were wrong, we shouldn't." Before they could finish, Cheng's warm hand landed on their heads. It was an instant head pat. This feeling, the witch's hand, is so warm and comfortable. The two beast-eared girls thoroughly enjoyed it, instinctively rubbing their heads against Cheng's hand. Xia, seeing this scene, was extremely envious and wished Cheng had a third hand to rub her little head too. Cheng patted the small heads of the two beast-eared girls and said, "No need to say anything more. I've forgiven you. Now, come here. I have something I need your help with." When Cheng removed his hand, the two beast-eared girls immediately felt a sense of loss. However, upon hearing that Cheng needed their help, they instantly became cheerful again. "Great. The witch has something for us to do. We love helping the witch." "Witch, what do you want us to do?" Lin asked. "Witch, just tell us." "We can do anything," Xing said, patting her not-so-large chest. "It's simple. Here, I have a vine. You two each grab one end and pull." Cheng placed a selected vine in their hands. The two beast-eared girls had surprising strength, second only to the totem warriors. So having them test the vine's strength was much more reliable than Cheng doing it himself. Although the two beast-eared girls didn't know why Cheng wanted them to do this, they thought, who cares? As long as they could help the witch, that was enough. So the two beast-eared girls took one end each and started to pull the vine with all their might. The vine instantly stretched tight, and then it got longer and longer, visibly tearing the fibers inside. Crack! After 3 seconds of being pulled, the vine finally couldn't withstand the force from the two of them and snapped in half. Ouch! That hurt! Lin and Xing, having pulled too hard, fell onto their bottoms without realizing it. "Are you two okay?" Cheng exclaimed, rushing to ask. "I'm fine." Lin stood up and dusted off her backside. Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. However, after Xing got up, she suddenly called out softly, "Witch, what is it, Xing?" Cheng asked anxiously. Xing nodded and said, "Witch, please help me massage. My bottom seems to have gotten bigger from the fall, and if it gets bigger, I won't be able to become a totem warrior." "What?" Cheng was taken aback. "How does a bigger bottom relate to becoming a totem warrior?" "Of course it does," Xing replied seriously. "A bigger bottom means that all the qi and blood have gone there, and other places will lack qi and blood, so I won't be able to awaken the totem power and become a totem warrior." Cheng suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and explained, "All right, it's fine. Having a bigger bottom won't affect your qi and blood in other places, nor will it affect your ability to become a totem warrior." "Really?" Xing was skeptical. "Then, witch, you should still massage me. A big bottom doesn't look good." Seeing that Xing was still fixated on this, Cheng had no choice but to extend his hand and give her a massage. To be honest, it was quite soft, especially with her tail swaying around like a succubus. It was particularly amusing. "Is that better now?" Cheng said impatiently. Xing, completely unaware of being taken advantage of, felt very comfortable after Cheng's massage and nodded, saying, "Much better, thank you, witch. All right, let's continue. Pull this one. This time be careful not to fall again." Cheng instructed, then handed another vine to the two beast-eared girls. In this way, they tested all the selected 5 or 6 vines. In the end, Cheng confirmed one of them. This particular vine could withstand Lin and Xing's pulling for more than 10 seconds without showing signs of tearing. And it was only as thick as a little finger, making it suitable for further processing. "All right, Xia, Take some people and find all the vines like this one. Young Cheng instructed. Okay, witch. Xia took the vine, nodded her little head, and said earnestly. Chapter 40. The method of creating witch bone cards, Yan Lin and Qing. These two fellows became addicted to helping out. When Yangcheng instructed Xia to do some work, they volunteered, raising their hands and saying, "Which, we also want to work. All right, you two can stay here and help Xia pick out the vines." Yangcheng was secretly delighted but maintained a calm expression. Finally, he could get a good night's sleep tonight, no longer disturbed by the two beast-eared girls. Yangcheng wanted to finish making the net quickly, but haste makes waste. It was already late, and the firelight was insufficient. It was hard to work on the vines by the firelight. It would be better to let Xia and the others select the vines first, and then make the net tomorrow during the day. Back at the dwelling, Yangcheng lay on the grass mat and rested for a while. Then he sat cross-legged and meditated. Living in a primitive society, one must work hard. Witch power was Yangcheng's important guarantee. The meditative space was still the same as before, an empty white space, occasionally revealing black tadpole-like witch symbols. As usual, Yangcheng searched for witch symbols to solve problems in the meditative space. He was becoming increasingly adept at it. The most difficult problems presented by the witch symbols were no more challenging than the geometric sequences he studied in high school, and they were the simplest kind. Yangcheng easily absorbed today's witch power, and the amount stored in his body increased by half. Now, if he cast the healing spell, he could use it not just 5 times, but 8 times. Oh, just now I seem to see the structure of the fire spell's witch symbols. Yangcheng concentrated and manifested the witch symbols for the fire spell, carefully reviewing all 15 of them from beginning to end. He discovered that the 13th and 14th witch symbols could be combined into another witch symbol. Immediately, Yangcheng modified them, combining the two into one. Thus, the number of witch symbols required for the fire spell reduced from 15 to 14. Yangcheng recondensed the witch symbols for the fire spell and combined them. A fiery red witch spell appeared in his hand. With the witch power activated, a fireball about the size of a baby's fist shot out from Yangcheng's hand. Not bad. Yangcheng felt somewhat satisfied. The improved fire spell, though still small, a mere little fireball, was a significant improvement over the original flame that resembled a lighter's flame. After improving the fire spell, Yangcheng condensed the witch symbols for the healing spell and the invigorating spell to see if there were any improvements to be made. However, he did not find any corresponding witch symbols. So, Yangcheng put away the witch symbols and began to study another item, the witchbone card. The witchbone card was something that had to be thoroughly researched. After all, Yangcheng would not always act with the hunting team. If the totem warriors were injured, they could seek him out for treatment promptly. For instance, in the case of a spear injury, if Yangcheng was not around, they would need the witchbone card for treatment. However, there were only 5 witchbone cards in the tribe, 2 for healing spells, 2 for fire spells, and 1 for invigorating spells. The quantity was simply insufficient to ensure that the totem warriors could receive timely treatment when injured while hunting in the wild. The best scenario would be for each person to have at least 1 witchbone card. Therefore, researching and producing witchbone cards was imperative. Yangcheng exited the meditative state, tossed a piece of wood into the fire to make it burn brighter, and took out the animal skin that recorded the witchbone card, studying it carefully by the bright firelight. The production of witchbone cards required special materials, such as the bones of fierce beasts that had been polished smooth so that the witch power could be preserved for a long time. Yangcheng translated the witch symbols on the animal skin quietly through his understanding. When engraving the witch patterns on the witchbone card, witch power must be injected, and it must be done in one go to be considered a success. The state of the witch patterns engraved on the witchbone card determines how effectively the witch power can be utilized. The clearer and larger the witch patterns are engraved, the smoother the flow of witch power will be. However, exceeding a certain weight may cause the witch power to be unable to be stored, or result in stuttering, delays, or failure to activate, among other issues. After thoroughly studying all the witch symbols related to the production of witchbone cards on the animal skin, Yangcheng understood the method of making witchbone cards. The method was not particularly difficult, yet not easy either. The principle was to use witch power to carve certain witch patterns onto the witchbone card. However, the witch patterns must be infused with witch power during the engraving process, and it must be done in one go without interruption. Otherwise, even if successful, it will be a defective product. The witch patterns were a type of design. On the animal skin left to Yang Cheng by the previous generation, there were 3 designs. Yang Cheng could easily identify that these 3 designs represented the healing spell, fire spell, and invigorating spell. I know how to make the witch bone card now. Next, it's time to take action, Yang Cheng murmured. But he was not in a hurry. As the saying goes, at night, with poor lighting, it was difficult to even make the net, let alone the finely crafted witch bone card. Therefore, Yang Cheng planned to postpone it until daytime. He would use the night for meditation to recover his witch power and to study improvements to witchcraft. By the firelight, he carefully reviewed the method of making witch bone cards, confirming that there were no omissions. Afterward, Yang Cheng covered his mouth, yawned, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, without the disturbances from Yin Lin and Qing, Yang Cheng slept until the light of day before waking up. There were not many people left in the cave. The hunting team had gone out hunting as usual. After washing his face with some water, Yang Cheng felt his teeth were a bit gritty and found a twig to clean them. In the absence of toothbrushes and toothpaste, the Qing tribe used twigs to maintain oral hygiene. Yang Cheng was concerned about addressing this issue, but with food security not guaranteed, many things still had to be postponed. When he arrived at the place where the vines were stored yesterday, he saw that the area was even messier than before. This scene felt incredibly familiar, as if it had been messed up by the husky he had raised on Earth. However, in one corner, there was a neat pile of vines. There were about 40 to 50 of them, each 2 to 3 meters long. Above these vines, 3 beast-eared girls were cuddled together, holding hands and draping their legs over each other, snoring and sleeping soundly, their mouths opening and closing. They looked just like 3 adorable little piggies. Chapter 41, this is called a net. Wake up. Yang Cheng stepped forward and shook the 3 of them. Wu, you're here. Qing seemed not fully awake. And after being shaken by Yang Cheng, she opened her eyes drowsily, then turned over and hugged Yang Cheng's leg. Then, she rubbed against him and fell asleep again. Yin Lin yawned and lay back down, completely unfazed. Only Xia, after being shaken awake by Yang Cheng, yawned and came to her senses. Seeing Yang Cheng right in front of her, thinking that he must have seen her sleeping position just now, her face instantly turned red, feeling shy. Yang Cheng pulled Qing up from his leg and stood her up, then gently tugged Yin Lin's tiger ear to make her stand as well. Everyone wake up. It's time to work. No, I'm so sleepy. I stayed up late last night. Yin Lin and Qing were pulled up by Yang Cheng, but still had sleepy eyes. Want to stay in bed. If you don't get up to work, there will be nothing to eat. Yang Cheng threatened them. Nothing to eat? The 2 beast-eared girls, still drowsy, perked up at this and woke up immediately. Woo, we need to work, we need to eat. Yin Lin and Qing hugged Yang Cheng's arms from either side, pleading. They had experienced being driven out of their ancestral land by the Black Monkey tribe. During that time, the tribe's morale was low, and they had to escape, making it hard for the totem warriors to hunt fierce beasts. They went days without a bit of meat, which starved everyone. Only after arriving here and finding a cave did things stabilize somewhat. However, even so, the food they hunted was not enough to distribute. Yin Lin and Qing only had 2 meals a day, but just 1 piece of meat, which was hardly filling. All right. As long as you listen to me later, not only will there be food today, but there will be plenty of food in the future. When Yang Cheng said this, he felt like an oppressive American immigrant, and he surprisingly felt a twinge of guilt. These 3 beast-eared girls had helped him pick vines until late last night. Now, he was waking them up early to work, which made him feel like a heartless capitalist. But then again, there was at least a 10,000-year gap before capitalist society. Right now, it was still primitive society, not even feudal society. Yang Cheng thought wildly, but quickly pulled his hands out from the embrace of the 2 beast-eared girls. This was quite a scene for early morning. Young Tang, full of youthful vigor, could no longer suppress his excitement. Yin Lin and Qing nodded seriously. Just like yesterday, Yang Cheng first had Yin Lin, Qing, and Xia hold several vines. Wu, do we still need to pull them? Yin Lin asked curiously. No. Yang Cheng shook his head. We need to twist them, like this. Yang Cheng took 2 finger-thick vines in his hands and began to twist them together, spiraling them to form a vine about the size of his thumb. This was for durability. even though the originally pinky-sized vine showed no signs of tearing after more than 10 seconds under the strength of the two girls. Yang Cheng thought it was better to be safe since they were dealing with fierce beasts. Okay, Wu. Twisting two vines into one was a simple task. The three beast-eared girls understood immediately and began to twist the 4 or 5 dozen vines on the ground into more than 20. Yang Cheng then had the beast-eared girls arrange these vines in a vertical and horizontal rows and tie them together. Soon, a net gradually expanded in Yang Cheng's hands. In the end, a net measuring 2.5 meters wide and 4 meters long with a square hole diameter of about 4 centimeters appeared in front of them. At this moment, because they hadn't seen Yang Cheng come out for breakfast, Yin Hu came into the cave to check, just in time to see Yang Cheng and the others weaving the net. "Well, what is this?" Yin Hu asked curiously. "This is the tool I told you about that can help us obtain a lot of food. It's called a net," Yang Cheng announced excitedly, his voice loud. "With it, our tribe will no longer worry about food." "Oh, Wu, are you serious?" Yin Hu's eyes lit up with excitement. Since the day before yesterday, Yang Cheng had said that as long as he had a tool, he could solve the tribe's food problem. And now, the tool was right in front of them. Of course, Yang Cheng nodded firmly, confident. Yin Hu excitedly walked up to the net, looked at it for a while, and wondered, "But Wu, how do we use this tool called a net?" "Haha, the method of use is very simple. Come on, let us go outside, I'll show you." Yang Cheng laughed heartily and led everyone out of the cave. Early in the morning, the totem warriors had gone out hunting and had just caught a fierce beast, calling everyone to start a fire for breakfast. However, they hadn't seen Yang Cheng come out to eat, nor had they seen any trace of him, which worried everyone. They hurriedly sent Yin Hu to search in the cave. Now seeing Yang Cheng come out of the cave, the tribe members outside finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then they noticed that behind Yang Cheng, Yin Lin and Qing were each holding something, which piqued their curiosity. "Wu, what is that?" Mu Qing came over, curious. If the net hadn't been made, Yang Cheng would definitely not have given Mu Qing a good face after he had pushed all the beast-eared girls into his bathing room yesterday. But now in a good mood, Yang Cheng couldn't be bothered with that little matter. "This is called a net." Yang Cheng smiled and said, "It's a hunting tool, and with it, our tribe's food problem can be solved." "What?" Now the tribe members were not calm. Like Yin Hu, they had long heard Wu say that the food problem would be solved, and they had been looking forward to it, but now that it had actually appeared, they were still somewhat skeptical. Can this thing made of vines really solve the food problem? Listening to the whispers of the tribe members, Yang Cheng smiled confidently, instructing Yin Lin and Qing to pull the net open, each holding one end and laying it flat on the ground. The two beast-eared girls were obedient and didn't dare to provoke Yang Cheng's anger any further. Although they didn't understand how to use this tool called a net, they seriously followed Yang Cheng's orders. "Yin Hu, now you are the fierce beast, and I am your prey. You come rushing toward me right away." Yang Cheng saw that the two beast-eared girls were ready and turned to Yin Hu and said, "Me?" Yin Hu was momentarily taken aback, pointing at himself. "Yes, that's right." Yang Cheng nodded. "But Wu, I'm scared." Yin Hu hesitated. "It's okay, trust me." Yang Cheng interrupted him, confidently. Chapter 42. The net is so tight. Unbelievable tribesman. Yang Cheng is a shaman, the highest-ranking individual in the Qing tribe. What he says goes. Since Yang Cheng said there's no problem, then there's absolutely no problem. Moreover, Yin Hu is also confident that he can hold back and not harm the shaman. "All right, shaman, I'm coming," Yin Hu shouted loudly. After the reminder, Yin Hu charged towards Yang Cheng with the speed of a cheetah. The distance between the two was less than 50 meters, and, at Yin Hu's speed, he could reach Yang Cheng in 3 to 4 seconds. Seeing Yin Hu's serious expression and incredibly fast speed, rushing towards him with a fierce momentum, the onlookers couldn't help but hold their breath, their hearts almost reaching their throats. As the target of Yin Hu, Yang Cheng felt it even more. It felt like a fierce tiger had locked onto him, and its ferocious aura was pressing down on him, making Yang Cheng feel uncomfortable, as if he would be pinned under the tiger in the next moment. Yang Cheng began to understand why totem warriors were the backbone of the tribe. Without them, the tribe would perish. Just the aura casually exhibited by the totem warriors could easily overwhelm 4 or 5 primitive people who had not awakened their totem powers. However, The shamanic power within Yang Cheng suddenly shifted, and the momentum exhibited by Yin Hu was easily dispelled, as if nothing had happened. Furthermore, Yang Cheng felt that his shamanic power had a faint tendency to suppress Yin Hu. He had a feeling that as long as he willed it, he could suppress Yin Hu's totem power and prevent its use. Could it be that this was because he was the shaman of the Qing tribe, while Yin Hu and the others had awakened the totem power of the Qing tribe? Yang Cheng had no time to think, as Yin Hu was already inches away from him. Yin Lin, Xing, raised the net. Yang Cheng quickly stepped back a few paces and shouted to the side. The two beast-eared girls, upon hearing Yang Cheng's call, immediately raised the net in their hands. In an instant, a net 2.5 meters wide and 4 meters long, with square holes about 4 centimeters in diameter, was placed between Yang Cheng and Yin Hu. Bang! Yin Hu collided violently with the net, his tremendous force hitting it hard. The net instantly tightened. The spectators present could even hear the hissing sound of the net being pulled taut, but to everyone's astonishment, there were no signs of tearing or breaking on any of the vines that made up the net. How is this possible? What is going on? Everyone was somewhat dumbfounded, especially the totem warriors, who found it hard to believe what they were witnessing. The vines used to make the net were quite common. The totem warriors usually used them as ropes to bind the ferocious beasts they hunted, knowing how strong they were. With just a little effort, it wouldn't take long to tear them apart. But now, the thing Yang Cheng brought out, a net made of vines, could actually withstand Yin Hu's impact. Who is Yin Hu? He is the most powerful totem warrior in the Qing tribe, capable of dealing with 6th-grade ferocious beasts. Yet under Yin Hu's impact, this net showed no signs of tearing. Just as the crowd was feeling incredulous, Yang Cheng shouted again, "Yin Lin Xing, bind Yin Hu up." The two beast-eared girls were momentarily taken aback, then responded quickly, "Okay, shaman, binding something with a net is actually quite similar to binding it with a rope." The two beast-eared girls quickly intertwined themselves and soon had Yin Hu trapped in the net. "Yin Hu, try to break free from this net." Yang Cheng called out to Yin Hu. Seeing the net's impressive strength, Yin Hu began to understand its purpose and guessed what it was used for. Yin Hu became very excited and nodded, saying, "All right, shaman." Then he grasped the net's openings with both hands and started to exert force to break free. Hiss! The sound of the net trembling and tearing filled the air. Everyone was captivated by Yin Hu's struggle to break free. Upon closer inspection, they were even more astonished. Under Yin Hu's great strength, the vines that made up the net only showed slight signs of tearing, and the openings were slightly enlarged. But it remained incredibly sturdy, showing no signs of any breaks or tears. After a while of exerting himself, Yin Hu found the net still very secure, and he became serious. He relaxed a bit, then took a deep breath, his arm muscles bulging, and the Qing pattern on his chest shone with a red light. Yin Hu activated his totem power, gritting his teeth and using all his strength to break free from the net made of dozens of vines. Hiss! The tearing sound grew louder. Under Yin Hu's full effort, the net finally showed signs of breaking. The vines began to tear, revealing the tightly stretched green fibers inside. All right, stop!" Yang Cheng shouted urgently, trying to prevent Yin Hu from destroying the net. "This net is still useful. If it gets destroyed, it will take time to make another one." Hearing Yang Cheng shout, Yin Hu quickly withdrew his strength, and the totem power in his chest dimmed. Yang Cheng instructed Yin Lin and Xing to untie the net and let Yin Hu out. He was very satisfied with the net's performance. It could only be torn apart when Yin Hu used his totem power, which could temporarily withstand the attacks of 6th-grade ferocious beasts. It was clear that this net could definitely trap lower-grade ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, the onlookers had transitioned from shock to being dumbfounded. Their eyes were almost popping out, and their jaws seemed ready to drop to the ground. The totem warriors were even more stunned, having hunted alongside Yin Hu for a long time. They all knew that once Yin Hu activated his totem power, it was terrifying. In the forest, even trees as thick as two people hugging would typically require at least 2 totem warriors to carry one, but Yin Hu could carry 2 without any problem. The power he unleashed with all his might was equivalent to that of 3 or 4 ordinary totem warriors combined. But now, this net had only been torn slightly under Yin Hu's full strength. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming and hadn't woken up. "Red Fong hit me. Am I still asleep?" I gulped and asked. Slap. Red Fong hit my. My immediately let out a shout, annoyed. Hey, Red Fong, I told you to hit me. Not to hit me that hard. Red Fong immediately felt embarrassed and said, I thought I was dreaming too, so I hit you hard, thinking you wouldn't feel it. But now what? Now I'm sure we're not dreaming. Red Fong's voice rose an octave. Great Earth Mother. The net made by the shaman is truly amazing. Such scenes were not only happening between Mai and Red Fong, but also among the other tribesmen. Everyone was in disbelief, feeling as if they were in a dream. The shaman had managed to produce something so powerful in just one morning. Chapter 43, Envious Glances. After the initial shock, everyone quickly, excitedly approached the net made of vines. Looking at the rough texture on it, they wanted to touch it, but hesitated, as if afraid of damaging the net. Seeing their cautious and excited expressions, Cheng laughed and said, "It's fine, everyone. Feel free to touch it. It's just a hunting tool." Upon hearing Cheng's words, everyone slowly placed their hands on the net and began to explore it carefully. Wow, it's really made of vines? How is that possible? Can something made of vines trap a flame tiger? That's amazing, really amazing. Wu is truly incredible to make something so powerful. The clan members excitedly discussed while touching the net. At this moment, the flame tiger was also released from a net. He, too, was fascinated by the net and exclaimed, "Wu, so that's why you didn't eat anything this morning. You were working on this tool. This tool called net is really impressive." The flame tiger first praised it, but then expressed concern. However, Wu, while this net is great, it might only be able to trap low-level beasts. If we encounter mid-level beasts, they could easily break free. "Hey, flame tiger, aren't you being a bit greedy?" Meow exclaimed excitedly. Being able to trap low-level beasts is already great. With this net, at least we won't have so many unexpected injuries dealing with low-level beasts. That's true. The flame tiger nodded with a smile. "I don't understand why you two can't be more adaptable," Cheng said, feeling somewhat exasperated. "If one net isn't enough, then we can have 2 nets. If 2 nets aren't enough, we can have 3 or 4. As long as we have enough nets, even the strongest beasts won't be able to escape." The flame tiger and Meow's eyes lit up, and they gave a thumbs up, a gesture they learned from Cheng. "Wu, you're so smart. Wu is Wu. How'd I not think of such a simple idea?" At this point, Song Shi, who had been observing for a long time, finally shifted his gaze from the net to Cheng and said with amazement, "I didn't expect something just made of vines would be so strong." "Wu, how did you come up with this?" Cheng explained, "This idea came from how spiders spin webs. Have you ever observed how spiders catch insects? A few light strands can trap prey that is many times larger than the spider." He casually provided a reason, but it wasn't unfounded. Primitive humans on Earth also made nets after observing spiders. After hearing this, everyone praised and admired him. Wu is indeed Wu. He can make such connections. Unlike us, who are always busy struggling for survival, we've never paid attention to such small creatures as spiders. After Cheng finished explaining, he added, "Moreover, this isn't just my achievement. Xia also contributed. If she hadn't led the elders and children of the tribe to gather many vines, I wouldn't have found suitable vines to make the net so quickly." When Xia heard Cheng mention her, she was first startled and then saw everyone directing their gaze toward her, who was usually invisible in the tribe. Instantly, her face turned red, and she shyly lowered her head, quickly hiding behind Cheng. "No, that's not it. I didn't do anything. I just listened to Wu's instructions," Xia said shyly in a low voice. Many in the tribe suddenly understood. Previously, when they were laying the water pipes, everyone saw Cheng call Xia back to the tribe separately, which puzzled them. Xia wasn't very young. She was considered a teenage labor force and should have been working with them. Now they realized that she had been noticed by Wu and given another task. In an instant, everyone's looks toward Xia were filled with envy. Deep down, everyone actually wanted to help Wu and make the tribe better. Even that guy Qing had a change of heart towards Xia, nodding at her, thinking that this child was not bad, but alas, she was too frail. She wouldn't be able to bear strong children. "Sigh, we still need to think of a way. Wu still needs to have children with others." The flame tiger laughed heartily. "Haha, Xia, you don't need to decline. Since we said you contributed, then you did. Wu, what do you think about giving Xia a leg of the long-haired sheep we just hunted this morning?" "I think that's a good idea." Cheng smiled and nodded. Seeing Yang Cheng nod, Miao immediately took out a bone knife and cut off a leg from the already skinned and gutted long-haired sheep's carcass. Then he walked over to Xia and handed it to her, saying, "Here, Xia, take this." Xia repeatedly waved her hands, not daring to accept it, and retreated behind Yang Cheng. "No, I can't take it." Before she could finish her sentence, Miao directly stuffed the sheep leg into Xia's hands, insisting, "Just take it." After saying this, Miao returned to the hunting team, leaving Xia holding the half-person high, still dripping blood sheep leg, feeling lost and bewildered, her deer antlers shrinking into her hair. The other tribe members looked at Xia with even more envy. The sheep leg was food. Food was scarce in the Qing tribe right now, and such a large sheep leg could last Xia 5 or 6 days. "Wu, I'll give it to you. I can't finish it alone," Xia said softly, holding the sheep leg out to Yang Cheng. "This is what you deserve. You should have learned how to weave nets, right?" Yang Cheng didn't take the sheep leg, but instead touched Xia's deer antlers and asked. Xia nodded. "I've learned." "Good. From now on, the task of weaving nets will be entrusted to you," Yang Cheng said. "You will lead the elders and children to find these vines and make nets. The more nets you make, the better. In the future, our tribe's food will rely on the nets you produce. And you should keep the sheep leg. If you feel you can't finish it, you can share it with the elders and children in our tribe, so everyone can enjoy it." Xia's eyes sparkled like never before. She had always been invisible in the tribe, a marginal figure. This was the first time she received such an important task. Suddenly, Xia felt a heavy burden placed upon her. Xia nodded earnestly, hugging the sheep leg tightly, and replied, "Don't worry, Wu. I will definitely lead the elders and children of the tribe to make more and more nets." On the other side, Yan Lin and Qing, seeing that Yang Cheng not only praised Xia in public, but also gave her such a task to help the tribe, couldn't sit still. They were both envious and jealous. "Wu, I also helped you find vines yesterday. I also contributed." "Wu, I can weave nets too. I want to work." And just like that, the two beast-eared girls began to tug at Yang Cheng's arms again, one on the left and one on the right. Chapter 44, Departure. Go hunting with the net. All right, you two have also contributed." Yang Cheng turned his head and said to the spear, "Spear, cut 2 more pieces of meat." "Okay." The spear replied and cut 2 pieces of meat from the corpse of the long-haired sheep. Yan Lin and Qing Mei were delighted, each taking a piece of meat. However, they were still not satisfied and shook Yang Cheng's arm. "Shaman, is there more? We also want to do something for the tribe." Yang Cheng withdrew his arm from the embrace of the 2 beast-eared girls, propped his head up and thought for a moment, then said, "How about this? The totem warriors often need to go out hunting, so the protective power of the tribe will be insufficient. You two will be responsible for patrolling the tribe. If anything happens, report to me immediately." "Thank you, Shaman." With the task assigned, the 2 beast-eared girls were extremely satisfied. They even took the initiative to place Yang Cheng's hand on their heads and began to rub against it. Little did they know, the way others looked at them was as if they were watching fools. Yin Hu and Song Shi exchanged glances and then shook their heads and sighed in unison. Well, these 2 foolish girls cannot be relied upon. The meat was originally meant for tribe members like Yan Lin and Qing Mei, 1 piece each. The task of patrolling and guarding the tribe had always fallen on them. Yang Cheng simply gave them the meat that was originally meant for the 2 beast-eared girls and announced their task, making them so happy they didn't know what to do. If he promised them something else, wouldn't the 2 beast-eared girls be sold by Yang Cheng? Not wanting to bother with these 2 beast-eared girls, Yin Hu's eyes sparkled as he asked Yang Cheng, "Shaman, when are we going hunting to try out this new hunting tool?" The other totem warriors, hearing Yin Hu's question, were equally eager and looked at the shaman with anticipation. Seeing them like this, Yang Cheng knew they had no intention of sitting down to eat. "Let's go now," Yang Cheng said. "I'll go with you." "Shaman, you are going with us?" Yin Hu was first overjoyed, then stunned. "Of course. I need to teach you how to use the net." "No need, Shaman. Didn't you just teach us how to use the net? We, the totem warriors, will stand on either side and wait for the ferocious beast to come, then trap it with the net." Yin Hu, being an experienced hunter, immediately linked what he saw Yang Cheng do earlier to using it on a ferocious beast, which was entirely feasible. "Hey, that's too slow." Yang Cheng waved his hand and said, "What I taught you is another hunting method, one that can quickly yield a lot of food." "A lot of food?" Everyone was taken aback. "Let's go, I'll show you." Yang Cheng didn't elaborate further, took a piece of roasted meat, chewed it, and led the totem warriors with the net toward the wilderness. Oh, as they were leaving the tribe, Yang Cheng didn't forget to shout back, Yinlin Xing, don't forget the tasks I assigned to you too. This made the two beast-eared girls, who had just come to their senses, tremble with a sense of mission. Yinlin and Xing straightened their bodies and loudly responded, rest assured, shaman, we will definitely guard the tribe well. Behind them, Xiao was holding back her laughter, her face turning extremely red and her body trembling uncontrollably. Then, fearing that Yinlin and Xing would become suspicious of her, she quickly turned to the elderly and children in the tribe, took a deep breath, and shouted, everyone come here, let us share the meat, and, after eating, we'll go look for vines to make nets. The elderly and children in the tribe cheered in unison. In the Qing tribe, the food they received for each meal was only a pitiful third of a piece, which could hardly fill their stomachs. So in response to Xia's invitation, no one refused. However, soon the food issue would be resolved, and the elderly and children in the tribe would no longer fear hunger. Yinlin and Xia turned their heads and looked at the thriving scene of the tribe, feeling extremely satisfied. Such a tribe is worth their protection. Immediately, the two roasted the meat in their hands, then hummed at each other and started to patrol the safety of the tribe. After Yang Cheng led the totem warriors away from the tribe, they headed towards the water source by the river. Along the way, Yang Cheng had the totem warriors cut down a lot of bamboo and divide it into strips. Everyone was puzzled, but still followed suit. As they watched Yang Cheng lead them toward the river, Yin was filled with doubt. Could it be that the shaman was taking them to catch ferocious beasts by the river? Indeed, there were the most ferocious beasts by the river, where they could obtain the most food. However, the ferocious beasts that disturbed the water at the river could easily be attacked by packs of ferocious beasts. Even though they now had nets, it would be much easier to deal with the ferocious beasts. Still, one net was not enough. If they encountered a frenzy of ferocious beasts charging in together, their more than 10 totem warriors would definitely not be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, Yin asked, shaman, are you planning to catch ferocious beasts by the river? Yang Cheng's attention was entirely on the road. Ever since he discovered that his shamanic powers could detect movements around him, Yang Cheng had been intentionally training this skill. At this moment, hearing Yin's question, Yang Cheng replied without turning his head, that's right, I'm going to catch ferocious beasts by the river. Now, the totem warriors were no longer calm. Songshi instantly shared Yin's concerns and hurriedly advised, shaman, no, we can't do that. There are many ferocious beasts by the river. If we hunt there, even if we break the rules, it will attract the ferocious beasts to attack us. The more he listened, the more it felt wrong. Attacked by ferocious beasts? I'm just going to catch some fish with a net. How could I be attacked? Yang Cheng's attention returned, and he raised his head to face the anxious expressions of everyone and realized. Great, Songshi and the others thought that after he made the net, he was getting carried away, setting his sights on the ferocious beasts by the river. Hey, what are you thinking? Yang Cheng was both amused and exasperated, shaking his head. I'm not targeting those ferocious beasts by the river, but there are other ferocious beasts that could be easily caught. What other ferocious beasts are there by the river? Everyone felt 3 big question marks popping up above their heads. They could no longer understand what the shaman was saying. Look, we are almost there, Yang Cheng said, quickening his pace with the totem warriors. After walking for another minute, Yang Cheng led them to the place where they had dug the ditch. It had already changed dramatically. Chapter 45, Start Fishing. At the beginning, when laying the bamboo water pipes, Yang Cheng instructed to dig deeper in the dried-up creek and then lay the bamboo inside. But it wasn't just that. 50 meters away from the creek, Yang Cheng also ordered the totem warriors to dig 2 additional trenches. One trench was 3 meters wide, located upstream of the river, while the other was less than half a meter wide, connecting to the downstream of the river. In between the 2 trenches was a small pool that was 3 meters deep and over 20 square meters in area. This place has changed dramatically now. When Yang Cheng arrived with Yin and the others, what they saw was a small pool full of water, bubbling as if it were boiling. This is... Yin and the others widened their eyes in surprise, wondering why a small dirt pit that was ordinary 2 days ago had suddenly transformed so dramatically. Wait. Yin's eyesight was excellent, and when he looked into the small pool, he saw long whiskers. Which, be careful, don't go any further. There are whiskered river beasts in the pool. Yanhurili Bulet Yang Changbek. The other totem warriors also rushed forward, forming a tall human wall in front of Yang Cheng. Hey, everyone, don't panic, this is the food I was telling you about, Yang Cheng said with a smile. Food? Songshur was puzzled for a moment, then suddenly realized. He remembered that 2 days ago, when the witch had them come to the riverbank, the witch had asked him if the whiskered river beasts were edible, saying that they were the key to solving the tribe's food problem. However, with all the work on laying water pipes and hunting, he had completely forgotten about it. Now reminded, Songshur excitedly asked, what exactly is going on? How are these whiskered river beasts our tribe's food? Haha, didn't I have you dig those 2 trenches and that small pool before? Young Cheng explained. Both trenches connect to this small pool and lead to the river. However, one is wide and the other is narrow. The wide one is upstream, where the whiskered river beasts swim into the small pool, but the narrow trench prevents them from swimming back. Plus, the water in this small pool is flowing, bringing food from the river, and there is no threat from predators. So, it's very normal for the whiskered river beasts to stay in our pool. As for how to catch these whiskered river beasts, Yang Cheng briefly explained and then nodded toward the net in Hongya's hand. Which, you mean to use the net? Songshur instinctively asked upon seeing Yang Cheng's gesture, suddenly feeling his question was redundant. Their hunting this time was indeed to use the net. But what kind of hunting method? Looking at the 4-centimeter square holes in the net, Songshur seemed to think of something, and his eyes gradually brightened. The others also seemed to understand, their eyes shining. They now knew why Yang Cheng had brought them here. Everyone must have thought of it, right? Seeing their enlightened expressions, Yang Cheng smiled and said, in the wild, if we want to hunt ferocious beasts, we first need to find them, then use nets to trap them, and finally stab them with spears. However, the whiskered river beasts in the water are different. As long as we pull them onto the shore, they won't be able to resist. And since our small pool is this big, the whiskered river beasts can't escape. The crowd realized this, and each one was filled with excitement. Yes, the whiskered river beasts can't come ashore. We just need to catch them with a net from the shore, and we won't be attacked. Which, you are really too smart. Now I understand why you had us dig this small pool and the 2 trenches 2 days ago. It was to wait here. Hongya, Mai, Changgul, Dashi, Yang Cheng called out. Which, are you calling me? The excited totem warriors immediately responded and stepped forward. Yang Cheng instructed Hong to tightly bind the 4 ends of the net with vines and said, each of you hold one end of the net. Got it? The 4 nodded. At this moment, the other totem warriors saw that Yang Cheng had further instructions and stopped their excited chatter, their eyes bright, watching what he intended to do. Yang Cheng commanded, all right, now listen to my orders, spread the net out and throw it into the small pool. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Hongya, Mai, and the other 3 totem warriors shouted in unison as they threw the net into the bubbling small pool stirred by the whiskered river beasts. After the net entered the pool, it caused another wave of turbulence, and many whiskered river beasts hurriedly swam away from below the net. However, once the net sank, the whiskered river beasts swam back to the top of the net. Yang Cheng did not continue to give orders, but fell silent. The others knew Yang Cheng was teaching them how to hunt the whiskered river beasts. Seeing him suddenly go quiet, they anxiously scratched their heads, but dared not interrupt or ask, just waiting. Hongya, Mai, and the others were even more eagerly wide-eyed, waiting for Yang Cheng's next command. But this silence did not last long. After silently counting to 10 in his mind, Yang Cheng raised his head and shouted at the 4, pull the net up. Yes. The 4 responded sharply and began to pull the net up, but they felt a heaviness in their hands. The net that had felt almost weightless in the totem warriors' hands was now very heavy. After pulling for a while, they hadn't moved it much. Pull harder. Yang Cheng showed that again. Hearing this, the veins on the 4's hands bulged and the totem on their chests flickered. The vines tied to the corners of the net were pulled taut by their strength. Under their great effort, the net that had been submerged in the water finally began to move. The corners of the net were pulled up first, then the middle section. As the net was lifted, the water surface became even more turbulent, with whiskered river beasts jumping and thrashing in panic. From the exposed net, there were at least a dozen. The whiskered river beasts were not ordinary fish. They were about half a meter long. If a fisherman on Earth caught such a big fish, he would boast about it for at least half a year. At this moment, seeing so many whiskered river beasts being pulled up by the net, Yin Hu and the others widened their eyes, feeling somewhat at a loss. Chapter 46. The Catching Results. Abundant harvest. Leaving the familiar water surface, the dual-whisker river beasts struggled even more fiercely. Although the dual-whisker river beasts were fierce creatures in the water and posed no threat on land, they were still ninth-grade fierce beasts. More than a dozen dual-whisker river beasts struggled with great force. The vines in the hands of Hongya and Mai began to make hissing, tearing sounds, causing their faces to turn red and veins to bulge on their foreheads. They gritted their teeth, their arms bulging with muscle, and the totems on their chests shone even brighter. However, despite using the power of the totems, they still couldn't fully pull up the net. Seeing that the vines in their hands were about to snap, Yang Cheng turned to look and found that Yin Hu was still gaping, dazed in place. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and help." Yang Tang urget. Yin Hu and Song Shi finally reacted, hurriedly moving to the edge of the small pool, grabbing the net, their chest totems glowing as they exerted strength towards the shore. With the addition of new strength, the pressure on Hongya and the others was greatly reduced. With everyone's efforts combined, the net was finally pulled onto the shore, and the dual-whisker river beasts inside opened their mouths, gasping for air, feeling it was not familiar water, but rather air. The dual-whisker river beasts kept bouncing around. However, this was ultimately in vain. From a moment the dual-whisker river beasts came ashore, they became like fish on a chopping board, unable to escape. At Yang Cheng's urging, the totem warriors, including Yin Hu, each dealt a heavy blow to the dual-whisker river beasts, causing them to stop bouncing immediately. Looking at the more than 10 dual-whisker river beasts in the net, each half a meter long, Yin Hu and the others were extremely excited, at a loss and unable to believe it. "So many dual-whisker river beasts? We captured them?" Hongya was so excited he could hardly believe it, disregarding the fatigue in his hands, feeling the bodies of the dual-whisker river beasts, as if he were living in a dream. "Is this real? Hey, we pulled up so many dual-whisker river beasts with just a net. How many days' worth of food is this?" Longwa, like Hongya, couldn't believe that these were the dual-whisker river beasts he had just pulled from the water. 1, 2, 3. 10, 1, 2, 3. 6. Song Shi and Mu Qing could only count to 10. He extended his hands, counted his fingers, and after realizing he couldn't finish counting, he counted again until he was done. Then, after counting, Song Shi excitedly shouted, "Which 16 dual-whisker river beasts?" Upon hearing this number, everyone was in an uproar. 16 dual-whisker river beasts? I can't even count them with both hands. That's just too many. This time our tribe can have a big feast. Hee, one dual-whisker river beast is enough for our tribe to eat for a day. How many days can 16 dual-whisker river beasts feed us? Let me count. The which this tool called a net is really amazing. Yin Hu excitedly ran in front of Yang Cheng, his face full of joy, looking at Yang Cheng with fervent eyes. Now, Yin Hu could further confirm the words of the previous witch. Yang Cheng is the most important person who can lead their Qing tribe to become a big tribe. With so much food, not only will the tribesmen be able to eat their fill, but with the replenishment of energy, the number of totem warriors will continue to grow. The combat strength of the Qing tribe will become stronger and stronger. Becoming a big tribe is just a matter of time. Song Shi also ran over, and even he, who was usually calm and steady, was extremely excited in the face of the more than 10 dual-whisker river beasts on the ground. Which, yes, this net is really amazing. Capturing so many dual-whisker river beasts so easily is much easier than hunting. Song Shi echoed. Yang Cheng squatted down to look at the stunned dual-whisker river beasts and discovered that although they looked similar to catfish on Earth, they had rows of sharp teeth like sharks. Yangcheng also found that the ground where these dual-whisker river beasts had struggled was nearly half a decimeter deep, indicating their immense strength. If they hit an ordinary person, it would be like being hit by a small car. Yang Tang realized. No wonder the Qing tribe called them dual-whisker river beasts instead of ordinary fish. Do you all think the number of these dual-whisker river beasts is sufficient? Yang Cheng stood up and asked seriously. This question caused Yin Hu and Song Shi to be taken aback, their smiles frozen on their faces. What? Does the witch mean he is not satisfied with the number of these dual whisker river beasts? Before Yin Hu and Tsang Shi could react, Yang Cheng continued. Look at the small pool. How many dual whisker river beasts are left? Yin Hu and the others followed Yang Cheng's finger and looked over. The small pool was not large, only about 20 square meters, unable to hold many half-meter-long dual whisker river beasts. At this moment, after the Qing tribespeople had scooped with the net, only 2 or 3 were left inside. If they scooped again, there would be so few left. Now, Yin Hu and Tsang Shi grew anxious. Which? There aren't many dual whisker river beasts left in the pool. If we use the net again, we can only hunt a few. That's too few. What should we do? Yin Hu said anxiously, sweating. The others listened to Yin Hu's words and understood the situation. Suddenly, everyone showed anxious and worried expressions. Just a moment ago, they all thought the number of dual whisker river beasts caught with a net was too many, but now, reminded by Yang Cheng, they felt that the number of dual whisker river beasts in the pool was still too few for hunting. Which, everyone looked at Yang Cheng eagerly, hoping he would come up with a solution. After spending these days together, Yang Cheng had successfully established in their minds the belief that if something couldn't be done, they should look for the witch. Haha. Seeing everyone looking at him, Yang Cheng smiled and decided not to tease them. Everyone, don't panic. If we want to hunt more dual whisker river beasts, why not just dig a few more small pools according to this one? The eyes of all the totem warriors lit up, and they became excited. Why didn't I think of that? Yin Hu slapped his head and said excitedly, if we dig a few more small pools, the more pools there are, the more dual whisker river beasts there will be. Immediately, he excitedly shouted, let's go. Everyone come with me. Let's dig a couple more small pools. Good. All the totem warriors raised their stone spears and responded in unison. Thinking about digging many small pools and then hunting a lot of dual whisker river beasts from them to solve the food problem of the tribe, they trembled with excitement. Unable to wait. Chapter 47. The return of the hunting team. The tribespeople were stunned. Do we not need to dig that many? Just 3 more will do. Yang Cheng stopped the excited crowd. After hearing Yang Cheng's words, everyone was very puzzled and exchanged glances. Just dig 3? That's too few, right? If we dig 3 more small pools, that would only yield dozens of double-mustached river beasts. How is that enough? According to their thinking, if they were going to dig, they should dig down to the bottom, at least a dozen, so that there would be plenty of double-mustached river beasts, and their tribe would no longer have to worry about food. Which? Yin Hu hesitated and asked, isn't 3 too few? That's not enough. Why not dig a few more? 3 more is enough. Yang Cheng knew very well the thoughts of these primitive people, wanting to dig as many as possible. This river is too small. Whether you dig 10 small pools or 8, the number of double-mustached river beasts in the river is fixed. No matter how many small pools you dig, it won't increase their numbers, Yang Cheng explained. This is a very simple math problem. It's like dividing a cake. The total amount remains unchanged. Even if you divide this piece of cake into 3, 5, or 10 pieces, the quantity is still the same, and there is no difference. Hearing Yang Cheng's words, Yin Hu and the others were momentarily stunned, as if they understood. Yang Cheng continued, Morio faire. We must pay attention to another issue. The number of double-mustached river beasts in the river is limited. We can't hunt them all at once. We need to leave some so they can continue to grow and reproduce. This way, we can ensure a continuous supply of double-mustached river beasts. If we catch them all at once, there won't be any left in the river in the future. That's why I say digging 3 small pools is enough. Yang Cheng was familiar with the idiom draining the swamp to catch fish, but the primitive people did not understand, so he had to explain it to them. In addition, he also thought about the food chain and ecological protection. However, after some thought, he figured this shouldn't be necessary. After all, this was a primitive society, and the diversity and resilience of species here far surpassed the environmental conditions on Earth. So, do we really only dig 3 pits to hunt the double-mustached river beasts? Hong asked, somewhat discouraged. That's right. Yang Cheng nodded, noticing the crowd's disappointment, and added, but everyone shouldn't lose heart. There are not only double-mustached river beasts in the river. There are also other fierce beasts that we can hunt and capture. Besides, I've already asked Xia to have the tribespeople make nets. In the future, there will be more and more nets in the tribe, making it very easy to hunt other fierce beasts that run on land. Yin was reminded by Yang Cheng's words and reacted. Yes, if it weren't for the nets made by the witch, we wouldn't have been able to easily catch so many double-mustached river beasts. And as the number of nets increases, hunting other fierce beasts will be even easier. Yin Hu shouted to everyone, "Hey, the witch is right. With the nets as our tools, hunting other fierce beasts will be much simpler in the future." Why is everyone feeling down? Encouraged by Yang Cheng and Yin Hu, the crowd suddenly regained their spirits. Yes, the nets are the most important. With the nets, why worry about not being able to find food? Immediately, the totem warriors became excited again, full of motivation. Under Yang Cheng's orders, they selected a few more places and dug 3 small pools. Each pool contained more than 10 double-mustached fish. Now, with 3 additional pools, they would have nearly 50 double-mustached fish each time. Yang Cheng had also considered digging a pond in the tribe to raise fish. But first, double-mustached river beasts were still fierce beasts, and it was very dangerous for ordinary tribespeople to approach them. Second, even if they raised fish in a pond, they would need a continuous water source. The small river was not very far from the tribe, and there was also the question of what the double-mustached river beasts would eat. The Qing tribe's population wasn't large at the moment, and raising fish would require manpower. So why bother with such a complex task? Which the 3 pools have been dug. Yin Hu came over to say. Yang Cheng clapped his hands, shaking off some of the sand and dirt. He had also helped dig the small pools. Hearing Yin Hu's words, Yang Cheng instructed, "That's good. Yin Hu, you will lead the hunting team and check back here every few days. If the number of double-mustached river beasts increases, use the nets to catch them. If the number is still low, leave them there and wait until there are more to catch together." "Got it, witch," Yin Hu replied, thinking about how he could come by any time in the future to hunt fierce beasts. His face lit up with joy. Catching double-mustached river beasts from the small pools with nets was much easier than searching for fierce beasts in the forest. Since the small pools were finished, the crowd didn't need to stay there any longer. Yang Cheng shouted to everyone, "Let's go, we should head back now." "Yes, witch." The feeling of harvest brought joy, and the crowd was all smiles. Without needing Yang Cheng to direct them, they tied the unconscious double-mustached river beasts with vines and hung them on bamboo. 2 totem warriors formed a team, shouldering the catch, and happily made their way back. They returned much faster than they had come. The totem warriors were eager to share the joy of their harvest with those who remained in the tribe, each one moving quickly. Yang Cheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. These guys weren't considering him at all at this moment, nor did they think about how he couldn't possibly keep up with their speed. However, seeing the joy on everyone's faces and their eagerness to share their feelings, Yang Cheng didn't slow them down. Instead, he gritted his teeth and jogged after the warriors back to the tribe. At the entrance of the tribe, near the cave and close to the edge of the forest, this was usually the first place the hunting teams appeared after finishing their hunt. Qing and a large group of people were anxiously waiting there, occasionally standing on tiptoe to look into the distance of the forest. Ever since Yang Cheng took the hunting team out, Qing and the other tribespeople had been restless, feeling a bit anxious. First, they were worried about Yang Cheng's safety. Without the witch, they felt somewhat lost. Second, they wanted to know how Yang Cheng and the hunting team resolved the tribe's food problem. With such feelings at first, everyone was busy with their own tasks, but soon they became distracted. Eventually, time passed, and everyone stopped working, running to the entrance of the tribe to wait for Yang Cheng and the others to return. At this moment, Yan Lin and Xing, 2 beast-eared girls, climbed up a tree to see the distance. "Yan Lin, Xing, have they come back?" Someone below shouted to them. "Not yet," Yan Lin replied. Sigh. A wave of disappointment swept through the crowd below, and heads hung low. Why haven't they returned yet? Could they have encountered danger? Qing thought to himself, and turned to send a totem warrior who stayed in the tribe to check the situation. Just then, Yan Lin and Xing, who had just finished speaking, suddenly brightened their eyes and saw figures moving in the forest. "Witch, it's them returning." The 2 beast-eared girls shouted loudly. As their voices fell, the tribespeople in the tribe also saw the hunting team's figures gradually emerging from the forest and rush forward. However, halfway there, as if under a spell, everyone suddenly stopped in place, mouths agape, and eyes wide open. Their expressions were filled with shock. Chapter 48. You can't count them with both hands. What the people of the Qing tribe saw was not only the safe return of the totem warriors, but also what they brought back with them. They saw that the totem warriors were carrying thick bamboo poles that were as thick as arms on their shoulders. And tied to these bamboo poles were several Shuangxi River beasts. Counting carefully, 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, they couldn't even count with both hands. Oh my, when did the Qing tribe ever hunt more than 2 hands worth of ferocious beasts in one go? What was going on? How did the shaman come back with so much food after just one outing with the hunting team? Everyone present couldn't believe what they were seeing and wondered if they were hallucinating. Many instinctively rubbed their eyes, seeing the astonished expressions of the tribe members. Yin Hu and the others felt an immense sense of pride. The tribe members were stunned into silence, and Yin Hu, Song Shi, and the rest of the hunting team also remained silent, enjoying the expressions of the crowd. They felt a surge of joy and, for some reason, a bit of secret delight. Little did they know, their own shocked expressions when they first captured the Shuangxi River beasts were not much better than the astonishment of the tribe members now. Eventually, young Cheng, who was at the back of the hunting team, caught up. Looking at the stunned expressions of the tribe members, he waved and smiled. "Hey, what are you all standing there for? Come help take down the prey." Yang Cheng's words were like a thunderclap in the sky, releasing the crowd from their stupor. Suddenly, the noise that erupted was even louder than actual thunder. What was going on? Am I not seeing correctly? The hunting team returned with so many Shuangxi River beasts? That's too many, right? How many are there? I can't even count. What exactly did the shaman and the hunting team do? Where did they get so many ferocious beasts? The 2 beast-eared girls were equally shocked. Seeing Yang Cheng and the others return safely from the tree, they were overjoyed. They scrambled down the tree trunk and dashed forward, wanting to leap into Yang Cheng's arms. Then they would bite him hard and ask why he had deceived them. During the time Yang Cheng was away, the 2 beast-eared girls finally came to their senses. Realizing that Yang Cheng assigning them to patrol the tribe, while giving them some meat, was just a way to brush them off. However, halfway there, when they saw the hunting team carrying so many Shuangxi River beasts on their shoulders, they froze in place. At that moment, they heard Yang Cheng shout. The 2 beast-eared girls snapped back to reality, but their eyes were still wide open, staring at the Shuangxi River beasts tied to the bamboo poles. "Hey, Yinglin," Xing suddenly said. "What?" Yinglin asked, still focused on the Shuangxi River beasts without turning her head. "Lend me one of your hands," Xing said again. "Lend you a hand?" Yinglin was extremely puzzled, finally pulling her gaze away from the Shuangxi River beasts and looking at Xing held up her fingers, bending all the fingers of both hands. "Just lend me yours," she said, and then took Yinglin's hand in front of her. Then, she opened her hands and began bending her fingers one by one while murmuring 1, 2, 3, 10. After bending her own fingers, Xing began to bend Yinglin's fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 15. Xing exclaimed joyfully, but suddenly, after comparing with the number of Shuangxi River beasts, she felt something was off and hurriedly said, "Yinglin, give me your other hand too." Yinglin knew Xing was counting the number of Shuangxi River beasts, and she also wanted to know, so she handed over her other hand. Xing bent down 2 more fingers on Yinglin's other hand, finally showing a satisfied expression. "That's more like it," Xing announced loudly. "The shaman is really amazing. He actually went out with the hunting team and hunted 17 Shuangxi River beasts." Wow. This statement prompted cheers from the nearby tribe members who were also counting. Some cheered that Yang Cheng was incredible. Some were surprised at the number of Shuangxi River beasts caught. And others praised Xing for being able to count the number of Shuangxi River beasts when they couldn't even count with both hands. These compliments made Xing feel elated, and she felt lighter. However, someone dampened the mood. Yinglin shook her head and said, "I don't think that's right. Xing, you counted 1 too many. There are clearly only 16. Impossible." Xing firmly denied it. "Let me count." Yinglin counted on her fingers, and since she didn't have enough fingers, she grabbed Xing's hand to count. After counting, Yinglin said, "See, it's clearly 16. Xing, of course, denied it. "You counted wrong. It's 17. Let me count again." Then Xing started counting with her own fingers and Yinglin's fingers. Watching many people gather around due to the argument between the 2 beast-eared girls, Yang Cheng was speechless. "I'm so tired. The counting skills of these primitive people are worrying. Even first-grade kids on Earth can do better." Not only do we need to educate them in writing, but we also need to prioritize math education. Sigh, thinking about it, it's a long way to go. While the attention of many was drawn to the two beast-eared girls, the eyes of the other tribe members were still on the Shuangshi River beasts in front of them. Gulet, Qing swallowed hard and approached to ask shaman, "How did you get so many Shuangshi River beasts?" Cheng smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you before I left? With a net as a tool. Food for our tribe will not be a problem in the future." "Did you really catch them with the net?" Qing still couldn't believe it. Although Cheng demonstrated the net's hardness and toughness in front of everyone in the morning, giving them a preliminary understanding of the tool. When faced with the reality of food in front of them, Qing still found it hard to believe that more than 10 Shuangshi River beasts, enough to feed everyone for 10 days or half a month, were caught in just a few short hours by the hunting team using a net. Seeing his expression, Cheng waved for Yen Hu and the other totem warriors to explain to Qing. Chapter 49. How is the word for net written? A group of totem warriors were quite excited. They surrounded Qing, talking animatedly about how Cheng had recently taken everyone to the small pond and how he caught the double-whiskered river beast from the pond. Listening to the warriors, Qing was stunned to realize that the more than 10 double-whiskered river beasts in front of him had been caught all at once with a net. Not only Qing was dumbfounded, but the others were also astonished and shocked. They looked at the net made of more than 50 vines, measuring 4 meters long and 2.5 meters wide, with a square aperture of about 4 centimeters. Their eyes filled with uncontrollable enthusiasm. This tool called a net was truly incredible. It was so useful. Just one catch could haul in a huge number of double-whiskered river beasts. Enough food for them for over 10 days. They simply didn't know what words to use to praise this tool. Wait, can this even be called a tool? This was simply a divine artifact bestowed upon them by heaven. At that moment, Xia arrived with a few people from the cave, holding a newly made net. Seeing the many double-whiskered river beasts lying on the ground, Xia and her companions were also shocked, taking a while to react. Xia then walked up to Cheng, holding the newly made net, and said softly and nervously, "Shaman, this is the new net we just made. Look, is it made like this?" Although Xia's voice was small, it sounded like thunder to Qing and the others who were immersed in their astonishment at the net's effectiveness. They immediately became ecstatic, because they suddenly realized another fact. The net could be replicated, it could be made again. The tribe wouldn't be out of food, just because one net was damaged. Cheng took the net from Xia's hands and examined it closely. "Not bad, Xia. This net you made is even better than the one I made," Cheng said with a delighted smile. Instantly, Xia felt a rush of sweetness in her heart, an indescribable joy. After carefully searching for good vines and working hard to make the net, receiving the shaman's recognition felt incredibly rewarding. However, before Xia could savor this joy any longer, bang! A double-whiskered river beast was thrown in front of Xia, its weight pressing the ground down by 2 centimeters. "Xia, this double-whiskered river beast is yours," Yen Hu said with bright eyes, speaking loudly. "Me?" Xia was a bit dazed. "Ha ha! Yes, with the net you made, this double-whiskered river beast is yours." Yen Hu laughed heartily. Compared to a double-whiskered river beast, a net could catch far more than just one fierce beast. "Shaman." Xia was still dazed. Looking at Cheng, "Take it. This is a reward for making the net. You can share it with the elders and children like the sheep leg from this morning." Cheng and get Xia. After a moment of thought, he added, "Let us do this, Qing. Note this down. I'll set a rule. From now on, the elderly and children will form a life department. You will lead them, and Xia will assist you. For each net made, the life department can exchange it for an additional food item the size of a double-whiskered river beast. With the presence of nets, the tribe's food situation, assuming the population doesn't expand, will be sufficiently secured. Thus, food resources need to be redistributed to lean towards the vulnerable groups. Of course, the overall rules remain unchanged. As the shaman, I take the largest share, totem warriors come next, young adults follow, and the elderly and weak last. This is the experience gained from years of survival in primitive tribes. Cheng did not intend to make drastic changes or abolish the rules before the tribe transformed or the primitive society upgraded to a slave society. He only planned to make small adjustments to adapt the rules to the tribe's development situation. As an elder of the tribe and having been by the side of the previous shaman for a long time, Qing found it hard to adapt to the rules Cheng established. In his eyes, the status of the elderly and children was the lowest, and it was expected to give up food to support the totem warriors and the shaman. All right, shaman. But in the face of Cheng's order, Qing opened his mouth but ultimately closed it, complying. The totem warriors, including Yin Hu, had no thoughts against Cheng's command. Instead, they felt that sharing food with the elderly and children was only natural. After all, without them making the nets, hunting Wuden Tea have become easier, and they Wuden Tea have caught so many double-whiskered river beasts all at once. All right, everyone, let us start a fire and eat some meat. Cheng said. All right, let us start a fire and eat meat. This suggestion received unanimous agreement, and everyone cheered. Shaman, Xia suddenly called out softly again. What is it, Xia? Do you have something else? Cheng stopped and turned around to ask. Xia nodded slightly and asked, Shaman, how do you write the word for net? The others were also curious and stopped to listen. Oh, is that what you're asking? Cheng said, can someone find me a stick? I'll write it for you. Shaman, I have one. Xia, being eager to learn, had already prepared stick. Cheng took it, swept a clear area on the ground, and wrote the pictogram for net. Just as he finished writing, hey, I knew it would be like this. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it's pretty much what I imagined. It's so easy to recognize. This character was composed of individual net holes. ISNT, that just the holes on the net? It looks so similar, so similar. Net, net, net. In the end, everyone cheered together, and they began to practice writing the word for net beside him. Shaman, I understand now. Xiao's curiosity was satisfied. Her face flushed with joy as she nodded enthusiastically. The commotion and cheers of the crowd also attracted the two beast-eared girls who were arguing about the number of double-whiskered river beasts. As soon as the two beast-eared girls arrived, they exclaimed and praised Cheng, saying he was really amazing and that the character for net was incredibly vivid. Cheng finally managed to pry the two beast-eared girls off his arm. Now that everyone knows how to write the word for net, can anyone guess how to write the word for double-whiskered river beast? Cheng asked the crowd gathered around him. After writing the pictogram for net, Cheng decided to write the character for fish as well. Double-whiskered river beast? What does that look like? Upon hearing this question, the surrounding crowd began to think, with many people drawing in the dirt with their small sticks as they pondered. While everyone was deep in thought, Cheng guided them from the side, saying, think about it. What shape does a double-whiskered river beast have? No, it's not round. It's long and slender. You can think again. If it's not a single shape but multiple shapes combined, what would that be? Chapter 50, let's add the finishing touch to the fish. Cheng was intentionally training his tribesmen's thinking abilities. As the saying goes, the biggest difference between humans and animals is that humans can think and use tools. Cheng did not want his tribe to lack any thinking ability or subjective initiative, needing him to think through every matter. Not only would this hinder the tribe's development, but would also exhaust Cheng himself. Which, don't you think so? See, I've been drawing on the ground for a long time, and then stood up and waved her hand. After spending these few days together, she was no longer as unfamiliar with Cheng as she was with others. Although she was still timid and scared, she was now bold enough to speak and wave her hand at Cheng. Cheng leaned in to take a look, narrowing his eyes. If anyone in the tribe could be considered smart, it was indeed Xia. The pattern Xia had drawn on the ground was already very close to the pictographic character for fish. In front of her was a long, oval shape, representing the body of the double-whiskered river beast, and the back half was an inverted, smaller oval, representing its tail fin. Well done, Xia. The character you wrote is the most similar to the real thing among everyone in the tribe. Cheng praised her generously. Hearing Cheng's compliment, Xia was extremely delighted, her big eyes almost squinting from smiling. Her heart felt warm, as if she was basking in the sun on a cold winter day. Lin and Qing, the two beast-eared girls, were restless. Seeing Cheng praising Xia, they felt something was blocking their hearts. Oomph. The two beast-eared girls ran over to see what Xia had written. However, upon seeing the character Xia had drawn, they immediately associated it with the double-whiskered river beast. Instantly, they wilted like frostbitten eggplants. Qing even quietly stepped back a few paces to return to where she had just drawn, using her foot to wipe away the crooked patterns she had made in the mud. Just as she was about to approach again, she caught a glimpse of Yen Lin's similarly scribbled patterns and, unsure of why, also stepped on them with her foot. After doing this, Qing returned to Yang Cheng's side. By this time, a large crowd had gathered around Yang Cheng. They were all curious about what Xia had written that earned the witch's approval. Upon taking a closer look, they all praised it, thinking it was quite good. All right, everyone, don't praise it too much yet. Actually, this character isn't good enough and still needs some changes. Yang Cheng said with a smile. It needs to be changed? Everyone was puzzled. How could this character be so similar? It was big and small, just like the shape of the double-whiskered river beast. Xia, give me the stick, Yang Cheng said. Here you go, witch. Xia obediently handed the stick in her hand to Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng took the stick, squatted down, and instead of drawing on another patch of dirt, he modified the pattern Xia had created. First, he altered the back half of the oval shape, transforming it into an upside-down triangle with a pointed tip facing right. Then, on the main oval shape, he drew many intersecting lines, representing the scales of the double-whiskered river beast. Everyone saw this and felt it was even more vivid, all expressing their amazement. However, this was still not the end. Yang Cheng finally added a small dot near the front of the main shape. Wow! The double-whiskered river beast has come to life. Instantly, the members of the Qing tribe exclaimed in surprise. It's so magical, so impressive. This character is really well done. No wonder it's from the witch. Yang Cheng felt a sense of satisfaction at the tribe's exclamations. In ancient times, there was the concept of adding the finishing touch to a dragon. Now he was adding the finishing touch to a fish. The principles were the same. Xia was clearly also extremely surprised, covering her small mouth and her eyes wide open. She never expected that the witch would simply make a slight modification to her pattern and add a small dot, bringing the character to life like this. It was simply unbelievable. For a moment, Yang Cheng's figure grew larger in Xia's heart. Meanwhile, Yen Lin and Qing had completely lost hope in drawing patterns and guessing characters. They had to admit that there was indeed a gap when comparing people. After seeing Xia's drawing, they acknowledged there was a slight difference, but it wasn't that significant. However, after seeing Yang Cheng's modified version, the two beast-eared girls felt utterly ashamed. Fortunately, they had erased their own characters. Otherwise, if the witch saw them, they would definitely be laughed at. Qing secretly felt relieved, only to see Yen Lin suddenly turn around, wanting to erase her own character, and then realized it had already been erased by someone, leaving her a bit bewildered. Qing patted Yen Lin, giving her a look that said she did it. So thank me. Upon seeing this, Yen Lin realized it was Qing who helped her erase it, but shot back a look that said, "Who asked for your help, busybody?" Thus, the two beast-eared girls glared at each other again. This character is called Fish. When everyone's voices quieted down a bit, Yang Cheng continued from now on. Any creatures living in the water, fierce beasts, we can all call them fish. Yang Cheng took the opportunity to introduce a habit from Earth to the members of the Qing tribe. Fish, fish, fish. Everyone shouted in unison, with no one objecting, and they felt that calling them fish was much simpler than referring to them as double-whiskered river beasts. After everyone shouted for a while, Yang Cheng pressed his hand down and said, "All right, after all this busy work, everyone should be hungry now. No more talking. Let's have roasted fish for dinner." Awoo! Everyone cheered excitedly, and under Mu Qing's direction, they placed two double-whiskered river fish on the fire. Soon, the smell of roasted fish wafted through the air above the Qing tribe. Many tribesmen were sniffing greedily, drawn to the aroma in the air. The smell of fish is different from that of roasted meat. It is more tender and refreshing. When the two double-whiskered river fish were done roasting, Yen Hu tore off a piece of fish meat from the top, placed it in a stone bowl, and handed it to Yang Cheng. As the witch, he had priority in everything. Yang Cheng took the first piece of fish meat offered by Yen Hu and took a small bite. It's really good. The fish in this primitive society is excellent. Fresh and tender, smooth yet flavorful. If only there were a bit more salt. If more salt were sprinkled on it, the taste would be even better. Even Yang Cheng thought the roasted fish was good, let alone the primitive people in the tribe. Seeing Yang Cheng eat first, They couldn't wait to peel off the crispy skin of the double-whiskered river fish and enjoy the tender, white meat inside. Instantly, the tribe members widened their eyes, erupting in exclamations of delight. They couldn't help but want to swallow the bones and all. The members of the Qing tribe usually hunted in the wild, eating fierce beasts on land, and this was their first time eating fierce beasts from the river. They never imagined that, compared to roasted meat, it offered a different flavor, a sense of novelty and tenderness. It was simply delicious. Chapter 51. 3 meals a day. Although everyone was eating fish and praised the taste of the double-whiskered fish in unison, Qing noticed some differences among them. For example, Cheng was eating the double-whiskered fish very carefully, having just been pricked by a bone from the fish. On the other hand, Lin, the tiger-eared girl, resembled a cat significantly. While she seemed to eat daintily with her small mouth, she devoured a palm-sized piece of fish in just 2 or 3 minutes. Additionally, she squinted her eyes while eating, as if for her, eating fish was not just a meal, but an enjoyment of its flavor. Soon, both half-meter-long double-whiskered fish were gone, leaving only the skeleton behind. The members of the Qing tribe were still unsatisfied, looking eagerly at the remaining fish. However, at Qing's urging, the tribe members did not continue eating, but prepared to clean up the mess and extinguish the fire. Qing frowned and pulled Qing, asking what's going on. Qing, is everyone not continuing to eat? Qing, being pulled, was confused and wondered, which hasn't the tribe always had this custom? 1 fierce beast per day. Having just eaten 2 fierce beasts is already a lot. The eating habits of the Qing tribe generally consisted of 1 meal in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. With 57 people, each meal consisted of half a fierce beast, totaling 1 fierce beast per day. Today was special as everyone was happy, and it was the first time they had hunted so many fierce beasts, so they had 2 meals. Therefore, Qing felt frustrated upon hearing Qing's question. Qing shook his head and said that was in the past. We didn't have nets before, and we caught fewer prey, so we ate 1 fierce beast a day. Now that we have nets, and there will be more in the future, hunting fierce beasts is not difficult, and we don't need to worry about food anymore. From now on, we will change our tribe's meals from 2 to 3 times a day, once in the morning, once at noon, and once in the evening, with at least 2 fierce beasts each meal. Everyone has been starving in the past. Now that we have food, we must ensure everyone is full. Moreover, eating more food can replenish the vitality of our tribe members, benefiting both totem warriors and non-totem warriors. Qing thought for a moment and was somewhat swayed by Qing's proposal. In the past, when there was no food, they had no choice but to starve. But now that food was available, it would be wrong to let everyone go hungry again. However, Qing still expressed concern, saying which, although we have nets and our food problem will be easily solved in the future, I think we should still store some food. If something unexpected happens and we can't find food, at least there will still be food in the tribe. Before Qing could finish, Qing waved his hand to interrupt, asking, Qing, how long can our food last in this weather? At most 5 days, right? So no matter how much food you store, it will spoil easily. Meat generally has a longer shelf life than other food, and Qing mentioned 5 days, which was already a long time. Typically, meat would spoil and become inedible within 3 days when left in natural air. To solve the food storage problem, one would generally need to keep it in a cold environment, like an ice cellar or refrigerator, to freeze the food. Alternatively, there is planting and breeding. However, the Qing tribe currently lacked the conditions for either. They were still living in caves, and outside was full of fierce beasts, which could easily be destroyed by a random beast. Qing gasped, realizing that in thinking about food storage, he hadn't considered that too much storage could lead to spoilage. Which, you're right, Qing nodded, but we still need to store some food. I understand. From now on, we will store 2 days' worth of food in the cave. We will eat the fresh, fierce beast carcasses we hunt first, not the previous ones. After discussing this matter, Qing turned to everyone and said seriously, everyone, listen up. I am setting a new rule. Our food problem is solved from now on. The tribe will eat 3 meals a day, with at least 2 fierce beasts per meal. We will supervise each other, and anyone who dares to skip a meal will be severely punished. At first, the tribe members were tense upon hearing Qing's serious tone. However, Upon realizing that this was a change in the tribe's eating habits, from 2 meals to 3 meals, with each meal containing 2 fierce beasts, it was a good thing for everyone. Instantly, they all smiled with joy. Yin, who cracked his knuckles and shouted, "Yes, witch, we will definitely comply." He then turned to everyone and shouted, "Did you all hear what the witch said? Anyone who doesn't eat properly will see my fists come crashing down on them." The crowd laughed. "Hey, Yin-Hu, don't worry. We can't wait to eat. By the way, Yin-Hu, the witch just said we should eat at least 2 fierce beasts per meal. Does that mean we can eat more than 2? Hanya suddenly asked, having thought of something. It seems we can eat more than 2. Yin-Hu licked his lips, knowing what Hanya meant. He also wanted to eat another double-whiskered fish. Which, what you meant was that we should eat at least 2 fierce beasts per meal. Does that mean we can eat 3? Yin-Hu walked up to Yang Cheng and asked. Yang Cheng smiled and nodded, of course. You can eat 4, 5, as long as you can eat them. But no wasting food. So can we eat now? Yin-Hu asked cautiously. Yang Cheng glanced at the tribe members behind Yin-Hu, who were eagerly looking this way in anticipation. Yes, go eat. Yang Cheng waved his hand and said loudly, fulfilling their wishes. Wow. Without Yin-Hu needing to relay the message, the crowd cheered and jumped up upon hearing Yang Cheng's words. Soon, another double-whiskered fish was placed on the grill, and the aroma of the grilled fish once again wafted through the air above the Qing tribe, carried far and wide by the wind. In the distant, deep forest, fierce beasts could be heard roaring one after another. As night fell, everything outside was quiet. However, the cave of the Qing tribe was quite lively. In the afternoon, Yin-Hu led the hunting team back out with the nets, this time not to catch fish, but for serious hunting. As expected, the hunt was very fruitful. The hunting team, which had previously only captured 2 fierce beasts at most, managed to catch 4 or 5 with the nets. Yin-Hu excitedly said that if it weren't getting dark and they had to rush back, they could have caught 2 or 3 more. At this moment, Yin-Hu was processing the carcasses on one side of the cave, under Mu Qing's direction, placing them in a temporarily designated storage area, which he personally guarded. Chapter 52. Start making the witchbone card. Opposite the hunting team was the newly established life department. Xia was there with the elders and children of the tribe, weaving nets. The enthusiasm in the life department was quite high due to Yang's new rule, where 1 net could be exchanged for a ferocious beast. After lunch, the life department began bustling about, with some searching for vines and others weaving nets. The cave was filled with the most vibrant and brightest bonfire there. Yang listened carefully and could hear Xia quietly instructing how to select vines and how to tie knots to make the net sturdier. Listening intently, Yang became inadvertently absorbed in it, until a sound of footsteps startled him awake. Without looking up, Yang knew who it was. Sure enough, Yin Lin and Xing's cheerful voices rang out. Which, we VE come to sleep with you. As they spoke, the 2 beast-eared girls moved closer to Yang. Yang was speechless. Despite telling them many times, these 2 beast-eared girls simply wouldn't listen and came over every night. Expressionless, he pushed aside the 2 beast-eared girls who were trying to snuggle up to him. Which, do you dislike Xing? The 2 beast-eared girls asked in confusion. Looking extremely wronged, Yang was defeated by their innocent and pitiful expressions, feeling like a heartless man who abandoned his lover. You 2 behave. I'm going to carve a witchbone card tonight. Yang helplessly patted Yin Lin's tiger ears and then touched Xing's rhino horn to comfort them. Which, are you going to carve a witchbone card? Yin Lin asked, both surprised and delighted. Which, has your witch power grown so fast? I heard the previous, which say that you need to accumulate 2 years of witch power to carve a witchbone card. Xing was also very surprised. We have to give it a try. The tribe needs to develop. Solving just the food problem isn't enough. We also need to increase the number and strength of the totem warriors, Yang explained. He felt that the speed of his training in the witch tech space was astonishing, and he believed his witch power was sufficient to carve the witchbone card. All right, you 2 go sleep over there. Don't disturb me. Okay, witch. We won't disturb you. Witch, don't worry. We won't let anyone else disturb you either. The 2 beast-eared girls could be very obedient when they wanted to. They walked over to the other side of the fire, lay down quietly, and gazed at Yang with their bright eyes. Yang took out the prepared tools, a carving knife made from the sharp horn of a wild boar and 7 or 8 pieces of polished beast bones. Last time, Yang had already studied how to make witchbone cards based on the information left by the previous witch on the animal skin. Making a witchbone card required a continuous effort, carving specific patterns on the beast bones while infusing witch power into them. The better the carved patterns and the more beautiful the lines, the smoother the witch power would flow. According to the animal skin, if the beast bone pieces were nurtured with witch power, it would be easier to carve witch patterns on them, increasing the success rate and power of the witchbone card. Holding the witchbone card close to the firelight, Yang thought about where to carve the witch patterns and murmured, "But right now I'm just starting and I shouldn't think about nurturing the beast bone pieces. Once I get skilled at making the witchbone cards, I'll have time later to nurture the beast bone pieces and create higher-level witchbone cards." As Yang pondered, he planned to start making the witchbone card. However, he felt as if someone was watching him. Frowning, he looked around and happened to meet the eyes of the two beast-eared girls, who were quietly gazing at him with wide eyes. Great, with others watching, how could he concentrate on making the witchbone card? "You two, turn your heads and go to sleep quickly," Yang said sternly. "Oh." Seeing Yang's serious face, the two beast-eared girls dared not look at him openly anymore and could only turn away, sneaking glances at him. However, they couldn't maintain this for long. Being warmed by the fire and feeling safe with the witch around, the two beast-eared girls unknowingly fell asleep. One sprawled out in a big letter, while the other curled up into a ball, drooling. Yang set down the animal skin and, seeing the two beast-eared girls like this, shook his head and sighed. Really? Sleeping without a blanket. They won't feel cold now with the fire, but when it gets cold later in the night and the fire goes out, they'll catch a cold for sure. He quietly walked over and draped a piece of animal skin over the two restless beast-eared girls. After taking care of the two girls, Yang began to truly make the witchbone card. He first took the carving knife and started carving on a piece of beast bone, infusing witch power as he carved. However, after just 10 seconds, he gave up. It was simple. He had carved it crookedly. The first line was straight, but the second line veered off to the side, far from the witch pattern recorded on the animal skin. This wouldn't do. Yang shook his head and said, "I need to make a sketch on the beast bone piece first." Just like those who are new to art, they start with sketches and then learn advanced techniques like coloring, lighting, and shading. Yang had also been interested in drawing on Earth, spending over 1,000 to buy a drawing tablet, but he really lacked talent in drawing. He only learned a little and could only draw sketches. However, this skill came in handy now. Yang rummaged through the fire and found a piece of burnt wood charcoal, then took it out and sharpened one end with a bone knife after it cooled. He then held it in hand, took out a piece of beast bone, and began to draw the sketch. With his foundation, Yang managed to draw a fairly decent sketch on the beast bone piece in about 5 to 6 minutes. Phew! Yang blew away the charcoal dust from the beast bone piece, looking at the sketch and smiling. "Fortunately, I stopped the loss in time. If I hadn't drawn the sketch, I don't know how many beast bone pieces I would have wasted." With the sketch done, it was much easier. Yang began to carefully carve the witch patterns along the sketch with the bone knife, using witch power to fill in the patterns as he carved. After half an hour, it was finally completed. Yang let out a long breath, his tense spirit finally relaxing. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his face turned a bit pale, having lost a significant amount of witch power. However, just as he relaxed, Yang hurriedly picked up the witchbone card to check. What was once an ordinary beast bone piece half an hour ago now felt slightly warm to the touch, and the witch patterns were shimmering with a green light. This was a healing spell witchbone card. Chapter 53. The success of making the witchbone card. Hey, this isn't too difficult. Looking at the successfully crafted healing spell witchbone card, Cheng had a broad smile on his face. However, at that moment, a crackling sound suddenly arose, and tiny cracks appeared on the witchbone card. Moreover, the flickering emerald green light on the card dimmed somewhat. Cheng's smile froze on his face. Well, it seems it failed after all. Cheng sighed, but didn't feel discouraged. After all, the difficulty of making the witchbone card was known to all. Even the most talented individuals wouldn't succeed on their first attempt. Otherwise, the previous witch of the Qing tribe wouldn't have taken over 20 years to leave behind only 5 witchbone cards. Cheng brought the witchbone card closer, analyzing it carefully. In fact, the card he made couldn't be considered a complete failure. The magic inside could still be activated, so it should be classified as a defective product. In addition to defective products, there was also a category called old products. Just like the 5 witchbone cards left by the previous, those cards have been stored for a long time. The magical power contained had diminished significantly, so the original brilliance of the cards no longer flickered, and their effectiveness was poor. It seemed that too much magical power had been infused. Cheng flipped the defective product in his hand, pondering, and quickly identified the problem. According to the information on the animal skin, the infusion of magical power into the witchbone card had to be just right, not too much and not too little. If too much was infused, the card would be overfilled and shatter. If too little, it wouldn't activate. This time, I'll try infusing a little less magical power. Cheng thought about it and acted, taking out another piece of animal bone, drawing the outline, and carving it again. Half an hour later, Cheng had lost another third of his magical power, and his face had become even paler. However, there was joy on his face. It worked. In his hand lay a complete witchbone card, with no tiny cracks, quietly glowing with bright emerald green light. The witchbone card had been made, but he didn't know how effective it would be or how powerful it was. Cheng thought for a moment, left the fire pit, and walked toward the hunting team. The hunting team had already fallen asleep, and the fire had gone out. However, as Cheng approached, he heard someone whisper sharply, "Who is it?" Immediately, two figures jumped out from a shadow in the cave, holding stone spears and warily facing Cheng. Once they saw Cheng's figure clearly in the bright moonlight, the two exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Cheng was startled by the sudden appearance of the two shadows, and after recognizing them, he patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. These two were none other than Songshi and Mai. "You gave me quite a scare. What are you two doing here?" Cheng instinctively asked, but halfway through, he realized that the tribe had arranged for people to keep watch at night. So he quickly changed his words and said, "I need to find you for something. Come with me." To avoid waking the sleeping tribespeople, Cheng waved his hand and led the two toward the cave entrance. Something? Songshi and Mai were puzzled, not understanding why the witch was awake so late, wondering if he was hungry. However, they knew it wasn't the time to ask questions, so they followed Cheng to the cave entrance. When they reached the cave entrance, Mai could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, What is it? Are you hungry? If you are, there's some roasted meat that hasn't been eaten yet at Yinhu's place. I can get it for you." "No, it's something else I need you for." Cheng shook his head, amused, and stopped him, asking, "Did anyone in the hunting team get injured today?" "No," Songshi shook his head. "With the nets you gave us, our hunting went very smoothly today. No one got hurt. Not even minor injuries, like getting scratched by branches or accidentally bumping into something." Cheng pressed on. The totem warriors have strong recovery abilities. Minor injuries like that will heal themselves in no time, Songshi explained, then was puzzled. "Why are you asking if the warriors got hurt?" Cheng sighed and said, "I just made a witchbone card and want to check its effectiveness on any injured warriors." "What?" Songshi and Mai exclaimed in unison, their voices rising by 8 degrees. "Sure." Cheng raised a finger, signaling them to be quiet so as not to wake the sleeping tribespeople. Songshi and Mai quickly covered their mouths and followed Cheng further away, then lowered their hands, still incredibly excited. Are you serious? Did you really make a witchbone card?" Songshi held back his excitement, trying not to speak loudly. As a member of the Totem Warriors and an important intermediary force in the tribe, Songshi understood the significance of Cheng making a witchbone card. It meant that in the future, the probability of Totem Warriors being injured would greatly decrease, and they could receive timely treatment instead of having to drag themselves back to the tribe for healing. To elaborate further, over time, as the tribe grew in number and new Totem Warriors joined while the older ones remained uninjured, the combat power of the Qing tribe would increase and become stronger. "Exactly. Why would I lie to you?" Cheng Laoget. Upon hearing this, Songshi and Mai were even more excited. If not for the concern of waking everyone, they would have danced with joy. "Then, can you show us?" Songshi eagerly requested. Although he knew Cheng always spoke the truth and wouldn't deceive them, he still wanted confirmation. Seeing is believing. "Here, take it." Cheng casually tossed the first witchbone card he made, the one with cracks, to Songshi. Cheng tossed it carelessly, but Songshi didn't dare be negligent. This was a witchbone card, not something else. Songshi quickly caught it carefully with both hands and examined it closely, while Mai leaned in to observe as well. After a few glances, the two nodded simultaneously, their joy intensifying. Yes, it's a witchbone card, even though this witchbone card had quite a few cracks. From the gentle feel in their hands to the flickering emerald green light on it, Sangshi and Mai could immediately determine that this was indeed a witchbone card. As for the cracks on the card, they didn't mind. After all, could even the most talented genius make a perfect witchbone card on their first try? Once they confirmed that the witchbone card was real, the way Sangshi and Mai looked at Yang Cheng changed. It became incredibly fervent and admiring. Chapter 54, Not Discovered. This is a tough guy. It's only been 3 days since Yang Cheng became a shaman. In these 3 days, he has actually managed to create a shaman bone card, which is far superior to the previous shaman. The previous shaman took 2 years to make the first shaman bone card after becoming a shaman, and now Yang Cheng can create shaman bone cards, which means he will be able to make even more and stronger shaman bone cards in the future. Yang Cheng's shaman power will only grow stronger. Sangshi and Mai couldn't even imagine, nor did they know how to imagine what kind of achievements Yang Cheng would have in the future. All right, you two, stop overreacting. Yang Cheng has somewhat gotten used to the fervent admiration of his clansmen, so he can now face Sangshi and Mai's gazes with calmness and composure. Yang Cheng said, "You two help me think of a way. I want to know the power of the shaman bone card I created." Upon hearing this, Sangshi and Mai exchanged glances. Then Mai seemed to have made up his mind and said, "Shaman, this is easy." "Oh, you have a way?" Yang Cheng was both puzzled and intrigued. He never expected that there would be a good solution. How could a primitive person's mind be smarter than his? "Yes," Minhu did, then reached to his waist and pulled out a bone knife. This bone knife was sharpened to a fine edge, and under the moonlight, it actually glinted with a chilling light. "Mai, what are you going to do?" Yang Cheng was startled and asked, but he saw Mai not answering. He just gritted his teeth and stabbed himself in the thigh. In an instant, a wound about the size of a fingernail appeared on his thigh, and blood began to flow slowly from the wound. Mai let out a muffled grunt of pain and then said, "Shaman, the wound is there now. You could try the shaman bone card." Yang Cheng silently gave Mai a thumbs up. This is a tough guy. He never expected that Mai's method would actually involve self-harm, creating a wound to test the power of the shaman bone card. Ahem. Well, Mai, you're a good man. Don't worry, I won't let your blood go to waste. Yang Cheng was genuinely moved and patted Mai on the shoulder. For the shaman, I can do anything. Hearing Yang Cheng's praise, Mai was overjoyed inside, his face beaming with a smile, even feeling that the cut didn't hurt anymore. Sangshi, you used the shaman bone card to heal Mai. Since Mai went to such lengths for the experiment, Yang Cheng certainly wouldn't let his goodwill go unreciprocated. If they were going to experiment, they should go all the way. Moreover, to be honest, Yang Cheng had never seen how totem warriors use shaman bone cards. Sangshi remained composed, as he had long anticipated Mai's actions. One could say that if only he were standing in front of Yang Cheng, he would also follow Mai's example without hesitation and injure himself for Yang Cheng to conduct the experiment. After all, in the tribe, the shaman was the most important, and all the shaman-esque requests should be met without hesitation. "All right, shaman," Sangshi responded and then brought the shaman bone card close to the wound on Mai's thigh, which was still bleeding. He didn't seem to make any other moves. The totem power in his chest lit up. Then the power of the shaman bone card seemed to be triggered by something, and a bright emerald green light followed, culminating in a healing spell that merged into Mai's wound. Instantly, the wound on Mai's thigh was visibly healing under the emerald green light, and granulation tissue began to form. In less than 10 seconds, the fingernail-deep wound was completely healed. "Shaman, it's fine now, look." Mai moved his thigh, showing the healed wound to Yang Cheng. "It's going to be fine." Yang Cheng took the shaman bone card from Changshi's hand. He saw that the shaman bone card had exhausted its energy, and the cracks on it had increased. In this regard, Yang Cheng felt assured. A defective item with cracks could achieve a healing effect that was only 1/3 of the power of the healing spell he himself had condensed. It could treat ordinary wounds. So what about a complete shaman bone card? What would its healing effect be? Yang Cheng was somewhat curious. According to the records on the animal skin, the power of a normal shaman bone card was generally at least twice as powerful as that of the healing spell condensed by the shaman who created it, or even more. Yang Cheng's own healing spell had been modified, so its effect was greater than that of the healing spell used by ordinary shamans. So how powerful would the shaman bone card he made be? At this moment, both Changshi and Mai were quite excited. The shaman had successfully created a shaman bone card. Although it was a defective product, and its effect couldn't compare to the healing spell condensed by the shaman himself, this was still a successful beginning. Seeing Yang Cheng in deep thought, Changshi thought he was not satisfied with the effect of a shaman bone card, so he advised, "Shaman, the power of this shaman bone card is already quite substantial. With it, our totem warriors will feel much safer during hunting in the future. Besides, shaman, you don't have to rush. After all, this is your first time making a shaman bone card. You'll gradually become more proficient and create a complete one." Suddenly, Changshi's words came to an abrupt halt. He saw that another shaman bone card had suddenly appeared in Yang Cheng's hand. This shaman bone card was intact, without any extra cracks, and was slowly shimmering with bright emerald light. Changshi, being an elder of the tribe, had seen the shaman bone card in the hands of the previous shaman. He could say that this was the best and most flawless shaman bone card he had ever seen. "Shaman, what is this?" Changshi was astonished, pointing at the shaman bone card and asking. On the other side, Mai was so shocked that he was frozen, doubting whether he was hallucinating. "Oh my god, the shaman not only took out one shaman bone card, but another one as well? Oh, this is the second shaman bone card I made." Yang Cheng casually explained it, then said, "Come on, let us test the power of this shaman bone card." "What, shaman? This shaman bone card is also made by you." Changshi lowered his voice, exclaiming in disbelief. "What? Is there a problem? Making a shaman bone card isn't that difficult?" Yang Cheng felt that Changshi and Mai were overreacting. With the draft and relying on his current shaman power, wasn't it normal to make a shaman bone card? Regarding Yang Cheng's words, Changshi and Mai didn't know what to say. They almost choked back the words that this was only Yang Cheng's second time making a shaman bone card. Yes, even if he were a genius, it was impossible to succeed on the first try, but there was no rule saying he couldn't succeed on the second try. Chapter 55. For the which, I'll take another cut. At this moment, Mai noticed Yang Cheng's gaze directed at him, and suddenly a sense of unease surged from the depths of his heart. Mai looked again at the flawless witch bone plate in Yang Cheng's hand. No way. This witch bone plate is going to be experimented on too. Just look at the completeness of this witch bone plate and the flickering emerald green light on it. Mai thought to himself, the power of this perfect witch bone plate would definitely be greater than that of the shattered one from earlier. The cut he made on the previous experiment was deep enough to reach the nail bed. If this witch bone plate is to be experimented on, how deep would the cut need to be? Meanwhile, Changshi snapped out of his shock, and, upon hearing that Yang Cheng intended to continue experimenting with this witch bone plate, immediately felt regret. He hurriedly advised, which, in my opinion, it's better not to experiment anymore. This witch bone plate is the best I've ever seen. It will be a shame to use it for experimentation. Let us save it for next time when a totem warrior gets injured. Yes, which it would be a waste. Mai nodded eagerly in agreement. Yang Cheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You don't need to worry about this. Since I can make one witch bone plate, I can make a second one. Instead, I want to test the power of this witch bone plate and see if I can improve it further." Upon hearing this, Changshi and Mai exchanged glances. Well, if the witch says so, what reason do they have to oppose? All right, then witch, go ahead with the experiment. Mai gritted his teeth, made up his mind, pulled up the animal skin around his lower body, extended his thigh, and then pulled out a razor-sharp bone knife, ready to cut a big gash in his thigh. "Hey, Mai, wait a minute, what are you doing?" Yang Cheng exclaimed in shock as he rushed forward and forcefully grabbed Mai's arm, causing the bone knife to narrowly miss his thigh. "Witch, aren't you going to experiment?" Mai looked puzzled. "Sai, Mai, are you stupid? This witch bone plate is perfect, without any cracks. If you make a cut on your thigh, how big does it need to be? Even if the witch bone plate can heal your wound, the blood will still flow for no reason. You should know better than I do how important blood and energy are to totem warriors, right? The usual training and breakthroughs for totem warriors require honing the body and refining blood and energy. If the energy in the body is insufficient, not only will strength not improve, but they can't train normally and they could even fall seriously ill. For example, the spear that was injured last time, if Yang Cheng hadn't arrived in time, and if Hongya hadn't helped him stop the bleeding after getting injured, even if he was saved, he wouldn't be able to jump around in just 2 or 3 days. I certainly understood the importance of blood energy to totem warriors and nodded, saying, "Which I know, but didn't you say you wanted to experiment?" "Yes, which? There are only the two of us here, so if you want to experiment, you can only use us." Song sure suggested, "How about this, which? Let me do it instead. My blood energy is sufficient, and a little loss is no problem." Song sure thought that Yang Cheng was worried about Mai's blood energy issue and thus hesitated to proceed, so he volunteered. These two fools. Yang Cheng didn't know what to say. "Are you really this thick-headed? Do you have to use people for experimentation?" Yang Cheng said helplessly. "Which, what do you mean?" Song Shi and Mai were completely confused. Why not use the corpse of a ferocious beast for the experiment? Yang Cheng couldn't. In fact, at first, Yang Cheng's instinct was also to use totem warriors for the experiment. It was a habitual thought. After all, the healing technique is meant to treat wounds on totem warriors. But just now, after Mai had cut himself on the thigh, Yang Cheng realized that since the healing technique is meant to heal wounds, why should it matter whether it's a totem warrior or not? The wounds of a ferocious beast can heal just the same. It was as if a heavy stick had struck Song Shi and Mai on the head. The two suddenly understood. Yes, we can use the corpse of a ferocious beast. Sigh, which look at my brain. Mai sighed in regret, then became excited. This is great. With a ferocious beast to replace him, he wouldn't have to get cut. Hey, wait a minute. If I can use the ferocious beast instead of myself, then that cut I just took was for nothing? Mai couldn't make sense of it and felt a bit confused. Mai, why are you still dazed? Go get the ferocious beast, Song Shi urged. Oh, I'm going right now. Mai stopped thinking about whether he had just taken a pointless cut and hurried back to the cave. In a short while, Mai returned carrying a ferocious beast to the cave entrance. Bang! Mai threw the corpse of the ferocious beast onto the ground and said, "Which? I brought the corpse." The moonlight at night was cool and bright, with two moons, one large and one small, quietly hanging in the sky. This made the originally dark night feel somewhat illuminated with a faint white glow. Yang Cheng moved closer to the moonlight to see the appearance of the ferocious beast. It was a wolf-like ferocious beast with two long, sharp teeth and a single wound in its abdomen, clearly killed with one blow. M'explined? Weech. This is a Fang wolf, an 8th-level ferocious beast. They usually appear in groups, but according to our observations of Fang wolves' habits, this one must have lost in a fight for the position of Wolf King and was abandoned by the pack. We set a trap with the net you made and hung it up, then killed it with a stone spear. Yang Tang nodded, not interested in how this Fang wolf lost the fight for Wolf King or how it was abandoned. Now that the corpse of the ferocious beast was here, it was time to experiment with a witch-bone plate's power. Yang Cheng thought for a moment. The healing technique he condensed with which runes could heal a wound the length of his index finger, and based on what was said on the animal skin, generally, the power of a witch-bone plate should be more than double that of the witchcraft used by the creator. So, Yang Cheng gestured to indicate a palm's length and said, "My cut a wound this big on the corpse of the ferocious beast." Okay, which? Yang Cheng's word was law, especially since this was a dead ferocious beast. Mai did not hesitate and swiftly made a deep cut on the side of the Fang wolf with the bone knife, immediately creating a wound the length of a palm. Just the right length, exactly as Yang Cheng requested. As a totem warrior, precision and controlling strength was the most basic requirement. Chapter 56. Improvement is also a trouble since the wound had appeared. Yang Cheng no longer hesitated. Song Shi, it's your turn. Yang Cheng handed the witch-bone card in his hand to Song Shi. Song Shi took it, looking somewhat regretful. Such a perfect witch-bone card. If it weren't for Yang Cheng's insistence on using it for experimentation, he would truly be reluctant to part with it. Song Shi felt regretful inside, but still followed Yang Cheng's command, activating the green sparrow totem on his chest. Under the influence of the totem's power, the witch-bone card emitted a green light. Miraculously, under this green light, the wound on the ferocious beast that had just been cut began to heal continuously. Even with this kind of power, Yang Cheng was still astonished by such extraordinary abilities. What kind of world was this? There were witchcraft, totems, and beast-eared girls with various charms. However, before Yang Cheng could think much further, something inexplicable happened. Under Song Shi's activation, the healing witch power stored in the witch-bone card was completely consumed. The green light ceased to flicker, and the witch-bone card shattered. Yet, The palm-sized wound on the corpse of the fallen wolf had only healed 4/5, with a small section of the thumb-sized injury remaining unhealed. It shouldn't be like this. Young Tang squinted. According to the records on the animal skin, the power of the witch-bone card made from it should exceed that of the creator by more than double, but now it didn't even reach that much. Why was that? The two people beside him were extremely surprised by the outcome before them. Song-Shi and Mai's eyes widened in disbelief. This witch-bone card is way too powerful, right? Mai exclaimed in shock. It can heal such a long wound. Mai turned at Song-Shi and asked Song-Shi, if I remember correctly, the previous witch's witch-bone card could only heal a length of a pinky finger, but the one made by the witch can almost heal a palm-sized length. Mai had never seen such an impressive witch-bone card. A witch-bone card could heal a palm-sized wound. If he had 2 or 3 such witch-bone cards, as an 8th-grade totem warrior, he would dare to confront a 7th-grade ferocious beast head-on. As long as he didn't suffer serious injuries, 2 or 3 witch-bone cards could instantly heal the wounds. Of course, if he encountered severe injuries, it wouldn't matter anyway. Just thinking about it, if even such a witch-bone card couldn't heal a wound, it must be a fatal injury, and there would be no saving it. On the other side, Song-Shi snapped back to reality from his surprise, feeling excited yet also somewhat accepting and unfazed. Might quiet down, no need to be so surprised. Song-Shi said proudly, our witch, on the second attempt at making a witch-bone card, was able to create a perfect one. Its power is this great. What is so surprising about it? True. Hearing Song-Shi say this, Mai suddenly felt that he might have overreacted. Since Yang Cheng became the witch of the Green Sparrow tribe, he had shown many impressive qualities. Wasn't the power of the witch-bone card just a bit greater? What was there to be surprised about? At this moment, Song-Shi nudged Mai, prompting him to look at Yang Cheng. Following Song-Shi's gaze, Mai saw Yang Cheng standing still, gazing at the wound on the fawn wolf's body, with a thoughtful expression, showing no signs of excitement or joy. The two couldn't help but admire him even more. Look at the witch. The witch-bone card's power is so great, yet he remains calm and composed, with no happy expression, truly worthy of being our witch. Just as Song-Shi and Mai were filled with immense admiration for Yang Cheng, he waved his hand and said, you guys take care of the fawn wolf's corpse. I'll go back and think about how to improve the witch-bone card. After saying that, Yang Cheng returned to the cave, leaving the two under the moonlight. Still in a daze. Improve the witch-bone card? Its power is already this great. How can it be improved further? What he said was becoming increasingly profound. Unable to make sense of it, they stopped thinking about it. Mai bent down and hoisted the fawn wolf's corpse onto his shoulder, preparing to head back. Just then, Hanya rushed over, looking anxious, and shouted, Song-Shi, Mai, it's bad. I just saw one of our prey being stolen. Halfway through his sentence, Hanya suddenly noticed the corpse on Mai's shoulder and warily said, Mai, why is the prey on your shoulder? What are you doing with it in the middle of the night? Planning to steal a bite? No. I took the corpse out to let the witch experiment with the new witch-bone card's power, Mai instinctively explained. What? The witch actually made a witch-bone card? Hanya jumped 3 feet high, his voice rising by 8 degrees. It was extremely loud in the quiet night. Immediately, the entire cave erupted with excitement. Yang Cheng paid no attention to the astonishment of the tribe members or the commotion in the cave. His brow was furrowed as he returned to his sleeping place. After such a long time, the campfire had already died down, leaving only a few sparks crackling on the burnt wood. From the moonlight shining down through a small hole above, Yang Cheng could see 2 beast-eared girls soundly asleep, cuddling together for warmth. The animal skin that had originally covered them was kicked aside at some point. Yang Cheng sighed. These 2 troublesome beast-eared girls. He walked over, picked up the animal skin, and covered the 2 beast-eared girls. Then he returned to his own bed. What's going on? Yang Cheng pondered. He was not very satisfied with the power displayed by the witch-bone card earlier. According to the animal skin, the power of the witch-bone card should be more than double that, but it shouldn't be just this little bit. The records on the animal skin must be correct. This animal skin not only was left to him by the previous witch, but also by the one before that. And so on, it was passed down from witch to witch and had been verified. So, if the problem isn't with the animal skin, then it must be with me? Young Cheng Tog. Could it be that the healing technique I improved is stronger than the ordinary healing technique? So the witchbone piece couldn't withstand it and reached the limit of the power that the witchbone card could exert? After considering it, it seemed to be just that. This wouldn't do. If the witchbone card was limited in its upper limit like this, then when I improve the healing technique again in the future, the power of the witchbone card made would even be less than the witchcraft I condensed. Wouldn't that make it useless? Cheng felt a headache coming on. He never expected that improving witchcraft would lead to such a problem. Chapter 57 Sigh. I still can't bring myself to do it. It seems I can only try the meditation space. Since witchcraft can be improved, why not the witchbone cards? Cheng suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought, the witchbone cards are essentially a form of extraordinary power as well. If I can condense the witch patterns on the witchbone cards in the meditation space, perhaps I can find the underlying rules. Without hesitation, Cheng closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and assumed the proper posture. Soon after, when Cheng opened his eyes, he found himself in a white space. After entering the meditative state, he didn't rush to condense the witch patterns, but first searched for the tadpole characters in the meditation space, solving one problem after another to replenish his witch power. After making 2 witchbone cards earlier, he had consumed more than half of his witch power, which was one of the reasons he was dissatisfied with the power displayed by the witchbone cards. The effects of the healing technique could be achieved with the same amount of witch power he consumed. Therefore, aside from the convenience of carrying witchbone cards, Cheng couldn't think of any other reasons to make them. The number of witch characters in the meditation space was still abundant. After a short while, Cheng absorbed all the witch characters in the meditation space. Feeling his witch power replenished and even increased somewhat, Cheng nodded slightly. With his pace of cultivating witch power, he could definitely be considered the fastest in primitive society. No one could match his speed. It seemed that the number of witch characters in the meditation space had an upper limit, but he had just discovered many new witch characters that had never appeared before, indicating that the meditation space was also changing. This sparked more thoughts and ideas in Cheng's mind. He pondered, I wonder how the meditation space is formed? Is it related to the environment in which one cultivates? Or what are the rules of its changes? Before crossing over, Cheng was an engineering student and had a tendency to dig deep into any problem. During these days of cultivation in the meditation space, he felt that witch power was too mysterious and wanted to trace its source, but he didn't know how to investigate it. Finally, he shook his head and thought, forget it, I'll discuss the issues regarding witch power and the meditation space later. First, let's study the witchbone cards. Cheng focused his thoughts and attempted to use his witch power to draw the witch patterns from the witchbone cards in meditation space. As he expected, the witch patterns, like witchcraft, could be condensed in the meditation space. The shape of the healing technique's witch pattern was a green leaf. Once condensed in the meditation space, it was as large as a person, and the white of the meditation space dimmed somewhat, enveloped by a shining emerald green light. The fine veins on the leaf were clearly visible and lifelike. Cheng's face turned pale, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Although he had successfully condensed the witch pattern, it was much more difficult than he had imagined. The witch power he had just replenished was completely exhausted, not leaving a trace behind. Cheng, unable to replenish his witch power in time, directly approached the person-sized emerald green witch pattern and observed it closely. Oh! Cheng's eyes lit up. The witch pattern of the healing technique was actually composed of tiny tadpole witch patterns. From a distance, it wasn't very obvious, but up close, Cheng discovered that the shape of the leaf and the veins on it were actually arranged in a certain order composed of individual witch patterns. This makes it easier. Reordering and composing the witch characters is Cheng's forte. Without hesitation, he observed briefly that there were several places on the leaf where the witch characters could be modified and reordered, so he got to work. 2 hours later, finally done, the last witch character was changed. Cheng clapped his hands, let out a long breath, and relaxed. He stepped back a few steps to look at the changes in the witch pattern. The witch pattern was still emitting emerald green light, and it still resembled a leaf, but it was somewhat different. The original witch pattern was long and narrow, resembling a willow leaf. Now, the witch pattern modified by Cheng was round and flat, like a small boat. This was because Yang Cheng simplified the outer witch pattern, shortening its length and making the shape more aesthetically pleasing and rounded. Let's give it a try. Yang Cheng felt particularly energized and excited. First, the meditation space could replenish mental energy, and second, Yang Cheng was eager to experiment. He sensed that his witch power had already recovered more than half. In the meditation space, in addition to solving witch characters to replenish witch power, his body would also automatically replenish witch power, albeit at a slower rate. With a thought, he exited the meditation space. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yin Lin groggily getting up, not even opening her eyes, sniffing the air, and groping her way over to him. Behind Yin Lin, Qing was dragging her animal skin clothes, also being pulled over. Seeing them like this, Yang Cheng finally understood why every time he let these two sleep aside, they would end up waking up the next day with both beast-eared girls cuddled up to him. It turned out it was all thanks to Yin Lin's sense of smell. Indeed, according to scientific research, a cat's sense of smell can rival that of a dog's. Although Yin Lin was a tiger-eared girl, her sense of smell should be similar to that of a cat. While Yang Cheng was pondering this, Yin Lin followed the scent and approached him, grabbing onto him and sleepily saying, "Witch, I want to sleep with you." As if hearing Yin Lin's words, Qing, who was holding onto Yin Lin's clothes, also clung to Yang Cheng, mumbling in her sleep, "I also want to sleep with a witch." Yang Cheng, can't these two beast-eared girls think of anything else? All they know is that they want to sleep with him every day. Yang Cheng was speechless and sighed. In fact, he also wanted to sleep with the two beast-eared girls, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it. These two girls weren't even adults yet. They were like unripe fruit, appealing in appearance but bitter in taste, and they hadn't grown up yet. Wait, that's not right. They seem to have grown a bit since a couple of days ago. Yang Cheng's gaze caught sight of something, and he was surprised, feeling a bit of heat in his lower abdomen. No, it won't do. I can't act on it yet. I need to wait for them to grow for another 2 years. Yang Cheng hurriedly reined in his thoughts and dispelled the wicked ideas in his mind. He took several deep breaths and finally managed to pry the two beast-eared girls off him. Looking towards the cave entrance, he found that the sky outside had brightened. The people in the cave, for some unknown reason, had woken up earlier than usual today and were making quite a racket. Yang Cheng could occasionally hear them gathering together and whispering excitedly. Chapter 58. The improvement of the Witchbone card is successful. Ignoring their discussion, Yang Cheng took out a smoothly polished beastbone piece, carefully recalling the improved witch patterns in his mind, and engraved them onto the bone piece. After confirming there were no mistakes, he used a bone knife to carve along the edges of the witch patterns and infused his internal witch power into it. With the experience from the previous 2 attempts, Yang Cheng felt a bit more skilled this time. It took him only 20 minutes to successfully create another Witchbone card. This card was just as flawless as the last one, with no excess cracks, and it shimmered with a green light. Yang Cheng sensed his internal witch power and smiled. The witch power consumed to create this card was actually less than half of what was used for the original. Only using 1/8 of his internal power. This was probably because I simplified the shape of the witch pattern. The original was elongated, and now I've made it oval, thus reducing the consumption of witch power by more than half. After a brief reflection, Yang Cheng understood the reason for this situation and became even more eager. Let us go test it out. Since the witch power has decreased by more than half, has the power changed? Even if this Witchbone card releases slightly less power than the original, it would still be considered a success. Yang Cheng felt that the original Witchbone card was not worth the cost because it consumed too much witch power. Given Yang Cheng's current situation, the witch power in his body could only support him in making 3 cards a day, after which he had to meditate to replenish his power. However, with the improved Witchbone card, he could make 8 cards a day. This way, even if the power remained unchanged, it was still worth it. Yang Cheng stood up, taking the Witchbone card and heading towards the cave entrance, planning to call on Sang Shi and Mai to experiment. Just as he left the sleeping area, he saw Yin Hu and a large group of clan members gathered together, whispering. Upon hearing his footsteps, they turned to look at Yang Cheng. Suddenly, the talking stopped, and they stared at him intently, with only their heavy breathing filling the air. Yang Cheng was startled by their state. Yin Hu and the others had red eyes and dark circles, as if they hadn't slept all night. Yin Hu, what's going on? Why didn't you sleep last night? Young Cheng asked. Yin Hu nodded, not discussing Yang Cheng's question further, but directly asked, which, we heard Songshi and my say you made a witchbone card, and its power is great? Well, I was planning to tell you today, but since you already know, I'll just say it. Yang Cheng admitted generously. That's right, I made a witchbone card, but as for the power, actually, before he could finish, the suppressed, heavy breathing erupted. It's true, the witch really made a witchbone card. That's great. We won't be afraid of getting hurt during hunting anymore. With the witchbone card, I feel I can handle a 7th grade ferocious beast all by myself. The witch is truly amazing. The cheers of the crowd were even louder than when they saw the net. Because although the net could solve the tribe's food problem and help the totem warriors hunt more prey, it was still just a tool, only effective against low-level ferocious beasts, and difficult to deal with mid to high-level ones. However, the witchbone card was different. It could genuinely enhance the totem warriors' abilities, a treasure for their power advancement. The way to advance for totem warriors is to refine their own vitality, break through the bottleneck of totem power, and reach a higher realm. The usual method is to fight against ferocious beasts of the same or higher level, breaking through between life and death. Low-level ferocious beasts are manageable. With a bit of caution, one can generally break through without severe injuries. But at higher stages, mid and high-level ferocious beasts have strong vitality, tough skin, and powerful destructive capabilities. Some even possess witchcraft. In such cases, injuries are inevitable. Without timely treatment, even if one successfully advances, they may end up incapacitated or even dead. This is why Yin Hu and Songshi, the highest-level warriors in the Qing tribe, have delayed their breakthroughs. To request the witch to accompany them for timely treatment after battling ferocious beasts is unrealistic and impossible. Fighting ferocious beasts is too dangerous, and the witch is an important figure in the tribe's inheritance. Having the witch nearby would only distract the totem warriors, making them worry about the witch's safety and not daring to fight with full force. However, with the witchbone card, it's different. Without the witch present, they can use totem power to heal themselves, which gives the totem warriors of the Qing tribe hope for breakthroughs. Therefore, their cheers were loud, with excitement and exhilaration on every face. Yang Cheng understood why they were cheering. This was also the reason he worked hard for days to create the witchbone card. All right, everyone, stop making noise. Get back to your tasks. Those who need to hunt, go hunt. Those who need to patrol, go patrol, Yang Cheng instructed. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, filled with excitement, knowing that Yang Cheng could now create witchbone cards and could advance without worries in the future. Not to mention missing a night's sleep. Even if they went 3 days and nights without sleep, the totem warriors wouldn't feel any fatigue. Once most of the totem warriors had left, Yang Cheng called aside Yin Hu, Songshi, Mai, and Miao. Which, do you have something else? Yin Hu asked. Yang Cheng nodded, took out the newly made witchbone card, and said, I just made another witchbone card and want to experiment with it. What? Which? You made another witchbone card. Sure enough, upon seeing the witchbone card in Yang Cheng's hand, Yin Hu and Miao were astonished, shouting louder than before. Fortunately, Yang Cheng was prepared and had covered his ears in advance. Otherwise, their shouts might have deafened him. This is also why Yang Cheng only let these few stay. If all the clansmen gathered, the noise would be overwhelming. Besides, if everyone was just shocked here, would they still have time to eat? Songshi and I seemed to have gotten used to the situation after last night, casting disdainful glances at the two who were shouting in surprise. Isn't it just something amazing? Don't you understand the witch's situation by now? If he doesn't bring out something impressive every time, would he still be called a witch? Chapter 59. There are tribes in the north. Without waiting for Yang Cheng's instruction, Mai immediately said, Shaman, I'll go get a ferocious beast. Soon, I brought a sharp-horned pig in front of everyone again. Under Yang Cheng's command, this time a wound larger than a palm was cut. Yang Cheng handed the shaman bone tablet to Songshi, asking him to activate it with the totemic power. Songshi took the shaman bone tablet and noticed that the shaman patterns on it were different. The original shape had changed. However, he did not ask further. Although he had some understanding of a shaman bone tablet, he was not an expert like Yang Cheng. Listening to Yang Cheng's orders, he aimed at the wound on the sharp-horned pig and activated the shaman power on the bone tablet. 3 minutes later, the emerald green light flickered and then stopped. The wound larger than a palm on the sharp-horned pig had completely healed. The emerald green glow on the shaman bone tablet was still flickering, but it had dimmed, indicating that there was still some shaman power stored inside. Not only Yin, Hu, and Miao were stunned. Even Song Shi and Mai, who were mentally prepared, were taken aback. They had anticipated the power of the shaman bone tablet to heal wounds, but they had not expected that this shaman bone tablet made by Yang Cheng could heal a wound larger than a palm, and even more. It should be noted that this was only the third shaman bone tablet Yang Cheng had created. Facing the effect achieved by the shaman bone tablet, Yang Cheng was very satisfied, nodding and saying, "Not bad. The effect is better than I expected." Hearing Yang Cheng's muttering, Yin Hu and the others fell silent again. "You call this not bad? The effect is simply amazing." Yang Cheng ignored his casual remark, leaving Yin Hu and the others speechless. He yawned. Although he could replenish energy in the meditation space, sleeping had been Yang Cheng's habit for many years. Having not slept all night, he inevitably felt a bit tired. "All right, I will make a few shaman bone tablets every day in the future. I believe that after a while, every totem warrior will have a few." Yang Cheng yawned again and said, "But you all need to get more beast bones, otherwise I won't have materials to make them." "Don't worry, shaman. The shaman bone tablets are not a problem. We have nets now. Hunting ferocious beasts is very simple," Yin Hu hurriedly replied, thinking about the future, where every warrior would have a few shaman bone tablets. He and Song sure couldn't help but show expressions of great joy. "Okay, I'm going to sleep now. I haven't slept all night, and I'm exhausted," Yang Cheng instructed and walked toward the cave. Just then, two beast-eared girls came out, rubbing their eyes in a daze. Upon seeing Yang Cheng, they immediately looked happy, then put on a wronged expression, saying in unison, "Shaman, why didn't you sleep with me last night? Do you dislike Yin Lin Xing?" Regarding the two beast-eared girls, Yang Cheng directly gestured to Yin Hu and Song Shi. Yin Hu and Song Shi stepped forward, each lifting one like picking up a chick, and carried the two beast-eared girls away. Yang Cheng could still hear them saying from a distance, "From now on, no one is allowed to disturb the shaman's rest." "Hey, father, you didn't say that before. Didn't you tell me to sleep with the shaman?" "That was before. Now is now. Now. What's wrong now? I really don't understand you adults." Far to the north of the Qing tribe lies the Tang tribe. The Tang tribe has more than 150 members, 3 times that of the Qing tribe, and is considered a medium-sized tribe in the wilderness. Qiuyi returned to the tribe with a ferocious beast she had just hunted, expressionless as she handed the beast carcass over to the cheering tribespeople for processing. She made her way to the animal skin tent at the edge of the tribe, where a bucket of water had already been prepared. Upon entering the tent, Qiuyi took off her animal skin clothes, revealing her flawless, fair, and delicate body, long, slender, and powerful legs, and a brown horse tail. As seen, Qiuyi was a horsetail girl. After removing her clothes, she gently scooped up water to wash her body. Her movements were very gentle and careful, far from the ferocity she displayed while hunting ferocious beasts. Only in this way could she ensure that the water in the bucket wouldn't spill on the ground. Water was very precious in the Tang tribe, and even the strongest among the totem warriors was not allowed to waste it. Halfway through washing her body, she heard rustling sounds from outside the tent. Qiuyi did not immediately cover her alluring body with clothes because she knew that no one in the tribe dared to peek at her powerful form. Moreover, compared to her body, her tribesmen cared more about food. She had just hunted a ferocious beast, and the tribespeople should all be gathered around the food, eagerly waiting to eat. Sure enough, her younger sister, Qiu Chao's voice came from outside the tent. "Sister, the shaman wants you to go to her tent." "I know. I'll be there soon," Qiuyi replied, then gently said, "By the way, little sister, I have a piece of meat here. Take it to eat." "Okay." Qiu Chao walked in. She was about a head shorter than Qiuyi, but the two looked very similar. Apart from having a horsetail, both were extremely beautiful. Like Yin Lin and Xing, the beast-eared girls in this world would not lose to first or second-tier stars on Earth. After entering, Qiu Chao did not pay any attention to her sister's alluring body. She was just searching around the tent anxiously, asking, "Sister, where's the meat?" Qiuyi looked at her sister with great helplessness, and it was only at this moment that she revealed the tenderness that outsiders could not see. "It's under my clothes," Qiuyi said. "Oh, I found it. Following her instructions, Cho Chao lifted the animal skin on the ground and discovered a piece of raw meat underneath. Her eyes brightened, and without a second thought, she grabbed the raw meat and started eating. Hey, slow down. No one is competing with you. Ki ifronit. Only then did Cho Chao slow down her pace, but she still ate quickly. After swallowing the last bit of bloody raw meat, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and immediately lifted the animal skin in front of her. She found that the totem shape on her chest still showed no signs of lighting up and sighed. Sister, there's still no sign of awakening the totem power. It's okay. Ki confortiter. Eat a few more pieces of meat to replenish your energy. Anyway, the shaman has already painted the tribe's totem for you, and awakening the totem power is just a matter of time. Sister, I will listen to you. Qiu Chao nodded. The two then fell silent. Qiu Yi had finished washing her body, but did not pour the water away. This water could be used several times. She told Qiu Chao to patrol the tribe, and then walk toward the central tent of the tribe. Chapter 60. Qiu, you should go to the Qing tribe. As soon as she left the tribe, Qiu's face immediately turned expressionless, exuding a demeanor that made others wary. Completely devoid of the gentleness she had shown with her sister in the tent, she strode with her long, white legs toward the center of the tribe. In the middle of the tribe, there was a large tent, at least twice the size of the nearby tents. Upon reaching the entrance of the tent, the two totem warriors guarding the door immediately saluted. Leader Qiu. Qiu nodded and said, "The shaman said she has something to discuss with me. Please wait, Leader Qiu. We will report to the shaman." One of the totem warriors entered the tent and quickly came back out. The shaman requests you to enter. After saying this, he and the other totem warrior stepped aside. Qiu walked inside. The interior of the tent had a unique decorative style reminiscent of primitive society. All around, various bones of fierce beasts, teeth, sharp horns, and spines were hung, a dazzling array that was countless. Each remnant of the fierce beasts was devoid of any flesh, all cold white bones, and from the shapes of some of the remaining bones, it was evident that each fierce beast had met a terrifying end in life. Upon entering, even though sunlight could penetrate through the gaps and keep the tent bright, a chill suddenly enveloped her, making her limbs feel icy and instilling a sense of fear. In the very center was a chair made of white bones, upon which sat a petite figure. She had 2 small cat ears on her head, and a short tail swishing behind her. She was a cat-eared girl, the shaman of the Tang tribe. Before the cat-eared girl lay a piece of animal skin, covered in various strange patterns and densely packed, tadpole-like writing. Qiu glanced at it and felt dizzy. She knew that was the shaman script, a language only shamans could master, and she dared not look at it for long. Qiu quickly lowered her head and said, "Shaman, you called for me." Hearing her voice, Huaxian shifted her gaze from the animal skin, and upon seeing Qiu, a flicker of joy passed through her eyes, quickly returning to indifference. "Qiu, I called you here because I have something to arrange for you." Huaxuan's cat tail stopped swaying and lowered as she spoke in a childish tone that did not match her age. "Shaman, please tell me. I will handle any task." Qiu held no disrespect for Huaxian. Although Huaxian was only 14 years old and had been in the position of shaman for just 2 years, she was the most gifted and intelligent shaman in the history of the Tang tribe. Chosen as the shaman's successor, she had grasped a basic shamanic skill in just half a year while learning from the previous shaman. Moreover, she had exceptional foresight. If she hadn't sensed something was wrong and led the Tang tribe away from their ancestral land after the previous shaman's death, they wouldn't have escaped the recent turmoil that erupted in the ancestral land. It was said that many smaller tribes vanished during that turmoil, and even some medium to large tribes suffered severe losses. I want you to take the totem warriors and head towards the direction of the sun's right side to search for the traces of the Qing tribe, Huaxian said calmly. The Qing tribe? Qiu asked, puzzled. Qiu was not unfamiliar with the Qing tribe, back in their ancestral land. The population of the Qing tribe was similar to that of the Tang tribe, and the two tribes had a relatively friendly relationship. Yes, when we were in the ancestral land, I communicated with the shaman of the Qing tribe regarding shamanic powers, and we had a subtle connection. Huaxuan's cat ears twitched as she explained. Just a few days ago, I suddenly received a request from the shaman of the Qing tribe. asking if their people could come to seek refuge with us. After that, however, my communication with the shaman of the Qing tribe was cut off. Hearing Huashuan's words, Chia's heart stirred, and she said, "Shaman, do you mean?" Huaxian nodded. "Yes, Chio, yeah, it's just as you imagine. I hope you can find the Qing tribe and bring them over." When leaving the ancestral land, I learned about the situation of the Qing tribe. They have never found a successor for their shaman. After the turmoil, although I haven't looked into their situation again, based on the request from the shaman of the Qing tribe, they definitely still do not have a shaman successor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have requested our Tang tribe to take them in. Chuya silently nodded, agreeing with Huashuan's perspective. Just like their Tang tribe, unless they were pushed to a dead end, as long as there was a shaman, they would never consider joining another tribe. Because joining another tribe meant losing their own totem and having to bear someone else's totem. This was absolutely unacceptable for a tribe that held a totem in the wilderness. Huaxian paused and continued. "Chuya, you know the current situation of our tribe. After leaving the ancestral land, the fierce beasts we hunt have decreased significantly. And with my shamanic power training slowing down, the number of totem warriors we cultivate decreases more and more, while the losses of totem warriors increase. If this continues, the only outcome for our Tang tribe in the wilderness is extinction." Chuya said, "Shaman, I understand your meaning. You want to find the remnants of the Qing tribe and absorb them into our tribe, which might alleviate the crisis." Huashuan's eyes revealed a deep appreciation. As expected of the shamaness she had carefully chosen, she understood her thoughts so quickly. "That's exactly what I mean. Although the Qing tribe is likely to come to us, I still don't feel at ease. Without a shaman, how long can they survive in the wilderness? That's why I plan to send you." Huaxian said, "A tribe without a shaman would see their totem warrior's power gradually diminish. Therefore, every tribe considers their shaman to be extremely important, and the shaman status is thus elevated." "I understand." Chuya's ponytail flicked as she thought of a key question and asked, "Shaman, how far are we from the Qing tribe?" Huashuan's cat tail swayed as she calculated in her mind. "About the distance of 6 sunsets," she said. 6 sunsets means 6 days. 6 sunsets? Chuya frowned and said, "Shaman, that's too far. It would take too long to be gone. Why not send someone else? If I go out, what will happen if powerful, fierce beasts attack the tribe? And who will be responsible for the food?" The Tang tribe had a limited number of totem warriors, only about 30. But these 30 totem warriors had to be responsible for feeding 150 people every day, a significant responsibility. Moreover, Chuya was the strongest totem warrior of the Tang tribe. Being away for a day or two was fine, but if she were gone for 6 days, the safety of the tribe would be compromised. Chapter 61. The tribe's salt is running low. Chuya's concerns are not without reason, but Huaxian still shook her head and said, "No, Chuya, you must go. You are our strongest totem warrior in the Tang tribe, a 6th-ranked totem warrior. Only you can traverse the wilderness for so long and find the existence of the Qing tribe. I don't feel secure sending anyone else." But Chuya's cold face was filled with hesitation. "Listen to me." Huaxian waved her hand. "I understand your worries, but we must absorb the Qing tribe to replenish our numbers. Taking some risks is unavoidable. As for the food issue, you don't need to worry too much. This time, there will only be 3 totem warriors going with you, and the rest will stay in the tribe, so we won't be lacking in food." Seeing that Huaxian had thought everything through, Chuya's worried heart eased a bit. "All right, which I'll take some people to the Qing tribe." Huaxian nodded and was about to turn to leave. "Wait," Chuya called out to her from behind. Chuya turned around to see Huaxian bounce down from the chair made of white bones. With her short legs, she walked over to Chuya with a cat-like grace. Since Huaxian only reached Chuya's chest, Chuya had to lower her head to look at her. "Extend your hand," Huaxian said. Chuya complied and extended her hand. Huaxian placed a witch-bone token in her palm. "What is this?" Chuya was both surprised and delighted. She clearly remembered that all the witch-bone tokens in the tribe had been used up. "This is a witch-bone token inscribed with the speed technique." Huaxian smiled and said, "I spent 5 sunsets completing it. After studying for 2 years, I finally made one." Chuya's joy was evident, and she was extremely excited. "That's great. Which, now our tribe's warriors will have a better chance against fierce beasts. All right, take it. This witch-bone token may be useful in case of danger. Huaxian said. Then suddenly remembered something. By the way, Qiuya, you can take your sister Qiucao with you. If you encounter low-level fierce beasts, you can let her train. This will help stimulate her totem power faster. Okay, witch, I'm going. Qiuya's tail wagged nonstop as she tightly gripped the witch bone token in her hand, nodding vigorously. Go! With the command given, Qiuya strode out of the tent. Watching Qiuya's figure leave, Huaxian put away her smile, her face turning cold. She walked gracefully to the white bone seat, then hopped back onto it, gazing at the beast's skin, lost in thought. After a long while, Huaxian murmured to herself, Qing tribe, you must hold on. I have sent someone to fetch you, but unfortunately, your totem will disappear forever. 5 days quietly passed. During these 5 days, Cheng spent the entire day making witch bone tokens. Now he could produce 8 tokens a day. In 5 days, he made nearly 40 witch bone tokens. After completing the healing techniques, witch bone token, Cheng had no intention of continuing further. Witch bone tokens could only be activated by totem warriors using their totem power. Ordinary tribe members could not use them even if they held the tokens. Therefore, Cheng's next plan was to improve the fire technique and the refreshing technique, as well as to create corresponding witch bone tokens. Compared to the healing technique, there had been no significant progress in his research on these 2 techniques during his time in the meditation space. However, Cheng was not discouraged. The more difficult the research, the more he believed in their potential. Cheng did not keep a single witch bone token for himself. He distributed them all. Now, not only did every totem warrior have 2 or 3 tokens, but even Yinlin and Qing each had 2. Sigh, Yinlin and Qing, those beast-eared girls. Cheng simply couldn't resist their requests. The way they looked at him every day, innocent and pitiful, made him feel that not giving them tokens would be a crime. So he made an exception and gave them each 2. But on the other hand, Cheng had already planned to help these 2 beast-eared girls awaken their totem power and promote them to totem warriors. Previously, there were no conditions for this. But now it was different. The appearance of the net had broken the embarrassing situation of food shortages in the Qing tribe. Now everyone could eat enough meat. Over the past few days, Cheng could clearly see that the faces of the tribe members were no longer pale and had become somewhat flushed. This was a sign of replenished vitality. Witch, you're here. What characters are you going to teach us today? Witch, we've made another net. Witch, what meat do you want to eat tonight so we can prepare it? Cheng strolled around the tribe, chatting with the members, and was warmly greeted by them. Just as he was about to return to the cave, Yinhu and Sangshi approached him, bowing respectfully and saying, Witch, it wasn't mealtime yet. So the 2 of them coming together must mean they had something to discuss. Qing thought to himself and asked, What do you 2 need from me? Just say it. Seeing that Cheng had guessed they had something to say, they were a bit surprised and exchanged glances. Then Yinhu said, Witch, there are 2 matters. The first is that our tribe's salt is running low. Running low on salt? Cheng raised an eyebrow. Yes, Witch. The salt we brought from the ancestral land was limited in quantity when we fled, and it's almost used up, Yinhu explained. Is that so? Tang pondered. The salt issue was indeed a bit tricky. Salt generally comes in several types: sea salt, lake salt, well salt, and rock salt. Sea salt is obtained by evaporating seawater. Lake salt is produced by processing salt from modern salt lakes. Well salt is made by extracting natural brine from shallow surface or underground sources. And rock salt is obtained from mining ancient rock salt deposits. Since rock salt deposits can sometimes coexist with natural brine salt mines, and because the advent of well drilling methods for extracting rock salt has emerged, there is also a combined term for well salt and rock salt, or a general term called mineral salt. On Earth, industrially, sea salt is produced by evaporating seawater, and lake salt is obtained by boiling salt lake water to precipitate salt crystals. The resulting coarse salt is then dissolved, settled, filtered, and evaporated to produce refined salt. Chapter 62. Selecting new totem warriors in the Qing tribe, let alone refined salt. Even coarse salt is difficult to produce. Cheng has been here for a while now and has learned from Yinhu and the others that there is no seawater or salt lake water near the Qing tribe's location. Back in the ancestral land, there was a small saltwater lake, but has been occupied by several tribes. Given the current strength of the Qing tribe, Attempting to fight back is simply wishful thinking. Additionally, drilling for well salt is also unrealistic. First, Yang Cheng has no idea where underground salt mines might be located. Second, even if they manage to drill wells, it will be hard to preserve the salt with the current technology. Therefore, to obtain salt, they need to find surface salt mines for extraction. Time is of the essence. They must search for surface salt mines. Otherwise, once the salt runs out, the tribe members will lose their strength. With this in mind, Yang Cheng raised his head and said to Yin Hu and Song Shi, "Have a totem warriors send some people to look for the lairs of fierce beasts nearby. Generally speaking, fierce beasts tend to settle near salt mines. But which? If we do that, the number of our hunting team will decrease. Food is not a problem, but I'm worried we won't have enough defense for the tribe." Song Shi expressed his concerns. "This is unavoidable. Salt is a necessity, and we must find the salt mine." Yang Cheng waved his hand, speaking firmly. After a pause, he added, "However, you two shouldn't worry too much. In the coming days, I will try to select some tribe members to become totem warriors." "Which, are you serious?" Yin Hu and Song Shi's eyes lit up, filled with surprise. Yang Cheng laughed. "Of course it's true. We have plenty of food, and the vitality of the tribe members has been replenished. Isn't this a great opportunity to become totem warriors?" "Hee. Which, since you're thinking this way, we can rest assured about the second matter you mentioned," Yin Hu said, scratching his head and smiling. "You two are planning to advance, right?" Yang Cheng said, "Ha, which, you're really smart. You guessed it right away." Song Shi nodded. "That's right. We came here to discuss this with you. These days, Yin Hu and I have been eating a fierce beast for every meal. We feel our vitality has been replenished and are ready to advance to the next stage. Next, we just need to find fierce beasts to hone our vitality and break through." Yang Cheng had heard about their situation. Yin Hu and Song Shi had been 7th-tier totem warriors for quite some time. However, after the tribe was attacked and they fled to the wilderness, they hadn't been able to break through due to a lack of food. Now that food is sufficient and with the witch's bone tokens, it is only natural for them to want to advance. I won't stop you from advancing. If you both become 6th-tier totem warriors, the safety of our tribe will improve," Yang Cheng said, his expression becoming serious as he cautioned. "However, I hope you both are fully prepared. Only act if you're confident. Even with the witch's bone tokens that can provide timely treatment after injuries, I still hope you two won't get hurt." Upon hearing this, Yin Hu and Song Shi's smiles faded, and they nodded seriously. "Rest assured, which we are confident." "Well then, you can go," Yang Cheng said. Yin Hu and Song Shi bowed to Yang Cheng and then dispersed. Once their figures disappeared from sight, Yang Cheng thought for a moment, called for Mu Qing, and said, "Mu Qing, gather the able-bodied tribe members who can awaken their totem power. I want to help them awaken." Mu Qing, being an elder of the tribe, was more familiar with the situation of the tribe members than Yang Cheng. Upon hearing that Yang Cheng wanted to help awaken the totem powers of the tribe members, he was immediately excited and hurried off to find people. After Mu Qing left, Yang Cheng found a vacant space and pulled 2 totem warriors who were guarding the tribe to quickly set up a tent. Awakening totem power requires a quiet place without interruptions. When the tribe members heard the news conveyed by Mu Qing, they were all overjoyed and rushed to the place where Yang Cheng was. By the time the tent was set up, there were already 17 or 18 tribe members standing in front of Yang Cheng, with Yen Lin and Qing, the 2 beast-eared girls, at the forefront. The 2 beast-eared girls had wide, shining eyes, shaking their ears and wagging their tails, eagerly looking at Yang Cheng. "So many?" Yang Cheng was taken aback and asked Mu Qing beside him. Mu Qing was also stunned and puzzled. "I didn't call for so many people." Then, he scanned the crowd, and his expression suddenly darkened. He walked in and kicked a few little ones away. These little brats just loved to watch the excitement. Mu Qing grumbled as he returned, and then said to Yang Cheng, "Which, now the number is right." Yang Cheng counted the people. There were a total of 13. Not bad. The Qing tribe has around 20 young adults, and this accounts for a large portion of them. It seems that solving the food problem has allowed everyone to replenish their vitality adequately. "All right, let's get started," Yang Cheng said. "Which, let me go first." "Which, me first." "Me first." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 beast-eared girls raised their hands and shouted loudly. Their eagerness was palpable. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Yang Cheng didn't mind who went first. He was already well acquainted with the methods to help the tribe members awaken their totem power, so there wouldn't be any mistakes. However, just as Yang Cheng was about to nod in agreement and let the two beast-eared girls go first, Qing suddenly said coldly, "No, you two cannot become totem warriors." Huh? Why not? The two beast-eared girls were taken aback. After waiting so long for the opportunity to be right in front of them, how could they not become totem warriors? You two are not witches. You don't have the qualifications. Qing explained, then pointed to three people in the crowd. And you three, although your vitality is sufficient, without becoming witches, you also lack the qualifications to become totem warriors. The three people pointed out by Qing were all beast-eared girls. Two were identical twins with long rabbit ears, while the other had small deer antlers, which didn't resemble summer spotted deer antlers. So Yang Cheng couldn't tell what kind of deer they were, but she was a deer-eared girl. When the three of them were singled out by Qing, their faces showed deep disappointment and dejection, but they quietly walked out of the crowd without arguing, obediently moving to the side. Chapter 63. Which yours, all yours? The three obedient beast-eared girls did not argue, but the two hot-tempered beast-eared girls were quite displeased. Why? Yinlin's throat roared loudly. Her tiger ears perked up, pointing at the other candidates, saying, "My strength is greater than theirs. Why can't I become a totem warrior?" Yes, give us a reason. Qing also had an unkind expression, her tail raised straight, rubbing her delicate little fists, as if her fists would come into close contact with Qing's body if she was not satisfied with his answer. There is no reason. The rules of the wilderness have always been like this, apart from the which no female in the tribe can become a totem warrior. Qing, with a fearless spirit, did not compromise in the face of the two beast-eared girls' threats, saying, "Unless you let the witch speak and admit that you two are witches, otherwise, you should go back where you came from. If this continues, I'll call your father." Calling parents has always been a trump card since ancient times. As soon as the two beast-eared girls heard that Qing was going to call Yinhu and Songshi, they immediately wilted, their tiger ears and raised tails drooping down. But then they thought of Qing's prompt words. Yes, as long as the witch admits they are witches, that would do. So, before Yang Cheng could react, the two beast-eared girls climbed onto him again, one on each side hugging his arms, shaking his arms with their still youthful chests. Yinlin and Qing chirped, "You let us become witches, okay? Please." While speaking, they looked at Yang Cheng with their watery big eyes. Yang Cheng felt goosebumps all over. When did these two beast-eared girls learn to act cute? Enough, enough. I can't take it anymore. All right, I agree. From now on you are witches. Yang Cheng coughed and pulled his arms out from the embrace of the two beast-eared girls. The feeling of pulling out? It was just like that. The animal skin clothes were not thin, covered in fur, and with the two beast-eared girls being so small, there wasn't much feeling at all. Yay! The two beast-eared girls cheered, and they were extremely joyful at this moment, as their long-cherished wish was finally fulfilled today. Even Yinlin and Qing, in their joy, forgot that they were still enemies and couldn't help but hug each other, bouncing around. The other three beast-eared girls looked at Yinlin and Qing being chosen as beast-eared girls, their eyes filled with indescribable envy. Yang Cheng noticed the look from the three beast-eared girls and, without thinking, waved his hand, saying, "You three can also become witches. Totem warriors don't have to be all male from the tribe. Females can also take part." The blood of these three beast-eared girls had already reached the conditions to become totem warriors, and it was such a pity that they couldn't because they weren't witches. Moreover, for a tribe, the more totem warriors there are, the better. How could Yang Cheng think of driving them away? Upon hearing this, the three beast-eared girls' eyes widened, and their faces suddenly showed surprise. "Thank you, witch. Thank you, witch." A feeling of survival in a desperate situation surged in the hearts of the three beast-eared girls, making them extremely happy and excited. However, before the beast-eared girls could enjoy this feeling for long, that old guy Qing stood up to oppose again. "Witch, no," Qing said sternly. "Witch, if you let them become witches, there will be too many witches. Our Qing tribe has never had this many witches before." Qing's words made the joyful and excited hearts of the beast-eared girls drop to the bottom. Yes, The number of witches in the tribe has always been limited. It's impossible to have many witches. This old guy is really a bit stubborn. Yang Cheng frowned slightly, and didn't he want to argue with Mu Qing anymore? Who is he? He is the witch of the Qing tribe. In a feudal society, he would be like the emperor of the Qing tribe. The kind whose words are law, equivalent to Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, while Mu Qing, at most, is a minister of personnel, not even a prime minister. In the past, it was the past. Now our tribe has the conditions. Our food is sufficient enough for them to become witches and awaken totem powers. After saying this, Yang Cheng saw that Mu Qing was still trying to persuade him. So he waved his hand and said directly, "All right, no need to say more. I will set another rule from now on. As long as the females in the tribe meet the standards to awaken totem powers, they can become witches and awaken totem powers." This, facing Yang Cheng's firm attitude, Mu Qing frowned, but in the end he nodded helplessly, saying, "Since the witch said so, then let us do as the witch says." Saying this, he turned to the three beast-eared girls and said, "The witch has allowed you to become witches. You should protect the witch well, sleep with the witch, and bear his children." Meow, meow, meow. Yang Cheng felt something was off, but before he could say anything, the three beast-eared girls blushed, each more charming than the other, each with their own beauty. They first shyly glanced at Yang Cheng, then nodded and said softly, "Yes." At this time, Yinlin and Qing stepped forward, hands on their hips, loudly declaring, "You can sleep with the witch, but you must line up behind us. We came first." Facing potential rivals, Yinlin and Qing rarely set aside their enmity and worked together. Mu Qing turned around and saw Yang Cheng standing there in a daze, a sly look flashing across his face. He thought, now the future of the tribe has hope. With Yinlin and Qing, there are a total of 5 beast-eared girls, enough to divert the witch's attention from Xia. Mu Qing felt extremely pleased but feigned confusion, prompting, "Witch, don't you remember? One of the responsibilities of witches is to sleep with the witch and pass on the witch's seeds to the tribe." Yang Cheng remembered that according to the tribe's distribution, witches are exclusively for the witch, and the resources consumed are redistributed from what is allocated to the witch. He glanced at the 2 twin rabbit-eared girls and that deer-eared girl. The expressions on their faces were filled with shyness and anticipation. Yang Cheng then scanned Yinlin and Qing. The 2 beast-eared girls looked displeased, as if their beloved treasure was to be shared with others. "Great! 5, that's 5 beast-eared girls." Yang Cheng's heart roared. How could his frail body withstand this? Just thinking about the future, living an unrestrained life with 5 beast-eared girls made Yang Cheng feel pale and his waist ache. No, just now, it seemed he also said that in the future, any female in the tribe who meets the conditions to become a totem warrior could also become a witch. Oh my God! Yang Cheng suddenly felt dizzy, as if he had fallen into a deep pit. Chapter 64. Undress and draw the totem. Yang Cheng had a bad premonition about his future and was lost in thought. But suddenly he noticed something and asked Mu Qing, "Mu Qing, what did you just say? That I can only sleep with you after you become a shaman?" Mu Qing looked vigilant, of course. You can't go back on your word. It was you who decided that Sakura and the others would become shamans. Once they become shamans, they will have the responsibility to sleep with the shaman and have children. This is absolutely unchangeable. Sakura should be the name of one of the 3 beast-eared girls. However, Yang Cheng didn't ask which one was Sakura. Instead, he turned to stare at Yinlin and Qing, the 2 beast-eared girls. These 2 hadn't become shamans yet. They kept clamoring to sleep with him, coming over to bother him every night, making it uncomfortable for Yang Cheng to sleep. Under Yang Cheng's fierce glare, Yinlin and Qing stuck out their pink tongues, feeling guilty and turning their heads away, not daring to meet his eyes. "All right, I got it. I won't take back what I've said. Let them also become shamans." Yang Cheng said, "One cannot let one misstep prevent progress." The tribe urgently needed totem warriors. First, let these beast-eared girls become totem warriors, and as for sleeping or not, Yang Cheng was a shaman. As long as he didn't want to, could these beast-eared girls force him? "All right, shaman, you give him the power to awaken the totem, and I won't disturb you," Mu Qing said. This guy had lived long enough to be clever. He knew he had just put Yang Cheng in a little predicament, and staying would only annoy him. Since the goal had been achieved, it was better to leave early. Saying this, Qing left, leaving behind a group of eager tribespeople. Cheng didn't waste time and said, Lin, come into the tent with me. Lin's tiger ears perked up excitedly. She was trembling with excitement. Okay, she happily replied, following Cheng into the tent. The tribespeople behind them tiptoed, stretching their necks to see into the tent. But once Cheng brought Lin inside and lowered the tent flap, it was completely covered, and those outside couldn't see what was happening inside. This was actually Cheng's intention, as the scene of awakening the totem power for the tribespeople was a bit inappropriate for children. After entering the tent and closing the flap, Cheng pointed to the wooden stump in the middle of the tent and said, Lin, sit there. The tiger-eared girl obediently sat down. Cheng took out the things he had prepared earlier, a stone bowl filled with juice made from a plant called green ink grass. The process of helping the tribespeople awaken their totem power was actually quite similar to making shaman bone tokens. It required drawing the tribe's totem on the tribespeople's chests with shaman power. There were no specific requirements for the materials used to draw the totem. Even charcoal would work. After awakening the totem power, the totem wouldn't fade away due to bathing or anything. It was just that totems drawn with charcoal didn't look good. So the Qing tribe always used green ink grass to draw. Cheng then took out a small wooden stick, one end of which was smoothed out, so it wouldn't hurt when drawn on the skin. He then walked in front of Lin, looking at her innocent and cute big eyes that sparkled. Cheng hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, Lin, could you take off your upper B skin? Lin's eyes brightened, excitedly saying, Shaman, are you going to sleep with me? After saying this, Lin suddenly remembered that Qing and many others were waiting outside, and she became shy again. But Shaman, it's still daytime. Isn't that inappropriate? I haven't awakened my totem power yet, so I can't be considered a shaman yet. Bang! Cheng couldn't take it anymore and tapped her little head. Ouch! Lin cried out in pain, rubbing her head and looking at Cheng with innocent big eyes, as if asking why he suddenly hit her. Cheng had a face full of black lines. Angry, what are you thinking? I asked you to undress so I could draw the totem on you. Oh, is that so? Lin seemed either disappointed or relieved, then obediently took off her beast skin clothing. Sigh. This beast-eared girl really left him no choice. After Lin's interruption, Cheng's lewd thoughts immediately disappeared. Looking at Lin's not very large chest, he had no strange ideas anymore, and he dipped the wooden stick into the green ink grass juice. He began drawing the totem according to the Qing tribe's totem. It didn't need to be too detailed. After awakening the totem power through training, the totem would automatically become clearer as the totem warrior's level increased. Just like Yin Hu and Sang Shi, their totems on their chests were the same at first, but now they were much clearer than others. With his artistic skills, Cheng quickly outlined the shape of a Qing on Lin's chest. During this time, Lin felt a ticklish sensation, a strange feeling. All done. Lin, you can put your clothes back on now. Cheng added a few final touches and nodded. Is it done? Lin was extremely excited, but didn't immediately put her clothes on. Instead, she looked down at the vivid pattern on her chest and reached out to touch it. Shaman, you drew it so beautifully, but why can't I feel the totem power? As Lin touched the totem, her movements were a bit large, making the scene jiggle like a little jelly with springs. Cheng, who was resting and drinking water, saw this, and those strange thoughts re-emerged. Cough, cough. Cheng choked on the water, and after recovering, he hurriedly stepped forward to help Lin put on her clothes. Then he turned her body and pushed her out of the tent. This is normal. I just drew your totem well. After you go back, channel your energy and sense the totem. Within a few days, you'll awaken your totem power. Lin nodded in realization. Oh, is that so? Shaman, I understand now that. Before she could finish, she was ruthlessly pushed out of the tent by Cheng. If Lin stayed in the tent any longer, she would have to see another tent. After pushing Lin out, Cheng went back and drank several big gulps of cold water to calm down his irritation. He then shouted loudly to the outside next. As soon as he finished speaking, the tent flap was pushed open, and Qing, with rhino horns and a devil-like tail, walked in. As soon as Qing entered, she took off her upper beast skin. Shaman, I heard Lin say, hurry up, I can't wait any longer. What a wolfish remark. Puffed. Young Tang, who was drinking water, sprayed it out, suddenly feeling that those few gulps of cold water had no effect at all. Chapter 65. The Swift Spear. Time flew by quickly in just one day. Unknowingly, the sun rose and set again, but for the Qing tribe, which had already solved its water and food problems, every day was filled with joy and happiness. However, this did not include a certain unnamed shaman who was suffering and seething with anger. Changhua and Dashi each held a stone spear and a net, and began today as hunt. Leaving the tribe, they first went to the riverbank to check the situation. Seeing that the bamboo water pipes were intact and the number of catfish in the water pits had increased significantly, they couldn't help but express their admiration and joy. Of course, not forgetting to praise the unnamed shaman. However, they did not catch the catfish in the water pits. Under Yang, Cheng's planning, the tribe had clear divisions of labor, and their aim was still to hunt other ferocious beasts. The catfish would be caught by other tribesmen later. Changhua and Dashi left the river and headed north. According to the information shared among the hunting team, there were more ferocious beasts in the north recently, making them easier to hunt. Changhua and Dashi wanted to hunt a ferocious beast early and then rush back to the tribe for lunch. Now, the Qing tribe had 3 meals a day. At first, Changhua and Dashi were a bit unaccustomed to this. They used to skip lunch, and their stomachs would rumble in the afternoon, feeling acidic and uncomfortable, but they could endure it. However, after eating 3 meals a day for the past 5 or 6 days, they had gotten used to it, and lunch had become a must. The feeling of a full stomach after lunch was wonderful, and they loved it. After these few days of eating, both felt that their vitality was surging, and they believed that in a few more days, they could also try to find a breakthrough opportunity like the Yinhu and Sangshi. Just thinking about this made them both feel excited. This excitement was not only about their transition from 9th grade to 8th grade totem warriors, but also about the stronger power that could better protect the Qing tribe and safeguard the shaman. After walking for a while towards the north, far from the tribe, they felt secure enough to start their hunting activity even if the ferocious beasts went wild and they failed to hunt. Changhua and Dashi chose a spot, spread the net on the ground, tied the 4 corners with 4 vines, and then connected these 4 vines with another vine, looping it around a branch, with one end held by one person. One person would then look for the ferocious beast, provoke, or lure it over, while the other person would pull the vines to trap the beast, and together they would use the stone spear to kill it. This method was taught to them by the shaman, and while not guaranteed to work every time, it was pretty reliable. The hunting team could catch at least 10 ferocious beasts a day with this method. Now, after spreading the net, Changhua said, "Dashi, you stay here. I'll go lure the ferocious beast." Dashi nodded, saying, "Changhua, go ahead, be careful." Changhua patted the 2 shaman bone tokens hanging at his waist, reassuring him, "Don't worry, with the shaman S-bone tokens, I won't be in any danger." After saying that, Changhua walked into the forest to look for signs of the ferocious beast. Meanwhile, Dashi jumped into a tree, holding onto a vine, waiting for Changhua to lure the beast over so he could pull the net. Changhua walked deeper into the forest and soon brightened his eyes, discovering claw marks on the ground. These were the footprints of a 4-legged chicken. The 4-legged chicken was a 9th grade ferocious beast, about the same size as a catfish, and much smaller than a sharp-horned pig or tusked wolf. However, it tasted good. Changhua remembered that the shaman often ate 4-legged chicken during meals. 4-legged chickens were relatively difficult to catch compared to other ferocious beasts because they were timid by nature and would only attack if they encountered a lone creature and were confident of victory. Moreover, 4-legged chickens were very fast. To catch up with them, one would need to unleash totem power. Seeing the traces of the 4-legged chicken and knowing he was alone, Changhua thought he could catch this 4-legged chicken and let the shaman have a good taste of it. Thinking this, he followed the tracks to search for the 4-legged chicken. Soon, after passing through several forests following the tracks, Changhua spotted the 4-legged chicken hidden in a patch of grass. The 4-legged chicken was pecking at a creature on the ground, like a large worm. It pecked while being alert to its surroundings, ready to flee at the slightest sign of danger. Now was the time to feign weakness and lead it to the net. Changhua deliberately stepped heavily on a nearby branch. Immediately, the 4-legged chicken heard the noise, flapped its wings, and stretched its neck to look over. If something seemed off, it would flee into the forest. However, Seeing that it was just Changhua alone, the four-legged chicken showed a disdainful look, abandoned the worm at its feet, and squawked as it charged towards Changhua. Seeing this, Changhua's heart leaped with joy. The totem power surged through his legs, and he dashed away at incredible speed. Now he had it. If he caught this four-legged chicken for the shaman, he would surely be praised. However, after just taking 2 steps, a sudden, intense sound erupted behind him. It was the sound of something slicing through the air. A stone spear appeared in the distant forest at an untraceable speed, and in the blink of an eye, it reached behind Changhua. It struck the four-legged chicken directly, piercing through its body and pinning it down to the ground. The force of the spear was so great that a fifth of its length sank into the soil through the four-legged chicken's body. The chicken struggled only a couple of times before losing its life. All of this happened so quickly. As Changhua heard the sound, he instinctively rolled on the ground. And when he turned back, the four-legged chicken was already in that state. Changhua's pupils contracted sharply, his heart raced, and his face turned pale. The speed of this spear had exceeded that of anyone in the Qing tribe. Even the strongest Yinhu could not throw it that fast. If this spear had struck him, Changhua had no doubt that his fate would be exactly the same as that of the four-legged chicken, with no difference. Just as he was filled with fear, a sound of footsteps approached. A long, fair hand gripped the spear, slowly pulling it out of the ground and the four-legged chicken's body. After pulling out the spear, Qiyue walked up to the disheveled Changhua sitting on the ground, frowning. She exuded a fierce and intimidating aura, looking down and asking, "What is your name? And which tribe's totem warrior are you?" Chapter 66. Things got a bit awkward. 6th rank totem warrior. As Qiyue approached, Changhua sensed her aura and immediately made a judgment. "My name is Changhua, and I am from the Qing tribe." Changhua swallowed hard and, facing Qiyue's fierce momentum, said with difficulty, "The Qing tribe?" A hint of relaxation appeared on Qiyue's cold face after so many days, and she felt a little happy in her heart. Behind Qiyue, Xiao Cao heard Changhua's answer and exclaimed, "Sister, we finally found someone from the Qing tribe." "Yes, after searching for the 6th son, we finally found them." "Sigh. If we hadn't found anyone, we would have had to go back. The hunting team is short of Captain Qiu, and I'm really worried that our tribe will go hungry." The other 3 who set out with the Qiyue sisters to find the totem warriors of the Qing tribe were also extremely delighted and cheered. "Are these people here to find our Qing tribe? Which tribe are they from? Why are they looking for us? What do they want?" Listening to the cheers among the totem warriors from other tribes, Changhua felt confused and became extremely vigilant. At this moment, Qiyue spoke again. "We are from the Tang tribe. Are you the only one from the Qing tribe here? Are there no others?" "The Tang tribe?" Changhua felt a slight sigh of relief. He knew the Tang tribe. The Tang tribe was considered a friendly tribe. When they were in their ancestral land, they had frequent interactions with the Qing tribe, but for some unknown reason, the entire tribe suddenly left the ancestral land a long time ago. But why is the Tang tribe looking for us? Changhua was still puzzled, and his vigilance did not lessen just because Qiyue introduced herself. "I'm not the only one here. I have a companion with me." Changhua stood up from the ground and said. As he stood up, Qiyue's gaze shifted and noticed the 2 shaman bone tokens at Changhua's waist, but she quickly looked away. "My name is Qiyue. You can call your companion over. We have something to discuss with your Qing tribe," Qiyue said. She wanted Changhua to call his companion out to clarify their intentions to avoid having to explain again. "Okay, please wait a moment." Changhua nodded, realizing that Qiyue and the others did not come with malicious intent, so it was no problem to call Dashi out. Since Qiyue was a 6th rank totem warrior, even if Dashi was hiding nearby, it would be as easy for Qiyue to kill them as it would be to kill a 4-legged chicken. Qiyue and the others stayed in place. Changhua returned to the place where Dashi was hiding and waved at him in the tree. Dashi jumped down from the tree and, seeing Changhua return alone without any fierce beasts, asked in confusion, "Changhua, what happened? Why did you come back alone? Where are the fierce beasts?" "There are no fierce beasts, but there are 5 totem warriors." "Huh? What do you mean?" Changhua's expression became serious. "I encountered totem warriors from the Tang tribe. They are looking for us to discuss something." "What, the Tang tribe?" Dashi was surprised. "Isn't the Tang tribe far from us? How could their totem warriors appear near our tribe?" Changhua shook his head and said, "I don't know, But the totem warriors from the Tang tribe are very powerful. Except for one who has just awakened their totem power, the other three are 7th-rank totem warriors, and the leader is even a 6th-rank totem warrior. A 6th-rank totem warrior? Dashi was shocked. Changhua, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Why would a 6th-rank totem warrior come here instead of protecting their own tribe? I definitely didn't see it wrong. I had just lured a 4-legged chicken over when that 6th-rank totem warrior killed it with a single stone spear. Changhua rolled his eyes, still a bit resentful about the stolen prey. However, I don't think we need to worry too much, Changhua continued. The Tang tribe is relatively friendly with our Qing tribe. Those totem warriors from the Tang tribe didn't attack me directly just now. And it's just a 6th-rank totem warrior, right? Didn't Yinhu and Songshi go to temper their vital energy and start a breakthrough yesterday? Maybe by now, they have already succeeded, and our tribe has 2 6th-rank totem warriors. Well, you have a point. Dashi thought for a moment, and then said, but we still can't let our guard down. Just wait a moment while I hide the net so they can't see it. Changhua agreed with Dashi's suggestion. You're right, Dashi. The net is unique to our tribe. Other tribes don't have it, so we can't let them see it and steal our techniques. Then, Changhua and Dashi hid the net and returned together. When they arrived at the previous location, they saw that Chuya and the other 5 totem warriors had already dealt with the 4-legged chicken, and each was gnawing on a piece of meat. Seeing Chuya and the others with blood on their faces, eating raw meat, Changhua and Dashi suddenly felt a wave of nausea and couldn't help but feel disdain for Chuya and the others. How could these people from the Tang tribe eat raw food so easily? They both forgot that 10 days ago, before Yang Cheng had taught them how to start a fire by drilling wood, they were also gnawing on raw meat and enjoying it. My companion is here. His name is Dashi. Chuya warrior. May I ask what the Tang tribe want from our Qing tribe? Changhua said. Chuya stood up, wiped her mouth to remove the bloodstains, and her face remained cold. She first assessed Dashi and sensed his aura. Still a 9th-rank totem warrior? It seems the quality of the totem warriors from the Qing tribe is quite average. Chuya felt a bit disappointed. If the totem warriors of the Qing tribe were too weak, they wouldn't be able to contribute much after joining the Tang tribe. But her gaze shifted to the 2 shaman bone tokens at Dashi's waist, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Another 2 shaman bone tokens, and they are so perfect and flawless? Chuya was astonished in her heart, but maintained a calm expression, saying, It's like this. Before 10 suns set, the shaman from your tribe contacted our tribe shaman, asking us to take you in. Our tribe shaman thought that your tribe encountered danger or got lost during migration, so they sent us to look for you. I see. After listening to Chuya's explanation, Changhua and Dashi's faces showed realization. That makes sense. Yang Cheng was only chosen as the new shaman at the end of the last shaman's life. Moreover, before he was selected, there had already been a round of testing, and no one in the tribe had the shaman's talent. They were already considering the idea of letting the totem fade away and joining other tribes. So, it was reasonable for the last shaman to contact the Tang tribe shaman in advance. But now it's awkward. The Qing tribe has already chosen a shaman, and now the Tang tribe has come to say they want to take them away. Isn't that just making someone run for nothing? Chapter 67. The method of autumn leaves Changhua and Dashi exchange glances, both seeing the awkwardness in each other's eyes. They were both embarrassed and secretly pushed each other with their hands, hoping the other would explain. Chuya noticed their little gestures and frowned. What's wrong? Is there a problem? This. In the end, it was Changhua who stepped forward, showing an apologetic expression, and said, Warrior Chuya, you might have made a trip for nothing. Why? Because our tribe already has a shaman now. What? You Qing tribe already has a shaman? Yes, that's right. It was chosen during the last period of the previous shaman. Is that so? Chuya furrowed her brow deeply. If the Qing tribe had a shaman, then the urgency of the extermination disaster was no longer pressing. If the tribe could survive, who would want to seek refuge in other tribes? But if that was the case, wouldn't they have made a wasted trip and be unable to complete the task assigned by the shaman? Chuya felt a headache coming on and was very unwilling. Why did the Qing tribe have to choose a shaman at the last moment, making them, the Tang tribe, go through all this trouble for nothing? The other members of the Tang tribe who came with Chuya also showed worried expressions. Xiao Cao stepped forward and anxiously whispered in Chuya's ear, Sister, What should we do now? Yue replied. Let's go see what's happening in the Qing tribe. Since we're already here, we can't just go back empty-handed. That was the only option. They had spent 6 suns worth of time and couldn't just return without understanding the situation in the Qing tribe. Changwu warrior, Dashi warrior, can you take us to see your Qing tribe? Although Yue's words were a request, her cold expression revealed that it was not something they could refuse. Changwu and Dashi swallowed hard. The current situation did not allow them to say no. The Tang tribe asked Yue and her companions were guests, and there was no reason to deny them the opportunity to visit the Qing tribe. Moreover, Yue was a 6th-tier totem warrior with great strength. Refusing her request could provoke her anger, and at that point, it wouldn't just be a matter of the Qing tribe's safety. First to bear the brunt would be Changwu and Dashi. Changwu nodded, "Sure, warrior Yue, I can take you to visit our Qing tribe." Saying this, he turned to Dashi and winked. "Dashi, you go back first and tell everyone that the brothers and sisters from the Tang tribe have arrived, and ask them to prepare food to properly host them." Having hunted together for so long, Dashi naturally understood Changwu's hint. "Oh, okay. Then I'll go back to the tribe and let everyone prepare to welcome the guests from the Tang tribe," Dashi said, nodding at Yue, and seeing she had no objections, quickly ran back towards the tribe. Yue actually saw the secret communication between Changwu and Dashi, but she didn't pay much attention. First, the relationship between the Tang tribe and the Qing tribe was relatively good, so it was reasonable for Dashi to report back and ask the Qing tribe to properly host them. Second, she was confident, besides Qiao Cao, the other 3 who came with her were all 7th-tier totem warriors, while she was a 6th-tier totem warrior. This configuration was already considered strong in medium to large tribes, let alone the Qing tribe that had just escaped from their ancestral land. Yue thought that the Qing tribe probably only had 2 or 3 7th-tier totem warriors at most. She could easily handle them. Watching Dashi run back towards the tribe, Changwu quietly breathed a sigh of relief, then turned back and smiled. Then, "Fellow warriors of the Tang tribe, let us go." "Okay, you lead the way," Yue said. Next, Changwu led the way ahead. His pace was not fast, and he intentionally took a longer route, introducing the various abundant prey along the way. Yue and the others were no longer in a hurry. Previously, they rushed to the Qing tribe out of fear of being attacked by ferocious beasts in the wilderness, which would have cost them the population of the Tang tribe. But now that the Qing tribe had a shaman, they had to rethink their strategy. Qiao Cao leaned closer to Yue and whispered, "Sister, did you notice something? Both he and his companion have shaman bone tokens hanging from their waists, and they seem to be made not long ago. I looked closely, and not only is the quality excellent, but they are also shining." What Qiao Cao mentioned was something Yue had noticed the moment she saw Changwu and Dashi. Each of them had 2 shaman bone tokens hanging from them, and they were not of inferior quality. They were the best quality. It should be noted that the Tang tribe had survived in the wilderness for so long and only had 1 bone token, which was just made by the shaman and given to her. Yet the 2 totem warriors of the Qing tribe had 4 bone tokens. At first, Yue found it hard to believe, but after a moment, she understood. Hearing Qiao Cao's words, she explained softly, "Sister, I suspect that the bone tokens hanging from these 2 warriors should be all the shaman bone tokens of the Qing tribe." "What do you mean, sister?" "Think about it. The Qing tribe escaped from their ancestral land, and their shaman was also chosen at the last moment. So during this time, they must have lost many totem warriors, and there are hardly any left in the tribe. Therefore, their shaman, to protect the remaining totem warriors, gave all the shaman bone tokens to them. As for why they are new, it might be that their previous shaman, before dying, put in extra effort to make some bone tokens for the safety of the tribe." "Oh, sister, so that is how it is. But if that is the case, it's good for us. The Qing tribe has only a few totem warriors left and a new shaman. Such a tribe will find it hard to survive in the wilderness. So, as long as we go to their tribe and talk to their shaman, it will be very easy to get them to join our Tang tribe." This made Qiao Cao puzzled. "Sister, what do you mean by easy?" It said that as long as a tribe has a shaman, they are absolutely unwilling to seek refuge with other tribes. "Don't worry, there is another way. As long as we do it, It will be very easy for the Qing tribe to join us. Chuyue's method was very simple. It was nothing more than intimidation and coercion. The Qing tribe had only a few totem warriors left, and their shaman had just been chosen. So for her, a 6th-tier totem warrior, it was a piece of cake. Although doing this would be unfair to the Qing tribe, that was how the wilderness had always been. Chuyue's thoughts drifted, recalling the words Hua Xian had entrusted her with before leaving. Her eyes immediately filled with determination. She must bring the Qing tribe back to her tribe, and definitely bring them to the shaman. Chapter 68. Yang Cheng's preparation after Deshur left Changhua and the others. He exerted all his strength, channeling all the totem power in his body into his feet. His speed was astonishing, almost 10 meters per second. In this way, after more than 10 minutes of full speed running, he returned to the Qing tribe. Who? Dashi Gaspedia Vidi. Seeing Deshur suddenly return, Hanya, who was guarding the tribe, joked, "Hey Deshur, what's going on? Did you encounter a high-level fierce beast? I don't see any beast chasing you. Why do you look like you're running for your life?" A few totem warriors beside him laughed along. Go. Deshur was so out of breath that he couldn't speak and waved his hand. Go tell the shaman, Tell the shaman? Hearing Deshur's words, Hanya sensed something was wrong, stopped joking, and quickly asked, Deshur, what do you want to say? What do you want to tell the shaman? Tell the shaman. Who? Deshur was still panting, bent over, unable to articulate. Seeing this, Hanya turned and said, Quick, bring water. Immediately, a totem warrior brought a bamboo tube from the cooled water. In recent days, there had been too few filters, so Yang Chang made 5 or 6 more filters and had several elders specifically responsible for boiling water. The boiled water was poured into more than a dozen bamboo tubes to cool, so any tribe member who was thirsty could come and drink. Here, Deshur, drink some water. Deshur took the bamboo tube, his throat moved, and he gulped down several large mouthfuls. After drinking the water, Deshur's breathing eased a bit. Quick, take me to see the shaman, the Tang tribe. The Tang tribe has someone coming. Changhua is bringing them to the tribe. What? Everyone else was somewhat surprised. You all guard the tribe. Deshur, let's go. Come with me to see the shaman. Hanya was surprised for a moment, but then reacted, his face serious, pulling Deshur along. Outside the bathing area, there was a section of ground that had been specially cleaned, covered with fine sand, and Yang Cheng was drawing something on it with a wooden stick. A large group of tribespeople surrounded him, each one focused intently on his actions. This was Yang Cheng's regular teaching time every day. At that moment, Yang Cheng wrote a character in the sand and said, Everyone guess what this character is. He had just started speaking when Hanya pulled Deshur over, calling out anxiously, Shaman. Yang Cheng stood up, seeing the anxious expressions on Hanya and Deshur, frowned and asked, What's wrong? What happened? It's the Tang tribe. They sent a few totem warriors over. Tang tribe? Yang Cheng frowned, not remembering this name. Sensing his confusion, Mu Qing put down the stone tablet he was using to carve characters and explained, Shaman, the Tang tribe is a tribe to the north of ours. When we were in the ancestral land, we had a good relationship with them, and if it weren't for your appearance, we would have gone to join their tribe based on what the last shaman said before leaving. Yes, that's right. Dashi Svalovid Harji. Finally catching his breath, that warrior from the Tang tribe said it like this. Deshur recounted the conversation he had just had with Qiu verbatim. Everyone present was somewhat surprised and began to whisper among themselves. Is that so? Yang Cheng stroked his chin, feeling a bit moved and even pleased. Having been in this world for so long, he had hoped to go out and find a water source or explore the wilderness. But there had been no reason to go out lately, and he felt a bit stifled in the tribe. The distant Tang tribe was the first external tribe he would meet. Perhaps he could learn about the wider wilderness. By the way, Deshur, did you just say that their leader is a 6th grade totem warrior? Mu Qing suddenly asked. Yes, the leader from the Tang tribe is a 6th grade totem warrior. I felt a strong sense of pressure from her. I felt I couldn't withstand even one of her attacks. Deshur nodded, recalling the imposing presence of Qiu, showing some fear on his face. Shaman, we can't host them. After hearing Deshur's words, Mu Qing immediately turned, a 6th grade totem warrior. No one in our tribe can handle that. If she means harm to you, shaman, captures you, or kills you, our tribe will only have the option of joining the Tang tribe. Qing, being astute, quickly guessed Xiao Ye's intentions. Upon hearing this, everyone thought of the consequences, and their faces changed drastically, erupting into a commotion. Yes, shaman, we can't let the Tang tribe in. A 6th-grade totem warrior is too dangerous. No, our tribe can't lose the shaman again. We can't see them. We can't wander the wilderness. Yang Cheng's earlier glimmer of joy and longing for the wilderness was shattered by Qing's words. Damn it, Qing is right. The wilderness is indeed too dangerous. Besides the dangers posed by fierce beasts, there's also the danger between tribes. Sai, the visitor's target is him. Is it so hard to just quietly be a shaman? He pondered countermeasures in his mind. Soon he had an idea. I see. Yang Cheng shook his head. The representatives from the Tang tribe have always had a good relationship with ours, and this time they're coming because of a request from the last shaman. We have no reason not to meet them. But shaman, this is too dangerous for you. Qing and Hanya both said anxiously. Listen to me. Yang Cheng waved his hand. There is danger, but we can minimize it. Don't you remember? Yanhu and Songshi have already gone to level up. They might have succeeded by now, and our tribe would have 2 6th-grade totem warriors, so we wouldn't have to fear. Of course, it's also possible they haven't succeeded, but both of them have shaman tokens and won't be in danger. At this point, Yang Cheng turned to Hanya and ordered, Hanya, quickly go find them. It would be best if they succeeded in leveling up. If not, have them come back right away. Hanya nodded and turned to run to find Songshi and Yanhu. By the way, sure, you said you and Chong were hidden as well. So the people from the Tang tribe didn't find out? Yang Cheng asked sure again. Yes, that's right. Shi replied. You two did well. Yang Cheng patted Shi's shoulder heavily and then said, since the other side doesn't know we have nets, then it's easy to handle. Everyone hurry and hide the nets in the tribe. Don't let the people from the Tang tribe find out. Also to Mai and Miao. You lead half of the totem warriors from the tribe and take the nets to hide. I will be in this tent meeting with the people from the Tang tribe. If anything goes wrong and you hear my voice, rush in and use the nets against them. What do you call this? This is called hiding 500 axe wielders outside the military tent, waiting for a signal. Chapter 69. Successful promotion. The tribe now has a 6th-ranked totem warrior. Seeing Yang Cheng methodically arranging things one by one, the anxiety that had gripped everyone gradually eased. Indeed, the shaman was right. Even if the worst happened, and Yanhu and Songshi did not succeed in their promotion, they still had the net. Everyone had witnessed the strength of the net. It had allowed Yanhu to unleash his totem power without being able to break free in a short time. Even though the 6th-ranked totem warrior from the Vine tribe was much stronger than Yanhu, a single net might not be effective against her. But that didn't mean that 4 or 5 nets wouldn't work. Thinking of this, Shi, Miao, Mai, and the others relaxed and became a bit excited. Yes, shaman, we're going now. Without delay, everyone responded and got busy. The entire Qing tribe mobilized, dragging the prepared nets and any unmade vines into the forest to hide them. As for the shaman bone tokens hanging from their bodies, Miao and the others asked Yang Cheng if they should hide them. Yang Cheng thought for a moment and decided not to let them hide them. The shaman bone tokens were not like the nets. They could be easily imitated after a few glances, but only a shaman could make the bone tokens, making them impossible to replicate. Hanging them on their bodies meant they could be used immediately if a fight broke out. Even if no fight occurred, they could still intimidate the incoming members of the Vine tribe. As the members of the Qing tribe prepared to receive Qiu Yi and the others, 7 or 8 kilometers away from the Qing tribe, a fierce battle was erupting. Roar! A giant python, as thick as 3 men could embrace, charged fiercely towards Songshi. Wherever the giant python went, the ground shook and the vegetation was flattened under its massive body. However, Songshi stood his ground, showing no fear at all. Just as the giant python was about to strike him, Songshi moved, bringing his stone spear down heavily on the python's head. The force was so great that it not only broke the spear in two, but also made the giant python dizzy, halting its attack. Taking advantage of this moment, Songshi rushed forward and wrapped his arms around the giant python's body. Huh! Songshi roared, and the totem on his chest erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The veins on his arms bulged as he managed to lift the several thousand-pound giant python high above his head and then slammed it down hard onto the ground. Boom! The collision of the giant python's body with the ground produced a deafening sound, kicking up a cloud of dust that almost obscured the small patch of sky. Yet, Song Shi's movements did not stop. Amidst the thick dust, the totem on his chest continued to shine brightly. Huh! Song Shi roared again, lifting the giant python once more and slamming it down. Boom, boom, boom. After a long time, the loud noises finally ceased. Yin Hu approached from a distance and saw the scene after the dust settled. Instantly, a smile spread across his face. Song Shi, you did it! Yin Hu exclaimed joyfully. In the dust, Song Shi, bare-chested and gasping for air, had the Qing K totem on his chest become exceptionally vivid, with the blue jay pattern coming to life. And even the feathers of the blue jay began to appear one by one. Hearing Yin Hu's words, Song Shi took a breath, looked at the totem on his chest, and felt the surge of power within him that was 5 to 6 times stronger than before. The usually calm Song Shi could no longer contain the joy on his face. Yin Hu, I did it! Song Shi laughed. Ha, that's great. I knew you could do it. Yin Hu laughed, giving him a friendly punch. This was the third fierce beast, and it was a 6th-rank stone wall python. If you hadn't succeeded, that would have been a real disappointment for me. Ha, how could that be? I wouldn't fall behind you. Song Shi laughed heartily. You made it on your second blood refining, so if I didn't succeed, that would be unacceptable. Saying this, Song Shi patted Yin Hu on the left side of his waist. By the way, how's your wound? Being hurt by the saber-toothed lion is no small matter. Just before Song Shi faced the stone wall python, Yin Hu had encountered a 6th-rank fierce beast, the saber-toothed lion. They fought for a long time, but in the end, Yin Hu triumphed and thus broke through to become a 6th-rank totem warrior. However, he had also been injured with a large gash on his waist. At that time, Song Shi happened to meet the stone wall python and, seeing Yin Hu treating his wound, seized the opportunity to refine his blood using the stone wall python. Hey! With the shaman's bone token, how could there be any problems? Yin Hu lifted the beast's skin, pointing at the healed, tender granulation tissue at the wound site. See, it's all good now. The shaman's bone token is incredibly powerful. It healed the wound in no time. I used up all 3 bone tokens. That's fine. It's no big deal that the bone tokens are used up. It's not that hard for the shaman to make more. We could just ask him for a few more. Seeing that the wound was indeed not too serious, Song Shi breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. With the shaman around, our Qing K tribe will definitely become a major tribe. Yin Hu chuckled a couple of times, then said, Song Shi, let us go back and announce the good news of us becoming 6th-rank totem warriors to everyone. He could hardly wait to tell their tribesmen about their promotion to 6th-rank totem warriors and to see the joyous celebration among their people. Song Shi nodded in agreement, turning to carry the corpse of the stone wall python on his shoulder, while Yin Hu also took the saber-toothed lion's corpse with him. These 2 corpses were both from 6th-rank fierce beasts, and bringing them back would provide a significant boost to the tribe's blood energy. However, just as the 2 were planning to head back, a figure rushed over from a distance. Yin Hu and Song Shi exchanged glances and immediately became alert, only relaxing when they saw it was Hongya. Hongya, what brings you here? Yin Hu asked curiously. Hongya was an 8th-rank totem warrior, with physical abilities far superior to Dashur's. He covered the 7 to 8 kilometers in one breath, only slightly out of breath. Yin Hu, Song Shi, the shaman wants you to hurry back. People from the Vine tribe are coming. Hongya began, but suddenly sensed something, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Yin Hu, Song Shi, did I sense wrong? You both became 6th-rank totem warriors. Yin Hu burst out laughing. Ha! I was planning to return to the tribe to surprise you. But you found out first. Song Shi, however, showed no joy on his face and furrowed his brows, pressing for details. Hongya, what did you just say about the Vine tribe coming? What is going on? There was something to worry about. But now that you 2 have become 6th-rank totem warriors, it's no longer a problem. Hongya, ever since he learned that the Vine tribe was coming and that there were 6th-rank totem warriors among them, the tension he had felt disappeared. Chapter 70 Hiss. What long white legs. He told Yin Hu and Song Shi about the matters concerning the Tang tribe. So that's how it is. Upon learning the intention of the Tang tribe, Yin Hu and Song Shi looked enlightened. We were worried about how to deal with that 6th grade totem warrior from the Tang tribe, but now both of you have become 6th grade totem warriors. 2 against 1. How can we not handle it? Hanya said with a proud smile. Yanhu and Songshur agreed with Hanya's viewpoint. They were filled with immense confidence. When they were at the 7th grade, they dared to confront 6th grade ferocious beasts. Now that they are at the 6th grade, how could they be afraid of enemies of the same level? Although the 6th grade ferocious beasts, driven purely by instinct, cannot be compared to the 6th grade totem warriors who can think and use weapons, 2 against 1 should still be manageable. Yes, that's right, but we need to hurry back. If they start to act against the witch, that would be terrible, Songshur said. Immediately, the group stopped talking. Yanhu and Songshur each carried a corpse and began to run back with Hanya. Having become 6th grade totem warriors, their speed was incredibly fast, like off-road motorcycles. This was while they were carrying the 1,000-pound corpse of a ferocious beast. Yet even so, Hanya struggled to keep up by exerting all her totem power, barely managing to stay close enough not to lose sight of the dust kicked up by the 2 of them. Here we are. This is our Qing tribe. Changhua led Qiu Yi and the others out of the forest, pointing to a clearing ahead. In the clearing, Mu Qing was waiting with more than 20 ordinary tribesmen and 5 or 6 totem warriors. Upon seeing Qiu Yi and the others, Mu Qing stepped forward, crossed his hands in front of him, and slightly bowed. The Qing tribe welcomes guests from afar. This is the ceremonial greeting for tribe exchanges in the wilderness. Yang Cheng was somewhat surprised when he learned this. These primitive people were illiterate and struggling for food, yet they had a greeting ritual for exchanges. Over here, Qiu Yi also crossed her hands in front of her. I am Qiu Yi, a totem warrior of the Tang tribe. On behalf of the Tang tribe, I thank the Qing tribe for your hospitality. Please, the witch is waiting for you ahead. Mu Qing gestured for them to proceed, and the tribesmen behind him parted to make way. Yang Cheng did not welcome Qiu Yi and her companions in the clearing, similar to how countries on Earth interact. It is not customary for a military district commander to visit another country and expect the highest leader of that country to personally welcome them, unless you're a world superpower like the Lighthouse country, visiting your own lackeys. Although there is a gap between the Tang tribe and the Qing tribe, it is not to that extent. The Tang tribe only sent totem warriors, and it was impossible for Yang Cheng to come out to greet them personally. Of course, if the witch from the Tang tribe came, that would be another matter. Qiu Yi led Xiu Chao and several totem warriors through the crowd, scanning the Qing tribe's people. Her cold face showed no expression, but inside, she felt a wave of emotions. It seemed her guess was correct. The Qing tribe survived in the wilderness much more difficultly than her Tang tribe. There were quite a few ordinary tribesmen, almost 30, but the number of totem warriors was scarce, totaling less than 10. It seemed that persuading their witch would be much simpler later. If it came to a fight, these 10 totem warriors would not be her opponents. Qiu Yi thought to herself when suddenly her eyes moved, realizing something was amiss. Why do the people of the Qing tribe look so good, their faces full of color? Moreover, these several totem warriors actually had 2 witch-bone tokens hanging from their waists, and they were shining, perfect witch-bone tokens. Walking behind Qiu Yi, Xiu Chao also noticed this and opened her mouth. Sister, this. Upon hearing her call, Qiu Yi came back to her senses, shook her head to interrupt Xiu Chao from continuing, and gave her a look. No matter what, they needed to act according to the situation. Yang Cheng was in the tent, with a giant log placed before him, which had been cut in half, the flat surface serving as a table. Beside him were the 2 troublesome beast-eared girls, Yan Lin and Cheng. After receiving the totem inheritance yesterday, the 2 beast-eared girls were holding their breath, hoping to awaken their totem power and become totem warriors overnight. This made Yang Cheng breathe a sigh of relief, and he enjoyed a pleasant night. However, this good situation did not last long. The 2 beast-eared girls came running over again, having tried all night without awakening their totem power and asking Yang Cheng if he hadn't done it right, insisting that he draw on their chests again. Under normal circumstances, Yang Cheng would not refuse such a good thing. Checking the health of the beast-eared girls was a responsibility he had, but he was busy at the moment. Yang Cheng said, Enough, didn't I tell you? After I draw the totem for you, you still need to replenish your vitality for a few days to awaken your totem power. Yin Lin and Xing clung to Yang Cheng's arms, shaking. Which, just draw it for us again. Our vitality is already sufficient. It might just be that the totem wasn't drawn well. This little girl, how dare she question him? The high-ranking witch. If it weren't for her being so young and her body not fully developed, Yang Cheng would have taught them a harsh lesson. Let them experience the consequences of angering a powerful and evil witch. Although Yang Cheng thought this way, he knew that if he didn't agree to them, this matter wouldn't end well. So, Yang Cheng pulled his hands out and said helplessly, "After I host the Tang tribe, I'll draw it for you again. Is that okay?" The two beast-eared girls were not unreasonable. They just wanted Yang Cheng's promise. "All right then, witch, we'll wait for you, okay?" Yin Lin said. Yang Cheng waved his hand, intending to let them go out first. But at that moment, he suddenly sensed through the extension of his witch power that Qing had already brought several totem warriors from the Tang tribe outside. It was too late to let the two beast-eared girls out. "You two, stand behind me, one on each side." Yang Cheng instructed Yin Lin and Xing to stand behind him, the scene resembling Zhuge Liang's empty city strategy with his two young attendants. Yin Lin and Xing obediently took their positions, and soon Qing's voice came from outside. "Which, the guests from the Tang tribe have arrived. Let them in." Yang Cheng replied. As his words fell, the animal skin that served as the tent door was lifted. Qing walked in and leaned against one side. Then, a pair of strikingly long and fair legs stepped inside. Long legs? Yang Cheng involuntarily leaned forward a bit. He looked up along the long legs to see a figure that would make Yin Lin and Xing feel profoundly embarrassed. And further up was a stunningly beautiful, cold-faced woman. Chapter 71. Is he the shaman of the Qing tribe? Hiss. Yang Cheng couldn't help but take a sharp breath. His nose felt warm, and he almost had a nosebleed. Damn, she's a mature woman. After crossing into this primitive society, it was the first time Yang Cheng had seen a mature, beast-eared girl. Compared to her, Yin Lin and Xing were just undeveloped little sprouts. However, while Yang Cheng was amazed, he remained calm and collected, displaying a certain poise. Nearly 8 meters tall, Qiu walked in with a calm expression, her long hair swaying gently from her beast skin pants. When she looked up and saw Yang Cheng sitting at the head of the table, her expression momentarily froze. She had thought that the shaman of the Qing tribe would either be an old person or at least middle-aged. To her surprise, it was a young man who looked only slightly older than the shamans from her own Tang tribe. Qiu Ye's astonishment was fleeting, and her face quickly returned to calmness. Greetings from Qiu Yi of the Tang tribe to the Qing tribe. Greetings from Qiu Chao of the Tang tribe to the Qing tribe. Qiu Yi crossed her arms in front of her chest, slightly bowed, and led the others to salute Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng glanced at the people from the Tang tribe. The leader was Qiu Yi, and if he wasn't mistaken, she was the 6th-ranked totem warrior. Sure enough, becoming a totem warrior made a difference. Those long legs, that ample backside, she looked as fresh and delicious as a ripe peach. And that long ponytail, he really wanted to grab it. Next to her was another beast-eared girl, also with a ponytail. They looked very similar, except for a slightly smaller nose and less prominent eyebrows. They were practically cut from the same mold. Sisters with ponytails? Loved it. As for the other male totem warriors with red and green hair, they were just background characters. Yang Cheng raised his hand and smiled. No need for excessive courtesy. Please sit down. Sit down? Qiu Yi and the others were puzzled. But when they saw 2 wooden tables with several wooden stools nearby, they realized what was happening. Although they didn't understand this etiquette of sitting down to talk, Qiu Yi and the others seriously sat down on the stools. Come, bring water to serve. Yang Cheng, with his set of procedures, currently couldn't get tea leaves and hadn't cultivated a daring Shinnong who would try various herbs, but he did have boiled water. He did this to delay the time and prevent Qiu Yi and the others from speaking first. Yang Cheng had already sensed the straightforwardness of primitive people's way of doing things over the past few days. Before they could exchange pleasantries, Qiu Yi and her group got straight to the point, asking for the Qing tribe to join the Tang tribe, or else they would fight. If it came down to that, it would really turn into a fight. It was better to wait for Yin Hu and Song Shi to return before making any decisions. Yang Cheng wasn't afraid. He just wanted to know more about the situation in the wilderness, since this was a rare visit from afar. Upon Yang Cheng's order, Qing led several tribesmen to place the prepared bamboo tubes on the table in front of Qiu Yi and her sisters. At this moment, Qiu Yi's pupils constricted, because after entering, not only was Yang Cheng sizing them up, but they were also sizing him up. This appraisal nearly made them unable to sit still. They could clearly feel the shamanic power emanating from Yang Cheng. It was incredibly powerful. They had thought that the shamanic power possessed by Huaxian was the strongest among the several small tribes surrounding the ancestral land, and they took great pride in it, believing that with Huaxian, their Tang tribe would surely grow stronger. However, the shamanic power from Yang Cheng felt more than twice as strong as Huaxian's. How could this be possible? For a moment, Qiu Yi and the others wondered if they were mistaken. Looking beside Yang Cheng made them even more astonished. It could be one thing for ordinary totem warriors to wear a couple of shaman bone tokens, but that was acceptable. The Qing tribe had existed for a long time in the wilderness, according to the information Qiu Yi had. The Qing tribe had been around for dozens of seasons before the Tang tribe rose to prominence. Perhaps they had some way to preserve their shaman bone tokens until now, which was not impossible. But the two beast-eared girls next to Yang Cheng clearly had just drawn their totems. How could they also be wearing two shaman bone tokens? The Qing tribe's ancestors couldn't possibly be that wealthy, could they? These two beast-eared girls hadn't even awakened their totemic powers yet. Yan Lin and Xing saw Qiu Yi looking at them in astonishment. With a soft huff, they glared back at her, disregarding that she was a 6th-ranked totem warrior. Initially, the two beast-eared girls were extremely happy about Qiu Yi's appearance. Her presence proved that female tribesmen could also become powerful totem warriors. However, Yang Cheng's reaction to Qiu Yi made the two beast-eared girls feel a strong sense of vigilance and hostility. Although Yang Cheng's actions were very small, just glancing at Qiu Yi a few more times, after spending so many days with him, they had become like Yang Cheng's close companions. And Yan Lin and Xing immediately sensed his interest in Qiu Yi. This wouldn't do. The shaman belongs to them, to the Qing tribe. They wouldn't allow anyone else to snatch him away, especially not beast-eared girls from other tribes. Qiu Yi didn't take Yan Lin and Xing's glares to heart. The two who hadn't awakened their totemic powers posed no threat to her. She could no longer contain her curiosity and pointed at the shaman bone tokens at Yan Lin and Xing's waists, standing up to ask, Qing tribe shaman, I want to know why you have so many shaman bone tokens. Just now, I saw your tribe's totem warriors. Each of them had several. Could you please explain this to me? Indeed, primitive people were always straightforward. If this were on Earth, very few would come right out to probe into another's privacy. But this suited Yang Cheng's intentions perfectly. He had come to buy time, and with Qiu Yi bringing up a topic, it was just right for him to chat a bit more. Ha ha, several warriors from the Tang tribe. You have come from afar. First, drink some water. After drinking, I'll tell you. Yang Cheng didn't answer directly, but first let Qiu Yi and the others drink water. Seeing this, Qiu Yi felt it inappropriate to press further. They had traveled quite a distance and hadn't had much time to find a water source. The last time they drank water was during their rest last night. Thus, Qiu Yi had no choice but to sit down. She picked up the bamboo tube, looked at the clear water inside, a bit surprised, and then tried taking a sip. In the wilderness, strength was paramount. Watching Qiu Yi drink water, the thirsty Qiu Chao and the others finally picked up their bamboo tubes and started drinking. And in the next moment, the 5 of them widened their eyes in unison. Chapter 72. Autumn Leaf Warrior. I accuse you of slander. So delicious. Qiu Chao couldn't help but exclaim. After her exclamation, she took several big gulps in succession, finishing the water in the bamboo tube in one breath. Not even the remaining small water droplets were spared. She held the bamboo tube high, turned it upside down over her mouth, and stuck out her little tongue to lick the droplets. It wasn't just Qiu Chao. The usually expressionless and calm Qiu Yi also became a bit crazy after taking a sip of water. Although her actions were not as exaggerated as Qiu Chao's, she didn't hold back either. Qiu Yi not only drank all the water from the bamboo tube, but also licked the remaining small water droplets inside with her agile tongue. As for the other 3 warriors from the Vine tribe, Yang Cheng couldn't be bothered to look at them. After finishing the water in the bamboo tube, Qiu Yi and the others were still not satisfied, licking their lips. If this were in a different place, not in a tent of ancient society, but in a five-star hotel room on Earth, paired with their stunning faces that could rival top stars. It would truly be tempting and hard to resist. The shaman of the Qing tribe. I didn't expect the water from your tribe to be so delicious. Yes, this water is truly amazing. It's the best water I've ever had. So tasty, I really want another cup. 3 passers-by praised. Of course, the water from the Qing tribe is filtered and then boiled. Wild water really can't compare. Qiu Chao licked her lips again and suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. Shaman of the Qing tribe, could you give us some more water? We haven't had enough. Sister. Without waiting for Yang Cheng to respond, Qiu Yi interjected and then apologized to Yang Cheng. Shaman of the Qing tribe, my sister's words are truly inappropriate. Her request is excessive. Please don't take it to heart. Qiu Chao realized it and cutely stuck out her tongue. Shaman of the Qing tribe, I misspoke just now. Please pretend you didn't hear it. The 2 sisters, Qiu Yi and Qiu Chao, thought that this water was very precious in the Qing tribe. It should be. When they arrived, they paid a little attention to the living environment of the Qing tribe. Like their own vine tribe, there are no water sources nearby. Therefore, water must be very precious in the tribe, and such delicious water must be very rare and hard to come by. Haha, it's fine. Since you want to drink, I'll have someone bring another barrel of water in. Yang Cheng laughed heartily and asked Mu Qing to fetch more boiled water. Mu Qing, upon receiving the order, soon returned with several tribesmen carrying a bamboo barrel as thick as a wooden stool. The barrel was about a meter high and could hold approximately 3 or 4 bottles of purified water on Earth, filled with crystal-clear boiled water. Looking at such a large water barrel, Qiu Yi, Qiu Chao, and the others were a bit dumbfounded. No way. More water? And so much water? If this were in their vine tribe, if they used it sparingly, it would be enough for 7 or 8 people to take a bath. Shaman of the Qing tribe. Is all this for us to drink? Qiu Chao pointed at herself in confusion. Of course, isn't it enough? Yang Cheng smiled, saying if it's not enough, I can have someone bring a few more barrels. Hearing Yang Cheng mention bringing a few more barrels, the Qiu Yi sisters were a bit stunned, even doubting their ears. However, seeing Yang Cheng wave his hand and really have someone bring more barrels of water, Qiu Yi quickly reacted and nodded vigorously. Enough, enough. Since there was plenty of water, Yang Cheng allowed them to drink freely, and Qiu Yi and the others were not polite. One by one, they took stone bowls and scooped water from the barrel to drink. More than 30 liters of water were drunk by these 5 people from the vine tribe, leaving only a little behind. The 3 passers-by drank the most, each with their bellies bulging, sitting on wooden stools, unwilling to move. Qiu Yi and Qiu Chao, being a bit more reserved, drank less, but their bellies were also a bit round, after being treated to a large bucket of boiled water. The relationship between the 2 sides became much less estranged. Qiu Yi said, Shaman of the Qing tribe, can you now tell me why your tribe has so many shaman bone tokens? Yang Cheng smiled and said, very simply, they were made. Qiu Yi was slightly taken aback. Made? Yang Cheng nodded and asked in return, that's right, I made them. Is it really that difficult to make shaman bone tokens? Seeing Yang Cheng's face full of certainty, as if questioning why she would ask such a foolish question, Qiu Yi suddenly choked and didn't know how to respond next. Should she praise Yang Cheng or express doubt? Her tribe's shaman, Hua Xian, took 2 full years of seasons to finally succeed in making a shaman bone token for the first time. And Yang Cheng? He had only been the shaman of the Qing tribe for less than 15 sunsets, right? This left Qiu Yi at a loss. However, Qiu Yi shook her head quickly, trying to throw out that inexplicable feeling. She hadn't forgotten the purpose of coming to the Qing tribe, which was to persuade the Qing tribe to join their vine tribe. Since Yang Cheng hadn't made it clear, Qiu Yi planned to wait until he joined the vine tribe and then have the shaman ask him properly. Shaman of the Qing tribe, you should know my intentions. Qiu Yi straightforwardly said, your tribe's previous shaman communicated with our shaman, asking for your Qing tribe to join our vine tribe. Now, although your Qing tribe has a new shaman, the living conditions are not very good, with only a few totem warriors left and this few tribesmen. It's very difficult to survive in the wilderness, not to mention the threat of fierce beasts. Even food is insufficient. It would be better to consider what our shaman said and join our vine tribe. Before Qiu Yi could finish her sentence, Yang Cheng suddenly waved his hand. Wait a minute, that autumn leaf warrior, what did you just say? It turns out that letting a tribe with a shaman join is not so smooth. But you can't refuse. Qiu Yi secretly glanced at the other Qiu Chao and the others, giving them a look to be ready to act. Then Qiu Yi looked at Yang Cheng, squinting her eyes, and said, I am proposing that your Qing tribe join our vine tribe. No, no, no. Yang Cheng frowned and shook his head, seriously saying, it's the previous sentence. The previous sentence? Qiu Yi was taken aback for a moment, thought for a while, and hesitantly said, your Qing tribe's food is insufficient? As soon as her words fell, slap. Yang Cheng clapped his hands, saying, yes, that's the sentence. Under the confused gazes of Qiu Yi and the others, Yang Cheng became serious and continued, that autumn leaf warrior, don't blame me for being particular. I'm actually very easy to get along with, but there is one thing I absolutely dislike, and that is not allowing others to slander me. You said our tribe's food is insufficient, which is the biggest slander against me as the shaman of the Qing tribe. How could I possibly let the tribe's food be insufficient and let the tribesmen go hungry? Chapter 73. Oh no. Are we going to get rough? Saying this, Yang Cheng shouted to Mu Qing. Mu Qing, have someone move our tribe's food over here. Mu Qing hesitated and said, but what? If that's the case, there won't be enough space in the tent. Why are you considering that? I'm telling you to move it now. Are you not listening to the shaman's orders? Yes. Mu Qing looked helpless, then stepped out of the tent. Their conversation was very loud, making the people from the Tang tribe, including Qiu Yi, roll their eyes internally, utterly speechless. Acting? Just pretending hard. Yang Cheng's words earlier had stunned them, wondering if perhaps Qiu Yi was indeed wrong. And the Qing tribe had plenty of food. But now hearing this, it seems they have so much food that it won't even fit in the tent. This tent isn't small. It's almost as wide as a giant tree. Hey, how much food does your Qing tribe have that it can't even fit in this tent? Qiu Yi felt both angry and amused. She was angry that Yang Cheng used this excuse to interrupt her topic and evade the request to join the Tang tribe. She found it amusing that it seemed the Qing tribe was also in a tough spot, and if they pressed a little harder, they could surely get Yang Cheng to agree to join them. Thinking of this, Qiu Yi stood up from her seat, took a few steps forward, and got closer to Yang Cheng. An undeniable expression appeared on her face as she calmly said, Shaman of the Qing tribe, I think you should consider what our shaman said and join our Tang tribe. It would be beneficial for both of you and us. Qiu Yi got closer, and Yang Cheng saw the beautiful scenery beneath her not-so-tight clothing. Oh, the sea, why are you so turbulent? Oh, the mountains, why are you so steep and perilous? Yang Cheng felt a warmth in his nose, his anger rising, and his body reacting strangely, as if he was about to have a nosebleed. The two beast-eared girls behind him noticed Yang Cheng's reaction and became even more displeased. Their hostility toward Qiu Yi grew stronger. Bad woman, get away. Without thinking, the two beast-eared girls moved in front of Yang Cheng, blocking him. Hey, you two, don't block my view. Yang Cheng silently shouted in his heart. Seeing Yin Lin and Qing blocking Yang Cheng behind them, Qiu Yi didn't even frown, her face still calm. To her, the two beast-eared girls who hadn't awakened their totem powers were nothing to worry about. Just as Qiu Yi was about to separate the two beast-eared girls and press Yang Cheng again, bang. A sharp-horned pig was thrown in from outside the tent, landing on the ground with a loud noise. Hearing the sound, Qiu Yi thought it was a totem warrior from the Qing tribe preparing to attack her, and hurriedly turned around, instinctively making a defensive move. She then realized it was the corpse of a fierce beast that had been thrown in, leaving her somewhat stunned. But before she could react, another corpse of a tusked wolf was thrown in, followed by another. As time went on, more and more fierce beast corpses were thrown into the tent. Qiu Yi and Qiu Chao, along with the others, went from being momentarily stunned to gradually widening their eyes, staring in disbelief, until finally, when the space in the tent was compressed smaller and smaller by the fierce beast corpses, and Qiu Yi and the others were cornered with nowhere to stand, they finally snapped back to reality. Qiu Yi and Qiu Chao looked at each other. Gu Gao Mu Mu. Sister, what the shaman of the Qing tribe said seems to be true. Their tribe's food really can fill this tent. Watching the corpses still being thrown in from outside the tent, Qiu Ye's mouth twitched, and a rare expression of acknowledgement appeared on her cold face. She finally understood why. When they arrived, they saw the faces of the Qing tribe members filled with color, rosy and radiant, with not a single one looking weak. It's simple. Under the condition of sufficient food, who wouldn't have color in their face after a full meal? All right, shaman of the Qing tribe. Hiu ye helplessly shogu young Cheng, who was behind the fierce beast corpses. Tell you people to stop? I was wrong. I now believe that your tribe has plenty of food. On the other side of the tent, Yang Cheng also looked quite bad, very embarrassed. Right in front of him was a fierce beast corpse leaning over. And if it weren't for Yin Lin and Qing, the two strong girls blushing and sweating, holding it up to prevent it from falling, Yang Cheng would have been the first shaman to be crushed by more than a dozen fierce beast corpses. At this moment, hearing Qiu Ye's words, Yang Cheng let out a long breath and said lightly, "Since warrior Qiu Yi believes it, then I won't need to prove it anymore. Mu Qing, stop throwing them into the tent. Don't you know it's unhygienic to throw corpses around like this? It smells terrible." Yang Cheng shouted towards the outside of the tent. This was true. The fierce beast corpses were already smelly, and with so many piled into the tent, the smell was unimaginable. Hearing Yang Cheng's shout, Mu Qing hurriedly ordered the tribe members to stop throwing the corpses, feeling somewhat wronged. "You're the one who called for this, and now you're saying not to throw them? Why am I being scolded?" If he had seen a movie on Earth, he might even have slandered Yang Cheng as a young master with weak kidneys. There was no way to stay in the tent any longer. Yang Cheng, under the protection of the two beast-eared girls, finally managed to squeeze through a gap in the tent. Over there, the Tang tribe, with Qiu Yi casually pushing aside more than 10 fierce beast corpses weighing thousands of pounds, also came out of the tent. Qiu Yi was now increasingly fond of Yang Cheng. Joining the Tang tribe was no longer the primary goal. Her main objective now was to bring Yang Cheng back to the Tang tribe. Yang Cheng had so many secrets on him. Not only was he a powerful shaman, but he also had shaman bones, good drinking water, and now so many fierce beast corpses, enough food for the Qing tribe for at least 10 days. Qiu Yi couldn't wait to capture Yang Cheng and hand him over to Huaxian, letting her torture or tempt him, as long as they could get Yang Cheng to contribute to their Tang tribe and strengthen it. Even if Yang Cheng wanted to settle scores later and made unreasonable demands, it was fine. Shaman of the Qing tribe, I won't say too much. It's still that request. I want you to lead the Qing tribe to join our Tang tribe. Think about it now. Qiu Yi said seriously, while subtly surrounding Yang Cheng with Qiu Chao and the others. Chapter 74. Flame Tiger, Songshi returns. The situation reverses. Oh, is this where the plot thickens? No more pretending? Well, it seems we have to put on a show. Yang Cheng narrowed his eyes, already prepared for this. He thought about reaching into his beast skin pants to grab the hard witch bone talisman hidden there. There were 2 talismans he had made last night for the fire spell, each the size of a fist. Even if they couldn't harm Qiu Yi, they would at least startle her. At the same time, Yang Cheng was ready to shout, signaling the other totem warriors in ambush to capture Qiu Yi with their nets. But just as Yang Cheng was about to execute his plan, his extended witch power suddenly sensed figures rushing from afar. It was Flame Tiger and Songshi along with Hongya. Wait, Flame Tiger and Songshi have become 6th-rank totem warriors. Since they belong to the same totem, the sensation from the witch power allowed Yang Cheng to immediately perceive their totem strength. This is great. Now everything is settled. He wasn't wasting time here after all. Yang Cheng felt a rush of joy and said with a smile, "What if I refuse?" Qiu Yi's expression was cold. She was confident of victory and showed no fear. Yang Cheng was a witch from the Qing tribe, not from her Tang tribe, so his witch power backlash would have no effect on her. The totem warriors from the Qing tribe nearby were of lower rank. A few of them could easily handle Qiu Yi. As for whether Yang Cheng would cause trouble after joining the Tang tribe, that was a matter for the future, to be dealt with when the time came. At worst, they just share a bed. After all, for the continuation of the tribe, sleeping with a witch and bearing a child to inherit the position of the next, which was a necessary responsibility for every tribe's witch. The witch of her Tang tribe was Huaxian, a girl. Although she was a witch, she couldn't bear children with her. If Yang Cheng joined the Tang tribe, it would be perfect. However, for some unknown reason, when Qiu Yi thought about this, she felt a strange mix of anticipation and avoidance in her heart. If Yang Cheng knew about this feeling in her heart, he would surely tell her that she was being shy. But business comes first. Chuya quickly threw aside her strange thoughts. Seeing that Yang Cheng didn't respond, she stepped forward, ready to take him down. Just then, two figures rushed over from the distance, their momentum fierce and speed fast, even stirring up a whirlwind. Wherever they passed, sand and grass flew in the wind. We're back. In the blink of an eye, Flame Tiger and Songshur had sprinted to Yang Cheng's side, firmly protecting him behind them. Their imposing presence was directed at Chuya and the others. This is a 6th-rank totem warrior? 2 of them? How is that possible? When did the Qing tribe gain 2 6th-rank totem warriors? Chuya narrowed her eyes, her own momentum instinctively rising to resist the fierce aura of Flame Tiger and Songshur. It's Flame Tiger and Songshur. They returned. They succeeded. Great. Our Qing tribe now has 6th-rank totem warriors, and 2 of them at that. The members of the Qing tribe were initially stunned to see 2 figures rushing over to protect Yang Cheng, but upon realizing it was Flame Tiger and Songshur, they felt the momentum radiating from them and erupted in joy and excitement. In the wilderness, most small tribes typically had low-level totem warriors, with few mid-level totem warriors. Having 1 6th-rank totem warrior was enough to elevate them from being classified as a small tribe, making them a mid-sized tribe. And now, the Qing tribe had 2 6th-rank totem warriors. This was considerable combat power for any mid-sized tribe, enough to make them formidable. The members of the Qing tribe cheered and were extremely excited. Meanwhile, the few totem warriors from the Tang tribe felt not only troubled, but even overwhelmed. Before Flame Tiger and Songshur appeared, the Qing tribe had only a few 8th-rank totem warriors to hold the line, with not even a 7th-rank totem warrior in sight. With Chuya from the Tang tribe stepping in, they could easily manage the situation, but now there were 2 6th-rank totem warriors on the opposite side. While they only had 1, this was problematic. The opposing side could have 1 6th-rank totem warrior face Chuya while the other dealt with Chuya's companions. And then they could confront Chuya together. The difference between 6th-rank and 7th-rank totem warriors was a qualitative leap. Their strength, physique, and agility were on entirely different levels. A 6th-rank totem warrior could easily take on 5 or 6 7th-rank totem warriors. "Sister, what do we do now?" Chuya asked anxiously in a low voice. "Prepare to run." Chuya replied without looking back. Right now, she was being closely watched by Flame Tiger and Songshur, appearing as if she were facing a formidable enemy, with fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Although she told Chuya to prepare to run, her heart had already sunk to the bottom. Run? As a 6th-rank totem warrior, she could use all her strength to escape, but Chuya and the others wouldn't be able to get away. Apart from running, Chuya couldn't think of any other way. After all, they were already forcing the other side to join their tribe, practically using coercive means. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of these 2 6th-rank totem warriors, they might have succeeded. In such a situation, who wouldn't be angry? Chuya thought to herself that the other side would likely not let her and her companions off the hook. Damn it, she should have been more direct earlier. Taking down the witch from the Qing tribe instead of wasting so much time with pleasantries, like offering water and showing off beast corpses. Chuya couldn't help but feel some regret, casting a cold glance at Yang Cheng, who was hidden behind Flame Tiger and Songshur. Shall we make our move? Flame Tiger rubbed his hands in excitement and asked Yang Cheng. He was a battle fanatic, having just become a 6th-rank totem warrior, and now he had a 6th-rank totem warrior opponent right in front of him. He had long wanted to see how strong he really was. On the other side, while Songshur didn't say anything, the battle intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Hearing Flame Tiger's words, Yang Cheng rolled his eyes inwardly. Make a move? Of course. That meant not making a move. Although Yang Cheng was thinking of having Flame Tiger and Songshur defeat Chuya and cripple her totem, turning this fierce and mature ponytailed girl into his pet on the bed. Chapter 75. Apology, let's just let it go, but that was just a thought. Yang Cheng was not an animal controlled by his lower half. He still prioritized the interests of the tribe. Now that the Qing tribe had Yin, Hu, and Songshur, they had firmly gained the upper hand, and capturing Qiu Yi and the others was merely a matter of time. But what would happen after they captured them? How would the Tang tribe react? The Qing tribe already had a powerful enemy, the Black Monkey tribe with over 400 members. Although the Tang tribe was not as strong as the Black Monkey tribe, they certainly outnumbered the Qing tribe, and their totem warriors were definitely superior. Even though they might not be as high quality without Qiu Yi, their numbers were overwhelming. If they captured Qiu Yi and the others, and the Tang tribe got angry, they could launch surprise attacks from both sides. Before proper defenses were built, not only would the efficiency of hunting for their side greatly decrease, but they would also likely suffer losses in manpower. Therefore, it was not feasible to fall out with the Tang tribe. Cheng was still thinking about trading with them to gather intelligence about the wilderness. Now that the Qing tribe's food supply was increasing, and in this primitive society without refrigerators, the tribe members couldn't finish all the food, which would spoil if left too long. However, letting Qiu Yi and the others off the hook was not an option. After all, Qiu Yi just hurt his tender heart. While Cheng was pondering how to extract some benefits, Qing, who had been nearby, shouted anxiously, "Ooh, we can't take action." Qing was an elder who had spent a long time by the side of the previous shaman. Although he might have moments of confusion, he was most clear-headed during critical times for the tribe. While everyone else was thinking of venting their anger and teaching Qiu Yi and the others a lesson, Qing thought further ahead and considered the consequences of taking action. Cheng was startled out of his thoughts by Qing's shout. He turned to look at his anxious expression and gave him a reassuring look that indicated he was aware of what he was doing. "About that Qiu Yi warrior. I need to talk to you." Cheng turned his head. "Didn't you just say that our Qing tribe has no totem warriors and lacks food? Now that I've shown you our food, you can see we do have a few totem warriors, even if not many. So, here's the deal. How do you plan to handle the accusations against me?" "Qiu Yi warrior?" Cheng said a lot, and Qiu Yi just looked at him coldly and said, "What do you want?" "I want to go into multiple demands. Just an apology will do, and I want to pursue this matter for now." Cheng smiled. "An apology?" Qiu Yi was taken aback. Seeing her confused expression, Cheng slapped his forehead. "Right? I forgot. We are in a primitive society, and the concept of etiquette and music hasn't even appeared yet. Primitive people don't even know what apology means." "You need to give me something as an apology," Cheng said, glancing back and forth at Qiu Yi and her companions. Suddenly, he felt that his request might be a bit excessive. Ignoring the three bystanders, he noticed that Qiu Yi and her sister didn't seem to have anything on them. Besides 2 stone spears, they were just wearing animal skin clothes. He couldn't possibly ask them to take off their animal skin clothes. Oh, maybe that wouldn't be too far-fetched? As Qiu Yi was still thinking about what to give Cheng as an apology, Qiu Chao, standing nearby, became irritated by Cheng's scrutinizing gaze. Qiu Chao was not young, around 15 or 16 years old, about the same age as Yan Lin and Qing. Being in the awkward phase of youth, she was even more sensitive to the presence of males than Qiu Yi. Earlier, she had noticed that when Cheng was sizing up her sister, his gaze lingered on a certain spot, which made her quite displeased. In the Tang tribe, those male totem warriors would only dare to steal glances at her sister, fearing they would be discovered and beaten. Yet this weak man, who had to hide behind other totem warriors, dared to look at her openly. How bold! If it weren't for the fact that he was a shaman of the Qing tribe, with a higher status than them, she would have wanted to rush up and beat him up already. Now he was forcing her sister to produce something for an apology. This was outrageous. What are you looking at?" Qiu Chao's ponytail drooped down, furious as she thrust her stone spear towards Cheng. Before Yan, Hu, and Song Shi could act, Yan Lin and Qing rushed to the front of Cheng, blocking the spear that Qiu Chao had jabbed forward. "What are you doing?" Yan Lin shouted, her tiger ears standing upright, showing that she was angry. Qing didn't speak, but snorted heavily, one foot planted on the ground while the other scratched the earth, lowering her body and aiming her rhino horn at Qiu Chao. It seemed she was ready to charge at Qiu Chao with her horn at any moment. "You two just got your totems drawn? You don't even know when you'll awaken. Goo gouse, gulp, snot thing. I could take you on with my tail." She was completely confident in her words. The awakening of totem power was not that simple. She had been marked with a totem for over 10 days, but had not awakened. It wasn't until she left the tribe, hunted with Qiu Yi, and consumed more beast meat that the energy in her body reached a certain level, allowing her to awaken. The gap between a warrior who had awakened totem power and an ordinary person was significant. A newly awakened warrior's strength was equivalent to at least 5 ordinary people's strength. Yin Lin and Qing were increasingly angry, wanting to rush forward without a second thought. Just then, 2 large hands grabbed Yin Lin and Qing in midair, leaving the 2 beast-eared girls flailing their limbs helplessly. It turned out to be Yin Hu and Tsang Shi who had caught them. As their fathers, they certainly wouldn't let their daughters foolishly charge forward to get beaten up by others, but they also wouldn't sit idly by as their daughters were bullied. Immediately, Yin Hu and Tsang Shi stepped forward, their imposing presence turning towards Qiu Chao. Under the fierce aura of the 2, Qiu Chao's face turned pale, and her body trembled slightly. Sister, Qiu Yi hurriedly stepped in front of Qiu Chao, blocking the aura from Yin Hu and Tsang Shi. She then looked at Yang Cheng and said, Qing tribe shaman, I agree to your request. How about this? Qiu Yi pulled out a piece of bone from her animal skin clothing and tossed it to Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng reached out and caught it as if it were a ping-pong ball. He felt its warmth and even sensed a hint of milk fragrance. Upon closer inspection, it was a shaman bone tablet, which shimmered occasionally. The shaman patterns on the bone tablet were ones Yang Cheng had never seen before. This was a new shaman bone tablet. Chapter 76. Tonight we eat the meat of 6-rank beasts. A new witch bone card? Yang Cheng played with it, carefully examining the witch patterns on it. The carvings were decent, though not as good as his own. However, the flow of the witch power on it was very smooth, without any feeling of blockage, and the thickness of the lines forming the witch patterns was very uniform. It was clear that the witch who made this witch bone card put a lot of effort into it. On this side, Qiu Chao saw that Qiu Yi had thrown the witch bone card to Yang Cheng and immediately became anxious. Sister, how can you give away the witch bone card that was given to you by the witch? This is a treasure from the witch. Qiu Chao knew that Qiu Yi cherished this witch bone card very much. During their journey to the Qing tribe, she often took it out to wipe it during breaks. Moreover, Qiu Yi took great care of this witch bone card, keeping it close to her. Even Qiu Chao found it difficult to take a look at it. But now she actually threw it to that detestable guy in the distance. It's so frustrating. Sister, Qiu Yi shook her head, telling Qiu Chao to be quiet. Her heart ached. This was the first witch bone card successfully made by the witch, and it was also the only one in their tribe. To just give it to Yang Cheng, it would be a lie to say she wasn't heartbroken. The witch bone card of the Qing tribe was made by our witch. Yang Cheng thought, feeling like a big villain bullying girls here. However, he would not give back what he had obtained just because he felt a twinge of conscience. It wasn't that the witch bone card was particularly rare to him. He could make them quite easily now, as long as he had enough materials. He could produce 7 or 8 in a day without any issue. Not to mention, the witch bone cards he made were improved with significantly greater power than ordinary ones. It was just that this particular witch bone card was something Yang Cheng had never seen before. He thought that he would enter the meditation space at night to study it and see if he could replicate it. All right, I'll take this witch bone card. Consider it an apology for the insult to my character, Yang Cheng said as he put the witch bone card into his animal skin clothing, seriously advising, in the future, be careful with your words. Don't speak without understanding. You need to investigate first to have the right to speak. Meow, meow, meow. Investigate to have the right to speak? Qiu Yi and her sister looked at each other in confusion, as if a big question mark had popped up above their heads. What was this detestable guy talking about? The others from the Qing tribe were not surprised at all. In fact, some beast-eared girls had sparkles in their eyes. The witch was saying something profound again. How amazing. I admire him so much. Although Qiu Yi didn't understand what Yang Cheng was saying, she knew that he had let them go. Since there was nothing else, they decided not to stay longer in the Qing tribe. After bidding farewell, Qiu Yi was about to leave with Qiu Chao and the others. Her heart was filled with bitterness. This trip had been in vain. They had failed to persuade the Qing tribe to join the Tang tribe, and had lost a witchbone card. Qiu Yi didn't know how to explain this to Hua Xian. Hey, don't rush to leave. Yang Cheng called out to them. He and T finished asking them about the wilderness and making deals. How could he let them go just like that? What? Qing tribes which, do you have something else? Qiu Yi turned around, her face wary. Xiao Chao showed a look of anger. They thought Yang Cheng had taken the wishbone card and was now reneging on letting them leave. We have guests coming from afar. How can our Qing tribe not entertain them and let them leave? Young Cheng explained. Besides, it's already evening, and traveling at night isn't safe. How about this? Stay with us tonight, and we'll treat you to dinner. Dinner? Qiu Yi and the others were taken aback, then looked at Yang Cheng suspiciously. Could this detestable guy really be so kind-hearted? Yang Cheng smiled, sincerely returning their gazes. Just as Qiu Yi and the others were hesitating, a rumbling sound came from afar. Growing louder, everyone looked over and found that Hongya was dragging two giant beast corpses, each 3 to 4 people tall, towards the tribe, kicking up quite a bit of dust. Bang! The beast corpses hit the ground with a heavy thud. Hongya dropped the 2 beast corpses and sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. Without finishing his words, he began to complain, Yanhu, Song Shi, you two ran away so quickly, leaving me to drag these 2 heavy beast corpses all by myself. I'm really exhausted. It turned out that when Yanhu and Song Shi returned earlier, fearing they wouldn't make it in time, they had thrown the beast corpses they were carrying onto Hongya's shoulders and rushed back themselves. Yanhu laughed and patted Hongya on the shoulder. Hey, isn't this a chance for you to train your vitality? You've been at the 8th rank for so long. It's time you learn to advance like us. Get out of here. Hongya swallowed hard, catching his breath. If this is the way to train my vitality, I'd rather not advance. Seeing Hongya looking exhausted, Yang Cheng had someone bring over some water for him to drink. Then he turned to Qiu Yi and asked, so how about it? Qiu Yi warrior, will you stay tonight? I'll treat you to 6th-rank beast meat. Xiao Chao and the other 3 totem warriors were already drooling at the sight of the 6th-rank beast. 6th-rank beasts were not low-level beasts to deal with them. At least a 7th-rank great perfection totem warrior was needed. While in the Tang tribe, they were lucky to eat 6th-rank beast meat once every 2 or 3 seasons. Usually, when Qiu Yi went hunting, she would only attack 7th-rank beasts and would flee upon encountering 6th-rank beasts, not because she couldn't handle them, but because it wasn't worth it. Dealing with 6th-rank beasts could easily lead to injuries. And there was only one 6th-rank totem warrior in the Tang tribe. If she were lost, there would be none left. Sister, Xiao Chao swallowed hard and turned to look at Qiu Yi, her eyes filled with anticipation and hesitation. Seeing Xiao Chao's gaze, the softer part of Qiu Yi's heart was touched. All right then, Qing tribe's witch will stay one more night. Qi nodded. To be honest, Qiu Yi was also reluctant to leave. She wanted to see what Yang Cheng's intentions were for keeping her there at night. Great! Yang Cheng clapped his hands and shouted, Hey Mu Qing, call the Shurmai and the others out. Clean up this empty space, set up a bonfire. And tonight, we'll eat 6th-rank beast meat. Upon hearing Yang Cheng's words, the entire Qing tribe instantly erupted into a lively celebration, with everyone cheering wildly. Chapter 77, Is This Witchcraft? Yang Cheng was shocked, his jaw nearly dislocated. He instructed Mu Qing to summon the ambushed totem warriors, with Yin, Hu, and Tsang Shi present. The threat posed by Qiu Yi was no longer significant, and further ambush was unnecessary. Mu Qing responded and went down. Soon, Mai and Miao emerged from beside the tent with 6 or 7 totem warriors. Of course, having received Yang Cheng's hint, Mu Qing had already instructed them to hide their nets. When Mai, Miao, and the other totem warriors saw the now 6th-ranked totem warriors Yin, Hu, and Tsang Shi, they were all delighted. They surrounded Yin, Hu, and Tsang Shi, thumping their chests and laughing excitedly. Upon witnessing Mai and Miao's sudden appearance, Qiu Yi realized that the number of totem warriors from the Qing tribe had doubled, and she finally understood that Yang Cheng had concealed his cards. Although none of these individuals were 6th-rank warriors, a sudden attack, combined with the totem warriors originally outside, would number over 10, nearly 3 times the 5 of them, which posed a considerable threat. Qiu Yi flicked her ponytail and looked at Yang Cheng with a more serious expression. This detestable guy seemed to be quite clever and scheming. Witchcraft. Just as Qiu Yi pondered this, Qiu Chao tugged at her arm and suddenly jumped up, exclaiming in shock, Sister, look, their tribesmen can actually perform witchcraft. Qiu Yi's thoughts were interrupted. and she instinctively followed the direction of Qiu Chao's finger. The next second, Qiu Ye's eyes widened, and her mouth slightly agape. She was utterly shocked. Even though she had been in the Qing tribe for so long and had been continuously astonished, never had her heart raced like this, nearly leaping out her throat in surprise, because what was happening before her eyes was something she was witnessing firsthand. Not far away, an ordinary tribesman from the Qing tribe was rapidly rubbing a wooden stick against another piece of wood. Then that piece of wood ignited, catching fire. How is this possible? Qiu Yi saw clearly that this tribesman was just an ordinary member of the tribe. He couldn't use the witchbone card. Nor was he using any witchbone card at all. He was just holding a small wooden stick, and fire sprang up from the wood. What was going on? Not only could the witches of the Qing tribe use witchcraft, but everyone else could also perform witchcraft. However, the next moment, Qiu Yi and the others were even more bewildered and shocked. Upon hearing the exclamations from the few of them, the tribesmen of the Qing tribe glanced over and showed an expression of surprise. Then several ordinary tribesmen walked to another area and quickly lit several piles of fire with small sticks. The two sixth-rank fierce beasts were quite large. Just the stone wall python was 15 or 16 meters long and as thick as two people hugging each other. It wouldn't be enough to roast it on one fire. They would need to cut it into pieces and set up several fires to roast it. The people from the Tang tribe finally came back to their senses from the shock. Then, one of them looked at another and mumbled, "Can you help me with something?" "What is it?" "Help me pop my jaw back. It dislocated from shock just now." After Qiu Yi regained her senses, she and Qiu Chao found Yang Cheng. In front of Yang Cheng, a fire pit had already been set up, with 5 or 6 thick pieces of stone wall python meat roasting over the flames. Surrounding him were about 5 or 6 beast-eared girls. These beast-eared girls were chosen as witches after Yang Cheng had examined their bodies and drawn totems on their chests. Among them, Yan Lin and Xing were happily roasting the snake meat, savoring the aroma and swallowing saliva. The other beast-eared girls were serving Yang Cheng, massaging his legs and shoulders, and one was feeding him freshly picked wild fruits. The scene was a veritable meat pool and wine forest. Not far away, 2 bodyguards, Yin Hu and Tsang Shi, were guarding Yang Cheng. When they saw Qiu Yi approach with her long legs, Yin Hu and Tsang Shi instinctively moved a bit closer to Yang Cheng to prevent her from acting against him. Yan Lin and Xing also stopped their actions and glared at the 2 sisters with intense hostility. Qiu Yi stopped 3 meters in front of Yang Cheng. This was a safe distance. Getting any closer to Yin Hu and Tsang Shi would lead to conflict. Kinka Trivazuits. I want to know what your tribe is like. How can everyone perform witchcraft? Qiu Yi asked straightforwardly without hesitation. Witchcraft? Yang Cheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized what Qiu Yi was referring to. This is not witchcraft. It's a skill for living that everyone can learn. Yang Cheng explained with a smile, patting Yin Lin's tiger ears and pressing Xing's rhino horn to calm him down. The 2 beast-eared girls and Qiu Chao glared at each other like 3 little cats, and Yang Cheng feared that if they continued, the 3 would end up fighting. A skill for living? Qiu Yi was puzzled, but then her eyes lit up and she hurriedly asked, "So, you're saying everyone in the Qing tribe can learn it?" "That's right, everyone can learn it. It's not difficult," Yang Cheng generously confirmed, with no intention of hiding anything. Starting a fire by drilling wood is not a particularly difficult task, as long as one is a normal person. Anyone can learn the basics after watching it a few times. However, this method of making fire was something Qiu Yi and the others had never seen before, and their minds were momentarily confused. "Can we learn it too?" Qiu Yi asked anxiously, her usually cold face showing a hint of eagerness for the first time. She was eager to learn this skill for living. The Tang tribe needed fire, like the Qing tribe. The Tang tribe usually sourced their fire from lightning strikes that ignited large trees. However, just over 20 sunsets ago, due to negligence by the tribesmen watching the firewood was not added in time, and the tribe's fire was extinguished. For many days, there had been no rainy or stormy weather, so the Tang tribe had been living a savage life for such a long time. Yang Cheng smiled lightly at Qiu Yi's request and asked, "You want to learn? I can teach you." "Thank you so much, Qing tribe's witch." Qiu Yi's cold expression softened, but the next moment, Yang Cheng's tone shifted. "However, this skill of starting a fire is unique, precious, and magical to our Qing tribe. If I just let you learn it, I wouldn't mind, but I'm afraid my tribesmen might not be willing. Chapter 78. Does the Vine tribe have salt? It seemed to confirm what Yang Cheng had just said. As soon as he finished speaking, the two bee-steered girls next to him immediately crossed their arms and nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, which I disagree. This method of starting a fire by drilling wood is unique to our tribe. How can we let others learn it? Yeah, we can't teach the people of the Vine tribe. That woman just tried to attack you." Qiu Yi, as the leader of the hunting team from the Vine tribe, was not a fool. Seeing this, she gradually calmed down, and the look of expectation on her face disappeared, returning to her usual cold demeanor. Qiu Yi knew that Yang Cheng wanted her to trade something. "What do you want, which of the Qing tribe?" Qiu Yi asked flatly. "Of course I want you," Yang Cheng almost blurted out instinctively. Then, he quickly reacted, coughed twice, and said, "Well, it depends on what the warrior Qiu Yi can offer." At this moment, Qiu Chao, listening to their conversation, reacted, "Sister, let's go. We won't trade with him." Qiu Chao shouted, "Isn't it just starting a fire? What's so special about it? We'll go back and find the witch. She must know how to start a fire with wood. If you want to go, then go. Who cares about trading with you?" Yin Lin and Xing were unwilling to back down, making faces and shouting as they left. "All right, stop making a fuss, little sister." Qiu Yi scolded Qiu Chao, then turned around and said, "Which of the Qing tribe? How about I trade you some salt?" She waved her hand, signaling a passerby from the Vine tribe to come over, and took out a leather pouch from him, spreading it out in front of Yang Cheng and the others. Yang Cheng looked into the leather pouch. Inside were brown granules the size of pebbles, weighing about 15 or 16 pounds. "Is this unfiltered coarse salt?" Yang Cheng squinted his eyes, analyzing what these brown granules were. The Qing tribe also had such brown granules, but they were larger, almost the size of small clumps of dirt, and there were fewer of them, just a small leather pouch. After Yang Cheng took over the tribe, he looked at them and gave up filtering those things that he didn't know whether to classify as salt or soil. Meanwhile, Yin Hu, Song Shi, and the others, seeing these brown granules, immediately had their faces light up and exclaimed, "Which this is salt." The expressions of Yin Hu and the others were noticed by Qiu Yi. She felt a surge of joy in her heart. Indeed, what the Qing tribe lacked right now was salt. Earlier, when they were starting a fire to roast meat, Qiu Yi had noticed that the members of the Qing tribe simply raised the fire and roasted the fierce beasts without adding salt. It could be excused for ordinary tribesmen, but even the totem warriors had their roasted meat without salt. Although primitive people didn't know what salt was, they understood that humans needed a certain amount of salt intake. However, they knew that humans couldn't live without salt. Without it, they would lose strength. The totem warriors were an important protective force for the tribe, and if they had no salt to eat, Qiu Yi suspected that the Qing tribe might be out of salt, or at least that their supply was running low. Therefore, Qiu Yi decided to take out the salt she had brought with her to replenish her strength during the journey to try and trade. Now, seeing the surprise on Yin Hu and the others' faces, Qiu Yi confirmed her suspicion. "So how about it? Which of the Qing tribe? Will you trade?" Qiu Yi asked. "Of course we'll trade," they replied eagerly. "It's just starting a fire by drilling wood. Take it. Take it." This thing was invented by primitive people and has no technical content. You can learn it just by watching and thinking a bit. Trading this 15 or 16 pounds of salt would be enough for the tribe's people to get through for a while. Moreover, seeing that Qiu Yi was carrying 15 or 16 pounds of salt, Yang Cheng speculated that the Vine tribe must have a specific source of salt mines, so they didn't have to worry about running out of salt. He needed to think of a way to get to that salt mine. Yang Cheng made a decision in his heart, but on his face he showed no signs of joy. Instead, he looked troubled. "Sigh this. This isn't good, right? This skill of starting a fire is unique to our tribe, if we teach it to you." He hesitated, finally gritting his teeth and shaking his head. Yin Hu saw this and became anxious. "Which this is salt. Our tribe is almost out of salt. Starting a fire isn't." Cough, cough, cough. Song Shi next to him coughed a few times and quickly pulled Yin Hu back. Song Shi was quick-witted and immediately understood Yang Cheng's intentions. After seeing Yin Hu confused by his pull, he shot Yin Hu a glare, giving him several meaningful looks. Yin Hu was increasingly puzzled by Song Shi's looks. Fortunately, while he was confused, he didn't say anything more and just scratched the back of his head. This made young Cheng secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Then he couldn't help but curse inwardly. This foolish tiger nearly messed up my scheme. Xiao Yi didn't notice the commotion on Yin Hu's side. Her eyes were fixed solely on Yang Cheng and saw that he actually rejected the proposal for a trade. Xiao Yi's heart grew even more anxious. She absolutely needed the means to start a fire. The Vine tribe needed fire. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Yi waved her hand again, signaling another passerby from the Vine tribe to come over, and took out another small leather pouch from him, spreading it out in front of Yang Cheng. Inside was still yellowish-brown coarse salt, weighing about 7 or 8 pounds. I'll add a little more. This is all I brought with me when I left the tribe. Which of the Qing tribe? What do you think? Xiao Yi asked. For totem warriors, salt intake was very important. If they were hunting fierce beasts near the tribe, it was manageable and they wouldn't consume much. However, if they were like Xiao Yi and her team, making long journeys, the consumption would be much greater. Moreover, totem warriors were different from ordinary tribesmen. It was quite normal for 5 of them to consume 1 to 2 pounds of salt in a day. The 7 or 8 pounds of salt were originally reserved by Xiao Yi for her return journey. But now it seemed that without offering it up, she probably wouldn't be able to trade for the means to start a fire. After taking out the 7 or 8 pounds of salt, Xiao Yi's eyes were fixed tightly on Yang Cheng, waiting for his response. Hey, I really managed to get a bit more. Yang Cheng felt a surge of joy in his heart. In that case, Yang Cheng frowned, showing indecision on his face. Finally, gritting his teeth, his hesitation turned into painful determination. Forget it. Let us consider it a loss for our tribe. We'll teach you how to start a fire by drilling wood. Yang Cheng waved his hand, signaling Song Shi to collect the 2 leather pouches. Then, he scanned the crowd around him. Yin Lin, Qing, and the others, upon hearing that they would teach the Vine tribe how to start a fire by drilling wood, were eager to show off and display their skills. When Yang Cheng's gaze swept over them, he didn't linger at all. Finally, he spotted someone, his eyes lit up, and he pointed, Seiyu Xia, come here and teach the brothers and sisters of the Vine tribe how to start a fire by drilling wood. Chapter 79. The Beast-Ear Girl Awakens the Totem. Me, the weak and delicate deer-eared girl, pointed at herself in astonishment. Xia was at another campfire nearby, roasting meat with the old man and the children. Although she occasionally looked up with envy at the beast-ear girls beside Yang Cheng, she secretly wished to be one of them. However, Xia knew that those by Yang Cheng's side were all chosen priestesses who could awaken totem powers. Due to her innate condition, she had been trying hard to eat beast meat these days, but her body remained frail. Aside from her face no longer being so pale and having a bit of color, she didn't gain much vitality. Therefore, she never expected that Yang Cheng would suddenly point at her. Seeing the weak Xia, Qiu frowned and hesitated, saying, the priestess of the Qing tribe. Are you talking about that little girl? Can she do it? Of course she can. Yang Cheng patted his chest and assured. She's the smartest in our tribe besides me. Don't be fooled by how quickly our tribe's people can start a fire. There's a technique to it that requires serious study. She's the best person to teach. Yang Cheng's words were half true and half false. Xiao was indeed the second smartest person in the Qing tribe after him, which was entirely correct. However, the latter part was all nonsense. To say that starting a fire by drilling would require skill on earth is true, but in this primitive society, even the elders here have strength greater than that of ordinary men on earth. The essence of drilling wood to start a fire is to use friction. The faster you spin, the greater the force and friction, and the easier it is for the fire to ignite. Yang Cheng wanted Xia to teach Qiu and the others to create an illusion, making them think that drilling wood to start a fire wasn't that easy, giving them a sense of value. It's like putting a key at home and calling a locksmith to open the lock. The locksmith could open it in an instant, but takes a long time to do it for the same reason. After hearing Yang Cheng's words, Qiu suddenly understood. So that is how it is. Priestess, are you looking for me? At that moment, the weak Xia walked over. Yang Cheng pointed to the Qiu sisters and said, Xia, go teach them the skill of drilling wood to start a fire. Oh, okay. The obedient, deer-eared girl was good in this regard. Although she didn't quite understand why Yang Cheng wanted her to teach, and not someone else, she did whatever Yang Cheng said. You all come with me, the deer-eared girl said softly as she led the Qiu sisters away. Meanwhile, Yinhu and Songshi watched them distance themselves from Yangcheng and return to the other campfire. But they stayed not too far from Yangcheng, ready to rush over at the first sign of trouble. After they left, Yanlin and Qing were unhappy. The two beast ear girls pushed aside the other beast ear girls who were giving Yangcheng a back and shoulder massage, each grabbing one of Yangcheng's arms. Priestess, why didn't you let me teach? Yanlin pouted, looking displeased. Yeah, priestess, if you let Qing teach them, she would definitely do better, Qing also said unhappily, gently nudging Yangcheng's chest with the rhino horn on her forehead. The two beast ear girls had become quite familiar with Yangcheng after spending time with him. Initially, they were a bit scared of him and didn't dare to do anything too excessive, but now they had to hug Yangcheng to sleep at night. Even if other beast ear girls had to fulfill their priestess duties and sleep with Yangcheng, they wouldn't allow anyone else to compete with them. This made Yangcheng feel both gratified and troubled. He was gratified that with Yanlin and Qing around, at least his chastity could be temporarily preserved without other interruptions to his cultivation of shamanic arts. The trouble was that with these two jealous beast ear girls around, he couldn't sleep with other beast ear girls first. He had to sleep with them first. However, looking at the two of them, Yangcheng really couldn't bring himself to do anything. It should be noted that there were still a few beast ear girls in the Qing tribe who were not like Yanlin and Qing, who looked like unripe apples. They were already ripe peaches ready to be picked. For instance, the two rabbit-eared twins, while maintaining the dignity of priestess. Yangcheng secretly observed them and found that they were quite well endowed. Ahem. Back to the point. At this moment, facing the questioning of Yanlin and Qing, Yangcheng couldn't be bothered to answer. He freed one hand, took down a piece of roasted ferocious beast meat from the rack, tore off a piece, and stuffed it into the mouths of the two beast ear girls. Delicious. Suddenly having a piece of ferocious beast meat stuffed into their mouths. The two beast ear girls widened their eyes, instantly forgetting what had just happened, and began to chew heartily, puffing their cheeks as they savored the meat. As the two beast ear girls ate meat, Yangcheng also tore off a piece and tossed it into his mouth. Really good. The taste of ferocious beast meat in this primitive society was indeed excellent. The flavor of 6th grade ferocious beast meat was different from that of lower grade 9th and 8th grade ferocious beast meat. There was so much deliciousness. Moreover, with the 6th grade ferocious beast meat entering his stomach, Yangcheng could clearly feel a surge of vitality rising within him, making his body feel warm. This made Qing, who was sitting on his lap with her back to him, feel uncomfortable. She frowned and said, Priestess, what is that thing on you? It's pressing against me, and it hurts. As she spoke, she jumped down, intending to see what it was. Yangcheng hurriedly tore off another piece of ferocious beast meat and stuffed it into Qing's mouth. Cough, cough. It's nothing. It's the shaman bone token I placed there. Oh, it's the shaman bone token. Qing nodded, not suspecting anything further, and continued to eat the meat. After all, she and Yanlin had seen Yangcheng put the shaman bone token into his animal skin pants. However, while Qing didn't suspect anything, the few beast ear girls who were massaging Yangcheng's back and shoulders saw everything very clearly. Instantly, their faces flushed bright red. Yangcheng also felt their hands, which were massaging his back and shoulders, become warm, and their breaths grew heavier. Just as things seemed to be heading in an inappropriate direction, suddenly, a flash of red light shone brightly. Then, a clear sound of bones cracking was heard. Priestess, I think I've awakened my totem power. Yanlin stood frozen in place, a bit unable to believe it, and said dazedly. Seeing this, Yangcheng showed a joyful expression, just about to say something when suddenly another flash of red light appeared, and the sound of bones cracking rang out again. Priestess, I've awakened my totem power too. Qing shouted happily. Chapter 80. Autumn grass felt a strong sense of targeting. The two beast-eared girls who successfully awakened were very excited. They first ran around the campfire joyfully several times, then rushed to Yangcheng's front. Pulling down a bit of the bee skin on their chests, they pointed at the glowing red totem above, happily exclaiming, Shaman, look, the totem is glowing. Does it mean we have awakened the power of the totem? Yes, we have awakened the power of the totem. Yangcheng took a couple of looks. The totem was shining with a faint red light, which was indeed a sign of awakening the power of the totem. Hearing Yangcheng's words, The two beast-eared girls became even more excited, dancing with joy. In fact, Cheng could sense that the two had awakened the power of the totem without even looking at the totem. The strength they were exerting on him was several times greater than before. This made Cheng feel a bit worried. If the two beast-eared girls became increasingly powerful totem warriors under his guidance, would his small frame be able to withstand it? However, after becoming totem warriors, it seemed that the two girls had grown a bit larger. They were no longer like airfields. Cheng rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken. After looking a couple more times, he tidied up the clothes on Lin and Qing and reminded them, "All right, you have awakened the power of the totem, so don't show it to others casually in the future. If others know your totem level, you might suffer in a fight." Lin and Qing nodded in a dazed understanding. "We understand. We want to show it to others, only to the shaman." Cheng felt very satisfied, patting Lin's tiger ears and Xing's ox horns, and laughed. "Go, tell the other tribe members the news that you have become totem warriors." Okay. Lin and Qing were restless and couldn't wait to share this good news with the other tribe members. Immediately, the two beast-eared girls hurriedly ran toward the other campfires. The members of the Qing tribe were first stunned to learn that the two had become totem warriors, and then they cheered in unison. Their cheers were so loud that they almost dispersed the faint dark clouds under the moon. The birth of new totem warriors in the tribe represented that the tribe was on the right track. Their efforts in recent days had not been in vain. And with new blood, the future of the tribe could be expected. After the cheers, every member of the Qing tribe held hands, dancing around the campfire in a wild and uninhibited dance full of ancient colors. There was no rhythm at all. They just danced and made noise. From Cheng's perspective from Earth, he really couldn't appreciate it. There was no beauty to it all. But Cheng watched the joyful crowd with a smile, enjoying their primitive dance that had no sense of rhythm or beauty, because this was his tribe. On the other side, after a long time of struggling, the sisters Qiu Yi and Qiu Chao lay on the ground without caring about their image, blowing hard into the wooden hole in front of them. Finally, a flicker of flame appeared in the hole, which quickly grew larger with the help of the wind, becoming a small flame. Seeing this, the two hurriedly followed the instructions that Xia had just taught them, carefully placing dry small wood onto the flame. Once the flames grew larger, they would add bigger pieces of wood. In the end, a small campfire appeared in front of Qiu Yi and Qiu Chao. The two sisters then embraced each other, releasing the excitement they had been holding in, and couldn't help but cheer. "Sister, this is great. We've learned to start a fire by drilling wood." Yes, we can start a fire by drilling wood now. In the future, our tribe won't be afraid of the fire suddenly going out, and we can use fire. Seeing the joy of the two sisters, Xia smiled. Applauding from the side, "Qiu Yi, Qiu Chao, you did quite well. You succeeded on the third try." "Thank you, Xia. If it weren't for your careful teaching, we wouldn't have learned so quickly." The sisters separated from their embrace and bowed to Xia in gratitude. Xia's little face turned red. It wasn't that she taught carefully, but rather that she was small and slow in her actions. So, to Qiu Yi and Qiu Chao, she appeared more careful. Just as the few were excitedly about to say something else, suddenly, the cheers from afar drowned out their excitement. The few exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding what was happening in the distance. "Wait a moment, I'll go take a look." Xia tiptoed to look into the distance, then told Qiu Yi and Qiu Chao and went to check. In a short while, Xia returned running. The excitement and joy on her face were even more intense than when she successfully taught Qiu Yi and Qiu Chao to drill wood for fire. It's Lin and Qing. They have successfully awakened as totem warriors. Xia's little face was flushed, excitedly saying, "Qiu Yi, Qiu Chao, come with me." Everyone is gathered together dancing. For some reason, upon hearing Xia's news, the excitement from just having started a fire disappeared from Qiu Yi and Qiu Chao's faces in an instant. Qiu Yi said with a faint smile, No, we are not from the Qing tribe. We want to go." That is fine." Then Qiu Yi, Qiu Chao, "I'll go over first." Hearing this, Xia didn't feel anything was wrong, nodded, and excitedly ran back to the cheering crowd. "Sister, how could it be them?" After Xia left, Qiu Chao could no longer hold back, her expression suddenly dropping, asking, Aren't those two nasty girls just drawn with totems? How did they awaken so quickly? Xiao Chao was very unhappy. Since arriving at the Qing tribe, she had been faintly at odds with Yin Lin and Qing originally. Xiao Chao didn't think much of Yin Lin and Qing, two beings who had not awakened the power of the totem, who she could defeat easily. However, now that both had awakened the power of the totem, that advantage was lost. They were two, and she was just one. They both ate the meat of a 6th-grade fierce beast. The meat replenished a large amount of vitality and blood, so it's normal they awakened quickly. Kia aplanet faintly. Yes, the Qing tribe eats 6th-grade fierce beast meat. Just now when she was eating, she also felt a significant replenishment of vitality and blood. Xiao Chao suddenly felt discouraged and thought of something. Sister, do you think this Qing tribe is specifically targeting us? Little sister, why do you say that? Xiao Yi asked in surprise. Sister, think about it. Just when you were about to take action, 2 6th-grade totem warriors suddenly appeared in the Qing tribe. Xiao Chao said, and now, those 2 nasty girls have also become totem warriors. Isn't that targeting us? What Xiao Chao said was indeed true. And for a moment, Xiao Yi found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 81, The Secret of the Blue Sparrow Tribe. All right, let's not think about that anymore. Qiyu shook her head and continued. There is something I've been very concerned about. What's that, sister? It's about how the Blue Sparrow Tribe has so much food. Food? Yes, sister. The food we saw in the tent during the day was way too much. Right, I observed carefully just now. The Blue Sparrow Tribe has 16 totem warriors. Even if these totem warriors go hunting every day without leaving anyone to guard the tribe, the fierce beasts they hunt can only be up to 5 at most. But the fierce beasts we saw in the tent earlier numbered around 30 or 40, which far exceeds that amount. So there must be something wrong here. Qiyu was not only the most powerful totem warrior of the Vine tribe, but also the smartest. She could already perform arithmetic within 100. Upon hearing her sister's words, Xiao Cao furrowed her brows and asked, So sister, what do you mean? Qiyu said solemnly, In my opinion, the Vine tribe must have used some method or something. Just like the fire-starting technique we learned earlier. We need to uncover this secret of the Blue Sparrow tribe. Food is something we also need in the Vine tribe. But sister, Xiao Cao hesitated. You said this is a secret of the Blue Sparrow tribe. How are we supposed to uncover it? Qiyu looked into the distance. Her eyes fixed on Yang Cheng among the crowd, and slowly said, I'll go talk to the shaman of the Blue Sparrow tribe again. Since they can trade the fire-starting technique with us, perhaps they can also trade methods for hunting fierce beasts. Xiao Cao silently nodded. For now, this was the only way. Aside from that, they had no other options. The 2 6th-grade totem warriors of the Blue Sparrow tribe alone were enough for them to deal with. However, Xiao Cao felt exceptionally displeased at the thought of having to exchange something for it, knowing that the detestable guy would definitely demand a high price. She wished she could grab him right away and give him a good beating. Qiyu did not trade with Yangcheng that night because it was too late. After a round of cheers from the Blue Sparrow tribe, they ate one of the 6th-grade fierce beasts, the stone wall python, and then went into the cave to rest. The cave was the private territory of the Blue Sparrow tribe. Although the 2 sisters were guests, they could not enter. Guarding the cave entrance were Yin Hu and Tsang Shi, who prevented Qiyu from looking for Yangcheng. Qiyu had no choice but to set up a tent outside the cave to sleep. They had been doing this while on the road for several days. But the sleep was not peaceful. The next morning, Qiyu got up early. Today marked the 7th sunset since they left the tribe, and they needed to return soon. I need to talk to your shaman, Qiyu said to Yin Hu and Tsang Shi outside the cave. Yin Hu glanced inside the cave and replied, Wait a moment. Our shaman hasn't woken up yet. Upon hearing this response, Qiyu expressionlessly nodded, but she couldn't help feeling a bit disdainful. The shaman of the Blue Sparrow tribe was actually so lazy. The sun was already out, and he was still asleep. In contrast, Hua Xian from the Vine tribe would have been up by now, directing everyone to work. But it was strange to think about how the shaman of the Blue Sparrow tribe had cultivated such powerful shamanic power. While Qiyu pondered this, Yang Cheng had not yet awakened, so she could only wait helplessly outside the cave. However, Qiyu was unaware that the shamanic bone tablet of the swift movement technique she had given Yang Cheng yesterday had already been duplicated by him. If Qiyu had known, She would have been shocked. Inside the cave, Yang Cheng groggily woke up, feeling a bit out of breath. He knew the reason without having to think. Habitually, he pulled Yin Lin and Qing apart from him, and the feeling of tightness in his chest disappeared. The two beast-eared girls, still not awake, lay beside him with their mouths agape, snoring and drooling. These two had been so excited last night, after Yang Cheng duplicated the shamanic bone tablet, that they had fidgeted for quite a while and couldn't sleep. Right? The shamanic bone tablet. Yang Cheng hurriedly rummaged under him and pulled out two shamanic bone tablets that were roughly the same size and had identical shamanic patterns on them. One shamanic bone tablet was dimmer. It was the one Yue had tossed to him, while the other was much brighter, the one Yang Cheng had duplicated. Duplicating a new shamanic bone tablet was not a simple task. Yang Cheng initially tried to directly copy the shamanic bone tablet of the swift movement technique onto a piece of beast bone and then carve it. However, the carved shamanic bone tablet emitted no energy fluctuations at all. In the end, Yang Cheng entered the meditative space, visualized the shamanic patterns on the swift movement technique shamanic bone tablet, and rearranged the shamanic text that made up the patterns to obtain the real shamanic pattern. I need to find a time to test the shamanic bone tablet. Yang Cheng looked at the two shamanic bone tablets for a while, then stored them away and pondered. Now I have 3 types of shamanic techniques and 4 shamanic bone tablets. First is the healing technique, which has the most significant effect and can quickly heal wounds. Very important for both tribesmen and totem warriors. However, recently, after its improvement, it only has 7 shamanic texts left, and in the meditative space, no shamanic texts suitable for further improvement were found. I'll set it aside for now. Secondly, the fire technique feels a bit impractical to me right now. Its shamanic texts are the longest, and it improves the fastest, but because of that, it still has 12 shamanic texts after improvement. According to the summarized pattern, the fewer the shamanic texts, the greater the power. The more shamanic texts, the lesser the power. The fire technique I released is just slightly bigger than a ping-pong ball, barely usable for self-defense. But the fire technique produced from the shamanic bone tablet is only the size of a bottle cap. It's like a disposable lighter for the totem warriors, only usable for starting fires, with no other function. As for the remaining refreshing technique, it still has 13 shamanic texts and has not been tested or improved in time. The released shamanic technique can make a person feel more awake, energized, and excited, similar to the effect of drinking Red Bull. As for how the refreshing technique will perform after improvement, I'm not sure. So, the next step is to create shamanic bone tablets for the healing technique and swift movement technique, and also to study the improvement of the refreshing technique as shamanic texts. What a pity. If I had the shamanic text for the swift movement technique, it could also be improved, and its shamanic bone tablet would release even greater power. Chapter 82, what do you think our tribe is? As for how to obtain the spell for the quick step technique, Yang Cheng already had a plan in mind. Sure enough, the fish was hooked. Just as Yang Cheng finished thinking, Hanya saw that he was awake and hurried over to say, "Shaman, the warriors from the Vine tribe have been waiting outside for a long time. They said they have something to discuss with you." "Got it, I'll go over now." Yang Cheng nodded. He then followed Hanya to the entrance of the cave. Yin Hu and Tsang Shi, who were guarding the cave, saw Yang Cheng approaching and immediately greeted him, "Shaman." Yang Cheng waved his hand and looked at Yue and the others, asking, "I heard you have something to discuss with me?" This guy finally came out. Seeing Yang Cheng's figure, Yue and the others, who had been waiting impatiently, all let out a sigh of relief. Yue got straight to the point. "Shaman of the Qing tribe, I want to ask you something." "Go ahead," Yang Cheng replied. "I want to ask if your tribe used any special methods to hunt so much food," Yue inquired. As soon as she said this, Yin Hu, Tsang Shi, and the others' expressions changed, revealing anger. The net was a gift from Yang Cheng to the Qing tribe. With it, the tribe's people transformed from being emaciated to rosy-cheeked, having abundant food, sufficient vitality, and the tribe grew stronger. It could be said that the net held a divine status in the tribe. Now, someone was spying on their tribe's divine artifact. This couldn't be allowed. Yang Cheng still wore a smile, showing no signs of anger, and waved his hand to calm the agitated Yin Hu and Tsang Shi. He didn't share their anger. Instead, he was secretly cheering. The fish was hooked. To Yin Hu, Tsang Shi, and the others, The net was a supreme artifact, the source of the tribe's strength, and a precious thing. But to Yang Cheng, it was merely a hunting tool. He had other things that were even better than the net. Besides, the net was similar to the method of starting a fire by drilling wood. It could be hidden from sight, but once seen a few times, it could be easily learned. Primitive people are still people, not fools. They simply lack sufficient knowledge and imagination. Just like some netizens on Earth who think they're zhuge liang, pointing fingers at national affairs and bragging about historical events, claiming they could do this or that. But if their memories were wiped and they were thrown into the three kingdoms as authentic natives, they might not even be as good as a small soldier. Therefore, in Yang Cheng's eyes, the net was something that could be traded. However, any trade had to be for a high price. It couldn't be sold for a cabbage price like the method of drilling wood for fire. Yes, we did use a method. Yang Cheng generously nodded in acknowledgement. Chiyue's eyes had never been so bright, and her tone became a bit urgent. Shaman of the Qing tribe, can this method be taught to us? We can exchange a lot of salt for it. After saying this, Chiyue fixed her expectant gaze on Yang Cheng. Shaman, we can't exchange. We can't exchange. The net is our tribe's most precious item. We can't give it to the Vine tribe. Yes, we can find salt ourselves. Before Yang Cheng could speak, a large group of tribespeople around him vocally opposed. Even Mu Qing, who had usually appeared wise, rushed over after hearing the commotion to voice her disagreement. Everyone regarded the net as the most valuable item in the tribe and was unwilling to trade it even a little. Net? What is a net? Is this method called a net? Chiyue felt confused. From the opposition of the Qing tribe members, she learned the name of this item or method. However, this name was extremely unfamiliar to Chiyue, and she couldn't associate it with anything. After all, the net was created by Yang Cheng, and he named it. Unless someone was a worm in his stomach, who could guess what it was or what it looked like in primitive society before seeing it? Ahem. Yang Cheng coughed twice and scanned the crowd. As everyone was swept by his gaze, they gradually quieted down. Chiyue warrior, as you can see, the net is extremely important to our tribe. We will not trade it, Yang Cheng said firmly. Really not trading? Chiyue's beautiful and cold face showed a frown, giving her a unique charm. We of the Vine tribe are willing to exchange 20 bee-skin bags of salt for it, she asserted again. Yang Cheng's expression suddenly turned serious. Chiyue warrior, Yang Cheng exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. What do you think our tribe is? Do we lack that little bit of salt? Let me tell you, unless it's exchanged for shamanic magic, even if our tribe is short on salt and dies for being preyed upon by ferocious beasts, we will not trade the net for a bit of salt. Upon hearing this, the crowd around Yang Cheng fell silent for a moment, then erupted into cheers. Shaman, you said it too well. Yes, even if our Qing tribe runs out of salt, we will not trade the net for it. To think a little salt could exchange for our net? Impossible? Absolutely not. Everyone voiced their agreement, and they expressed their excitement. Shaman, you said it so well that I feel invigorated. Shaman, my totem has lit up. I've broken through. A tribesman who had received his totem just the day before suddenly shouted, tearing open the beast skin on his chest. The totem on his chest shimmered, finally turning a light red, awakening the totem's power and successfully becoming a totem warrior. Seeing this, the crowd erupted into another round of excited cheers. This is possible. Yang Cheng maintained a calm demeanor as if everything was under control, but he couldn't help but mentally critique. Chiyue and the others from the Vine tribe, seeing Yang Cheng's unwavering demeanor, showed deep disappointment on their faces. Well, since the shaman of the Qing tribe is unwilling to exchange, then forget it. We won't stay any longer and will return to our tribe, Chiyue said, preparing to leave, feeling that staying here was meaningless. Hey, Chiyue warrior, wait a moment, Yang Cheng called out to her. Shaman of the Qing tribe, is there something else? Chiyue turned around and asked. Chiyue warrior, we won't exchange the net, but I didn't say other things can't be exchanged. Yang Cheng smiled and suggested. I wonder if you're interested in the corpses of ferocious beasts? Chiyue was taken aback. Then her tone filled with surprise. Shaman of the Qing tribe, are you saying you want to exchange the corpses of ferocious beasts with us? We're the corpses of ferocious beasts. They are food. The Vine tribe lacks everything but salt. Being able to exchange ferocious beast corpses here is absolutely fantastic. Chapter 83. Who gains and who loses? That's right. Not only can the fierce beasts bring back their corpses, but the water you drank earlier can also be exchanged. Yang Cheng smiled and said, a bag of salt can be exchanged for 2 fierce beast corpses or a bamboo bucket of water. The bag of salt he mentioned refers to a bag containing about 15 to 16 pounds of salt, enough for the Qing tribe to last 5 or 6 days. However, considering the filtration issue, there might only be a few pounds left after processing. Really? A hint of joy appeared on Qiuya's cold face. Yang Cheng's proposal excited her greatly. A bag of salt could easily be obtained by striking a spear against the wall in their Tang tribe. And with that, they could trade for 2 fierce beast corpses, which would be enough for a meal for their tribe. Not to mention the delicious water as well. Thinking of the taste of boiled water, Qiuya and the others unconsciously licked their lips. All right, shaman of the Qing tribe, I agree to the exchange. Qiuya nodded, but hesitated, saying, but we don't have any salt left with us right now. That's fine. I trust your Tang tribe. I'll have someone accompany you to take the fierce beast corpses back first, and then you can bring back the salt. Yang Cheng waved his hand generously. After days of frenzied hunting, the Qing tribe had plenty of food that couldn't be consumed all at once and would spoil if left. Giving it to Qiuya and the others would solve both their surplus food problem and salt shortage, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hearing Yang Cheng's words, Qiuya and her sisters, along with 3 bystanders, were somewhat incredulous, stirring with excitement. They couldn't believe their ears. Was it really this good? The shaman of the Qing tribe actually trusted them so much? To give them food first and then get salt back? Just as Qiuya and the others were at a loss for words, Yang Cheng turned to Mai and a few other totem warriors, saying, bring over 16 fierce beast corpses. Yes, shaman. The totem warriors quickly brought over 16 fierce beast corpses and placed them in front of Qiuya and the others. Looking at the corpses before them, Qiuya and her companions finally realized they weren't dreaming. Yang Cheng really let them take the food back first. In an instant, Qiuya's sisters had a much better impression of Yang Cheng. At least in their hearts, he was no longer a detestable character. He had transformed into someone slightly less detestable. 16 corpses could be exchanged for 8 bags of salt, which meant each of the 5 could take 3 corpses and Qiuya could carry 4. The physical strength of the totem warriors was truly remarkable. Altogether, the 16 corpses weighed enough to be about 4 to 5,000 pounds, but shared among the 5. They felt as light as holding a light wooden stick. Once the 5 of them tied the corpses with vines and strapped them to their backs. Qiuya suddenly thought of something and hesitated, saying, shaman of the Qing tribe, you mentioned that water could be exchanged for salt. Can we exchange a bucket now? Yang Cheng's smile never faded as he nodded, of course. How about this? I'll give you 2 buckets of water. One for salt exchange and the other as a gift for your shaman. No salt needed. Hey, boiled water is just a matter of using some firewood. It's simpler than sourcing food. Trading it for salt with the Tang tribe is an incredible bargain. However, in primitive society, getting boiled water isn't easy. Without a few hundred or 1,000 years of experimentation, primitive people wouldn't figure it out. So, indeed, the saying science is the primary productive force holds true. Thank you so much. Qiuya felt immense joy, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her usually cold face. Qiu Chao, who was nearby, no longer looked at Yang Cheng with resentment, but rather with a gaze that suggested he wasn't so bad after all. The other 3 bystanders cheered, nearly dancing with excitement. 2 bamboo buckets, sealed with bamboo lids, were brought over. As soon as Qiuya and the others received them, they opened one bucket and eagerly drank half. Then they stopped, and, at Qiuya's urging, the others reluctantly looked at the clear water inside, painfully covered it with the lid, unable to resist licking the droplets on the edge. Seeing their reactions, everyone from the Qing tribe watching couldn't help but tremble with laughter. Water, which was so common in their tribe that they could drink as much as they wanted, had become a treasure for the Tang tribe, who dared not drink too much. If it weren't for Yang Cheng subtly signaling them to be careful and not reveal anything, everyone might have already been laughing on the ground. With the fierce beast corpses and water buckets in hand, Yang Cheng ordered Hongya and Mai to accompany Qiuya and the others back to the Tang tribe. It was to retrieve the salt and also to check on the situation in the Tang tribe. As for Qiuye, she was in a hurry to return to her tribe, having been away for 7 days. She reluctantly said goodbye to Yang Cheng, excitedly leading the others back to the Tang tribe. Although they hadn't achieved their goal of getting the Qing tribe to join the Tang tribe, they still gained quite a bit: fire-starting techniques and a way to exchange food and delicious water for salt. The people of the Qing tribe are truly foolish. They actually traded food and good water for salt that could be obtained just by striking a wooden stick against the stone wall. If they knew the truth, who knows who the real fool would be? After Qiuye and the others left, Yang Cheng waved his hand and shouted, "Time to eat." Everyone responded with a roar. Now the Qing tribe had 3 meals a day. Originally, at this time, everyone in the tribe had already finished breakfast. However, because Qiuye and her group were present earlier, everyone tacitly agreed not to cook. They weren't foolish. Last night, Yang Cheng had treated Qiuye and her companions to a meal. Although it looked like they were devouring the food as if they had a vendetta against it, with the 5 of them eating a quarter of the stone wall python. The faces of the Qing tribe members turned green, but they couldn't say anything. This morning, Yang Cheng hadn't promised to treat them to meals, so no one cooked. The others didn't want Qiuye and her group to eat half of the 6th-grade fierce beast, the saber-toothed lion. Before long, the aroma of meat wafted through the air above the Qing tribe again. This time, in addition to roasting the meat, they sprinkled the salt powder they had just exchanged on top. That's right. Yinhu and the others directly smashed the salt into powder with their fists and sprinkled it on the roasted meat. Chapter 84. The idea of building a wall. The clan members were very skilled at roasting meat. The fiercer the fire, the faster the meat cooked. After the meat was roasted, salt crystals were sprinkled on top. Which, here you go. Finally, the frail Xia brought a piece of roasted beast meat over to Yang Cheng. In the Qing tribe, if there were no accidents, Yang Cheng would usually eat first when he was present, and only after he ate could others eat. Yang Cheng took the roasted meat, looked at the yellow-brown powder on it, and frowned. He carefully took a bite and chewed. The original flavor of the meat was quite good. The meat of a 6th-grade beast was mostly lean, with very little fat, and the flesh of the saber-toothed lion was very firm, similar to beef. However, with the salt crystals on it, Yang Cheng felt a bitterness in his mouth. After chewing a couple of times, he spat it out. "What's wrong, witch?" Seeing Yang Cheng take a bite and spit it out, the small Xia was frightened and nearly cried, thinking there was something wrong with the meat. Typically, the task of giving meat to Yang Cheng was handled by Yan Lin and Qing. However, last night, the 2 beast-eared girls got overly excited and went to bed late, and they still hadn't woken up, which gave Xia an opportunity. Unexpectedly, the meat she gave Yang Cheng made him spit out. Realizing that his actions had frightened Xia, Yang Cheng quickly patted her deer horn and said, "It's okay, it's not the meat's problem, I'm just not used to the salt on it." Hearing this, Xia and the others around them all breathed a sigh of relief. But then they were puzzled. Why couldn't the witch get used to the salt? Everyone felt confused, except for Mu Qing, Yinhu, and Tsang Shi, who exchanged glances and became more certain of one fact. The witch must have come from a big tribe. Yang Cheng let everyone eat their own, took another couple of bites of the beast meat in his hand, but he truly couldn't eat anymore. So he casually handed it to Xia. "Xia, here, you eat it." "I'm full," Yang Cheng said absent-mindedly. "Witch." Xia looked at the piece of meat that Yang Cheng handed her, with bite marks still on it, and her face immediately turned slightly red. For a moment, she was too shy to take it. Take it?" Yang Cheng waited for a while, and, seeing she didn't take it, urged her. "Oh." Xia came to her senses and hurriedly took it from Yang Cheng's hand, then lowered her head and took small bites. She looked incredibly cute now, not only with a flushed face, but also with rosy ears. However, Yang Cheng didn't look at her. Instead, he observed the surrounding clan members. It was evident that although everyone was very happy about the tribe having salt, they actually didn't like the taste of it. Many people were frowning while eating the roasted meat in their hands, and their speed was much slower than usual. "We need to filter the salt crystals into fine salt." Yang Tang pointed at. "Otherwise, if we just crush the salt crystals and sprinkle them on the beast meat, it would taste bitter and be almost like eating stones. As for filtering the salt crystals into salt, it would require high-temperature distillation. A stone pot wouldn't work, and a clay pot would be needed. Yang Cheng decided he needed to start making pottery. However, before that, Yang Cheng felt there was something he needed to do first. After finishing the roasted meat, he called Yin Hu, Song Shi, and Mu Qing over and shared his thoughts with them. A wall? Upon hearing this new term from Yang Cheng, the expressions on their faces were all puzzled. What do you mean by a wall? Yin Hu scratched his head and asked. Simply put, it's a defensive structure made by connecting wood and vines to enclose the tribe. Yang Cheng explained briefly, seeing that they still looked somewhat confused. So, he drew a map on the ground and said, "Look, this is our Qing tribe's cave. The empty space outside the cave is where we usually eat. I plan to build a wall around this empty space using wood and stones to protect it." Yang Cheng drew a semicircle on the empty space, connecting both ends to the mountain wall. With a wall, it could withstand low-level beasts and even against mid to high-level beasts. It could buy some time for the totem warriors to arrive, greatly reducing the harm to ordinary tribe members. Furthermore, if members from other tribes wanted to ambush us, they would have to destroy this wall first, giving us time to prepare. Having seen the strength displayed by Yin Hu, Song Shi, and the other totem warriors, along with the fact that there were no mid-level beasts around the tribe, Yang Cheng had let his guard down. Over the past 10 days, he had been busy with food and water. However, this initial communication with the Vine tribe made Yang Cheng feel a sense of urgency. If it weren't for Yue and the others coincidentally running into Changhua and Shi, giving Yang Cheng a heads up otherwise. When Yue and the others arrived at the Qing tribe and found that there was a witch, it was highly likely they would have taken Yang Cheng away. With a wall, not only could they resist Yue and her group, but at the very least, they would have a warning function. Primitive people's imagination was limited, but once Yang Cheng drew out on the ground, Yin Hu and the others suddenly understood. Once they realized the purpose of the wall, they were all excited and eager to take action. "Which, you say what to do, we will all listen to you." Yin Hu said, It's very simple. Chop down trees. First, lay the foundation. The most important thing about building a wall is to lay the foundation first. The wall cannot be built directly on the ground. If that were the case, a strong wind or rain erosion could easily cause it to collapse. So the first step is to lay the foundation. Yang Cheng didn't plan to build the wall small. Instead, he intended to build it quite large. Because after constructing the wall, he also wanted to build houses inside the wall and create pens for raising livestock, while also leaving enough space for the tribe members to rest and entertain comfortably. It was precisely because building the wall was not easy that Yang Cheng wanted to do it well. Otherwise, if they spent a lot of effort now, and after a while, the tribe's population increased and more space was needed, having to tear down and rebuild the original wall would be a waste of effort. Lay the foundation? Yin Hu and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. What was the witch talking about again? Chapter 85, The Birth of the Primitive Palanquin. Seeing the confused expressions on their faces, Yang Cheng slapped his forehead. Great, he had made the same mistake again, forgetting that these primitive people couldn't understand him. It's fine if you don't understand, just listen to me. Here's the plan. Leave 4 totem warriors to hunt, and the rest will go chop down trees. Yang Cheng pointed at a wooden stump beside him and said, "We need trees as thick as this, nothing thicker or thinner." This wooden stump, with a diameter of about 1.5 meters, will be considered a rare large tree on Earth, usually requiring many years to grow. However, in this primitive society, as Yang Cheng had seen in the forest, trees of this diameter were quite common. "All right, Wu." Yin Hu nodded, then without thinking, he moved forward to pick up the wooden stump, preparing to take it away. "Hey, Yin Hu, why are you taking that wooden stump?" Yang Cheng asked in confusion. "Of course, it's for reference." "Wu, didn't you say we need trees this thick?" Yin Hu replied, looking completely justified. Yang Cheng slapped his face. "These primitive people, put down first." Yang Cheng helplessly had Yin Hu set the wooden stump down and then said to Song Shi, "Go find a few branches." Song Shi responded and quickly brought back 5 or 6 branches. Yang Cheng took one branch, aligned it with the wooden stump, drew a horizontal line on it, and then broke the stick into 2 segments. Soon, he had a branch the same diameter as the wooden stump. Yang Cheng compared the other branches to this one and broke them to the same length. "Yin Hu, take these branches to measure the trees." Yang Cheng handed the branches to Yin Hu. Yin Hu looked at the branches in his hands, measuring this and that, and was extremely excited about the neatly sized sticks. "Hey Wu, you're really smart. I can't believe you thought of this method," Yin Hu exclaimed loudly. "What is so smart about it?" Yang Cheng couldn't help but retort, waving his hand. "All right, hurry up and take the branches to chop down trees. Remember, they must be of similar size, nothing thicker or thinner." Yang Cheng reminded them again, worried that Yin Hu and the others would end up cutting down trees of uneven thickness, which would complicate the foundation work. After Yin Hu and the others left, the two beast-eared girls finally woke up. Rubbing their sleepy eyes, they saw Yang Cheng approach and immediately became affectionate. This made Yang Cheng feel like he was raising two clingy little puppies. However, he indeed needed the help of Yin Lin and Xing. Yin Lin, Xing, go find two long wooden sticks about the thickness of your calves, and also get a net. Once the order was given, the two obedient beast-eared girls quickly brought the long sticks and the net to Yang Cheng. Under Yang Cheng's direction, the two girls assembled the two long sticks and the net into a simple palanquin. Actually, calling it a palanquin isn't quite right. This tool was far too simple. The two long sticks were tied to a net, resembling a stretcher more than anything else. Yang Cheng stepped in, sat on the net, and held tightly onto it. Although he knew the net was sturdy, he was still afraid of falling. "All right, you two, lift me up slowly. Take your time, don't rush." Once settled, Yang Cheng instructed Yin Lin and Xing to lift the two long sticks simultaneously. Yang Cheng felt his body lighten as he was suspended in mid-air. The net swayed slightly beneath him, and he hurriedly grabbed the vines on the net to steady himself. However, after a moment, as the two sticks rested on Yin Lin and Xing's shoulders, the whole palanquin stabilized. "Hey Wu, you're really light," Yin Lin exclaimed. "Yeah, Wu, you should eat more fierce beast meat. Being so light isn't good," Xing chimed in. In reality, Yang Cheng wasn't light. At 1.8 meters tall, he weighed about 70 to 75 kilograms. But it couldn't compare to the natural strength of the two beast-eared girls, who, now that they had become totem warriors, could easily lift 2 or 3 of Yang Cheng with one hand. With both of them carrying him together, it naturally felt effortless. All right, let's get moving," Yang Cheng said helplessly, directing the two beast-eared girls towards the edge of the open space. The reason Yang Cheng wanted a palanquin carried by Yin Lin and Xing wasn't just for fun or to enjoy privileges, nor was it to make the two beast-eared girls suffer. The main reason was that Yang Cheng's running speed was too slow, unable to keep up with the people of the Qing tribe, who could easily sprint 100 meters like flying. The vast wilderness outside was expansive, not to mention the open space where the Qing tribe lived, which was about 300 to 400 meters long and wide, equivalent to 2 or 3 football fields. If you included the areas outside the open space, the distance was even longer. Yang Cheng planned to explore the surroundings to plan the distance for the walls. Just running would take him over an hour, not to mention exhausting him. It was just right that Yin Lin and Xing had just become totem warriors and were excited with boundless energy, so letting them expend some energy was also good. Sure enough, as Yin Lin and Xing carried Yang Cheng while running, they treated it like a game. Although they were heading in the direction Yang Cheng pointed, they ran towards the areas where more tribe members were gathered. Wherever they went, the two proudly greeted others, enjoying the envious looks from everyone who saw them carrying the shaman. It looked like the scene in Journey to the West, where the little monsters under Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao carried the palanquin to invite their godmother. Finally, it was only after Yang Cheng couldn't take it anymore and scolded them that they obediently ran around the edge of the open space. After observing the surroundings of the open space, Yang Cheng had Yin Lin and Xing set him down at the spot where he was boiling water. After the two beast-eared girls finished drinking water, they excitedly started arguing again. Yang Cheng listened for a moment and heard that their argument was about who used more strength earlier. They could even argue about this. Yang Cheng shook his head and chose to ignore them, instead focusing on planning the walls he wanted to build. Earlier, he had strolled around outside the tribe's open space. Taking the terrain into account, he had a rough plan. The cave of the Qing tribe faced north and south. The open space surrounding it was about 400 meters wide in the north-south direction and 600 meters long in the east-west direction. Since the northernmost part of the wall was against the mountain wall where the tribe's cave was located, which was high enough There was no need to build a wall there. This meant that he only needed to construct 2 walls of 400 meters and 1 wall of 600 meters to enclose a sufficient safe space for the tribe. Chapter 86. Grasping both hands, not delaying at all, but with this, the combined length of the 3 walls amounts to a staggering 1,400 meters. Isn't that a bit much for the Qing tribe? Cheng furrowed his brows, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the bamboo tube, holding water. He had sent Yin Hu and Song Shi to chop trees for the stakes. Between the 2 stakes, they would construct a stable wall. Before lime became available, the best material for building walls was bricks. A wall made of bricks is the strongest, but given the current conditions of the tribe, mass-producing bricks is completely unrealistic. As for using wood and vines, that could work to block the attacks of fierce beasts, but it wouldn't hold up against humans. A little fire could easily break it. Not to mention that the excitement of starting a fire by drilling wood hasn't faded among the tribe members. Each time they roast meat, instead of taking fire from the existing burning pile, they directly drill wood to start a new fire. With everyone so excited, Cheng worries that before the wall is even built, it might accidentally catch fire from the tribe members. Perhaps another method is to make adobe bricks. Adobe bricks are square blocks made from clay, and the method of making them is quite simple. Mix soil, grass ash, and gravel together. Then leave them in the sun to dry. In many rural areas on Earth, buildings made of adobe bricks are still preserved. Clay is easy to find. Cheng has noticed that the ground beneath the Qing tribe is all yellow clay, not black soil. Making pottery and adobe bricks can be done with local materials. However, if they're going to make adobe bricks, another problem arises. Cheng quickly does some calculations to resist the invasion of fierce beasts or warriors from other tribes. Simple adobe bricks won't suffice. They need to be larger and thicker. The adobe bricks should be 20 centimeters thick, 40 centimeters wide, and 80 centimeters long. Assuming the wall is built to be 3 meters high and half a meter thick, they would need over 300,000 adobe bricks. Currently, there are 53 people in the tribe, and Cheng previously selected 13 of them, drawing totems on their chests. If all goes well in the next few days, they will all successfully awaken. This brings the number of totem warriors to 29, which is already more than half of the tribe. However, even with the increase in the number of totem warriors, the labor power of totem warriors is equivalent to 6 ordinary tribe members. Even if all the tribe members work together and have mastered various skills, the efficiency of making adobe bricks is still quite high, producing about 2,000 bricks a day. The time spent making adobe bricks would take over 4 months, nearly 5 months. This doesn't even include the time needed to transport the dried bricks to the required locations. Considering rainy days, thunderstorms, and windy weather, as autumn passes into winter with insufficient sunlight, the time for making adobe bricks will still be prolonged, potentially taking 6 to 7 months or even longer. Not to mention that they also need to send totem warriors out to hunt, weave nets, chop wood, patrol for safety, and trade with the vine tribe, among other tasks. With all this calculated, it would take about 10 months to finish the adobe bricks and transport them to the right place. This won't do. To make a wall, it would actually take about a year. How can they strengthen the tribe and fight their way back to their ancestral land like this? Cheng kurset inwardly. He must be thinking too far ahead. As a transmigrator, how could building a city wall require such effort? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for a transmigrator? How did ancient people build walls? Right, that essay. A passage from a text he studied in middle school suddenly flashed through Cheng's mind. Shun was born in the fields, Fu Yu was raised among the bricklayers, Jiao Gu was nurtured in fish and salt, Guan Yiwu was raised among scholars, Sun Shuchao was raised by the sea, and Bailey Shu was raised in the market. Cheng's eyes brightened as he murmured, rammed earth, rammed earth. Yes, they can use the rammed earth method. The rammed earth method is much simpler than first making adobe bricks and then binding them with mud to build a wall. It saves labor and time. Rammed earth is a technique for constructing walls, where soil is compacted between 2 wooden boards to form a wall. It only requires setting up a frame with boards at the desired location, then directly filling the enclosed space with prepared mud and compacting it. For example, the visible sections of a long wall from the Qing dynasty and many segments built after the Han dynasty were constructed using rammed earth. This method of building walls continued to be used well into the Qing and Han dynasties, and even later. As Yang Cheng thought of the rammed earth method, his eyes grew brighter, feeling it was feasible. On Earth, the walls he had seen the most were made of steel, cement, and bricks. But the rammed earth method is rarely seen. So when Yang Cheng was thinking about how to build the wall, his first instinct was to think of using bricks. If there were no bricks, he thought of using adobe bricks as a substitute. Now that he thinks about it, he had overthought it. Just thinking of it doesn't mean it will be done. Yanhu and the others are still chopping wood. Yang Cheng decided to have them clear the surrounding trees first, to avoid wasting time dealing with the trees when digging the foundation. Now, he should find clay and make pottery first. Yang Cheng was multitasking, not delaying at all. Stop arguing, you two. Let's go. Take me to the river to have a look. Yang Cheng said to the two beast-eared girls who were still arguing. When the two beast-eared girls heard Yang Cheng say he wanted to go to the river, their faces displayed hesitation. But it's not very good, right? There are many fierce beasts over there. Yes, it's too dangerous. In response to the concerns of the two beast-eared girls, Yang Cheng used a slight provocation, saying, "Back then, your father and I could go to the river without fearing those fierce beasts. Why is it that now, after becoming totem warriors, you two are afraid?" Upon hearing this, the two beast-eared girls jumped up. Afraid? How could we be afraid? Yes, our father isn't afraid of fierce beasts. How could we be afraid? Come on, hurry up. I'm taking you to the river now. With the two beast-eared girls urging him on, Yang Cheng climbed onto the sedan chair. Then, he regretted it. He shouldn't have provoked Yanlin and Qing. The two beast-eared girls, seeing Yang Cheng sit on the net, tightened their grip on the vines. They moved quickly, hoisting two long wooden sticks onto their shoulders and running at a speed of 100 meters in 5 seconds, charging toward the river. Chapter 87. Searching for clay, not to mention that primitive people are fast when they run. Yang Cheng felt as if the large trees in the forest ahead were crashing towards him like cars, with the scenery on both sides rushing past. The strong wind made it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. With the two beast-eared girls running quickly, Yang Cheng's heartbeat quickened, almost bursting out of his throat, and adrenaline surged through him as he instinctively gripped the vines tightly beneath him. This ensured that his wobbly body wouldn't fall due to the high-speed movement. Fortunately, the clearing near the river wasn't far from the tribe, less than a kilometer away. The two beast-eared girls' high-speed run lasted less than a minute before they stopped by the pool dug by the tribe. Two totem warriors were there, using nets to catch whiskered fish from the pool. When they saw Yanlin and Qing carrying the sedan chair with Yang Cheng, they were taken aback. They quickly pulled up their net full of whiskered fish and came over to greet Yang Cheng, shaman. Yang Cheng barely nodded at them and then got down from the vines, still swaying and feeling a bit dizzy. Ugh! Yang Cheng retched a couple of times before feeling a bit better. "Shaman, are you all right?" Yanlin and Qing hurriedly asked with concern. "Why did you run so fast?" Yang Cheng raised his head and glared fiercely at the two beast-eared girls. "Shaman, didn't you say?" All right, we were wrong." The two beast-eared girls obediently lowered their heads, their tiger ears drooping, and their tails no longer held high. Trying to play cute to get away with it? Yang Cheng wouldn't fall for it again and made them admit their mistake over there. He walked over to the pool, looked at the whiskered fish, which had been caught in a net and were still plentiful, bubbling in the small pool. Yang Cheng recognized the two totem warriors by the river, having become familiar with them over the past few days. One was named Green Hair because of his green hair, and the other was Short Tooth, the younger brother of Red Tooth. Seeing Yang Cheng staring at the pool, the two totem warriors were very excited, as the whiskered fish in this pool provided the tribe's first ample food supply, marking a turning point in the tribe's development. "Shaman, there are even more whiskered fish in the pool." "Yes, Shaman, a few days ago, there were more than 2 hands full of whiskered fish in one pool. Now, there are more than 3 hands." The two excitedly reported to Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng nodded and smiled. "That's good. We are currently trading with the Vine tribe. The more food we have, the more salt we can exchange." "Then, Shaman, should we dig another pool?" Green Hair asked excitedly. Fishing is an addictive activity, especially when you can catch 5 or 6 fish with a single cast of the net, enough to feed the tribe for 2 days, which really gets the adrenaline pumping. Nowadays, the clansmen of the Qing tribe rush to the pool every day just to enjoy the thrill of such effortless gains. Young Cheng replied, "Yes, we need to dig a pool. Okay, shaman, let's dig right now. Before Yang Cheng could finish, Green Hair and Short Tooth immediately took out their stone spears. The stone spear is a useful tool. It can be used for hunting and self-defense, can hold food, and can also be used for digging. After taking out the stone spears, the two looked eagerly at Yang Cheng, waiting for his command on where to dig the pool. Yang Cheng walked around the pool, looked at it, and then marked out an area about 1 meter in diameter. Here, you can dig here. Yang Cheng pointed to the spot. Here, shaman. Won't this be too small? The two totem warriors showed confusion in their eyes. Digging such a small pit wouldn't even fit a whiskered fish. I'm not digging a pool for catching whiskered fish. There are already enough pools for that. I'm digging this pit to get the soil inside. Yang Cheng explained it. Seeing that Short Tooth and Green Hair were still confused, he directly said, "All right, no need to ask so much, just do as I say." Though they did understand why Yang Cheng wanted to dig this small pit just for the soil inside. Since he said so, they went ahead and did it. Yang Cheng had already checked the soil here. It was quite sticky and perfect for making pottery. After all, pottery is different from porcelain. Pottery has no strict requirements for the type of soil used, and any soil that can stick together can be fired into pottery. The two totem warriors worked quickly. In 3 to 4 minutes, about 1 cubic meter of soil was dug out. All right, you can continue fishing. You don't need to worry about the rest. Yang Cheng told Green Hair and Short Tooth. He then turned to the two beast-eared girls and shouted, "You two, stop standing there foolishly. Come over quickly, shaman." The two beast-eared girls originally thought they would have to wait for Yang Cheng's forgiveness like last time after bathing. But now hearing that Yang Cheng didn't seem to care at all and called them over, they felt overjoyed. They rushed over to hug Yang Cheng's arm, rubbing their heads against his palm, asking for a head pat. Yang Cheng indulged them and then pointed at the soil, saying, "I have a task for you. Take this soil back to the tribe. It's best to make pottery near a small river because there is water in soil. However, the rivers in the wilderness are not very safe. Fierce beasts often come here to drink water, and it is very likely that while digging soil and singing, they might accidentally be ambushed by fierce beasts. Therefore, for safety reasons, Yang Cheng planned to make pottery in the tribe. After all, the tribe now also has a water source. It's just that transporting the soil is a bit troublesome. However, for the totem warriors, this distance of less than a kilometer is nothing. 1 cubic meter of soil is neither too much nor too little. On Earth, it's just a scoop for a loader. But in primitive society, the two beast-eared girls could only use animal skin bags for transportation, making several trips back and forth. Yang Cheng slowly walked back with Short Tooth and Green Hair, who had finished catching the whiskered fish. By the time he returned to the tribe, at a leisurely pace, Yin Lin and Qing had just finished transporting the soil. Mu Qing and several clansmen were already waiting there, pointing at the soil that Yin Lin and Qing had brought over. Upon seeing Yang Cheng, they couldn't help but complain again, saying something about being careful. Then they curiously asked what Yang Cheng was bringing the soil back for. Yang Cheng didn't explain to them. He had discovered a fact that explaining something to primitive people that they had never seen before is very difficult, so it was better to just show them directly. Chapter 88. Starting to make clay vessels. Yin Lin, go call Sakura and the others over. I have something for everyone to do together, Yang Cheng said. Soon, 2 rabbit-eared girls and a deer-eared girl were called over by Yin Lin. They were all priestesses with privileges. Although they were totem warriors, they were not responsible for hunting like the hunting team and only listened to Yang Cheng's orders. Priestess, you called us? The 3 beast-eared girls softly addressed Yang Cheng after arriving. The 2 rabbit-eared girls' ears stood straight up, their faces slightly flushed, especially since they looked identical, making them all the more adorable. The deer-eared girl had her antlers gracefully arching, her face somewhat pointed. While one might say she was cute, she had a somewhat alluring quality. You all watch from the side first and learn my movements later, Yang Cheng said as he began demonstrating the pottery-making process. He crouched down, poured some water from a bamboo bucket onto the clay, and then started kneading the clay under the watchful eyes of everyone. Mu Qing, along with several other tribesmen and the 5 beast-eared girls, widened their eyes in confusion at the scene. They were all puzzled. Yang Cheng had called them out so seriously to watch them play with mud? Or was the priestess going to teach them to play with mud? But who and T played with mud before? When they were younger, playing in the mud after the rain was one of their favorite activities. What was the priestess trying to do? Could she make new tricks with mud? As they watched Yang Cheng mold the clay into a shape, they were all bewildered. However, Yang Cheng was a priestess, and in recent days he had surprised everyone with fire-making, net-making, and crafting shaman tokens. They had developed a deep respect for him. Although they didn't understand what he was doing, no one spoke up. Instead, they followed his instructions and watched attentively. Of course, whether they understood it or not was another matter. Yang Cheng didn't care what the beast-eared girls and Qing were thinking. He planned to make a bowl first. He mixed the yellow clay with water until it formed a block, then broke off a piece and shaped it into a disc about 10 centimeters in diameter. This would be the bottom of the bowl. Then, Yang Cheng found a flat piece of beast bone, placed the disc on it, and added a layer of dry grass on top to prevent the clay from sticking to the stone when it dried. Next, Yang Cheng took some clay and rolled it into strips about half a centimeter thick. He placed these strips around the edge of the disc on the beast bone, layering them upward in circles until he stopped at about 5 or 6 centimeters high. At this moment, the onlookers finally realized that Yang Cheng was not just playing with mud. They pointed and whispered in amazement at this bowl-shaped object made of clay. "Priestess, are you making a bowl?" Qing noticed something and asked curiously. "That's right, I'm making a bowl, but I haven't finished yet." Yang Cheng replied without looking up, continuing to work on it. He adjusted the shape of the makeshift bowl to make it look more like a bowl. Then, he reached into the bamboo bucket. Since his hands were covered in mud, the water inside the bucket quickly became murky, causing the onlookers to feel a pang of regret. Although boiling water and filtering it wasn't too difficult, everyone knew that this bucket of water could be exchanged with the vine tribe for a beast skin bag of salt. To see it sullied by Yang Cheng was truly a pity. However, Yang Cheng didn't share their concerns. He scooped some water from the bucket with his hands and splashed it onto the clay vessel he had made. Using his wet hands, he carefully smoothed out the rough spots and small imprints on the surface. With his movements, the originally rough clay vessel gradually became smooth. This required patience and concentration. But even with focus, it was Yang Cheng's first time making pottery. He had only seen it on television before. So, his hands were still inexperienced, and he would occasionally leave an imprint. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, slow work yields fine products. After about 30 minutes, a bowl-shaped piece finally appeared before everyone. Although the bottom of the bowl looked a bit too large, the mouth was smaller than average, and the heights on either side were different. Plus, it was somewhat flattened and uneven. From a modern aesthetic perspective, it could only be described as ugly, yet it could still barely be considered a bowl. After all, everyone has their first time, and Yang Cheng was still in a primitive society. Expectations were low, which was understandable. "All right, this is what I want you to learn. Called pottery," Yang Cheng enthusiastically announced while holding up the bowl he had made. "What you see in my hands is clearly a bowl, but compared to stone bowls, it's lighter, versatile, and can be used for drinking water, holding food, and even cooking." As they watched Yang Cheng mold the clay and actually produce a bowl, everyone was very impressed, and the eyes of the beast-eared girls sparkled with admiration. However, while everyone admired him, Qing and several elders couldn't help but widen their eyes, their minds seemingly filled with mud. They simply couldn't understand how this oddly shaped clay bowl could hold water for drinking. It's all made of mud. Doesn't it fall apart when it encounters water? Even if it doesn't, at least half of it would be mud when you take a sip, right? And holding food, cooking. What does that even mean? After excitedly explaining for quite a while, Yang Cheng turned around to find that only the 5 beast-eared girls were clasping their hands together in front of them, looking adoringly at him. Qing and the others were left in a daze, looking at him and then at the pottery bowl he had made. Yang Cheng guessed that if he weren't a priest and hadn't previously impressed them with fire-making and net-making, they would definitely be looking at him with expressions of disbelief. Chapter 89. Talents in Pottery Making. Go. Hurry up and get back to your own business. Don't just stand here watching. Yang Cheng, feeling a bit embarrassed, sniffed and shouted at Qing with a feigned anger. Qing and the others stiffened at his tone, realizing he was truly annoyed, and quickly responded before leaving. However, they hadn't walked far when Yang Cheng distinctly heard someone snicker, followed by a chorus of laughter. It was the first time Qing and the others had seen Yang Cheng in such an awkward situation. Once someone laughed, the rest couldn't help but join in. This group of primitives dared to laugh at this great shaman. Just wait until I make the pottery. I'll show you. Cheng muttered in frustration to himself. But when he turned around, his mood couldn't help but lift. Yin Lin and Qing looked at him with adoration, their eyes sparkling with admiration. It's good to have my own people. Cheng thought to himself. Well, after some time, when these guys level up and become even stronger totem warriors, I won't complain even if they aren't as well built as Qiu Yi. All right, you've all seen what I did just now, Cheng said, pointing at the clay on the ground. Come, you all try making some bowls. Making pottery couldn't be done by Cheng alone. How many could he make in a day? Besides, he was a shaman. He couldn't just play with mud every day. So, he needed people to help with the pottery making. The 5 beast-eared girls had no objections and were eager to get started. Since the shaman asked them to do this, they would follow along. Besides, whether the mud could be used to drink water was not important. What mattered was that it was fun. After becoming shamans, they felt a heavy burden had suddenly fallen on them, with only one task: to sleep with the shaman and bear his children. However, the shaman was always engrossed in his magic and ignored them, which left them feeling quite uncomfortable, even questioning whether they were unappealing to him. Now that Cheng had them making clay, they felt they had something to do and their tense hearts relaxed. While the beast-eared girls were busy making pottery, Cheng didn't rest either. A bowl didn't hold much significance for the Qing tribe. What was crucial was a pot, which could be used to boil water and cook meat. After over half a month of eating roasted meat, Cheng was quite tired of it. However, making a pot with his rudimentary pottery skills was indeed impractical. After trying 3 or 4 times, he found that either the clay was too weak, causing the outer layer to fall off, or it was too sticky, flowing like thick porridge to the bottom. All attempts to make a pot ended in failure. Cheng had no choice but to settle for making clay jars instead. A clay jar served a similar purpose as a pot. It could be used to boil water and cook soup, although it might not be as convenient for pouring. But then again, this was primitive society. One shouldn't be too particular. The process was the same as making the clay bowls. First, he shaped the base of the jar and then wrapped the clay around it. Soon, he completed a jar about 25 centimeters in diameter and approximately half a meter tall. Cheng also referenced some Greek pottery he had seen in history class, adding 2 ears to the sides of the jar using clay. When it was finished, it could be tied with a rope. Not bad. Cheng held the jar in his hands, admiring it. However, when he turned to look, he was momentarily stunned, his face twitching. This was what the text said: the student surpasses the master. There was also a saying, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Although Cheng had believed these sayings before, he had never truly experienced them until now, and he felt the reality of teaching a disciple only to starve the master. The 5 beast-eared girls, under Cheng's orders, busily made pottery. Yin, Lin, and Qing, as expected, produced ugly pottery that was completely useless, resembling mere play with mud. The 2 rabbit-eared twins, however, were serious about their work, each making a bowl that was quite unique. But it was the deer-eared girl named Lulu who truly opened Cheng's eyes. In front of Lulu stood a clay form over a meter in diameter and about 3 meters tall. She was carefully following Cheng's steps, dipping her delicate little hands in a bamboo bucket of water and sprinkling it on the clay form to smooth out the bumps and marks. Cheng was utterly shocked. Having just tried his hand at making pottery, he knew that larger pottery was much more difficult to complete. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up on making pots to try jars. What Lulu was making could hardly be called a jar. It was more like a small vat. Life is full of surprises. He hadn't expected to discover a talent for pottery making. After his initial astonishment, Cheng walked over to Lulu's side to see her making the final touches on her impressive clay form. Lulu noticed Cheng approaching and softly called out, "Shaman?" Her face showed a look of anxiety, fearing she had done something wrong to draw his attention. "Don't worry, you're doing great. Better than everyone else." Cheng smiled and praised her, then reached out to touch her little deer antlers. Midway through, he suddenly noticed his hands were still covered in clay and prepared to pull back. However, Lulu was ecstatic. She had always been somewhat invisible, only slightly more noticeable than shabby before becoming a totem warrior. In facing Cheng, she could clearly feel that he spent the most time looking at them. Besides Yin, Lin, and Qing, for her, he often just glanced over. Lulu didn't really mind this, as she didn't have the strength like Yin Lin and Qing before becoming a totem warrior, nor did she have the natural advantages like the twin sisters Sakura and Peach. So, she never expected that the shaman was coming over just to praise her. The anxious expression on her face vanished, replaced by excitement and happiness, along with a sense of fulfillment. Seeing Yang Cheng's hand reaching out and then retracting, without thinking, Lulu leaned her head forward and rubbed against his palm, not caring that it was covered in mud. Wow, so this is what the shaman's hand feels like, so warm and comfortable. Lulu had never felt such satisfaction before. Chapter 90. The situation of cutting trees at this moment. The other 4 beast-eared girls also noticed the situation over here. Seeing the small water tank in front of Lulu, they all widened their eyes in disbelief and exclaimed in surprise. Wow, how is it so big? Lulu, how did you do it? Compared to the small water tank made by Lulu, the other 4 beast-eared girls felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Seeing the other beast-eared girls all gathered around, marveling at what she had created, Lulu felt even happier inside. At Yang Cheng's urging, Lulu continued to make pottery. She was very serious about her work, not only shaping it to near perfection, but also paying attention to every detail of the clay, making it exceptionally smooth and even. The crowd did not disturb the hard-working deer-eared girl. Instead, under Yang Cheng's gesture, they held their breath and quieted down. Clap, clap, clap. After Lulu finished the last piece of pottery, Yang Cheng took the lead in applauding. Clap, clap, clap. The applause also came from the hands of the other 4 beast-eared girls. Lulu received loud applause for the first time, feeling overjoyed, but for some reason, tears kept flowing down her face. She hurriedly wiped her eyes, but forgot that her hands were covered in mud from making pottery. This made her look like a big mess. Yin Lin and the other 4 beast-eared girls couldn't help but laugh upon seeing her like this. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Lulu felt both shy and angry, thinking that not only had they seen her embarrassing state, but the nearby, which had also seen it. She just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. However, when she saw Yin Lin laughing the loudest, she impulsively smeared the mud on Yin Lin's face. Yin Lin's laughter instantly stopped. Instead, the girl named Qing, who was nearby, saw her rival's face turn into a big mess as well and laughed even more wildly. Then, smack! Yin Lin slapped the mud on Qing's face. Qing's laughter also came to an abrupt halt. Then, the 5 beast-eared girls began to stir up a commotion, slapping mud at each other, starting a mud fight. In the end, even Yang Cheng, who was watching the excitement nearby, was not spared, getting hit by mud from an unknown beast-eared girl in the chaos. Thus, amidst the sounds of laughter and play, Yang Cheng and the 5 beast-eared girls turned into a mess, filling the open space with a joyful atmosphere. After a while, Yang Cheng was out of breath. When he looked at the 5 beast-eared girls, they showed no signs of tiredness and were still throwing mud at each other. Great! I feel like I'm a useless little trash. At the same time, he couldn't help but worry a bit. With the stamina of a totem warrior like this, what would happen in the future? Would he have to be passive? Yang Cheng called the beast-eared girls, who had turned into mud monkeys, to stop the ruckus and go dig some mud by the river. After they dug some mud and quickly cleaned themselves in the bathing area, Yang Cheng led them to continue their pottery-making endeavor. This time, not only the 5 beast-eared girls were involved, but Yang Cheng also called some more people from a life department over. Compared to the tedious task of selecting vines and making nets, making pottery was obviously much more enjoyable. The elderly and children who came with Xia instantly fell in love with the pottery-making activity. Lulu generously shared her pottery skills, occasionally giving pointers to others. Yang Cheng was very pleased with this. Having someone as talented as Lulu would mean there would be dedicated people for pottery making in the future, which was a very good thing for him and the tribe. Throughout the day, Yang Cheng and the others played with mud in the open space. The results of their labor were quite impressive. By evening, when it was time to cook and eat roasted meat, there were already more than 20 various sizes of pottery pieces in the open space, although there were quite a few oddly shaped items. Considering it was everyone's first time making pottery, having this result was already very good. Yang Cheng left the pottery pieces in the open space instead of moving them into the cave. Firstly, moving them into the cave was troublesome and could easily lead to breaking them. Secondly, it was autumn, and the sunlight was just right, not too hot and not too weak, with little morning dew, making it the best time to dry the pottery. These pottery pieces would not crack from being exposed to the strong sunlight while stored outside. Although Yang Cheng's practical skills were lacking, he still had a solid foundation of theoretical knowledge. He knew quite a bit about various things from his usual activities in the wild. The beast-eared girls, along with Xia and the others, were exceptionally excited about their experiences today. While enjoying roasted meat in the evening, they couldn't help but share their joy with Yanhu and Tsangshi, who had been cutting trees all day. Yanhu, Tsangshi, and the other totem warriors who were not in the tribe were left puzzled by what Yanlin and the others were saying. Which, I heard from Yanlin that you all played in the mud for a whole day? Yanhu asked curiously as he approached. We weren't playing in the mud. We were making pottery. Yang Cheng corrected him seriously, saying this pottery can be used to drink water, hold fruits and roasted meat, and even cook food. It's much more useful than the stone bowls and pots we have in the tribe. Oh, is that so? After hearing Yang Cheng's explanation, the faces of Yanhu and the others showed surprise and confusion. Clearly, they, like others, couldn't understand how something made of mud could be used to hold water. In their understanding, when mud meets water, it easily dissolves into it. Similarly, they also didn't understand what Yang Cheng meant by cooking. Yang Cheng didn't explain further, as he realized it would be hard to clarify. It was like how Earthlings had no idea what aliens looked like before seeing them. He skimmed over the topic and asked, how did it go with the tree cutting today? Yanhu pointed towards the open space in the distance and said, which? We cut down 7 trees today, all piled up over there. Yang Cheng looked in the direction he was pointing and saw several large trees, about 5 meters in diameter and 7 to 8 meters long, stacked in the distance, probably around 30 to 40 of them. This took Yang Cheng by surprise. There were no more than 10 totem warriors assigned to cut trees, and he had expected just a few trees to be cut down. To manage such a large quantity in just one day was unexpected. It's important to note that this was a primitive society with no chainsaws. Yanhu and the others were using stone axes. How did you manage that? First, we punch it a bit, then when it's soft enough, we just chop it down with an axe. Is it really that simple? Why not? When we're not hunting, we cut trees to train our strength. It's a simple task for us. Yang Cheng slapped his forehead. Great. It seemed he had fallen into a misunderstanding again. He had forgotten that these were not ordinary people, but totem warriors. For ordinary people, cutting down trees with a diameter of 1 meter would be nearly impossible without good tools. It might take a whole day to fell just one. However, for totem warriors who could unleash totem power, it was a piece of cake. Plus, as Yanhu mentioned, it was also a way to train their strength. Chapter 91. The shaman created 2 types of shaman bone tablets? In that case, Yang Cheng thought for a moment and said, you all face the tribal cave towards that distant area and start by cutting down the trees there. How many should we cut, shaman? Yanhu asked. Let's cut for 4 days, Yang Cheng replied. The cave faces north, where it's the most open and has the most trees, which have been blocking the construction of the walls. The term heaven was taught to the Qing tribe by Yang Cheng a long time ago. Initially, they referred to a day as one sunset like the Tang tribe. All right, shaman, we will follow your orders. Yanhu didn't mind. After all, they were just cutting trees, and it didn't matter where. However, after responding, Yanhu suddenly showed a look of hesitation and said, shaman, I've noticed something. I think our tribesmen are acting a bit strange. Strange? Yang Cheng's expression changed, as this was related to the entire tribe, and it was not a small matter. But why hadn't he noticed anything unusual? Yang Cheng asked, Yanhu, what's strange? Yanhu spoke seriously, shaman, I've noticed that not just me, but everyone seems to feel more tired during the day than before, especially after eating roasted meat. The others also wore serious expressions, believing this was a significant issue. They were totem warriors, and controlling their bodies was the most basic requirement for them. What if they encountered a ferocious beast while feeling drowsy and got attacked? Or what if they accidentally hurt themselves while feeling muddled? So that's it. Yang Cheng thought it was something severe. He relaxed his vigilance in his heart. This is a normal physiological response, so there's no need to worry. Yang Cheng sighed in relief and waved his hand, saying before, it was due to insufficient food in the tribe, and everyone was only half full. Now that everyone's eating enough, they need to digest and absorb the food, which causes blood circulation to shift towards the gastrointestinal tract, leading to temporary ischemia and hypoxia in the brain. Hearing Yang Cheng's words, Yin Hu and the others felt as if they were living in a fog. Physiological response, digestion, oxygen supply. The shaman was saying some incomprehensible things again. Well, if I say too much, you won't understand anyway. Just know that it's completely normal. Seeing their dazed expressions, Yang Cheng didn't elaborate further. He took out a few shaman bone tablets from his pocket and handed them to Yin Hu and the others. Here, this is a shaman bone tablet for the spirit-boosting technique. Take it, and when you feel drowsy while working, just take a couple of puffs. Yang Cheng casually handed the shaman bone tablets to Yin Hu and the others. However, they were not as calm as he was upon seeing the shaman bone tablets. They jumped up as if struck by lightning. Shaman, you actually created another shaman bone tablet? You're amazing, shaman. Hey, a spirit-boosting shaman bone tablet. That's great. We won't have to worry about getting drowsy while cutting trees anymore. The shaman bone tablets could be used multiple times, as long as the shaman power inside them hadn't been fully consumed and the tablets hadn't shattered. The totem warriors were extremely surprised that Yang Cheng could produce shaman bone tablets. It hadn't been long since Yang Cheng had taken out the healing technique shaman bone tablet, which had greatly reduced the casualties of warriors going out to hunt and successfully helped Yin Hu and Tsangshi advance to 6th grade totem warriors. Now he had produced new shaman bone tablets again. For a moment, everyone doubted whether they were dreaming and if what was happening in front of them was real. As a result, a few totem warriors who had just received the spirit-boosting shaman bone tablets immediately activated their totems, placing the shaman bone tablets beside their noses and taking a deep puff. It looked quite similar to smoking. After taking a puff from the spirit-boosting technique, their eyes suddenly widened, and they felt invigorated, experiencing a refreshing sensation. It was evident that the fatigue from a day's worth of tree cutting disappeared in an instant, and their bodies seemed to have endless energy. Seeing this, Yin Hu and Tsangshi also took a puff. Soon, their expressions mirrored those of the few totem warriors, with bright eyes and abundant spirit, ready to praise Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng raised one hand straight up, signaling them to stop talking. Hey, don't get too excited. I still have another shaman bone tablet. Yang Cheng pulled out a copied shaman bone tablet for the Swiftfoot technique and tossed it to Yin Hu, saying, Yin Hu, this shaman bone tablet is a copy of the one from the Tang tribe. Try it out later and tell me the result tomorrow. After speaking, Yang Cheng stood up, patted his backside to remove the grass clippings, and leisurely left, leaving the others in a daze. After he walked several dozen meters away, the totem warriors of the Qing tribe were still in shock. Shaman, he actually copied shaman bone tablets from other tribes? This is too amazing. Everyone, one by one, was incredulous. However, the copied shaman bone tablet was right in Yin Hu's hands, leaving no room for disbelief. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard, and this resonated with the others, who followed suit. They then erupted into a loud commotion. They looked at Yang Cheng as if he were a monster. If it weren't for Yang Cheng having a clear human form, Yin Hu and the others would even suspect he was a first-level ferocious beast transformed. According to legends in the wilderness, high-level ferocious beasts had intelligence and could even use shaman techniques. The higher the level of the beast, the greater their intelligence, often surpassing that of humans by 1 or 2 times. Yin Hu, let me give it a try. Extremely curious about the shaman technique stored in this shaman bone tablet. It was certain that this was a usable shaman bone tablet, as evidenced by the glowing light and the finely crafted shaman patterns visible on it. However, Yuan didn't know that he wasn't present when Xiu Yi threw the shaman bone tablet to Yang Cheng. He was dragging 2 ferocious beasts weighing thousands of pounds at that time. All right, you can use it. Yin Hu didn't mind. This shaman bone tablet was meant for testing, so anyone could use it. Yuan excitedly took it and used his totem power to activate it. Soon, a shaman technique connected with his totem power, and Yuan felt a surge of strength forming beneath his feet, prompting him to involuntarily start running. Chapter 92. Want to make the clay hard? It's simple. The next day, Yang Cheng woke up and pushed aside the legs of 2 beast-eared girls pressing down on him. After washing up with clean water in the cave, He hadn't fully stepped out when he heard a group of people shouting outside. Curious, he quickly walked out of the cave. In the distance, he saw Duanya running around the large open space like a dead dog, while Yin Hu and the others were cheering and clapping. What is going on? Yang Cheng approached them with confusion. Which, you're here. Yin Hu greeted Yang Cheng first, then pointed at Duanya with a smile. That little guy voluntarily said he wanted to try the witch's bone card you gave, and we're supervising him. By the way, witch, that bone card you gave is too powerful. The witch power is abundant. Since you left, Duanya has been running, and the witch power hasn't been consumed yet. What? He's been running since last night? That's right, we've been watching the whole time. Aren't you all sleeping? Aren't you tired? With the witch's bone card you gave for refreshing. Of course we're not tired, Yinhu replied as a matter of fact. Then he shifted his gaze from Duanya to Yang Cheng, wondering why he asked such a question today. Perhaps only the sweating emoji in the chat could express Yang Cheng's current feelings. This group of primitives really knows how to make a fuss. At this moment, the witch power of the swift walking bone card was finally exhausted. Duanya, who had run until he was exhausted, fell to the ground like a dog eating excrement, gasping for breath. Seeing this, everyone let out a collective boo. All right, give Duanya some water, let him rest today, and you all hurry up and go to sleep. Yang Cheng commanded the totem warriors with a serious face. In the future, don't make such a fuss again. Anyone who does will receive 3 lashes. Seeing Yang Cheng's serious expression and the order given, everyone quickly held their breath, not daring to speak. A few people gave Duanya some water and dragged him back into the cave, while the others went to rest. After they left, Yang Cheng finally relaxed his tense face and smiled. Although the totem warriors were quite rowdy, they allowed Yang Cheng to witness the power of the swift walking and refreshing bone cards. The swift walking technique could make someone run all night and more, while the refreshing technique could invigorate a person, making them feel no fatigue, and the side effects were minimal. When combined, the effects were much greater than just adding one and one together. At least in the future, the communication speed of the Qing tribe would be guaranteed. A totem warrior empowered with the swift walking and refreshing techniques could achieve a marathon effect. No, the physical quality of the totem warriors is much stronger than that of a marathon runner. Not only can they run fast, but after running, they won't collapse from exhaustion. They can simply rest for a bit and eat some fierce beast meat to bounce back. Just like this, they had only slept for a little over 2 hours. Yin Hu and the other totem warriors were fully rested, then had breakfast and took their stone axes to the north to chop wood. Yang Tang, Mianwile, brought the still sleepy beast-eared girls to the place where the clay was placed yesterday. Looking at these drowsy beast-eared girls, Yang Cheng directly cast a refreshing technique on them. Although he no longer had the bone card for the refreshing technique, he could still perform the technique himself. Immediately, Yin Lin and Qing were hit by the refreshing technique, waking up as if they had been splashed with cold water in the middle of winter. Which, the beast-eared girls opened their big eyes, looking pitifully as if blaming Yang Cheng for breaking their sleepy feeling. Yang Cheng smiled and ignored the cute and pitiful looks from the beast-eared girls. He squatted down to check the state of the clay. After one night, the clay had dried quite a bit, and the water on the surface had disappeared. When Yang Cheng gently touched it, he could feel that compared to yesterday, the clay was much harder. Mu Qing came over at this time, looking at the clay on the ground with a thoughtful expression. If these things were indeed hard enough, they could be used to hold things to hold water, much better than the stone basins and stone bowls used by the tribe. But the key was that Mu Qing had seen with his own eyes how these things were made of clay. How could they possibly be sturdy? Wouldn't they just dissolve when they met water? Mu Qing didn't understand. As an elder of the tribe, he was already over 50 years old, which was considered quite old among the average 30-year-old primitives. He had also learned from the previous witch for a long time, but he just couldn't understand how Yang Cheng could use these clay items to hold things to hold water. However, Mu Qing suddenly thought, this witch chosen this time is not ordinary. The previous prophecy said he could turn the tribe into a big tribe. What he said he could do, he must be able to do. What should we do next? Mu Qing asked. Very simple, burn it with fire. Yang Cheng said softly. However, these few words, to the ears of the others, aside from Yin Lin and Qing, who were a bit slow and could only look at Yang Cheng with admiration, left the other tribesmen, who had a bit of common sense, even more confused. because in their understanding, fire could burn many things away. Burning clay with fire, shouldn't it become looser? How could it become hard? There was no way to explain further. It would be too exhausting. Faced with the crowd's doubts, Cheng didn't hesitate and directly got to work. However, he didn't immediately start a fire to burn the clay, but instead had everyone start making more clay. Although burning clay could indeed produce finished products, Cheng estimated that the success rate wouldn't be too high. Out of the 20 or so clay pieces in front of him, only a few might succeed. That was too few to be of any use to the tribe. It would be better to make more. Cheng had Qing go back to call over the elders and children from the life department, as the tribe's net was now sufficient. With Hu and the others chopping down more trees, the number of damaged nets had decreased, so it was fine to temporarily stop weaving nets. When the people from the life department arrived, Cheng had Lulu teach them how to make clay pieces first. After everyone roughly understood the process, they began to mold the clay into various oddly shaped items. And even Qing, who was watching on the side, couldn't help but join in playing with the clay. Chapter 93. Earth and Kiln and Firing Clay Blanks Soon. The second day quietly passed as everyone was busy chopping trees and playing with mud, with more hands on deck. The number of clay blanks produced on the second day was nearly double that of the first, totaling over 40. In total, there were more than 60 clay blanks after 2 days. On the third day, although the clay blanks made in the previous 2 days were not completely dry, they were at least half dry, enough that they wouldn't leave a handprint when pressed. Seeing this, Cheng temporarily stopped the production of clay blanks and told Qing and the others, "Everyone, start collecting some dry grass and leaves like the ones in my hand. They shouldn't be too big. Something this small will do." Cheng picked up some small dried grass and leaves from the ground to show everyone and indicated for them to collect similar items. The weather had already turned to autumn, and there were many yellowing dried grasses in the open spaces, as well as fallen small leaves in the forest. These items were not hard to find. Everyone was excited to hear Cheng say that these materials could help harden the things they made by hand. And they worked eagerly, not minding the fatigue, and after eating, they went to find dried grass and leaves. By the afternoon, a large pile of dried grass and leaves had been accumulated near the clay blanks. At this point, after being sun-dried for 3 days, the more than 60 clay blanks were almost dry. Cheng examined them carefully and discarded a few with larger cracks. The rest were intact, with only some small cracks. It was time to proceed to the next step. Cheng was full of ambition and prepared to showcase his skills to the primitive people of the Qing tribe. First, he used a stick to draw a square about 2 square meters in size on the ground, then ordered Lin and Qing, the 2 bee-steered girls, to get to work. This amount of work was nothing for the 2 bee-steered girls, especially since they had just become totem warriors. Soon, Lin and Qing had dug about half a meter deep along the edges of the square. Once they finished digging, Cheng instructed them to lay a layer of dry grass at the bottom of the pit. "All right, you two, come up." Cheng called Lin and Qing back up, and then turned to the 2 rabbit-eared girls who were tilting their heads adorably. "You two, place all these clay blanks down there, being careful to leave this much space between each one." As he spoke, Cheng handed each of them a small stick about 5 centimeters long. The 2 bee-steered girls, seeing that Cheng called them up but sent the 2 rabbit-eared girls down, immediately became unhappy, pouting and tugging at Cheng's arm, requesting to help move the clay blanks. Cheng dared not let Lin and Qing help. These 2 clumsy ones had been breaking the clay blanks made by others over the past few days. Look at Ying and Tao, the 2 rabbit-eared girls, who were also totem warriors. Their movements were careful and steady. "Ahem, you 2 have other tasks to do." Cheng pointed to the nearby pile of dry grass and small leaves. "Do you see this pile? Your task is to make these things smaller." "Okay, Wu." The 2 bee-steered girls cheered and excitedly went to work. They didn't particularly enjoy labor. They enjoyed the feeling of being needed by the shaman. Moreover, it made them feel like they were the most valued and liked by the shaman in the eyes of others. Sure enough, seeing the 2 of them assigned a task by Cheng, there was an undeniable envy in the eyes of the other tribespeople. The 60-plus clay blanks were not too many, and the 2 rabbit-eared girls quickly arranged the clay blanks according to Cheng's instructions. Then, Yang Cheng instructed to give the two rabbit-eared girls some dry grass and small twigs to fill in the gaps left behind, pressing them down firmly with their hands. Meanwhile, Yin Lin and Qing were also quick, breaking up many dry grasses and leaves into smaller pieces, including some burn-resistant stalks. Yang Cheng grabbed some of the broken dry grass and leaves and first filled in the small cracks on the clay blanks, then covered them with these materials. After covering about 10 centimeters, Yang Cheng instructed Ying and Tao to gently press it down. Then he added more dry grass and leaves on top and pressed them down again. Soon, in the half-meter deep pit, besides the small water tank made by Lulu, no other ceramic items could be seen, all covered by grass and leaves. Yang Cheng still didn't let everyone stop. He continued to pile grass on top, until the pile of grass was gone, and the height exceeded more than a meter, completely covering Lulu's small water tank by over 10 centimeters. Yang Cheng finally instructed everyone to stop. At this point, all the clay blanks were completely concealed under the grass and leaves, not showing a trace. "Woo, can we light the fire now?" Yin Lin asked excitedly. She was holding a small stick in her hand, and there was a dry piece of wood at her feet, already prepared for fire starting. The others also looked at Yang Cheng with eager eyes. After several days of hard work, everyone was most looking forward to this moment. It was like when you were a child during the New Year, finally begging your parents to buy you firecrackers. And the time to set them off on New Year's Eve had arrived. "No, not yet. It's not completely sealed." Yang Cheng shook his head. He didn't let Yin Lin start the fire. Instead, he turned to someone to bring over a bucket of water. After the water bucket was brought over, Yang Cheng poured the water onto the loose soil that had been dug out and set aside, then squatted down and told everyone to continue playing with mud. This time, the mud they played with was different from that used to make the clay blanks. The mud for the clay blanks had less water and was harder. This time, the mud was softer, which could be referred to as slurry. After everyone played with the slurry and got many little mud spots on their hands and bodies, Yang Cheng began to scoop the slurry onto the covered clay blanks grass pile. From the top down, the entire grass pile had to be sealed so that nothing could be seen from the outside. This step was to ensure that when it was burned later, the grass pile would have an extremely high temperature and not easily lose it. Everyone had become very skilled at playing with mud over the past few days, and without much instruction from Yang Cheng, they followed his method and applied the slurry onto the grass pile in a decent manner. However, Yang Cheng left a gap at the bottom of the grass pile, not letting Lulu and the others handle it, but doing it himself. He left 4 20-centimeter square gaps at the 4 cardinal directions of the grass pile, touching the ground, which were intended for lighting the fire. Chapter 94, Entertainment. "Horseshoe game, it's time to light the fire," Yang Cheng said. Upon hearing this, Yin Lin, who had been waiting nearby, immediately squatted down and began rubbing a small stick against the dry wood. She was becoming increasingly skilled at starting a fire, and the stick in her hand became a blur as she worked. In less than a minute, a pile of flames burst forth from the dry wood. Seeing this, Yang Cheng felt a surge of luck and praised his own cleverness. Fortunately, when teaching Xiao Yi and Xiao Chao, he had Summer teach them instead of Yin Lin. Otherwise, the Qiu sisters would definitely feel cheated. With the fire ignited, Yang Cheng refrained from causing more trouble. He took the burning branch from Yin Lin's hand and approached the 4 previously prepared gaps, igniting each one. During the filling process, Yang Cheng had instructed the others to crush the dry grass and leaves, as they wouldn't burn too quickly. After inserting the branches, he watched as some small dry grass and leaves slowly burned, emitting light smoke without a significant flame. Unlike the others who were anxious, Yang Cheng sighed with relief. This was precisely the effect he wanted to achieve. The dry grass and leaves burned slowly, allowing the pit to retain more heat without significant temperature fluctuations. After observing for a while and confirming that the fire would not go out, Yang Cheng sealed each of the 4 ignition points with mud, leaving a small hole of less than half a centimeter in diameter for ventilation. At this point, the flames inside would burn even slower. "All right, everyone can disperse now." Yang Cheng clapped his hands and said. Upon hearing this, the others looked at him with 3 question marks hovering above their heads. "Is that it?" Yin Lin asked, puzzled and anxious. "That's right. It will take shape the day after tomorrow." "Come back then," Yang Cheng replied. "For now, let it burn here, and you all can go about your business." Of course, everyone couldn't wait until the day after tomorrow, Each person was eager to know the result. After working hard for so long, they thought they could set off firecrackers, only to be told that today was just the eve of the small festival, and they would have to wait until the big festival to celebrate. However, there was no way around it. The elders and children of the life department couldn't stay here any longer, as there were many tasks awaiting them in the tribe: making animal skin clothes, animal skin shoes, gathering wild fruits, boiling water. The 5 beast-eared girls followed Yang, Cheng closely, with only Lin and Qing still stubbornly squatting by the sealed earth mound, wide-eyed and watching. Seeing their pitiful expressions, Cheng sighed and walked back, saying, "All right, you two shouldn't just sit here. I'll teach you a game." He thought it would be a nice little distraction for the tribe amidst their busy work. A game? The 2 beast-eared girls immediately perked up, their attention shifting to the game Cheng mentioned. After all, they still had playful natures. Even though they had been making pottery over the past few days, to them, it still felt like Cheng was leading everyone in playing with mud. What game? Lin asked curiously, and the others were equally intrigued. Cheng smiled and led the 5 beast-eared girls towards Hu. In the northern part of the open space, Hu and 7 or 8 other totem warriors were busy chopping wood and transporting logs back to the clearing. The trees that had been felled were much easier to deal with than the standing ones, lying on the ground as if inviting pity. During these past few days, while Cheng guided everyone in making pottery, Hu and the others had not been idle either. With the help of the spirit cards from the shaman, their efficiency was high. They could fell over 50 trees in a day. Now, about 200 untreated large trees had been placed in this open space. Hu was carrying a tree that was twice the size of the combined weight of him and Cheng, approaching with a smile and a laugh. When he saw Cheng, he greeted him curiously. "Shaman, what brings you here?" Cheng smiled back. "I'm here to make a toy for a game." "A toy?" Both of their eyes lit up. Cheng nodded and then found a tree, instructing Hu and Cheng to cut it down about 60 centimeters from a base to obtain a short stump. Then he had them use stone axes to sharpen the top of the stump, resulting in a wooden stake that was thicker at the bottom and narrower at the top. Cheng placed this stake at a distance and had Hu and Cheng cut a 20-centimeter cross-section wheel from the tree, hollowing out the center with stones. If this task were to be done on Earth without machines and metal tools, it would probably take half a day. However, in the hands of the incredibly strong totem warriors, it was a simple matter, with a bit of effort. They easily punctured the center of the wheel and used a bone knife made from the bones of fierce beasts to trim the edges. Soon, a hollow wooden wheel weighing about half a kilogram appeared. Looking at the wooden wheel in their hands, and then at the wooden stake Cheng had set up in the distance, Hu, Lin, and the others quickly understood. They immediately began playing, tossing their wooden wheels towards the distant stake. This game was called horseshoe toss, an outdoor competitive sport that could be played individually, between 2 people, or between 2 teams, where players took turns throwing horseshoes at wooden stakes. On Earth, it was already an official modern sport with specific rules. Although the game was very simple, just throwing, it was something primitive people had never seen before, and they quickly became addicted, having a great time. At first, Lin tried to snatch the wooden wheel from Hu to play with, but when she couldn't compete with him, she simply cut her own wood to make a wheel. By the time she finished making her wheel, Hu suddenly stopped playing. He shook his head, feeling that the wooden wheel in his hand was too light. Being a totem warrior, he could easily toss it even if the stake was 30 meters away. So, Hu chopped down a much larger giant tree, with a diameter of about 3 meters. He made a stump and a wooden wheel that weighed 10 pounds from this giant tree, testing its weight and feeling satisfied before competing with Cheng in throwing. After a while, the other totem warriors, who were busy chopping wood, noticed that Hu and Cheng had not returned and worried something had happened. They hurried over, only to find Hu and Cheng playing horseshoe toss. Soon, they joined in, and the entire clearing was filled with laughter, with no one left working hard. Chapter 95, Opening the Pit. Let's wait a bit. Cheng did not scold anyone, but let everyone play. After all, he had just taken a look, and there were already over 200 trees felled, which was temporarily enough. Next, they would need to clear the route and dig the foundation. Cheng walked along the planned route again, and apart from a few small trees, it was mostly grass. He felt it was about time to start digging the foundation. When he returned to the open area, the original 2 horseshoes had turned into 6, And it was no longer just the totem warriors. There were also 5 bee-steered girls. And even some tribesmen had come over to watch the fun. At this moment, everyone was throwing the wooden wheels they held towards the distant wooden stumps, competing to see who could throw more accurately. Ahem. Cheng lightly cleared his throat twice. This cough seemed to have some magical power. The tribesmen who heard it immediately became as obedient as students caught playing during self-study when they heard their teacher's footsteps outside the window. Suddenly, everyone who was playing became overly obedient and dared not continue. All right, from now on, everyone can play after dinner at night, but no playing during the day. Cheng announced a decision, and then had the wooden stumps and the wooden wheels collected, leaving only the totem warriors behind and letting others disperse to do their tasks. After the others left, Cheng approached Yanhu. Yanhu. As soon as Cheng called out, Yanhu showed a look of shame. Shaman, I won't dare again. Yanhu thought Cheng was going to scold him for playing with the tribesmen instead of doing serious work. Seeing this over 2-meter tall strong man in front of him looking like a child caught doing something wrong made Cheng feel a bit amused. But he did not expose him. Just knowing is enough, Cheng said seriously, nodding. Now that the trees have been mostly felled, let's stop for now. Leave 2 people to cut off all the branches and leaves from these trees, and only keep the trunks. The rest follow me. Yes, shaman. Yanhu replied, leaving Changhua and Ashur behind to cut the branches and leaves, while the others followed Cheng. Cheng led them to the planned digging site, where he had already marked the spots. You all clear the things along this route first, cut down any trees, remove the weeds, and not leave behind any large or small stones. Throw them all aside. Under Cheng's verbal commands, Yanhu and the totem warriors started working. By the evening, the 3 routes of 400 meters had been cleared. The next day, the clay pieces were still being fired. Cheng directed the tribesmen to start digging the foundation. With the totem warriors digging, while the other tribesmen, with nothing to do, began moving the excavated soil to the side. Although the tools in the primitive society were somewhat rudimentary, at most tying stones to wooden sticks with vines to make simple digging tools. Digging deep was not difficult at all for the totem warriors, who were physically stronger than ordinary people. 1 shovel down was about 20 centimeters. A couple of shovels down, and with a little effort, half a meter of depth was achieved. To make it easier for the totem warriors to dig, Cheng had people bring bucket after bucket of water from the water pipe to wet the soil along the route to make digging easier. However, even though the totem warriors were digging, there were less than 10 of them, so digging the 400-meter foundation would still take some time. Cheng was not in a hurry. His thoughts turned to pottery. These days, the entire Qing tribe was very busy. The totem warriors and some tribesmen were digging the foundation, while others had made 2 nets and started playing in the mud, making clay pieces. After all, Cheng was unsure about the loss when firing the first batch of pottery. Even if all 60 pieces were successfully fired, they would not be enough for the tribe's use, so it was better to fire while making a new batch of clay pieces. Unlike their usual focus, Yanlin, Qing, and even Lulu were making clay pieces while occasionally glancing at the mud-sealed grass pile, appearing very distracted. Cheng was initially very calm, but he was soon influenced by them, turning his head to glance occasionally and sometimes lying on the ground to see if the fire inside had gone out through a small hole left. Now it had been 3 days since the clay pieces were placed in the mud pit for firing. Cheng had said that today they could open the soil pile and see if the pottery was done. He felt a bit excited. This was his first time firing pottery, creating history, and he had made a big claim. If this batch did not fire successfully, how embarrassing would it be under everyone's gaze? When the bee-steered girls were distractedly playing in the mud and making clay pieces saw Cheng approaching, their eyes lit up. Over in the distance, the tribesmen and totem warriors digging the foundation noticed the commotion and tiptoed over to see what was happening. Shaman, you're here? Can we take apart this soil pile? Cheng first asked everyone to be quiet, then reached out to touch the dried mud outside, feeling the temperature. It was quite high, somewhat hot to the touch. He then crouched down to look through the small hole inside, which appeared dark red. This indicated that the fire had not yet burned out. Cheng stood up, slightly furrowing his brows. The slow speed of the fire was somewhat beyond his expectations. After observing for a while, he stood still in thought, and Yanlin and Qing could no longer hold back, stepping forward to tug at Cheng's arm. eagerly pleading. "Shaman, can we open it and take a look?" The other beast-eared girls also looked at Yang Cheng with expectant eyes, all eager to see if the pottery they made by hand had been fired successfully. "Let's wait a bit longer." Yang Cheng also felt an urge to open the soil pile, but ultimately reason prevailed. He looked at the eager crowd and slowly shook his head. "How long do we have to wait?" Yan Lin asked anxiously. Yang Cheng looked at the sun, which had just risen and looked as big as a grinding disc. "We can open it after the sun is at its highest point, after lunch." Even if the flames in the soil pile had burned out, they still needed to let it cool down. It was just early autumn now, and the morning sun was not too strong. The air was still a bit cool. The temperature inside the grass pile under the mud might not be higher than the outside temperature. The temperature difference was too great, making it unsuitable to open the kiln. Hearing this, Yan Lin pouted unhappily but did not dare to press further. The other people's anxious hearts calmed down a bit. Since they could open the kiln at noon, they would wait until then. Chapter 96. The kiln breaks, the pottery is made. Primitive people certainly had not studied relativity. In the past, after a morning's time, everyone would have a meal and do some work, and the sun would quickly reach the highest point in the sky, effectively consuming lunch. However, today, for some reason, after Yang Cheng announced that they could open the mound of earth after finishing lunch, everyone felt that time was passing incredibly slowly, and their movements felt unusually difficult, making them feel like they were in agony. Finally, after a long wait until noon, everyone hurried to start the fire. The hunting team had captured a 7th-grade fierce beast today, and if it were any other day, they would have been eager to eat it even before it was fully roasted. But today, although the meat of the 7th-grade fierce beast was ready, Noah had an appetite. After a few random bites, they all looked at Yang Cheng with eager eyes. Yang Cheng was equally anxious, and seeing this, he took a couple of bites of the beast, meat himself, and led everyone toward the mound of earth. Knowing that they were about to open the mound, Yin Hu and the others temporarily set aside their work and curiously followed along. Of course, they were not the only ones. Except for a few totem warriors guarding the tribe, all the members of the Qing tribe came over. Yang Cheng, as before, reached out and touched the outer surface of the mound, feeling the temperature. Compared to the morning, the temperature had dropped significantly. He then lay down and looked inside through the ventilation hole. It was pitch black inside. It seemed that the fire inside the mound had burned down quite a bit, and it should be time to open the kiln. Looking at the eager faces of the crowd, and feeling anxious himself to know the results, Yang Cheng decided not to wait any longer. After burning for so long, according to the documentaries he had seen on Earth, the time was already sufficient, so he would leave it to fate. "Give me a wooden spear," Yang Cheng shouted, and immediately Duanya handed him a wooden spear. After receiving it, Yang Cheng weighed it in his hand. Not to mention the wooden spear used by totem warriors was heavy. This 1's weight was comparable to that of iron of the same size. With a light thud, Yang Cheng did not strike hard, but gently tapped the dried clay shell to test the strength. The task of tapping the clay shell required precision. Otherwise, if he hit too hard, the shell would collapse and ruin all the pottery inside, which would be heartbreaking for Yang Cheng. The first tap was not strong enough, and the clay shell did not break. So Yang Cheng increased his strength. The dry twigs underneath had already burned away, so it was not solid. After increasing his strength, he only tapped twice before a fist-sized hole appeared. Sizzle. As soon as the hole was made, a blast of scorching hot air mixed with burnt grass ash surged out from the opening. Fortunately, Yang Cheng was prepared and stepped back 2 paces in time. Once the hot air dissipated, he raised the wooden spear, just about to strike again. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a series of crisp cracking sounds came from inside the mound. Yang Cheng's heart sank. This was not the sound of the mound being broken open. He had been paying attention to this issue. The sound was clearly the pottery cracking as it encountered the air outside. Yang Cheng took a step forward and looked into the small hole he had just made, and immediately saw that one of the pottery pieces had shattered into pieces. Coincidentally, it was the double-handled pot he had made. Oh no, this was a bad start. Yang Cheng rubbed his nose, feeling a wave of discomfort in his heart. Well, it was the first time firing pottery, and it was inevitable that some damage would occur without experience. Yang Cheng could only console himself and then continued to use the wooden spear to break open the outer clay mound. As the clay shell fragments fell, smoke and hot air dispersed around. During this time, the mound occasionally echoed with one or two crisp cracking sounds. Each time this sound rang out, Yang Cheng's heart would involuntarily twitch, feeling deep pain. One sound represented one piece of pottery shattering. When a clay shell was almost broken open, Yang Cheng threw the wooden spear back to Duanya and began to use his hands to scrape off the remaining clay shell. After scraping off the clay, once the ash settled, the scene inside finally revealed itself. Amidst the ash, a collection of pottery lay, but compared to what had been put in at the beginning, they had changed dramatically. First, the color of the surface had changed from brown to black. Secondly, in terms of hardness, they no longer deformed with a slight squeeze like they did at first. The pottery had now turned into something as hard as stone. Yang Cheng picked up a pottery bowl in his hand. The bowl felt warm to the touch and had a hardness similar to that of stone. But it was not as heavy as stone, at least 3 to 4 times lighter. Bang! Yang Cheng flicked it with his finger, and a slightly crisp sound came out. Seeing that the pottery had undergone such astonishing changes after being placed in the mound for just 3 days, everyone was stunned. The oldest elder in the tribe, Qing, trembled as he pointed at the stone bowl in Yang Cheng's hand, stuttering, "Witchcraft, witchcraft. This must be witchcraft." Yang Cheng heard his words and felt very disdainful. "What witchcraft? This is the wisdom of the laboring people." Yang Cheng pointed at the stone bowl in his hand and shouted loudly, "Pottery! Pottery! Pottery! Pottery!" Everyone cheered and jumped with joy, then carefully took these dirty pottery pieces and examined them closely. Each person was incredibly surprised, feeling it was truly magical, their mouths agape. The primitive people of the Qing tribe had never seen pottery before, but witnessing the transformation of mud into pottery, becoming something as hard as stone, filled them with shock stronger than that of fire by friction. With fire by friction, they were initially surprised, but once they understood the principle, they became indifferent. But these were made by their own hands. Just being placed in the fire for 3 days led to such a transformation. This was simply a miracle. The tribe members held the pottery in their hands, looking at Yang Cheng with expressions filled not only with confusion, but also with genuine admiration. Especially when Yang Cheng asked someone to bring a bamboo bucket, filled the pottery bowl with water, and let everyone hold it to see. This confirmed what he said: pottery could hold water without breaking, and everyone realized that using a pottery bowl to hold water was much lighter than using a stone bowl. Everyone was even more astonished, their eyes wide and mouths agape. "Which? Someone shouted, and the others followed in praise. In an instant, the entire sky above the Qing tribe became resounding with thunderous cheers. The sound traveled far into the surrounding forests, startling a few fierce beasts drinking water by the river, who immediately scattered in confusion, murmuring about what these 2-legged creatures were up to, wondering if they would ever be allowed to drink water again. Chapter 97, it's time to show the primitive people the power of pottery. The crowd cheered and jumped for joy, each one happier than the last, especially those tribespeople who had worked with their own hands, flaunting their handmade pottery to others. You can't imagine how happy they were. However, while some were joyous, others were gloomy. 2 beast-eared girls squatted on the ground, watching enviously as others showcased their pottery. After a moment of envy, the 2 beast-eared girls turned to Yang Cheng, wanting to plead with him to take them to fire another kiln, but upon seeing Yang Cheng's unpleasant expression, they immediately dismissed the thought. Maybe they should wait a bit. The shaman seems to be unhappy right now. Yang Cheng was indeed unhappy. He was feeling frustrated. He remembered watching a documentary on Earth where they fired over 60 pottery pieces, and only 2 were damaged upon opening the kiln, while the rest were intact. Yet in front of him, there were barely more than 30 successful pottery pieces. The rest either had cracks or had broken into pieces. Although it was Yang Cheng's first time firing a kiln, the difference shouldn't be this significant. However, Yang Cheng quickly figured out the reason. He was too impatient and opened the kiln too early. The temperature inside hadn't completely cooled down. Heat expands and cold contracts. The high temperature inside the kiln met the relatively cooler air outside, causing the pottery to crack upon contact. Fortunately, talent is crucial. The small water tank made by Lulu may have survived because of its size. The cracks were minimal, preserving it well. Now Lulu was happily holding that small water tank, laughing foolishly, her little deer horns shaking. Hey, those little deer horns could be considered antlers in traditional Chinese medicine, right? They seem to have medicinal properties and could even strengthen the kidneys. Ahem. Yang Cheng coughed twice, pulling himself back from those strange thoughts. How could he be thinking about the deer-eared girl's antlers? This was primitive society. Even the meat from that 6th grade ferocious beast they had eaten last time could achieve effects. He was still a shaman. Once the tribe grew stronger, wouldn't it be easy to eat 6th grade ferocious beasts every day? Pottery was something very novel for the Qing tribe. Excited, the crowd directly poured water from bamboo buckets into the pottery, throwing wild fruits inside, each one running around with their creations. This left Yang Cheng speechless. Sure, pottery can hold water, but didn't they fear breaking their newly made pottery by running around like that? Especially Lulu, who filled her small water tank with water. Using all her strength, the totem on her animal skin outfit lit up, and just like everyone else, she ran around holding the small water tank. While running, she said to Yang Cheng, using the small water tank can hold much more water than the bamboo bucket, so I won't have to carry 2 bamboo buckets every time I take a bath. Hearing this, Yang Cheng was even more speechless. Yang Cheng decided to show these primitive people the real use of pottery by cooking a pot of meat soup. Everyone stopped. Yang Cheng's face turned serious as he shouted loudly. Upon hearing Yang Cheng's shout, the crowd stopped their chaotic running and looked at his serious face, glancing at each other, unsure of what they had done wrong. Finally, Yin-Hu cautiously asked, "Shaman, is there something wrong? I'm hungry, I want to eat." When Yang Cheng said this, everyone couldn't help but feel their stomachs rumble. Earlier, they had been so eager to see the pottery kiln open that they hadn't eaten much roasted meat. "All right, shaman, let's eat now." Yin-Hu agreed immediately, having no objections to Yang Cheng's suggestion. Besides, he felt that Yang Cheng should eat more. He was worried about Yang Cheng's health. Over the past few days, Yin-Hu and the others have been paying attention to Yang Cheng's meals. Except for the first few days after arriving at the tribe when Yang Cheng ate a lot of roasted meat, his intake had gradually decreased, now only eating 3 or 4 pieces of beast meat daily. Yin-Hu and the others, who were used to eating dozens of pieces of ferocious beast meat at every meal, were deeply worried, thinking that Yang Cheng might be ill and had lost his appetite. This couldn't really be blamed on Yang Cheng, who could eat small barbecues every day. Even if the ferocious beast meat was tender, it would be hard to keep eating it. Fortunately, Yang Cheng had several beast-eared girls to help him with food. If it weren't for Lin and Qing sharing his food burden, he wouldn't know what to do with all the ferocious beast meat he couldn't finish. Immediately, Yin-Hu and the others lit a fire and prepared to roast meat. Just then, Yang Cheng stopped them from continuing to put ferocious beast meat on the fire, pointing to a pottery piece about 30 centimeters high and 20 centimeters in diameter, which could barely be considered a pot, saying, "Wait, use this. Use this. Is it okay? Won't it burn?" Yin-Hu and the others were filled with doubt and wanted to ask, but remembering that the pottery was brought by the shaman, they kept their mouths shut and obediently listened to Yang Cheng's instructions. Yang Cheng first had them raise the fire, then placed 3 stones in a triangular formation next to the burning fire. He set the newly made pottery on the stones and added water to it. After a minute or two, under the continuous licking of the flames, steam began to rise from the water in the pottery, with small bubbles forming. The pottery showed no signs of cracking from the fire. This eased the worry of Yin-Hu and the others, who had been anxious about the pottery breaking. However, after another 2 minutes, seeing the steam rise but the bubbles still small and no signs of boiling, Yang Cheng became a bit anxious. "Oh, I almost forgot." Yang Cheng thought for a moment, suddenly smacking his forehead. Without a lid, it was indeed difficult for the water to boil. It seemed he needed to make a lid the next time they fired pottery. This way, not only could it prevent dust from falling into the water, but it could also keep the heat in. And for now, Yang Cheng immediately turned to have someone find a bamboo stalk, cut a segment from it, and asked Yin-Hu to chop it off, thus obtaining a lid. He placed the bamboo lid on top of the pottery, and it fit perfectly. With the bamboo lid, the water quickly boiled, bubbling and gurgling. Yang Cheng removed the bamboo lid and poured in the beast meat from the iron horn pig that Yin had already cut with a bone knife. Since the pottery was a bit small, he didn't pour in too much. After adding the beast meat, Yang Cheng thought again and decided not to add any salt. Even though adding salt would make the meat soup taste better, it was better to save the salt they had exchanged from the vine tribe for later. Yang Cheng covered the bamboo lid again and focused intently on the condition of the pottery. Seeing Yang Cheng's serious expression, the people of the Qing tribe also held their breath, staring at the pottery being heated alongside him. Chapter 98. The first pot of soup from the Green Sparrow tribe. 20 minutes later, a fragrant aroma began to waft from the pottery, spreading throughout the clearing. At this point, there was no need for Yang Cheng to say anything or gesture. Everyone could smell the meat aroma, which was completely different from the smell of roasted meat. Everyone's eyes were glued to the pot of meat stew, with the sounds of swallowing echoing among them. Many people even had green eyes, staring intently. As for the countless rumblings of hungry stomachs, they were too many to count. Is this what you meant by boiling? Yin Hu asked, drooling. Hey, wipe your drool first. Don't let it fall beside the pottery, Yang Cheng said disdainfully, reminding Yin Hu to maintain his image. Hee et Yang Cheng es reminder. Yin Hu laughed and wiped the drool from his mouth. Many others also reacted similarly, wiping their mouths. However, it was of no use. The smell of the boiled meat was too enticing, and the drool they had just wiped away quickly returned. That's right, this is boiling, Yang Cheng nodded, confirming in his heart that the meat should be cooked by now. However, he did not immediately lift the bamboo lid. Instead, he asked someone to fetch a bamboo stick and leisurely began to carve chopsticks from a bone knife. His calm demeanor made everyone else anxious, even wanting to urge Yang Cheng to hurry and open the bamboo lid so they could taste it. After finishing the bamboo chopsticks, Yang Cheng finally lifted the bamboo lid. As soon as the lid was opened, a stronger meat aroma filled the noses of all the members of the Green Sparrow tribe, causing the sounds of swallowing and stomach growls to become even louder. A puff of white steam rose from the freshly opened pottery. After the steam dispersed, Yang Cheng looked inside and saw that the beast meat was boiling and turning white. He used the bamboo chopsticks to poke inside, easily splitting a piece of beast meat in half. Under the eager gazes of everyone, Yang Cheng nodded. Yes, it's ready to eat. Song Shi, lower the pottery from the fire. Yang Cheng turned to Song Shi and said, this pot of meat was somewhat heavy, and Yang Cheng was afraid that if he tried to move it himself, he might spill the soup, so he called on the strong totem warrior. Song Shi was the most stable person among the totem warriors, and Yang Cheng thought it better to let him handle it than anyone else. All right, Song Shi replied and hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing the edges of the pottery with both hands to lift it down. However, as soon as his hands touched the sides of the pottery, he shivered and quickly withdrew his hands, the sudden movement almost causing him to tip over the boiling soup. Luckily, Yang Cheng was watching and quickly stabilized the pottery with his chopsticks, preventing even a drop of soup from spilling. Even though the soup was unharmed, Yang Cheng's heart nearly leaped out his chest. It was so close, they almost spilled the cooked soup. Other people gasped in surprise and only relaxed when they saw the soup was fine. Yin Hu glared at Song Shi and scolded, Song Shi, what is wrong with you? Song Shi, realizing he had almost tipped the soup, blushed and said, I didn't expect the pottery to be so hot. Yang Cheng learned from this experience and found a piece of beast skin, cutting out 2 pieces with his bone knife, and handed them to Song Shi. Song Shi, hold the pottery's edges with the beast skin. Be careful, it's hot. Yes, Wu. Song Shi took the beast skin and cautiously approached the pot again, slowly gripping the edges with the beast skin and lifting it. During this time, everyone held their breath, afraid to make any noise that might disturb him and cause the soup to spill, which would make them the tribe's sinners. Fortunately, Song Shi did not disappoint this time. He steadily placed the pottery on the ground. Only then did everyone collectively breathe a sigh of relief, and they began to eagerly wait for Yang Cheng to eat first. According to the tribe's rules, the Wu, shaman, held the highest status. Yang Cheng wasted no time, finding a thin bamboo stick, cutting off a section of the node, and carving it into a ladle with the upper part as the handle and the lower part for scooping soup. Resembling ancient tools used by humans on Earth to scoop wine, Yang Cheng took the ladle and scooped a spoonful of steaming soup from the pottery into his bowl, blew on it, and then carefully took a sip. The moment the soup entered his mouth, Yang Cheng's eyes widened. It was incredibly delicious. Tears welled up in Yang Cheng's heart. Not to mention anything else, just this bowl of soup made all the previous hard work worthwhile. After one delicious sip, he quickly blew on it again and continued to sip the soup from the bowl carefully. After finishing the soup, Yang Cheng couldn't maintain the image of the Wu anymore. Smacking his lips, he gave a thumbs up to the eagerly watching crowd. Delicious. Originally, he planned to drink a bowl and then share the soup with the other tribe members. However, the rich, oily soup was just too good, and Yang Cheng couldn't help but drink 2 more bowls before finally sharing the soup with the eager, drooling tribe members. First, he served his Wu daughters, the 5 beast-eared girls, then the totem warriors, and finally the ordinary tribesmen. The pottery was too small, and the soup cooked was completely insufficient for everyone. Yang Cheng's beast-eared girls and the totem warriors were fine, as at least each of them could have 1 bowl, but for the ordinary tribesmen, 3 or 4 people had to share 1 bowl, and they could only sip a small amount. Yet, amidst the sounds of swallowing, everyone's expressions were highly uniform. It was an extremely complex expression. Upon tasting the soup, their initial reactions were surprise and excitement, which later transformed into a sense of longing, finally culminating in joy and uproarious laughter. During this time, some clever individuals like Tsang Shi closely watched Yang Cheng as he skillfully used 2 sticks to pick up the meat from his bowl, enjoying it immensely. After all the soup was distributed, the small bamboo stick beside Yang Cheng had disappeared, replaced by pairs of chopsticks. Yang Cheng noticed that Tsang Shi and some others were clumsily using chopsticks, struggling for a long time before finally managing to scoop out some meat from their bowls. This made Yang Cheng feel gratified. At least in terms of using chopsticks, he didn't have to teach them hand in hand or explain why they should use chopsticks. After enjoying the soup, the members of the Green Sparrow tribe showed great care and attention towards the pottery, leading Yang Cheng to have a very clear answer about the first potential suspect who might break a bowl. This person was none other than Yang Cheng himself. Chapter 99, continuing to fire pottery and work efficiency after tasting the meat soup. The pot had not stopped working from noon to afternoon. Without washing the pot, it kept cooking meat, and by the end, each clan member had eaten at least 10 pounds of meat. Yang Cheng decisively called a halt to everyone's gluttonous behavior. Although the food was delicious, one cannot keep eating. It should be noted that many heroic warriors in the past dodged bullets and walked through snow-capped mountains, only to fall under the weight of small rice. Stopped by Yang Cheng, the crowd still showed expressions of reluctance, but after feeling their already full bellies, they knew Yang Cheng was looking out for them. So one by one, they lay on the ground, groaning. With their bellies full, they couldn't work. Thus, Yang Cheng decided to teach everyone to read. He had been busy with pottery and wall building for the past few days, so he had set aside the literacy lessons. Now that the pottery issues were resolved and seeing everyone lying around, groaning and unable to work, he planned to resume the interrupted literacy classes. Upon hearing that Yang Cheng would teach them to recognize characters, everyone became very interested. They all tried to move their bodies closer to Yang Cheng. Using local materials, Yang Cheng taught them a character that was a bit difficult, the newly emerged character for pottery, including how to read and write it. Besides pottery itself, there are also derived terms like pottery jar, pottery bowl, pottery vat, and pottery pot, etc. These characters were all original creations by Yang Cheng, with no references in this world, so he could only use Mandarin to tell everyone how to read pottery, pot, and vat. He initially thought that using Mandarin might make it hard for the clan members to understand and learn quickly, but unexpectedly, everyone showed a strong interest in the new character pottery. Even though the character was relatively complex and hard to write, they learned it quickly, especially Yin Lin and Qing, who had previously forgotten what they learned, surprisingly could quickly recite the character for pottery and its related derivatives. This made Yang Cheng once again feel that sometimes delicious food is indeed the primary motivator. After the break, Yang Cheng began distributing the fired pottery. The tribe still operated under a communal system, with no thoughts of private ownership among the members. Therefore, good tools should be used for their intended purpose. Yang Cheng did not hesitate to revoke Lulu's right to use the small water vat. Well, Actually, seeing the sad and pitiful look on the deer-eared girl, Yang Cheng felt a little guilty, of course, just a tiny bit. Mainly, other pottery items were fine. If Lulu wanted to take the small pottery bowls, so be it. But the small water vat was different. It could be used to hold boiled water. Although bamboo buckets could also be used for this purpose, they were not very convenient. And when there was a large temperature difference, the cold water inside could easily evaporate. As for other pottery, like larger items such as pots and basins, those that could be used would be for communal use, while those that could not would be temporarily stored with Yangcheng for future use or distribution. Ordinary pottery bowls, if it was clear who made them, would belong to that person. If it was uncertain, Yangcheng would first distribute them to the totem warriors. This method of distribution raised no objections, as the resource allocation in the Qing tribe was always like this. The shaman first, then the totem warriors, and finally the ordinary clansmen. Those who received pottery bowls, like Yin Hu and others, were all delighted, while the others looked at them with envy. However, most of their gazes were still fixed on Yang Cheng, as everyone wanted him to lead them to fire another batch of pottery. Among them, Yin Lin looked at the pottery bowl she received, then at the small water vat placed in the center. She pouted, suddenly feeling that the pottery bowl in her hand was unattractive and too small. So, Yin Lin asked for everyone, "Shaman, when will we start firing more pottery? My pottery bowl is too small. I want to swap it for a bigger one." Yang Cheng smiled and replied, "What? Are you not playing games anymore?" Since the horseshoe game was launched, everyone in the tribe had been enjoying it immensely, eagerly anticipating finishing their work each day to gather around the wooden stump to see who could throw accurately. Not playing, not playing. Yin Lin shook her head vigorously. "I want to learn pottery. I want to learn pottery." The others felt the same way. Now, there were too few vats and jars, and there simply weren't enough for everyone. Everyone wanted one of these magical tools that could cook meat, so they were willing to forego the game. "All right, but it's too late today. We'll start firing pottery tomorrow," Yang Cheng said. Everyone had no objections and cheered in unison. The more pottery the Qing tribe had, the better. Even if their tribe had enough, they could sell pottery to the Tang tribe. If Yang Cheng guessed correctly, they had passed the information about the net to the shaman of the Tang tribe, and she would definitely send someone over for trading. Once the net was traded, they could exchange pottery for salt mines and food. The future work system of the Qing tribe would definitely need to be upgraded and transformed. Tasks like hunting for food should not take up too many hands. The workforce should be focused on construction and other areas. And trading the net was part of Yang Cheng's plan. Once the net was traded, the other tribes would have more food to offer in exchange with the Qing tribe. The Qing tribe could casually hand over a pottery bowl or some filtered fine salt and receive 10 or 20 beasts in return. This would not only ensure there was no shortage of food for the tribe, but also free up extra hands to do other things. The next day, aside from the totem warriors continuing to dig, Yang Cheng instructed the rest of the clansmen to put down everything they were doing and collectively participate in the pottery-making endeavor, letting them all learn from Lulu. This made Lulu a bit nervous, but also feel proud. Feeling the weight of responsibility, she meticulously demonstrated and shared her experience with everyone. Everyone has their strengths, just like in pottery making. By the end of the day, a few did particularly well, while most were at an average level, some slightly above or below, and there were even a few with skills as poor as Yin Lin and Qing, who struggled with pottery making. After a day of sweating and getting muddy, none of them produced anything decent. As a result, Yin Lin and Qing were very frustrated, and it took Yang Cheng a long time to comfort them by rubbing their heads. After understanding everyone's skill levels, Yang Cheng began to divide the work. He assigned a few skilled pottery makers to work with Lulu, while others with slightly lower skills were tasked with digging, mixing mud, collecting dry grass, and breaking it down. As for the remaining members, they could continue with their original tasks. In primitive society, work efficiency was also important. Having everyone gather to make pottery every day would only create trouble. Chapter 100. The return of autumn leaves to the Vine tribe, while Yang Cheng was busy with the pottery business of the Qing tribe. The Vine tribe was excitedly awaiting the return of Qiuye and her companions. A totem warrior stationed at the outskirts of the Vine tribe spotted the returning group in the distance and shouted out in excitement. Immediately, all the tribe members put down what they were doing and rushed towards that direction. Inside a large tent, Hua Xian was lounging on a bone chair. propping her feet up and eating a wild fruit while resting her head on her hand, gazing at the animal skin in front of her. Suddenly, her cat ears perked up, having heard the commotion outside, and she quickly sat up, brushing off the wild fruit peel from her animal skin clothing, returning to a more composed state. Which, Chuya and the others are back. Someone outside exclaimed excitedly. Oh, Chuya and the others are back. Huashuan's voice showed a hint of surprise, but she quickly returned to calmness. Considering the time, they should be back now. Let us go, I'll check it out. Yes. Which? Huaxian jumped down from the bone chair, her short legs moving gracefully as she walked with a cat-like elegance, lifting the tent flap. Outside, 6 strong totem warriors were already waiting. Upon seeing Huaxian emerge from the tent, they immediately bowed and then escorted her towards the bustling crowd. The people of the Vine tribe were surrounding Chuya and her companions, dancing and cheering, while pointing at the fierce beast corpses they had on their shoulders. Chuya was the backbone of the Vine tribe. Without her presence these days, the tribe felt as though something was missing, and they were not at ease at all. Meanwhile, Chuya and her companions were laughing and chatting with everyone, feeling comfortable and at ease upon returning to the Vine tribe. At this moment, the cheering crowd suddenly parted to make way. Chuya looked up to see Huaxian approaching with the protection of the totem warriors. Which I'm back. Chuya hurriedly stepped forward with Qiu Cao and the 3 others, bowing in respect. Seeing Chuya, a hint of joy flashed in Huashuan's eyes. However, when she noticed the 14 fierce beast corpses behind them, her expression shifted to surprise, but then her gaze fell on Hongya and Mai, causing her to frown slightly. Chuya, are those 2 from the Qing tribe? Huaxian asked. Caught up in her joy, Chuya suddenly realized she hadn't introduced Hongya and Mai. That's right, which they are totem warriors from the Qing tribe. This is Hongya, and this is Mai. Chuya introduced them to Huaxian. The Vine tribe's witch, Huaxian, nodded in acknowledgement, returning the courtesy. Which about the Qing tribe? After introducing Hongya and Mai, the excitement of returning to the Vine tribe finally faded for Chuya. She immediately realized that her mission had failed and felt downcast, unsure of how to explain it to Huaxian. As the witch of the Vine tribe, Huaxian was naturally a clever person. She understood Chuya well enough that without even needing to look at the expressions of the other 4, she could tell from Chuya's face that something had gone wrong with the mission. Huaxian waved her hand to interrupt Chuya, turning to ask Hongya and Mai to rest first, promising to host them later. Being from another tribe, Hongya and Mai had no objections and found a place to rest with the company of several totem warriors. Huaxian then asked the surrounding tribe members to disperse before turning back to Chuya. Chuya, what happened? Which it's like this. Chuya opened her mouth and recounted everything that had happened during their trip to the Qing tribe. So, the beast corpses we brought back were exchanged with the Qing tribe. We originally traded for 16, but we lost 2 on the way. Which? These beast corpses are going to spoil soon. We need to eat them quickly. Huaxian frowned. Her cat ears perked up as she casually waved her hand to signal the nearby totem warriors to take the beast corpses away and prepare to consume them in the coming days. It was clear that Huaxian did not care much for the beast corpses. What concerned her was something else. After pondering for a while, she suddenly asked, Are you saying that the witch of the Qing tribe took the witch bone token I gave you? This question startled Chuya, who had been anxiously waiting for Huaxian to speak after finishing her account. Why did the witch bring this up first? But the thought flashed through Chuya's mind, and she nodded, looking apologetic. That's right, witch. The situation was urgent, and I had nothing else on me. How despicable. That witch from the Qing tribe is really too vile. That was the first true witch bone token I made, given to my witch. How dare that despicable guy take it away? That's just too bad. Huaxian roared inwardly, immediately labeling Yang Cheng as despicable. There was no doubt that if Yang Cheng were in front of her, Huaxian would extend her cat paw and scratch his face several times to let him experience the might of a kitty. Despite these thoughts, Huaxian maintained a smile on her face. In response to Chuya's apology, she stretched out her hand and patted Chuya's shoulder. It's okay, I don't blame you. No one could have known that the Qing tribe would select a witch at the last moment, and 2 6th-grade totem warriors suddenly appeared. Huaxian comforted her. Which? Chuya felt extremely touched. At this moment, Qiu Cao spoke up, which? The reason that despicable guy from the Qing tribe bullied us so badly is because they have something new in their tribe called a net. On the way back, I learned from the two totem warriors of their tribe that before the net appeared, those two totem warriors were still 7th grade warriors, but after the net appeared, the food in the Qing tribe increased, allowing them to become 6th grade totem warriors. Otherwise, my sister would have surely succeeded in bringing back the Qing tribe. Huaxian nodded, then asked him, "It seems this net is a very powerful thing. Do you know what it looks like?" Chuya and her companions shook their heads in unison. "We don't know which." When we were coming back, we asked those two totem warriors about it. They said the net is very powerful and can hunt many fierce beasts. But they wouldn't tell us what it looks like, Chuya explained. Upon hearing this, there was no trace of disappointment on Huaxuan's face. It was quite normal. If a net could increase the number of fierce beasts hunted by a tribe several times, they certainly wouldn't share it with other tribes if it were in the Vine tribe. The crowd fell silent upon hearing this. Then Qiu Cao seemed to think of something, and her previously calm expression turned furious again as she gritted her teeth and said, "But which, that despicable guy's words were really harsh. Clearly, we had already exchanged salt for other things, but when it came to the net, he insisted that unless you used witchcraft to trade for it, the Qing tribe wouldn't exchange the net for even a bit of salt, even if they were lacking salt and everyone was too weak to fight and might be hunted by fierce beasts." "Oh, he really said that?" Huaxuan's heart stirred as she pondered over Yang Cheng's words, which were quite profound. Chapter 101. Exchange witchcraft for a net. Yes, that which is utterly despicable. He doesn't even consider how important witchcraft is to me. How could I possibly trade it for anything? Huaxian. That's Xiu Chao. She has already figured out Yang Cheng's implication. In order to exchange for that thing called a net, she must trade witchcraft. All right, you all go rest. Huaxian said to Qiu Chao and the other three, then turned to Qiu Yi and said, "Qiu Yi, come with me." Everyone knew Huaxian had something to ask Qiu Yi privately, so they nodded and left. Qiu Yi followed Huaxian into the tent. Once inside, Huaxian relaxed her act a bit. She walked with a cat-like grace to the white bone seat, then jumped up with her short legs. "He, find a place to sit." Huaxian yawned casually. With Qiu Yi, she was less formal and more instinctively cat-like. Of course, Huaxian wouldn't go so far as to lick her hand with her little tongue in front of Qiu Yi. "Which, I'm not tired." Qiu Yi shook her head and took down the bamboo bucket she had been carrying on her back. "Which, this is the water from the Qing tribe. It's especially delicious." To emphasize how good the water was, Qiu Yi even used the word especially. Huaxian stretched her neck to look at the clear water in the bucket, her eyes shining slightly, and asked Qiu Yi to scoop a bowl for her. She held the stone bowl in front of her, first licking it with her pink little tongue, then took a sip, her eyes instantly sparkling even more. Then, she gulped down the entire bowl of water in one go. "Qiu Yi, give me another bowl." Huaxian extended the stone bowl forward. Qiu Yi hurriedly took it, scooped another bowl, and after Huaxian took it back, she impatiently gulped it down again. In this way, Huaxian drank 5 or 6 bowls in a row. During this time, Qiu Yi looked at Huaxian with gentle eyes. In fact, the totem on Qiu Yi was not drawn by Huaxian, but was painted by the last witch of the Tang tribe before her death, and then she became Huaxian's witch to protect her. For Qiu Yi, her feelings for Huaxian were not only out of respect for her as the witch of the Tang tribe, but also as a sister. Qiu Yi still remembered when Huaxian first became a witch. She was still an innocent cat-eared girl who would bare her teeth to scare off strangers. Smack! Smack! After drinking the 6th bowl of water, Huaxian finally put down the stone bowl, smacked her lips twice, and then asked, "Qiu Yi, you said that guy from the Qing tribe became a witch just a dozen sunsets ago, and already has stronger witch power than me?" Hearing Huaxian's words, Qiu Yi came back to her senses, her gentle expression turning serious. "That's right, I sense that the witch from the Qing tribe has very powerful witchcraft. 2 or 3 times stronger than yours." 2 or 3 times. Huaxian's face showed surprise, and she couldn't help but ask, "Does he really have such powerful witchcraft? If his power is 2 or 3 times stronger than mine, then that's already at the higher level of a junior witch. Are you sure you didn't misjudge?" Qiu Yi slowly shook her head. "Which, I should not have misjudged." This made Huaxian fall into deep thought, her brows furrowing together as she muttered to herself, "This is impossible. too impossible. How could such a powerful successor appear in the Qing tribe? Seeing Hua Xian troubled, Qiu Yi felt just as anxious, but her strong personality made it difficult for her to find the right words to comfort her. After thinking for a moment, she had to change the subject, which I think discussing why the witch of the Qing tribe has such strong witchcraft isn't very important for us. What matters now is that net from their tribe. At this point, Qiu Yi paused, a hint of hesitation appearing on her icy face, and continued, which, actually, I think you should consider. Qiu Yi was much smarter than Xiu Chao. On the way back, she had already figured out the meaning behind Yang Cheng's words. To obtain the net, one must trade witchcraft. Before Qiu Yi could finish her sentence, Hua Xian suddenly interjected. Qiu Yi, are you suggesting that I offer my witchcraft to exchange for that thing called net from the Qing tribe? Realizing that her thoughts had been guessed by Hua Xian, Qiu Yi's heart tightened, fearing Hua Xian would refuse. So, she gritted her teeth and nodded, which that's exactly what I mean. That net can hunt more things, which is beneficial for us. Before she could finish, Hua Xian interrupted. All right, Qiu Yi, you don't need to say more. I can trade my witchcraft. Which? That net is very important for our tribe. Qiu Yi's anxious expression suddenly froze, looking at Hua Xian with disbelief. Which, what'd you just say? You're willing to trade? Yes, I plan to trade the witchcraft of swift steps. Hua Xian admitted. From what you said, this net can greatly increase the tribe's food supply. The Qing tribe relies on it for abundant food, which has produced 2 6th-grade totem warriors. Although witchcraft is very important for a tribe, it is not as critical as the life and death of the tribe. Therefore, trading it for the net seems to be more beneficial for us. Which, you're saying exactly what I was thinking. Hua Xian decisively made her decision, instantly increasing Qiu Yi's admiration for her and solidifying her belief that the Tang tribe would definitely rise in the future. However, Qiu Yi, for the matter of trading witchcraft for the net, you need to make another trip to the Qing tribe. Hua Xian added, only you going will make me feel at ease. The food in that tribe. Don't worry, didn't you just bring back some beast corpses? That should be enough for us for 2 or 3 days. As for the food later, we have salt. We can trade with the Qing tribe. Besides, once we get the net, our tribe won't have to worry about food anymore. At this point, Hua Xian wrinkled her exquisite little nose and smiled. Hee. I don't know what the witch of the Qing tribe is thinking to actually trade such a divine artifact bestowed by heaven for witchcraft. Isn't he afraid that our tribe will have enough food, and, after you become a 5th-grade totem warrior, we can pressure him to make the Qing tribe join our Tang tribe? Qiu Yi was taken aback. This really was a question. What is the witch of the Qing tribe thinking? Handing over the net, which can hunt more food, is he not afraid of it backfiring in the end? Chapter 102. What is the reward for the witch's words? After thinking for a while, Hua Xian really couldn't understand why Yang Cheng would use a net to exchange for witchcraft. Could it be that he is a genius, learning witchcraft very quickly? In the time it takes for a dozen suns to set, he has learned the witchcraft left by the Qing tribe? How is that possible? Hua Xian shook her head in her heart, realizing that she was thinking a bit too far. She herself spent more than a year mastering the swift step technique, and it took her 2 years to make the witch bone talisman. No matter how powerful the witchcraft of the Qing tribe is, Yang Cheng couldn't possibly learn all their witchcraft so quickly. When Hua Xian was in the ancestral land, she met with the previous witch of the Qing tribe and learned that there were only 3 witchcrafts in total, which would take Yang Cheng a long time to learn. Forget it. No matter what the witch of the Qing tribe thinks, if he wants to exchange witchcraft, then let's exchange. It's just a pity that I can't leave the tribe. Otherwise, I would really like to meet the witch of the Qing tribe and see what he is really thinking. Hua Xian shook her cat ears and smiled. All right, Qiu, let's not think about this for now. You just said you learned a way to start a fire in the Qing tribe? Yes. It's a method of starting a fire that is not only very simple, but also very useful, Qiu said excitedly. Great, it's just in time for us to eat meat. After eating raw meat for so long, we can finally have some cooked meat. The 2 of them didn't say much and immediately left the tent. Then, in front of the astonished gazes of everyone, Qiu used a method of friction fire to reignite the flames of the Vine tribe. Suddenly, the Vine tribe was filled with laughter and joy, with each tribesman dancing. once they learned that this method of friction fire was brought by Yuan from the Qing tribe. The people of the Vine tribe looked at Hongya and Mai with eyes full of gratitude and deep curiosity. They pulled the two of them into a primitive-style dance and invited them to eat roasted meat. During this time, Huaxian used a certain witchcraft to conceal her aura, pretending to be the witch's priestess of the Vine tribe, comforting the two of them and trying to subtly extract information about the net. Unfortunately, since Cheng had not yet created alcohol in this primitive society, Hongya and Mai did not get drunk and remain vigilant, no matter how Huaxian tried to probe. They just shook their heads and remained silent. Seeing this, Huaxian had no good options left and could only exchange witchcraft for the net. The next day, the members of the Vine tribe, who had celebrated all night, were still resting. Along with several totem warriors from the Vine tribe, and Hongya and Mai, set off with bags of animal skins filled with salt mines towards the Qing tribe. Meanwhile, the development of the Qing tribe was booming. Cheng had planned a total of 400 meters of wall route, which was almost completed. The originally flat ground had now been excavated into a half-meter deep and 5-meter wide trench. As for why the excavation was so precise, it was not only because the totem warriors were strong and skilled, but also because Cheng provided them with uniform small wooden sticks. There were two types of small sticks, one half a meter long and the other one 5 meters long. Before each excavation, Cheng would have the totem warriors measure with the small wooden sticks first and then start digging. Although this took a little longer, it ensured neatness and visual appeal. Alle Fiating Yang Cheng es mielt obsis compulsiv disorder. With Yanlin and Qing carrying him, Cheng took a tour of the construction site. Yanhua, you all are doing great, Cheng praised. Hearing Cheng's praise, Yanhu and the other totem warriors smiled widely, feeling that their hard work over the past few days was not in vain. If we maintain this pace, we can finish the last bit of the route today, Cheng said with a smile. Once you finish today, I will give you a reward. Reward? Yanhu and the others' eyes lit up. Having lived with Cheng for so long, they had roughly figured out the meaning of some of his terms and knew what a reward meant. What reward? Yanhu asked curiously. I can't say yet, but you'll find out tonight. It's definitely something very good. Cheng smiled and said, All right, you all continue digging. Upon hearing this, Yanhu and the others felt even more eager, but they couldn't ask further and could only respond and continue working. Cheng had the two beast-eared girls lift the palanquin, turn around, and head back to the open space towards the dining area. This open space had already been slightly planned by Cheng, divided into personal hygiene area, blood training area, entertainment area, tool-making area, and dining area. For now, there were only these few, and Cheng was still thinking about the rest. Moreover, this was temporary. Once the wall was built, there would be more detailed divisions. Of course, this was also Cheng's own plan, which he could not explain clearly to the primitive people. The dining area was managed by the life department, where Xia was sorting fruits and washing beast meat with several other tribesmen. When she saw Cheng coming, her face lit up with joy, and she immediately wanted to reach out to greet him. However, upon seeing the two beast-eared girls beside him, she quickly withdrew her hand and stood up respectfully with the other tribesmen. Clearly, Xia's personality was still soft and weak, and she even felt a bit inferior, especially compared to Yanlin and Qing, who had already become totem warriors. However, when Cheng was brought over and saw Xia, he took the initiative to greet her. Xia, you are here too? This made the ordinary tribesmen standing beside them look at Xia with envy. Xia felt extremely sweet and warm in her heart, and she was very shy. She nodded slightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito, saying, Cheng did not know how Xia felt inside. He only thought that she was very cute. After he got down from the palanquin, he went forward to touch Xia's antlers. The texture was completely different from Lulu's. Xia's antlers were a bit hard and had many fine hairs on them. It seemed that her antlers were a point of excitement for her. When Cheng touched them, Xia's face immediately turned even redder. She hadn't felt this way before, but these days she didn't know what was happening. When Cheng touched her antlers, besides feeling warm, Xia even felt a bit soft in her body. Fortunately, Cheng only touched for a while. Seeing the deer-eared girl's face flushed, he stopped teasing her, withdrew his hand, and said, Xia, go get a ceramic jar. Xia replied softly, ran to the side, and seriously selected a ceramic jar. Meanwhile, Yang Cheng turned around, intending to have Yanlin and Qing start a fire, planning to begin boiling the salt to filter impurities. This was the reward he mentioned to Yinhu and the others. However, he found that Yanlin and Qing were both staring at him with wide eyes, looking quite angry. Chapter 103. These white crystals seem delicious? What's wrong with you two? Yang Cheng asked in confusion. Which? Yanlin pouted, her primitive personality on full display, and directly asked, which, you don't like us, you only like Xia, right? Yeah, which? I've noticed that you only like Xia and not us. Qing chimed in, hands on her hips. Their words reached Xia, who was rummaging through the pottery on the other side, and suddenly Xia's hand trembled, her heart raced, nearly knocking over a pottery piece. That's not true. I like you all, Yang Cheng said, helplessly realizing that these two beast-eared girls were feeling jealous. Of course it's true. You touched Xia's deer horns, but not our ears. Tell me, when was the last time you touched my tiger ears? Yanlin said, feeling wronged. All right, let me touch. Yang Cheng placed his large hand on Yanlin's tiger ears and rubbed them vigorously. The warm sensation was simply wonderful and so comfortable. Yang Cheng's hand seemed to have some magic. As soon as it rested on Yanlin's head, she transformed from a fierce tigress into a docile kitten. Not only did she squint her eyes in pleasure, but she also rubbed against Yang Cheng's warm palm. On the other side, Qing was not willing to be outdone and quickly stepped forward, taking Yang Cheng's other hand and placing on her head, also rubbing against him. After soothing the two beast-eared girls for a while, Yang Cheng saw that Xia had brought over the pottery, so he released his hands and said, Yanlin, start a fire. Yanlin looked at Yang Cheng holding the pottery and thought he was going to make something delicious again. Which, I know you must be making something tasty again. Is this a reward for father and the others? Yanlin exclaimed. Close enough. Yang Cheng smiled and said, but I'm not making anything delicious. I'm filtering the salt mine. This salt will taste even better. Salt will taste better? That can't be right. Yanlin clearly remembered that salt tasted bitter and astringent in her mouth. If it weren't for the need for salt to have strength, she wouldn't eat it at all. However, since the witch said so, it must be true. Which, let us get started quickly. Yanlin was extremely excited and immediately began to drill wood to start a fire, with Qing helping nearby. With the appearance of other beast-eared girls, the relationship between the two, though not exactly rivals, had softened a lot and even developed some tacit understanding. While they were drilling for fire, Yang Cheng was not idle either. He instructed Xia and the other tribesmen to bring him the things he needed, such as the salt mine, small bamboo buckets, and dry grass. Yang Cheng first had the fire-ready Yanlin and Qing smash the salt mine into small pieces until it turned into powder. Then he took 2 small bamboo buckets. Although they were called small, bamboo in primitive society was generally large, and these small buckets had a diameter similar to a wash basin. One bucket contained half a bucket of clean water, while the other was empty. Yang Cheng placed the powdered salt into the bucket with clean water and stirred it with a wooden stick until the powder dissolved, turning the originally clear water murky. Then, Yang Cheng propped the dry grass against one side of the bamboo bucket and said to Yanlin and Qing, you each take a bamboo bucket. The 2 beast-eared girls immediately scampered to pick up the 2 bamboo buckets, holding them high. Hey, no need to hold them so high. Lower a bit. Qing, you can even put that water bucket on the ground. Under Yang Cheng's instructions, Yanlin tilted her small bamboo bucket slowly towards Qing's bucket. The water mixed with the powder, filtered through the dry grass, and poured into Qing's bamboo bucket, becoming clearer. Yang Cheng then had them bring a 3rd bamboo bucket filled with clean water and dip the grass he was holding in it. He then placed the grass against the edge of Qing's bucket filled with salt water, instructing Qing to repeat Yanlin's earlier actions. After repeating this process twice, Yang Cheng stopped and picked up some charcoal he had just dug out from the ash pile. Charcoal was making its 2nd appearance in the filtering process. The last time, Yang Cheng used it to create a water filtration device. Charcoal has adsorptive properties, capable of absorbing not only substances, but also a significant amount of toxins. Yang Cheng clamped the charcoal between the grass he was holding and continued filtering. After repeating the previous steps 7 or 8 more times, the water in the small bucket had transformed from murky to to very clear. Yang Cheng dipped his finger into the water and tasted it. He nearly cried tears of joy. Yes, it was the familiar taste, the familiar saltiness. However, what Yang Cheng needed was salt, not salt water, and clearly, this state did not meet the requirements. For the final step, Yang Cheng was already prepared. The fire had been burning for a long time beside him. He rinsed the pottery with clean water and then poured the filtered salt water into the pottery, placing it over the fire to boil. However, Yang Cheng did not cover it. He needed evaporation, not cooking. Soon, wisps of white smoke began to rise, and the moisture evaporated with the steam. After a while, the water in the pottery completely disappeared, leaving behind a layer of pure white crystals. Yang Cheng hurriedly took the pottery off the fire, not caring that it was still hot, and scooped a small piece of white crystal from the bottom into his mouth. It was moving. He was about to cry. Yang Cheng's mouth was filled with the rich, familiar salty flavor. After fully experiencing this long-lost saltiness, Yang Cheng swallowed it down, smacked his lips, and showed an expression of longing. His actions left Yanlin and Qing, who were watching nearby, wide-eyed. The white crystals made by the witch looked like they would be delicious. Without a second thought, Yanlin and Qing imitated Yang Cheng, scooping a large piece of salt from the bottom of the pot, about half the size of a finger, and putting it in their mouths to taste what made the witch look so pleased. The two beast-eared girls acted very quickly, and Yang Cheng couldn't stop them in time. This was pure salt, not like the salt mine, which contained other impurities. Eating such a large piece of salt would. Chapter 104. The shaman's body seems to be having issues. Sure enough, after Yanlin and Qing, the two beast-eared girls swallowed more than half a finger's worth of salt. Their eyes widened in surprise, and their faces contorted into expressions of disgust. Ugh! The two beast-eared girls simultaneously spat out the salt they had in their mouths, then stuck out their pink tongues and fanned their hands beside them, feeling wronged. Shaman, you lied to Yanlin and Qing. Salt is still not tasty. The nearby members of the Xia tribe were puzzled upon hearing this. It shouldn't be like this, right? What the shaman said was true. He said the salt would become tastier, so it should be better, shouldn't it? Moreover, the expression that the shaman had just shown clearly indicated enjoyment. So why did Yanlin and Qing find it unappetizing? The Xia tribe members were filled with confusion, but even more curiosity. So one by one, they reached out their hands to scoop some salt from the bottom of the ceramic pot and put it in their mouths. The result was predictable. Having only ever tasted the bitter salt from the mines, they were experiencing pure, filtered salt for the first time, and the intense, salty flavor made them, just like Yanlin and Qing, stick out their tongues repeatedly. Yang Cheng had someone bring a bucket of boiled cool water for the beast-eared girls to rinse their mouths and get rid of the salty taste. After rinsing, everyone felt much better. They then looked at Yang Cheng in confusion. This salt was clearly so unpleasant, so why did the shaman still say it was tasty? Could it be that the shaman's taste was different from theirs? Haha, salt is not just eaten like this. It needs to be eaten in a different way to be good. A different way? What kind of way? You'll find out tonight. Come on, Yanlin. You all continue to crush the salt or into powder and get some more salt out. Oh, Yang Cheng had everyone continue to boil salt. This layer of salt at the bottom of the ceramic pot was nowhere near enough. Yang Cheng had no doubt that tonight, after the members of the Qing tribe experienced the power of salt, it wouldn't just be this layer of salt at the bottom of the pot that would be insufficient. Even half a pot of salt wouldn't be enough. With this thought, Yang Cheng looked at the layer of salt at the bottom of the pot in his hand and began to grin foolishly. The other tribe members, seeing him like this, were somewhat worried. Was a shaman going crazy? The taste that made their bodies tremble had not completely dissipated even after rinsing their mouths several times. Yet the shaman claimed that the salt, which was clearly so unappetizing, would really become tasty by tonight? Could it be that salt, like the wild fruits picked outside, needs to be left for a while to become tasty? Regardless of what everyone thought, they had no choice but to follow Yang Cheng's orders. Under Yang Cheng's direction, the beast-eared girls crushed the remaining 2/3 of the salt or completely and then boiled it in the ceramic pot to make salt. The salt, or traded with the Tang tribe, had a fairly high salt content, yielding about 2 pounds of salt from a leather bag weighing 15 to 16 pounds. This pleasantly surprised Yang Cheng. He carefully crushed the 2 pounds of salt into powder and then placed it in a clean ceramic pot, covering it with a bamboo lid. Hmm, I'll have Lulu make some more lids in the next few days. The bamboo lids really don't look that good with the pottery, Yang Cheng thought to himself. At this moment, a cheer erupted from a distance. Then Yinhu, Songshi, and several other totem warriors joyfully ran over, their speed nearly matching that of a speeding motorcycle. Shaman, the pits you asked us to dig are all finished. Yinhu shouted excitedly. Is that so? Let's go and take a look. Yang Cheng's face lit up with excitement as he handed the salt pot to Xia, asking her to keep it safe for now. He then jumped on the back of Green Hair, patting his shoulder and saying, Let's go, take me to see. All right, Green Hair responded, excitedly carrying Yang Cheng and the other totem warriors back. Meanwhile, Yinhu and Songshi also wanted to run back with the cheering crowd. Suddenly, Yanlin and Qing grabbed them, and amidst the puzzled expressions of Yinhu and Songshi, they told them about the salt that Yang Cheng had made. Finally, with a worried expression, Yanlin said, Father, do you think the shaman is having a problem with his body? Why does he say something that tastes bad is actually good? Yinhu and Songshi exchanged serious looks. Is what Yanlin said true? Songshi asked. Qing nodded. Yes, the shaman seems to be having a problem with his body. The salt that we all find bad, he says is good, and he still wants to give it to you later. Where's that salt pot? It's in Xia's hands. Xia, who was holding the salt pot, suddenly saw Yinhu and the others turning to look at her with wide eyes, and she immediately felt a bit flustered. What? What do you want to do? Xia asked weakly, clutching the salt pot tightly. Seeing her like this, Yinhu and Songshi frowned, not wanting to force Xia to hand over the salt pot. But they needed to check whether the salt was actually good or not for Yang Cheng's body issue. Just as the two were hesitating, having made up their minds to take the salt pot, Yinlin suddenly opened her palm, revealing a quantity of salt the size of a thumbnail. Father, Songshi, I still have a bit of salt here. I secretly saved it earlier and didn't finish it. Hey, you should have brought this out earlier. Yinhu glared fiercely at Yinlin, then took the salt from her, dividing half of it with Songshi. The two then put the salt in their mouths to taste. The next second, ugh, the two simultaneously spat out the salt. It was not tasty. Even now at night, the salt was still so unpleasant. The shaman must definitely be having issues with his body. Songshi, what should we do? Yinhu asked. Songshi frowned deeply, thinking for a long time, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong with Yang Cheng's body. Wait, that's not right. There seems to be something. Songshi thought of something and said, Yinhu, I think the shaman is definitely too exhausted. He hasn't rested for a long time. Hasn't rested for a long time? Yes, just look at these days. The shaman has been making nets, making pottery, and teaching us to recognize characters and other things without resting at all. He must be worn out. It seems to be like that. Yinhu suddenly realized and agreed with Songshi's statement. He then asked, so what should we do now, Songshi? Songshi pondered and said, The reason the shaman is exhausted is that we haven't done our jobs well, so we need to make sure the shaman doesn't worry. When a shaman gives us salt later, we all have to say it's tasty. No one is allowed to say it's not tasty, so the shaman will feel at ease. That makes sense. Yinhu nodded seriously. Then let's go find the tribe members and tell them to prepare. Yanlin, Qing, you go find the other shamans. Songshi, you go find Muqing and the other tribe members. I'll go find Duanya and the other totem warriors. After discussing, Yinhu and the others dispersed to take action, leaving behind a trembling, deer-eared girl holding the salt pot, confused and unsure of what was happening. Chapter 105. Isn't it just eating a bit of bad-tasting salt? By the time Yang Cheng finished showing the construction site, the sky had gradually darkened, and it was time for dinner. During this period, Yinhu and the others had already quietly spread the news among the crowd. Upon hearing that Yang Cheng's health might be a problem, everyone looked at him with undisguised concern. However, Yang Cheng was still in high spirits. The foundation had been dug out, and the salt had been successfully filtered. He couldn't wait to enjoy the deliciousness that salt would bring, completely oblivious to the gazes of the tribe members. The Qing tribe had plenty of food. Even though most of the totem warriors were busy digging the foundation, Yang Cheng still assigned a few totem warriors to hunt ferocious beasts. With the presence of nets and the addition of a few dug water pits filled with double-whiskered fish, the food available for hunting was enough for the tribe until their numbers expanded further. The current ways of processing food in the tribe were twofold. One was to set up a fire, process the ferocious beasts, skewer the meat on branches, and roast it over the fire. The other was to cut the beast meat into pieces and boil it in clay pots. In the past, Cheng never participated in these tasks. Even when it came to boiling meat, he would demonstrate once and then let the other tribe members take over. After all, he was the noble and supreme shaman. He only needed to enjoy the fruits of their labor. However, today was different. Cheng took the salt jar from Xia's arms and was about to turn to leave. "Shaman," Xia suddenly called out to him. "What's wrong?" Cheng turned around, puzzled. "In nothing." Lu Ernyang's mouth moved a couple of times before she finally shook her head. Cheng didn't think much of it, patted her small head, and then walked over to the others who were roasting and boiling meat. Lu Ernyang stood in place, looking at him with worried eyes. When Cheng arrived beside the group, they eagerly greeted him. "Shaman." Cheng nodded and opened the salt jar, sprinkling a layer of salt on all the meat to be roasted. This made the crowd, who had already learned that the salt tasted bad, twitch their faces. It was fortunate that Cheng was the shaman. If someone else had sprinkled something unpalatable on the food, the crowd would surely have given him a beating. After sprinkling salt on the roast meat, Cheng's actions didn't stop. He intended to sprinkle salt into the few clay pots where the meat soup was boiling. The crowd immediately became restless. Roasting meat was one thing. Everyone was tired of it, and the taste was just okay. It didn't matter if it was bad. But they still wanted to savor the delicious flavor of the boiled meat. How could they eat it after salt was added? Thus, Yin couldn't hold back anymore and said, "Shaman, it's fine to sprinkle salt on the roast meat, but let us not add it to the pots boiling the meat, okay? Why not sprinkle it?" Cheng retorted, "I told you. Adding salt to the meat soup makes it taste the best." As he spoke, he sprinkled a large handful of salt into the clay pot. "And Yin, this is the reward I mentioned to you during the day. Putting more salt in the meat soup will not only make it tastier, but also replenish your strength." Watching Cheng dump a large handful of salt into the clay pot, the faces of everyone twitched even more. Tasty? They had tasted the salt before. It was so bad that even if it didn't ruin the meat soup, how could it possibly make it taste better? "All right, cover the lid and let it cook for a while longer before we can eat." Cheng instructed Yin to bring the lid made of grass and leaves and placed it on top. Originally, the lid for the clay pot was replaced with a bamboo cover, but Cheng discovered a problem while using it. The smaller clay pots were fine with bamboo lids, but for larger pots, the bamboo lid needed to be bigger. This made the weight of the bamboo lid heavier, and when steam condensed on it, it added even more weight, causing the clay pot's rim to easily get small cracks, which was unsightly. Thus, Cheng thought of switching to something lighter, and after some adjustments, they ended up with the current lids made of grass and leaves. "All right, you all keep an eye on the fire. I'll put away the salt jar," Cheng told Yin and the others, then walked away with the salt jar. After Cheng left, everyone looked at the roasting meat and exchanged glances. All the meat had been sprinkled with salt by the shaman. What should they do now? Changwa asked. "How about we spill this stuff, and when the shaman asks, we say we accidentally knocked over the clay pot?" What kind of idea is that? How can we waste food? Exactly. With so much food, what will we eat tonight? Yeah, and even if the clay pot got knocked over, what about the roast meat? Did all of it get knocked over? Food is precious. We can't allow such waste. Moreover, what kind of suggestion was Duanya's? It had no feasibility at all. I was just saying. Duanya laughed awkwardly, realizing he had proposed a bad idea. "So Yin Sang Shi, what should we do now?" Someone asked. Sighing, Sang Shi said, "Let's stick to what we discussed earlier. For the shaman's sake, no matter how bad the food with salt tastes, everyone should say it's delicious. We must not say it's bad. We can't let the shaman worry. Well, we have no choice." The crowd fell silent, but then their expressions turned resolute. Isn't it just eating bad-tasting salt? For the shaman, they would do anything. So what is there to fear about eating a bit of bad-tasting salt? When Cheng returned after putting away the salt jar, the expressions on everyone's faces had changed from initial worry to unwavering determination, ready to face anything. Cheng still didn't notice the expressions on their faces. He was focused on the roasted meat that was golden brown, sizzling, and dripping oil, along with the enticing aroma wafting up from the clay pot. He was filled with anticipation for tonight's meal. Soon, the meat was ready, and the meat soup in the clay pot was nearly done. The first to eat was still the highest-ranking Cheng. His mouth was watering, and he could hardly contain himself. He took a bone knife and cut a piece of golden roasted meat from the unfortunate beast that had been cooked, placing it in a clay bowl. In the past, everyone ate with their hands, but now with clay bowls and bamboo chopsticks, and with Yang Cheng setting an example, everyone had started to unconsciously use bowls and chopsticks to eat. Chapter 106. Yin Hu, Song Shi, your acting skills are amazing. As the meat entered his mouth, Yang Cheng felt the familiar taste. He couldn't care less that the roasted meat was still hot. He quickly chewed a couple of times. Immediately, he felt a surge of emotion that almost made him cry. Having been here for over half a month, he finally got to eat a bite of salted food. It's truly a bittersweet moment. After finishing the meat, Yang Cheng scooped himself a bowl of steaming meat soup. Without needing to say much, tasting the incredibly delicious, salty meat soup brought a unique flavor to his heart. The others watched as Yang Cheng savored the unappetizing food with such enjoyment, and they couldn't help but worry. It seemed that like Song Shi, Wu's body really was having problems. It's all our fault. We have made Wu work too hard and too much lately. Yang Cheng gnawed on 2 more pieces of roasted meat and drank several bowls of meat soup, feeling his belly warm and full, very comfortable. Only then did he put down his bowl and chopsticks, saying to Yin Lin and the others, "All right, you can start eating too." After Wu finished, it was his priestesses, Yin Lin and the others. However, when Yang Cheng asked them to eat the roasted meat and drink the meat soup, Yin Lin and Qing, who had already tasted the saltiness, shook their heads like rattles, leading the other 3 rabbit-eared girls to say that they weren't hungry and that the totem warriors should eat first. Yang Cheng didn't think much of it. Ever since these 5 beast-eared girls became his priestesses, they had never been short of food. As the shaman of the Qing tribe, every time the tribesmen returned from hunting or foraging for wild fruits, they would bring Yang Cheng a share. Since Yang Cheng couldn't eat it all by himself, it naturally went to these 5 beast-eared girls. "All right, Yin Hu, Song Shi, you 2 eat first," Yang Cheng said. After the priestesses, it was the totem warriors' turn. According to the rules, the first ones to eat among the totem warriors were Yin Hu and Song Shi. "Yes, shaman." After Yin Hu and Song Shi replied, they each took a piece of roasted meat and placed it in their ceramic bowls. However, they didn't start eating right away. They hesitated as they looked at the meat in their bowls. Although they had made the decision to face death bravely, they were still very hesitant about starting to eat. On the other side, Yang Cheng scooped another bowl of meat soup and took a sip. Seeing Yin Hu and Song Shi holding their bowls and not eating, he asked in confusion, "Why aren't you eating?" When Yang Cheng started to urge them, Yin Hu and Song Shi exchanged glances. Gritting their teeth, they thought,